generally speaking, for a teenage girl with no parents. What troubles would she face? This girl is Gu Meng. However, her uncle pointed at her and cursed Gu Meng. "Get out," he yelled. "You picked up bastard. Your adoptive parents died, and you didn't even shed a tear, still wanting to stay here." Her sister Gu Ying tried to persuade her uncle. "Sister is just cold-blooded. She's not bad," Lei Xiao said harshly. "Take your money-losing brother and get out. Everything in the Gu family belongs to Gu Ying. Don't even think about it." Gu Meng sneered. "Gu Ying, how could you say her sister was pretending to be nice? The will states that all inheritance goes to me. I can only accept it. If sister wants to stay a few more days with Gu Si, then beg uncle." Gu Meng snorted coldly. "No need," Lei Xiao said to Gu Ying. "Don't waste words with her. From now on, you'll be associating with upper-class people. This low-born bastard is no longer worthy of any connection with you." Gu Ying finally showed her true colors. Reste assuré. Any knows. Gu Meng finally saw through it. "Your family drama act is terrible. Boring." When Gu Ying saw her exposure, she shouted, "How dare you say I'm acting?" Gu Meng bumped into her hard. "When our parents were alive, I didn't see you being filial. When they died, I didn't see you grieving much. But when dividing the inheritance, you suddenly became so delicate. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Take care of yourself." After speaking, she turned and left. Gu Ying gritted her teeth in anger. "What's the use of temporary satisfaction? Gu Meng, you'll only ever struggle in the bottom mud, while I'll have the most brilliant future." That night, Gu Meng brought her brother to Ming City. Tianjun Gu Si looked around. "This is Ming City's most expensive entertainment venue? Looks pretty ordinary." A woman mockingly said, "Whose little brat wandered in here, trying to act rich?" Gu Meng coldly replied, "He's mine." "Got a problem?" The woman continued mocking. "Wearing cheap clothes, just here to show off." Gu Meng, annoyed, directly gave her brother a gold card. "I'm in a good mood today. Spend as you like." Gu Si received the gold card, smiling brightly. "Sister, I love you." Gu Si jumped onto the table, holding up the gold card. "Today, young master will cover everyone's expenses." Suddenly pointing at the woman, "Since young master is hosting, throw her out." The woman was instantly humiliated. Two security guards immediately dragged her out. Gu Meng asked, satisfied. Gu Si hugged her, super satisfied. "Ling Shuang, stop. Who dares to compete with me for hosting?" "Oh, it's little Gu." She immediately pinched the little boy's cheeks. "Little Gu, do you miss sister?" The little rascal Gu Si struggled desperately. "No." Gu Meng's cold pupils lifted, looking at Ling Shuang. Her eyes clouded with cold mist. Ling Shuang pouted coquettishly. "Little sister Gu, don't look at me like that. Your gaze is too alluring. I'm afraid I'll fall in love." Lu Cheng unexpectedly saw that little boy. He sternly told the staff, "Tian K's management is getting too loose, letting such a young child in." The staff quickly apologized. "Mr. Lu, we will definitely strengthen management. I'll go remove them right away. Be careful next time." Lu Qinyang said and left immediately. A staff member approached Ling Shuang. "Miss Ling, the cotton jade you were interested in earlier will be up for auction soon. Here's the invitation. Would you like to go now?" "You've got the wrong person. The one who really wants the jade is her," Ling Shuang said, pointing at her. Gu Meng took the invitation. The staff member was stunned. She took that invitation. "Can they still enter?" The host smiled. "The auction officially begins. It said this cotton jade has unique special effects. Starting price is 1 million. Soon the price reached 3 million. A clear, lazy southern voice came. "Didn't expect it to reach 10 million. The host was about to ask again. 3 strikes to seal the deal. Suddenly Gu Meng raised her eyebrows, her lips curling into a half-smile. 20 million. Lu Qingzhou looked at this girl with a strange expression. When the female lead appeared, everyone discussed. Who was this person? Daring to compete with young Master Lu for items. Look at her cheap clothes. Doesn't look like a nouveau riche. Maybe she's deliberately causing trouble to get young Master Lu's attention. Then marry into a wealthy family and reach life's peak. She's so calculating." Then sat next to Lu Qingzhou. The girl beside warned her, "Little girl, I advise you not to raise the price. Do you know who you're competing with?" That's Lu Qingzhou, the current head of the Lu family in the capital, standing at the pyramid's peak. You probably don't know, but surely you've heard of Lu Shangqing, Ming City's top official. Even he has to show respect to young Master Lu. Gu Meng found this name somewhat familiar. But so what? Lu Qingzhou listened beside her, speechless. If no one raises the price, this cotton jade is mine. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Someone actually dared to challenge Lu Qingzhou. Then Lu Qingzhou raised his paddle, slowly saying 30 million. Seeing the situation, Gu Meng immediately raised her paddle. 40 million. Unexpectedly, the other party bid 50 million. Gu Meng wondered about her card balance. Still needed to pay for Gu Si's hosting tonight. Should have taken Ling Shuang's job. In a blink, Lu Qingzhou bid 60 million. He mocked, "Miss, do you have an expected price? You can state it directly. I'll double whatever you say." Gu Meng looked at him angrily. Left immediately. She suddenly remembered the job Ling Shuang asked her to take was for the Lu family, but she firmly refused. Seeing her return empty-handed, Ling Shuang asked, "Little sister Gu, why did you come out empty-handed? Is that jade so expensive? They even offer home delivery." Interest arose. Who's so reckless to compete with Brother Chung for items? He smirked. Heard it's a super beautiful girl. Maybe she's not interested in the item, but in Brother Chung instead. Hearing their conversation, Gu Meng was furious. Lin Shuang looked at him. "Wait, the Brother Chung they mentioned earlier. It couldn't be the one from the Lu family?" She quickly said, "From now on, Yin Ming will take this person's business. Not at market price, but 10 times higher. As for whether to accept, depends on my mood." Lin Shuang covered her mouth and laughed. "Rare to see you at a loss, little sister Gu." After they walked out, they encountered several young, wealthy heirs. The heirs smiled maliciously. "Sister, it's so late. Want big brothers to take you home? We'll get you a top-class suite. Come play with us." Gu Meng's thin lips uttered one word, "Scram." The heirs looked at the cold beauty, who was like a hedgehog, yet increasingly alluring. They laughed. "Ha, she's telling us to scram. How about we scram together, sister? To bed, perhaps?" Hearing this, Gu Meng instantly became unhappy. She kicked out fiercely. The tremendous force directly knocked the front man flat on the ground. He couldn't even get up. The other men were all kicked away, instantly terrified. Gu Meng's long leg stepped on the man's chest. Her eyes lowered, expressionlessly looking at the man she pinned down. Her upturned eye corners showed defiance and arrogance. "Pretty brave," the man said tremblingly. "Sorry." Gu Meng, seeing the man's pale face, smiled softly. "Learn how to be human." "Understood. Understood." Gu Si raised his eyebrows. "Tiskk, life is already short, yet you still want to take shortcuts?" Then the two walked forward to the second-floor private room. 3 men had watched the entire fight. Qin Fong looked incredulous. "Brother Chung, is this the one who competed with you for the cotton jade?" He marveled. "You don't understand. Such a fierce sister. Is she worthy of Beijing's #1 tough guy Lu Qingzhou?" Lu Qingyang glared at them both. "He do." "Qin Fong, are you both very free?" Qin Fong quickly apologized. "I was wrong, Brother Chung. I shouldn't have enjoyed your predicament." He smiled. "Brother Chung, did I hit a nerve? Are you embarrassed? Is such a considerate Brother Chung real? Brother Chung, you haven't really fallen in love, have you?" Lu Qingzhou frowned. "Didn't you see she had a child with her? Even jokes should have limits. Get lost." In front, there happened to be a clearance sale at a children's clothing store. All 20 yuan, no loss, no scam. Only 20 yuan. Gu Meng took her brother to buy some clothes, asking, "Do you like this style?" Gu Si looked at what his sister picked. "I like them all, but why suddenly buy so many clothes?" Gu Meng patted his little head. "Going to send you out to study. Of course need to buy more clothes." Gu Si pitifully said, "Sis, you're sending me away?" Gu Meng nodded. "You're too weak now. Need to grow up faster." The 3 of them sat in the car waiting for the red light. He smiled. "Brother Chung, what are you doing in a place like this?" "This is just a night market stall." Qin Fong raised his eyebrows. Brother Chung couldn't have changed his style. Going for the common folk route? Lu Qingzhou coldly snorted. "Shut up." Suddenly, he unexpectedly saw Gu Meng seriously picking clothes for the child, even bargaining with the owner while paying. Lu Qingzhou finally smiled. Qin Fong quickly looked back at him. "Brother Chung, you're really looking at street stalls? My God, you're smiling." Quickly looking in Lu Qingzhou's line of sight, he was shocked. "Oh my, isn't that the beauty from the auction house? She already has a child?" He spoke calmly. "Brother Chung, want to check her background?" Lu Qingzhou shook his head. "No need." At midnight, Gu Si was waiting with his sister with luggage. This man was a special-rank military officer. "You're the person old Lu recommended to me?" Gu Meng told them. "Not me. But my brother, Goosey. They were incredulous after hearing this. Oh, el de lo must de yokin. Goosey frowned. Hey, looking down on kids? Dare to fight me directly? Gu-meng patted his little head. Goosey, what did I tell you before? Goosey quickly apologized. Sorry, uncle. I'll prove myself to you with my abilities. The other man was Lu Shangjin, Mingqing's municipal party secretary. Old song, don't underestimate this child. In 2 months, you'll be begging him to stay. Goosey whispered to his sister. Sis, this military uncle doesn't look impressive. I'd rather self-study. Don't send me away. I can take care of myself. When I grow up, I can protect you too. Gu-meng said seriously. Goosey, it's too dangerous around sister. I can't give you time to grow slowly. But I promise you, as long as you become the strongest at military school, sister will bring you back. Hearing this, Goosey involuntarily shed tears. Wiping his tears, he solemnly promised, Sis, wait for me. I'll definitely return within half a year. Gu-meng cupped his little face with both hands. I'll wait for you. Lu told her not to worry. He had already informed Old Song about Goosey's situation. Gu-meng wasn't worried at all. No one understood Goosey's potential better than her, because they shared the same bloodline. Soon, Lu Shangjin received an urgent call. Needing to return quickly, he looked at Gu-meng. Let's go. Lu Shangjin's mother was critically ill, needed immediate transport to the airport, so borrowed Old Song's private plane. Beijing, Gu-meng and Lu Shangjin walked off the private plane. Lu Shangjin quickly said, I can't go to the Lu family. Found someone to take you in? Gu-meng told him not to worry. As long as there's breath, she can save her. Leaving the airport, Lu Shangjin led her directly to a black SUV parked by the road. Unexpectedly, the person coming to pick them up was Lu Qingzhou. Gu-meng frowned. Why him again? Lu Shangjin asked Gu-meng to get in first. Lu Qingzhou finally learned her name was Gu-meng. He spoke, Miss Gu, we meet again. Lu Qingzhou cautiously continued. You said you'd bring a doctor. Is it this Miss Gu? Unexpectedly faced with Gu-meng's coldness. Lu, you talk too much. No one had ever dared to speak to Lu Qingzhou like this. The two in front panicked. Lu Shangjin asked concernedly, How's your grandmother? Lu Qingzhou replied, Military doctors are treating her. The situation isn't good. Lu Shangjin, usually calm, couldn't help but become anxious. I heard her condition had improved a few days ago. Why did it suddenly worsen? Lu Qingzhou's thin lips uttered 3 words. Don't know. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Gu-meng. How can you earn such care and respect from the usually aloof 6th uncle? Gu-meng, who exactly are you? And why are you so discourteous to me? Without looking up, Gu-meng could feel his stare. The driver laughed. Someone who can stump the boss. Miss Gu has infinite potential. She seems to be a perfect match for the boss too. Lu Qingzhou, one hand in his pocket, eyes lowered. Let's go in together. Grandmother wants to see 6th uncle too. Lu Shangjin hesitated for a few seconds, nodding. The old lady is critically ill. The Lu family faced a crisis. Lu Shiwei declared firmly, surgery is necessary to remove the blood clot in grandmother's brain. Otherwise, it's dangerous. Lu Shiwei, the 2nd master's daughter, was highly skilled in medicine. She was recognized by the medical organization as the youngest authority in neuroscience. A military doctor said, Miss Lu, the elderly woman is too old to endure craniotomy. Lu Shiwei frowned. With surgery, with us here, there's still a 1/10 chance of success. Without surgery, grandmother might not make it through tonight. The 3 military doctors exchanged serious looks. After a few seconds of silence, they agreed, All right, Miss Lu, let's do the surgery. Lu Shiwei hummed in agreement. Gu-meng stood by the door, listening to their conversation. She lazily curved her lips and spoke plainly. With the patient in this condition, if you do surgery, she'll likely die on the operating table. Lu Shiwei's brows suddenly tightened. She turned around coldly. Who are you to meddle here? Her gaze subtly examined the parents up and down. Can't even tell the brand of your clothes. What backwater fool dares to criticize my medical skills? Gu-meng's cool gaze met the old lady's. After 3 seconds, she said flatly, 2 days. She asked, 2 days to wake her up? This illness has lasted almost a year. World-class experts have come and gone. Even Lu Jia could only control the condition. Gu-meng raised her eyebrows, saying methodically, 1 hour to regain consciousness, 2 days to fully recover. Lu Shiwei frowned. What did you say? Miss, even craniotomy takes more than an hour. How exactly do you plan to cure my grandmother? Gu Meng replied concisely. Acupuncture. Lu Qingyang thought for a moment. Traditional medicine? Indeed, haven't tried that. Lu Shiwei admonished him. Third brother, what are you considering? Acupuncture is pseudoscience without any basis. They're playing with grandmother's life. The military doctors looked at Gu Meng with contempt. A year-long illness cured in 2 days? This young lady is making light of treatment. Even the elusive #1 brain specialist wouldn't make such bold claims. What gives you the right? He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, looking at Lu Qingzhou. If you trust me, give Gu Meng 1 hour. Craniotomy can't compare to this moment, he said quietly. No one born in this world has medical skills surpassing Gu Meng. After focusing his gaze for a few seconds, he told the butler, arrange a room for Miss Gu. She'll stay here for 2 days. Lu Shiwei's eyes reddened with anger. You'd rather trust an outsider than me? Lu Qingzhou coldly replied. If you lack the ability to treat illness, don't blame others. Gu Meng casually tied her black hair with the red hairband in her hand. After tying it up, she untied the cloth roll, which unfolded to reveal a row of thin acupuncture needles. Disinfecting Baihui and Renzhong points, she inserted needles into Naguan with precise technique. Lu Shiwei watched Gu Meng's seemingly pretentious actions. Unwillingly said, grandmother has a stroke. She's bleeding from hands and feet. Tell me what use is this? Speaking while grabbing her shoulder from behind. I don't know what charms you used to bewitch them, but I won't let you continue your deception here. Suddenly, Gu Meng pierced her hand with a needle. I didn't ask you to leave. I'm showing you how I'll cure the old lady, not letting you interfere with my treatment. Lu Shiwei's face changed drastically. Why can't I feel my hand? This man was grateful she saved his grandmother. Unexpectedly, she showed no appreciation. Lu Ruoshui, the youngest miss of the Lu family, reproached Lu Qingzhou. Is this how you treat your own family? Lu Shiwei cried grievously in his arms. This had already disturbed Gu Meng's concentration. Continue with the old lady, Lu Qingzhou gestured. I'll handle these distractions. This isn't what he should be doing. I heard he's the family head, like a pretty boy who can't even control his family. Lu Shiwei shouted third brother. Lu Ruoshui looked at Lu Shang. Such disrespect. Look who's bringing outsiders to cause trouble. It's sixth brother who was expelled from the Lu family 20 years ago. Oh, sorry. You're not qualified to be called brother anymore. Lu Shangjin tensed up. Now that mother's failing, you want to come back for the inheritance? Lu Qingzhou became angry. Don't understand how to behave? I'll teach you. They were both startled by these words. They were quickly dragged out by 2 bodyguards. He suddenly called to Lu Shiwei, pulled out that needle from her hand. Don't disturb Miss Gu's treatment. Now Lu Qingzhou only cared about Gu Meng, having no time for Lu Shiwei. Lu Shiwei watched him with a face full of disappointment. Half an hour later, Gu Meng told Lu Shangjin, it's done. The patient will regain consciousness in half an hour. Lu Shangjin immediately became excited upon hearing this. Thank you, Gu Meng joked. You can thank me after the patient wakes up. Then Lu Qingzhou also came to thank her, but received unfair treatment. She was helping Uncle Lu, not taking his order. After such long treatment, Gu Meng was tired too. Lu Qingzhou called a subordinate to take her back to rest. After a while, Lu Shiwei brought people to cause trouble for Gu Meng, acting extremely arrogant. Wake up in an hour, recover in 2 days? Overconfident. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow. Are you a hen? Isn't your throat tired from squawking? Need me to give you a few more needles? Lu Shiwei was furious. Black Master, teach her a good lesson, then throw her out. Just as they were about to act, Lu Qingzhou rushed over. What's all this commotion? Are you trying to turn the Lu house upside down in front of grandmother? These words shocked him. Grandmother had really woken up. Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but praise her superior medical skills. That. Naturally, Lu Qingzhou found her attitude somewhat cute. He couldn't help but smile. The man watched the young girl's slender, tall silhouette, his eyebrows slightly raised, still wondering when the next time would be. Gu Meng spoke indifferently. Since the patient is awake, there's no need for me to stay. She took out a small pen and paper from her pocket, writing in a messy scrawl. After writing for several seconds, Gu Meng's pale, slender fingertips held the paper, handing it to Lu Qingzhou. This is the prescription. Take it for a week to regulate the body. Lu Qingzhou took it, seeing the rather ugly handwriting on the paper. Gu Meng carelessly said, help me tell Uncle Lu I have matters to attend to. I'm leaving. The man smiled elegantly. When's our next drink? Gu Meng also smiled, a cold and mischievous curve. Her pleasant voice carried a hint of coldness, speaking slowly. Take the medicine on time. Recovery will come in a week. Gu Meng raised her eyebrows. Don't believe me? Lu Qingzhou smiled. I believe you. Gu Meng snorted, turning to leave, her figure extremely cold. Lu Qingzhou thought to himself, no next time? That won't do. Lu Qingzhou asked, Sixth uncle, where did you find this person? Lu Shangjin turned his face, meeting Lu Qingzhou's deep, cold eyes. A nerve tensed in his mind. He said calmly, their acupuncture is quite good. I heard local doctors were helpless, so I wanted to try. Lu Qingzhou didn't speak, unclear whether he believed it or not. Lu Shangjin felt his nephew was too profound, his thoughts hard to read. He coughed. Since mother is fine, I'll return to Ming City. He quickly turned to leave. Lu Qingzhou ordered his subordinates. Bring up everyone who blocked Gu Meng earlier. Teach them proper hospitality. In the room, Lu Shiwei examined the old lady thoroughly. The blood clots in her brain had clearly mostly dispersed. With the body's self-healing ability, recovery could take 2 to 3 months at most. Her breathing tightened as she looked at the examination results. It was unbelievable. The military doctor also found it mystical. Who knows? Maybe it's because Miss Lu did brain drainage before, and it's just taking effect slowly, causing the blood clots to disperse. At this time, Lu Qingzhou's subordinate came to tell Lu Shiwei, this is Miss Gu's prescription. All subsequent treatment and medication should follow this. Her face darkened as she took the prescription, suppressing her anger. I understand. After the subordinate left, she angrily crumpled the paper into a ball. She raged, it's just blind luck. How dare they? The military doctor's mind was complex. Miss Lu. So Lu Shiwei directly threw the prescription into the trash. Of course, I'll continue as the main physician. Thank you three for your assistance. We certainly trust Miss Lu's medical skills the most. Another day, Gu Meng arrived at the Wuming nursing home. Earlier this year, it was rated by the World Medical Organization as the world's top facility nursing home. Just 1 month's fee reaches 10 million, an astronomical care cost. There's a flower shop at the entrance. A small cactus costs 18,000. Gu Meng looked at the palm-sized cactus, tilting her head to glance at it. The little thing is quite expensive. This woman saw Gu Meng coming. She immediately ran over and hugged her. She was Gu Meng's most important childhood friend. Meng Jinyang, you came to see me. I missed you so much. Did you miss me, Gu Meng? If you don't speak, I'll take that as a yes. Gu Meng gave her the cactus. Meng Jinyang looked at the tiny cactus, her eyes lighting up. Every time Gu Meng visited, she would bring her an easy-to-care for small plant, like succulents or cacti. Meng Jinyang held Gu Meng's arm, smiling, let's go incite. Oh, right. Quick, tell me how you've been lately. Have you met any boys you like? Gu Meng thought for a moment, then spoke. No one I like, though there is an annoying old man. Lu Qingzhou felt as if struck by lightning. He had actually been despised. He had finished high school curriculum at age 6. The school had finally expelled him, and now they wanted him back in school, getting up early for classes and exams every day. Still under the school's control. Gu Meng's video call suddenly rang, but she switched it to voice call. This man called Yun Ling, Yin Meng's right-hand man, known as a diplomat. He refused video calls every time. White Fox, are you really that unpresentable? I have a job to find someone. Gu Meng refused. Too busy lately, won't take it. Yun Lin was troubled. Aren't you short on money lately? This is a big job worth 100 million. Gu Meng frowned. You investigated me? He panicked. Absolutely not. You're Yin Meng's core and trump card. Am I that brainless? 8 years ago, Yin Meng emerged, breaking the dominance of the 3 major international hacker alliances. And in just half a year, made Yin Meng the leader of the 4 major hacker alliances. White Tiger, Yin Meng's most mysterious core member, had their personal information attempted to be hacked countless times by hackers worldwide. But all attempts failed. Yun Ling said blankly, why won't you meet me? I'm very discreet too. Much more reliable than Ling Shuang. Gu Meng said seriously, get to the point. The Lu family in Beijing is offering 100 million to find someone. Heard it's quite a mysterious doctor who appeared in the Middle East 2 years ago. Their acupuncture skills are extraordinary, bringing the dead back to life. Gu Meng heard the words Lu family. She directly refused. Meng Jinyang took out her homemade dried fruit. Have some fruit, no strings attached. Gu Meng looked at her, her cold, lazy eyes showing a moment of confusion. Just say what you want to say. Meng Jinyang smiled sheepishly. Nothing gets past you. She said seriously, I just think I can't stay here forever. I'm much better now. I can go out and work with you to earn money. I heard the care fees here are very expensive. Gu Meng ate dried mango, changing her position, her thin lips curving as she said, not expensive. I've already paid in full. You're not even of age. How can you earn money with me? Meng Jinyang said worriedly. But you're not of age either. Gu Meng said casually, I can fight. Upon hearing this, Meng Jinyang immediately frowned and asked anxiously, You really earn money by fighting for others? Have you been hurt? Take off your clothes. Let me check. Gu Meng looked at his worried expression and laughed deeply. With beautiful eyes, she said excitedly, I learned some computer skills. I help others make small software. Can earn some money. Meng Jinyang stared intently at her clear, bright eyes to confirm she wasn't lying. He sighed in relief. You scared me. He hugged her shoulders. Gu Meng's fierceness, Meng Jinyang had witnessed since age 5. One second she'd be smiling at you. The next second she'd be swinging a brick at your head recklessly. Indeed, no one could hurt her. It's good that she doesn't get hurt. Suddenly Gu Meng's phone rang. She took it out. It was a message from Ling Shuang. Little sister Gu, be careful lately. All forces in Lu City are looking for you. Meng Jinyang smiled. I've never seen you use a phone before. Did you make new friends? Speaking of which, you haven't told me about that old man. Gu Meng quickly changed the subject. You just said you wanted to earn money? Meng Jinyang nodded seriously. Yes. Gu Meng thought for a moment. How about this? I'll find you a school. You can take this year's college entrance exam. Get into a good university. You'll earn more. Meng Jinyang's eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. But the student registration and tuition, it's very expensive. Gu Meng promised confidently. I'll handle the money. It's decided. Meng Jinyang bit his lip, thought for a moment. Why don't we go to school together? Take the college entrance exam together. Gu Meng's brow furrowed slightly. This was clearly asking for trouble. She had finished high school curriculum at age 6. The school had finally managed to expel her. Now going back to school, getting up early for classes and exams every day. Still under the school's control. Troublesome. Everyone thought this woman wasn't cut out for school. Better off working instead. At the Lu residence, old Madame Lu opened her eyes. Lu Shiwei, seeing the old lady awake, excitedly widened her eyes, held the elderly hand with tears in her eyes. Grandmother, old Madame Lu's voice was weak but stern. Why are you crying? I'm not dead. The old lady recalled it was a young girl who saved her with acupuncture. Lu Shiwei stared strangely, eyes wet. Grandmother, don't talk nonsense. I thought I was going to lose you. Old Madame Lu looked at Lu Shiwei, speaking kindly. You've worked hard, Shiwei girl. Your medical skills have improved. The military doctor lowered his head, eyes flickering slightly. It seemed Miss Lu had decided to claim this successful treatment case as her own. Authority doctors from around the world had worn out the Lu family's doorstep, but couldn't improve the old lady's condition. Miss Lu's successful treatment would surely shock the international community. Old Madame Lu scanned the room. Where's your third brother? I remember seeing that shadow when I woke up briefly. Lu Shiwei's eyes paused for a second. Quickly regaining composure, she said softly, After you were out of danger, third brother left. He's usually very busy. Beside my foot, old Madame Lu cursed angrily. He ran away before I even woke up. Lu Shiwei patiently consoled. Don't be angry, grandmother. You need to rest well now. The old lady took several deep breaths. All right, I'm tired. Go inform the others. Wait until I can get out of bed to visit. They're all useless. I don't want to see any of them. Lu Shiwei felt somewhat excited. Grandmother's attitude toward her was better than before. After this, her position in the Lu family would surely rise. The military doctor asked, Miss Lu, how should we proceed with the follow-up? Lu Shiwei raised her eyebrows. Follow my prescription. The blood clot has dispersed. Now it's just about recuperation. Some unnecessary people and matters don't need to be mentioned to grandmother. Lu Shiwei heard that sixth uncle had taken that woman back to Ming City. Third brother never cared about these small matters. No one in the Lu family would mention the treatment again. On the other side, Lu Shangjin asked in disbelief, Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? School isn't really necessary for you. Meng Jinyang was silent for a second, brows slightly furrowed, eyes lowered. Everyone thought Gu Meng wasn't cut out for school. Better off working instead. With a troubled face. Did I make the wrong decision? Kiman like it. You're such a little worrywart. Why such a bitter expression? Stop overthinking. Lu Shangjin thought seriously. How about we set some ground rules? Gu Meng's face darkened slightly, speaking heavily. Uncle Lu. Their expressions suddenly turned serious. Gu Meng reluctantly said, I'll try not to cause trouble. Meng Jinyang was a good student who listened to teachers. Gu Meng listened to Jinyang. So if Gu Meng listened to Jinyang, it meant Gu Meng would listen to teachers. Gu Meng would be a good student. Lu Shangjin smiled with satisfaction. It's great to have Jinyang around. Gu Meng said plainly, Jinyang wants to board at school. I'll stay with him. Please help us handle the procedures. Uncle Lu. Lu Shangjin smiled and said, no trouble at all. Just don't hit anyone. You can do whatever else you want. Lu Qingzhou was cursing at his subordinates. So you're saying one person easily broke in, not only destroyed all the system data, but also stole the only photo of the divine doctor's back. You really make me proud. Suddenly realized who else could hack my system besides White Fox. Lu Qingzhou instructed his subordinate. That divine doctor is likely Yin Meng's person. Continue raising the price with Yin Meng. Try to probe the divine doctor's identity. The subordinate asked, isn't the old madam's condition under control now? Is it still necessary to find the divine doctor? Lu Qingzhou's face instantly darkened. The subordinate panicked. I'll contact Yin Meng right away. Whenever Lu Qingzhou was troubled, he would light a cigarette. Lu Shiwei's medical skills weren't worth mentioning. As for him, it was different. That smile of his was forever etched in Lu Qingzhou's mind. Lu Qingzhou thought about this, took several minutes to recover, turned back to his subordinate. Wait, let others handle this. You go keep track of Gu Meng's whereabouts. He was still looking forward, wondering what expression Gu Meng would have at their next meeting. Others pass exams by studying, but he sleeps through them. The next day at 8 a.m., Lu Shangjin brought Gu Meng and Meng Jinyang to meet the principal of Qingzhong High School. Inside, the principal said, this matter is difficult, Mr. Lu. You know the school rules. Class 3-1 doesn't accept new students. One doesn't even have student registration, might not even know all the characters. The other has a bad record, expert at fighting and skipping classes. Test scores perfectly terrible, all zeros. Don't even know how they managed that. Couldn't even guess the multiple choice correctly. In all my life, I've never seen two such headache-inducing files. Even if I force teachers to accept them using my authority as principal, their academic pressure would be immense. Lu Shangjin frowned. What do you mean you won't accept them? The vice principal tensed up, smiled nervously. I mean, let's have the third-year group prepare a test for the two children to take. After getting their scores, I can find suitable classes for them. Lu Shangjin thought about it and felt they should follow the procedure. He turned to Gu Meng. The young girl sat cross-legged on the sofa, her face too eye-catching, black eyes cold. Her upturned eyes showed defiance and wildness. Her whole being radiated rebelliousness. Gu Meng spoke lazily. No need for tests. I'll go to the worst class. Jinyang goes to the best class. Jinyang studies better than me. Meng Jinyang stared at him in surprise. Lu Shangjin frowned. You two won't be in the same class? The principal was startled by these words. The best class. Now that Gu Meng said this, he quickly responded, actually, all classes are similar. There's no best or worst. All teachers are the same. Lu Shangjin's face instantly darkened. The principal immediately said, any time is fine. I'll call the homeroom teachers of Class 1 and Class 20 now. Lu Shangjin cleared his throat. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, saying coolly, goodbye, no need to see me out. Meng Jinyang also said goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. Meng Jinyang asked puzzled. Uncle Lu seemed a bit embarrassed. Gu Meng explained. Because his son and daughter happen to be in Class 20 and Class 1 respectively. Probably doesn't want to be embarrassed twice. Meng Jinyang smiled. How do you know everything? Shortly after, the principal's office door opened. Class 20's homeroom teacher, Shi Yin, entered. Vice principal, I'm here to pick up our class's student. The principal introduced them. Teacher Shi, this is Gu Meng. Gu Meng, this is your future homeroom teacher, Teacher Shi Yin. Teacher Shi Yin will also take Meng Jinyang to Class 1. Soon they arrived at Class 1. Gu Meng saw 3 people in the hallway and asked Teacher Shi curiously, what are those 3 people doing? Teacher Luo values grades highly. The bottom 3 students in Class 1 can only attend class in the hallway. This is Teacher Luo's way of motivating students. When they heard this, they were somewhat shocked. Gu Meng quickly grabbed Meng Jinyang's hand and looked at Teacher Shi. Teacher, would you mind having another transfer student in your class? The teacher smiled slightly. Of course not. I welcome all students. Gu Meng said calmly. I'll ask Uncle Lu to speak with the principal again. Teacher Shi suddenly asked Gu Meng, May I ask you something? Hope you don't mind. I saw your grades. How did you manage to get them? Gu Meng suddenly smiled, one corner of her mouth lifting mischievously, tilting her head. How did I get them? Gu Meng's delicate features showed as she said lazily, because while others passed their exams, I sleep through mine. What was with this inexplicable pride? The teacher looked troubled. You have half a day off to buy daily necessities and clothes. My class is first period in the afternoon. Don't be late. They were thinking that the city center wasn't far from here. Maybe they could go directly to the mall to buy things. When suddenly a black SUV stopped in front of them. Gu Meng looked up at the fully lowered rear window, seeing the figure inside. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The man's shirt sleeves were rolled up, revealing pale arms lazily resting on the car window. His wrist hung casually, and against the light, his features were devastatingly handsome. He raised an eyebrow. Miss Gu, we meet again. Lin Shuang thought the man's aesthetics were consistently good. This Lu guy was indeed quite good-looking. Meng Jinyang whispered, Gu Ma, you didn't tell me the old man was this handsome. He thought he whispered quietly, but it was actually audible. Lu Qingzhou felt awkward when he heard old man. This man was actually trying to get his WeChat this way. How unromantic. He curved his lips and said softly, Where are you heading, Miss Gu? Gu Meng replied, The mall. The man's voice was deep. Get in, I'll take you there. Gu Meng was silent for a few seconds, looking at Meng Jinyang. Meng Jinyang had never seen someone as stunning as Lu Qingzhou. But being a man himself, he couldn't help but clench his fingers, his eyes showing a trace of struggle and hesitation. He had to learn to interact normally with men. His voice was plain as he said, Then thank you, sir. The car started heading downtown. Gu Meng noticed he was still uncomfortable, so she put a lollipop in his mouth, asking if it was sweet. Meng Jinyang finally smiled. Very sweet. Seeing him smile, Gu Meng smiled too. Lu Qingzhou looked awkward. Was he being ignored? His gaze moved to her face. That day Miss Gu saved me. Grandmother passed away before I could repay the favor. Gu Meng's eyes were downcast, expressionless, with a flash of light in them. She remembered Yunlin mentioning the 100 million favor. She looked up at him, expressionless, and asked seriously, How much are you planning to give? Lu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, waving his phone, casually suggesting, Add my WeChat. I'll transfer. The car suddenly swerved, then quickly stabilized. Gu Meng and Lu Qingzhou sat steadily, unmoved, but Meng Jinyang swayed from the jolt. Lu nervously said, his eyes full of disbelief. Sorry, young Master Lu, I didn't control the gas pedal well. Their way of asking for WeChat was truly difficult. Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. If your skills aren't good enough, we'll replace you. Please don't fire me. I was wrong, I swear. If I don't drive well again, I'll go lay bricks in Africa. The car was silent for a few seconds. Lu Qingzhou's dark eyes looked at Gu Meng, opening his QR code for adding friends, his deep eyes gleaming. Miss Gu. Gu Meng glanced at Meng Jinyang in front and finally added Lu Qingzhou's WeChat. As soon as she added him, a 200,000 transfer came through WeChat. This 200,000 would be enough for Meng Jinyang's high school and college. Gu Meng accepted without hesitation, smiling slightly. Thanks, young Master Lu. Lu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. Don't mention it. High school class 20, the domain of second-generation rich kids, except for Ming Cheng's background wall, was filled with students other classes didn't want. Some had been bullied in other classes and voluntarily applied to class 20. Yang Ji, have you heard? Our class is getting 2 transfer students. I heard one's really pretty and fair. Lu Yang rolled up a paper, speaking casually. How pretty could she be? He thought of Gu Meng, who had stayed at their house for a day. He whispered softly, She can't compare to that classmate. His friend spoke again. Yang Ji, what are you mumbling about? Don't tell me you're lovesick? Lu Yang angrily threw his paper airplane at him. Suddenly the teacher walked in. Everyone, quiet down. We have 2 new transfer students in our class. Please welcome them. The students were stunned. Wow, so beautiful. Who would be the school beauty now? The teacher at the podium said, New students, please introduce yourselves. Meng Jinyang stammered. I am. The class burst into noise. So this is Lin Xiaopeng? They praised her like she's a goddess. The transfer student is just average. Oh, I'm in love again. Isn't she my goddess? I think she looks ordinary. You boys are so superficial. Several male students mocked him. The stuttering one on the left is indeed ordinary. The teacher shouted quiet. Lu Yang stood up. The room fell silent. He said one sentence. Everyone noticed Gu Meng. Lu Yang felt her looking at him. He immediately became shy. Gu Meng opened her mouth. Inkiman. At this point, Meng Jinyang finally recovered. Smiling sweetly, I'm Meng Jinyang. Please take care of us in the days ahead. This boy became shy, thinking his smile was quite cute. Now for seating arrangements. Meng Jinyang, sit next to Shen Huan in the third row. Gu Meng, you're tall. There are 2 empty seats in the last row. Choose one. Lu Yang hesitated. Which seat would she choose? If she sits next to me, what should I say first? Gu Meng's expression suddenly changed. She saw the paper airplane in the trash can, so she chose to sit next to Lu Yang. Lu Yang bachama happy. She must remember me. Gu Meng threw that paper airplane at him. Lu Yang was dumbfounded. Oh no, did Gu Meng think I was provoking her? Uncle Lu's son is so silly. School is indeed boring. Ding-ling-ling, class was over. Many students came from outside to see Gu Meng, the school beauty. Looks like things will get lively again. In class 4 of year 1, a girl ran to the classroom but found no one there. A boy spoke. I heard class 20 got 2 transfer students. One called Gu Meng is especially beautiful. Hearing this news, his face darkened. That kind of class 20. The first monthly exam is coming up. Once you get first place, you'll be the school beauty. The world's top hacker, saying they need to take college entrance exams. What a bizarre scene that would be. The door to Lu Shangjing's office suddenly opened. He looked up as Lin Zhou stormed in with an unhappy face, demanding, You arranged for Gu Meng to enter Mingqing school? Do you know who her desk mate is? Lu Shangjing thought for a few seconds. Seeing how angry you are, it must be Gu Meng. Lin Zhou fumed. Yes, I don't mind you arranging for Gu Meng to enter Mingqing school, but I won't allow her to corrupt Lu Yang. That's my bottom line. Lu Shangjing spoke up. Save Lu Yang from being corrupted? Not to look down on my son, but while he excels at eating, drinking, and playing, I was too busy with work before. I neglected his education. Lin Zhou's face grew colder. What do you mean? You're siding with outsiders over your own son? Don't think I don't know what Gu Meng has done before. Fighting, causing trouble, skipping classes. Hasn't she done enough? Lu Shangjing frowned. Gu Meng isn't as bad as you think. If you're unhappy, let Lu Yang ask the teacher to change seats. At this moment, Lu Yang arrived. He said calmly, I won't change. Lin Zhou choked with anger. Not wanting to affect the mother-son relationship, she pointed to a prepared folder. See for yourself. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, pulled out Gu Meng's records, and turned to the test scores page. His mouth twitched. All zeros. Even he wasn't this impressive. How consistently she scored. Lin Zhou watched Lu Yang's shocked expression, feeling somewhat relieved. See? Gu Meng isn't a good student. Stay away from her. I'm not asking you to be as excellent as your sister. Just don't bring shame to the family. After reviewing Gu Meng's files, Lu Yang said, Mom, don't worry about these things. I know what I'm doing. I won't change seats. And don't go behind my back to the teacher. You know my temperament. Lin Zhou's face turned ashen, glaring at him coldly. Lu Yang cheerfully hugged his mom. Don't get angry, you'll age. Let's go get some late-night food. Tianke has an important transaction tonight. Gu Meng asked, What's the situation? Do you still need my help? Lin Shuang sighed. I don't want to trouble you either. After all, it's the countdown to college entrance exams. Gu Meng raised her eyebrows seriously. Good that you know. I still need to take college entrance exams. Lin Shuang almost choked on her drink. The world's top hacker saying they need to take college exams. What a bizarre scene. He said Tiang's surveillance system. I can't hack it. Please help. After it's done, I'll give you a share. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow casually, holding up 2 clean, fair fingers. 2 shares? Taking advantage of the situation? So greedy. Lin Shuang finally bit her lip. Deal. At 12 o'clock, when Tianke was at its busiest. In the ladies' room, only Gu Meng was present. At the crystal wash basin counter, a laser projected a blue virtual keyboard. A mini projector shone on the wall, showing subtitles. Gu Meng stood casually. Her beautiful fingers moved dizzyingly fast on the virtual keyboard. An unlit lady's cigarette between her lips, her eyes cold, her slight smile revealing an inherent wickedness. Suddenly, her quick hand stopped. Her beautiful eyes slightly contracted. Meanwhile, Tiang's monitoring room was in chaos. All screens went black, showing complete pandemonium. 10 minutes later, Gu Meng received a message. It's done, retreat. Lu Qingzhou watched the girl's slender silhouette. His evaluation of her remained simply beautiful. 10 minutes later, Gu Meng received a message. It's done, retreat. Gu Meng adjusted her cap brim and walked out casually. Soon, a large group of men in black were searching throughout Tianke, seemingly looking for someone. Several men in black approached, looking her up and down. You in the black cap stopped. His hand touched his watch, preparing to use a hidden weapon, when a familiar male voice suddenly sounded from behind. Miss Gu. The man had one hand in his pocket, his white shirt carrying a somewhat ascetic air. His upturned eye corners were sharp and cold. Gu Meng turned to see Lu Qingzhou. The men in black respectfully bowed upon seeing Lu Qingzhou. Young Master Lu, is this your friend? Lu Qingzhou spoke while keeping his eyes on Gu Meng. The men in black quickly apologized. Sorry for the offense, Mississippi. Gu Meng was quite polite. No problem. Leaving Tianke, Lu Qingzhou glanced at the quiet Gu Meng. Why are you at Tianke so late? Gu Meng replied coolly, making money. He seems to be very short on money. Gu Meng's bright black eyes looked at him. Young Master Lu, don't you know whether I need money or not? Lu Qingzhou had found out that Gu Meng's parents had died in an accident recently. He's now an orphan. You can only rely on yourself, he said. Didn't I pay you 200,000 in cash? Gu Meng replied. One must prepare for rainy days. Lu Qingzhou looked at the serious expression on his face, a smile appearing in his eyes. Let me drive you back to school. No need. My friend will pick me up. Just as the words fell, a white SUV approached from afar. After getting in the car, Gu Meng politely waved to Lu Qingzhou. Goodbye, young Master Lu. Lu Qingzhou watched the girl's slender figure. His evaluation of her remained simply beautiful. It seemed all other words fell short when applied to her. After she got in the car, he turned and walked back into Tianke. At the bar booth, Qin Fong and He Du were still waiting. They found it strange that Lu Qingzhou returned so quickly. It was odd, but they dared not gossip. They stuck to business. Boss, Yin Ming's sigh disrupted the deal. Nine Tails took the job. Lu Qingzhou leaned back into the sofa, his long, clean fingers tapping the armrest casually. Nine Tails doesn't have that capability to hack Tiang's surveillance system. Qin Fong and He Du exchanged glances, suggesting someone else helped from the shadows. Who is Nine Tails? The elusive white fox. The world's top hacker, especially skilled at double-crossing. Ma Lingshuang kept glancing at the passenger seat, finally unable to hold back her question. Little Gu, what's going on between you and Lu Qingzhou? You two were walking so close together just now. Is there something going on? Gu Meng played her game without looking up. I'm a doctor. He's a patient's family member. What relationship do you think? Ling Shuang choked, but added, be careful dealing with him. I'm afraid he'll eat you alive. Gu Meng smiled mischievously, turning her dark, bright eyes to look at her. Don't you know I'm best at double-crossing? Don't worry, I'm very careful around Lu Qingzhou. But as an ordinary person, Ling Shuang wasn't worried about Gu Meng's identity being discovered. Her business had reached its target, and she decided to take a long vacation in Europe. The next day, Gu Meng arrived at school at 7 a.m. Students walked in groups towards the building. Gu Meng's appearance immediately caused a stir. The girl's looks were particularly eye-catching, with fair skin and hands in pockets, like someone who stepped out of a manga. Her upturned eyes showed a hint of slant as she walked casually into campus. Students who usually rushed to class slowed their pace, watching her and whispering, "Who is that? She's so beautiful. I saw on the school forum. She's a new transfer student in class 20 of the third year. Just arrived yesterday. Instantly became the school beauty." The votes left senior Gu Ying and senior Lu Yi far behind. This senior's aura is too strong. At the classroom door, she met Meng Jinyang. He smiled with curved eyes. Gu Meng, you're back. Have you eaten? I brought you breakfast. Gu Meng put her arm around his shoulder as they walked into the classroom. Did you finish my homework? Meng Jinyang nodded guiltily, whispering, I wrote it with my left hand. Guaranteed undetectable. Besides, your handwriting is so ugly. It's about the same as my left-handed writing. Gu Meng narrowed her eyes and casually tapped his head. Jinyang, you dare criticize me now? Meng Jinyang stuck out his tongue. He returned to his seat. He is the elusive white fox. Never thought I'd spread rumors about myself one day. As soon as Gu Meng appeared, the class fell silent. Her presence was powerful. As she passed by, the boys acted like they'd seen the discipline master. They pretended to read their books, but their eyes couldn't help stealing glances at Gu Meng, the cool and imposing boss. Gu Meng walked to her seat and saw her desk drawer full of love letters. She frowned, her dark, bright eyes showing a cold glint. left. Lu Yang, seeing Gu Meng's temper rising, volunteered. They were probably all stuffed in during the second evening self-study session last night. Without a word, Gu Meng carried her desk to the back of the classroom and dumped everything into the trash can. The bin was instantly full. Just as she was about to take out the trash, Lu Yang grabbed it from her hands. "Sister Meng, you sit down. I'll take it out." The chubby kid was dumbfounded, feeling their young brother had changed. The former school bully was now voluntarily taking out trash. Someone posted Gu Meng's photo on the school beauty voting thread, and her vote skyrocketed. Gu Meng held her heavy flip phone, the same size as a touchscreen phone, but with an old-fashioned flip design, with functions more complete than a computer. The first class for Class 3-1 was with their homeroom teacher, Luo Songhua. He slammed his teaching materials on the desk. "Do you have too little homework? Or are my test papers too few, leaving you so idle that half of you run to Class 20 during breaks?" The class remained dead silent. Luo Songhua snorted. "Do you know what all that glitters is not gold means? A student who scored 0 on every test since childhood and was expelled from their previous school. Is that someone worth getting to know? School beauty? What a joke. You all need to get your eyes checked." Hearing the teacher's words, Guing smiled with schadenfreude. Luo Songhua slammed the desk again. "Listen up. For the first monthly exam, in the entire third year's competition, all first places must come from our class. Starting today, each subject will have one more test paper, and evening self-study will be extended by an hour. You'll all face consequences if you don't get first place." Meanwhile, Lu Yang took Fatty to the school store. Lu Yang had his hands in his pockets, looking casual. "What do girls like to eat?" Fatty grinned. "Brother Yang, you're buying food for Sister Meng?" Lu Yang glanced at him. "Why do you talk so much?" Fatty pouted. "Brother Yang, if you're going to be so mean, I won't tell you that Sister Meng likes sweet things." Just then, two girls walked past them. From their whispered conversation, they learned that teacher Luo was spreading rumors about Gu Meng. Lu Yang's face instantly darkened. "Where's Luo Songhua's office?" Fatty said, "In the same office as teacher Xiaoxi." Lu Yang immediately headed toward the teaching building. Looking menacing, Fatty wanted to stop him, but feared getting beaten up himself. "Dare to bully Sister Meng?" "Luo Songhua, this isn't over." The world's top hacker was being slandered. Watch how they strike back with authority. The door to Li Zhongzhu's office was kicked open. The teachers inside were startled. Seeing Lu Yang's grim face, they frowned. Lu Yang walked straight to Luo Songhua's desk. "Are you the one spreading rumors about Gu Meng?" Luo Songhua leaned back in his chair. "Lu Yang, are you here to defend Gu Meng and settle scores with me? Students should behave like students. Respect your teachers. Hasn't your homeroom teacher taught you that?" Lu Yang sneered. "You're no teacher at all. Look at your own behavior. You have no right to criticize anyone from Class 20. Luo Songhua stood up abruptly, his aging face extremely ugly. "Watch your tone. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because your father is a department director. Which student hasn't been criticized by teachers?" Lu Yang, a head taller than Luo Songhua, looked down at him. "What business is it of yours how Gu Meng performs in tests? Just because someone's grades aren't as good as yours, you can smear their name. Do you know the inside story of his past? You're quite something with just a few words. The whole grade is now sanctioning Gu Meng." Luo Songhua snorted disdainfully. Lu Yang crossed his arms tightly. "Let me tell you, if you don't apologize to Gu Meng today, this isn't over." Luo Songhua rolled his eyes and said sternly, "Get out right now, or face the consequences." Lu Yang's temper immediately flared up, rolling up his sleeves ready to cause trouble. "Let's see what these consequences can do to me, you spoiled." Just then, a deep female voice suddenly called out, "Lu Yang." Gu Meng walked into the office with hands in pockets, expressionless, eyes gleaming with frost. Lu Yang turned his head and saw her, filled with righteous indignation. "It was him who spread rumors about you outside. I'm making him apologize to you." Luo Songhua sneered. "Wasn't it him who scored 0? Wasn't he the one expelled from his previous school?" He turned to Shi Yin, who had hurried in. "Teacher Shi, control your students. Poor academics is one thing, but they're so unruly. It's embarrassing. Does anyone think Mingqing Middle School is some backwater place? Better spend this time doing more exercises." Shi Yin pressed her lips together and forced a smile. "You're right, Teacher Luo." Lu Yang frowned. "Xiaoxi, what do you mean? Have you forgotten how this old woman bullied you in the office? Today, I'll teach her a lesson for you too." The words "old woman" hit Luo Songhua's nerve. Her face instantly turned ashen. Teacher Shi, is this how you teach your students? Disrespecting teachers? Do you want to be expelled again? Xian spoke with unprecedented severity. Lu Yang, you and Gu Meng, get out first. Luo Songhua smiled triumphantly. Better listen to your teacher Shi. Get out now. Damn you, old witch. Lu Yang recklessly moved to throw a punch, but Gu Meng caught his arm and said flatly, let's go out first. Lu Yang frowned deeply, saying angrily, you don't know what they're saying about you. Gu Meng repeated, out first. Her dark, bright eyes fixed on him, cold and fierce. Incredibly intimidating. He boldly accepted the bet, saying he would surpass the school's top score this weekend's monthly exam. Lu Yang gritted his teeth. Fine. For your sake, I'll let it slide today. But if he dares talk nonsense again, I won't let him off. Gu Meng said nothing and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Luo Songhua's harsh voice rang out. A poor student is just a poor student. Not only bad at studies, but doesn't know their place. So arrogant. Gu Meng stopped, hands in pockets, standing askew, surrounded by a low pressure. Xian spoke neither humbly nor proudly. Teacher Luo, studies are studies. They don't represent character and morality. Being unwilling to study is different from being naturally poor at it. I believe all my students are intelligent and have good character. As a teacher, I hope you'll be more careful with your words. Luo Songhua laughed mockingly. Teacher Shi, are you saying your students just don't want to study? That if they wanted to, they'd all be geniuses? Well then, let's make a bet. Class 1's lowest score in the last weekly test was 643 points. If anyone in your class can exceed this score in this weekend's monthly exam, I'll apologize to Gu Meng and your entire class. Lu Yang clenched his fists. Damn it, the old witch is deliberately insulting us. And it had to be about studying, which we're not good at. Luo Songhua sneered contemptuously. Even your teacher Shui has no confidence in you. What right do you poor students have to make a fuss here? Teacher She remained silent, brows furrowed. A fierce coldness quietly rose in Gu Meng's frosty eyes, her upturned eye corners tinged with red. She slowly turned around and spoke carelessly. Fine, I accept this bet. Luo Songhua was stunned. Xian looked at Gu Meng in disbelief. Soon, this incident spread throughout the school. News of the bet reached the vice principal, who hurriedly called Lu Shangjing. If Director Lu's person suffered any grievance here, his position as principal would be at risk. When Lu Shangjing received the vice principal's call and heard the whole story, he calmly said, don't worry about this. Gu Meng will handle it. The principal thought for a moment and asked, Director Lu, Gu Meng's grades in the records must be fake, right? Lu Shangjing was somewhat surprised that the vice principal caught on so quickly. He simply said, I know. Mingxing High School has been overshadowed by experimental high school for years. Gu Meng will restore Mingxing to its former glory and will add a brilliant chapter to your teaching career. The vice principal was shocked. For Director Lu to speak with such certainty, this Gu Meng must be extraordinary. The world's top hacker is taking college entrance exams? Yiming laughed. She couldn't believe it was true. Back in the classroom, everyone was still discussing this matter. Lu Yang declared confidently, classmates, this is about our dignity. Are you content with being looked down upon? We must love studying. Chu Yao threw a book. Brother Yang is right. I love studying. The road to Shu is hard, harder than climbing to heaven. The journey is difficult with many paths. For me, it's difficulty upon difficulty. A female classmate praised him. Brother Yao, you're so talented. Gu Meng looked at Qingqing and smiled. Lu Yang saw her smile and felt a bit shy. Sister Meng is really reliable, already starting to study seriously. But then he saw she had drawn a small fox. Never mind, I'll go find Lu Yi for tutoring. Then he sat next to Gu Meng. Xiao Peng turned around. Brother Yang, why do you protect Sister Meng so much? Lu Yang crossed his arms and smiled proudly. I've seen your Sister Meng's report card. Very consistent, firmly holding the last place in the grade. As a senior, of course I should look after her. He was actually referring to her consistently scoring 0. Xiao Peng looked shocked. If I'd known this would make Brother Yang submit, I could do that too. After a self-study period, Lu Yang and Xiao Peng went to play basketball. Meng Jinyang left his seat to find Gu Meng. Shenhuan heard a female classmate complaining. Gu Meng agreed to the bet, but no one in class can deliver on it. Shenhuan got angry and said harshly, Don't forget, Luo Songhua was talking about class 20, not just Gu Meng. She fell silent. Glaring at Meng Jinyang, she sat beside Gu Meng. I looked at last week's test papers. I'm still behind class 1's lowest score. He looked at Meng Jinyang, his voice clear and cold. Is it that difficult? Meng Jinyang nodded. Although it's the same content as what the private tutor you arranged for me taught, each school's test difficulty varies. If we had Qingshui Middle School's papers and internal review materials, that would be great. Their training papers and internal review materials are the best in the country. But their materials are only for internal students, not allowed outside. Never mind, il justudar. 3 days left. Gu Meng narrowed her eyes. Just review materials? That could be arranged. That night, Gu Meng returned to the dorm for the first time. Opening her computer, she replied to a message on a web page created by top 10 international hackers specifically for hacker gatherings. When Gu Meng appeared, it was like dropping a depth charge. Another hacker exclaimed, "Damn, White Fox, haven't seen you in over a year. What have you been up to?" Gu Meng simply replied, "Studying. Preparing for college entrance exams." The web page went quiet for over 10 seconds. A hacker said, "What a cold joke. If you're taking college entrance exams, I'll hang myself with a mouse cable." Gu Meng remained silent. They wouldn't believe the truth anyway. Finally, she accessed Qingshui Middle School's database. She rested very late that night. The next day, Gu Meng personally tutored Meng Jinyang, requiring him to solve the circle problems. Meng Jinyang found these problems very complex and couldn't even understand the answer key. When he returned to his seat, he found a solution guide. He suddenly understood how to solve these problems, but he scratched his head, wondering who wrote the answers. Soon came the first monthly exam for third-year students. That day, when Luo Songhua walked into the exam room with papers, Lu Yang frowned. "Damn, why is it this old witch? Didn't they say Class 9's homeroom teacher would be proctoring?" Xiao Peng stared at the contemptuous Luo Songhua, mumbling quietly, "We're done for. No chance of cheating now. What should we do, Brother Yang?" Luo Songhua scanned the entire classroom and laughed, surprised. "I'm proctoring. Listen well, anyone who dares to cheat today, I'll make sure their record looks prettier than now." Gu Meng rested her face on her hand, twirling her pen on paper. Her upturned eyes showed a hint of a sideways glance, looking at Luo Songhua with an ambiguous smile. When the papers reached Meng Jinyang, while checking the printing, he accidentally glanced at the questions. He paused. These were the same problems Gu Meng had in practice days ago. Gu Meng was amazing. Her prediction of exam questions was too accurate. She was the mysterious white fox, yet couldn't resist the temptation of sweets. The exam ended. When the bell rang, Meng Jinyang turned in his paper and went to find Gu Meng. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Meng suddenly moved close, pressing her clean, fair index finger to her lips. "Chill." The girl's eyes were dark and bright, clear and cold, somewhat profound, dangerously charming. Meng Jinyang froze, staring at her blankly. Lu Yang came over cursing, "Damn, old lady Luo watched so closely, I couldn't even take out my cheat sheet." Gu Meng looked at Meng Jinyang. "Go eat first. I need to ask Xiao Shi for leave to buy something." Lu Yang overheard and also asked for leave, insisting on going with Gu Meng. They took a bus to Starlight Plaza. Lu Yang asked, "Sister Wang, what are you buying here?" Gu Meng licked her lips, showing a bit of pink tongue before casually replying, "Some snacks." Lu Yang stared blankly for a few seconds, coming to his senses with slightly warm ears. Then followed Gu Meng to a famous dessert shop in Starlight Plaza. Lu Yang finally believed Xiao Peng's words. Gu Meng really likes sweets. Taking everything from the clerk, "Sister Meng, what else should we buy?" Gu Meng scanned around with cold eyes, focusing on a bubble tea shop nearby. "Let's get 2 bubble teas." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. "Oh, 2 little lovebirds." They turned around to see 3 men standing behind them, who had been watching them for who knows how long. Lu Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Third brother, why are you here?" "We're just buying some things." Lu Qingzhou had his hands in his pockets, wearing a white shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing his refined collarbone. His sleeves were rolled up several times. His eyes were bright, his handsome face expressionless, his deep black pupils carrying a hint of coldness. Gu Meng's expression remained indifferent. She pushed up her glasses with one finger and walked toward the bubble tea shop with one hand in her pocket. Cool and aloof, not even bothering to greet Lu Qingzhou and his companions. He frowned. What a heartless girl. Lu Qingzhou's eyes remained fixed on Gu Meng. Seeing her turn away, he strode forward on his long, straight legs. He followed her. Lu Yang was about to go too, but was stopped. "Hey, little Lu Yang, listen to your brother. Stay here." Lu Yang frowned. "Brother Qin, what are you doing?" Qin Fong smirked, tilting his chin toward Lu Qingzhou's direction. Lu Yang looked over in confusion. Gu Meng walked to the bubble tea shop and ordered 2 mango milk teas, 1 extra sweet, 1 30% sugar. "Thank you." "Sure." The clerk smiled, stealing several glances at Gu Meng. This girl was too beautiful. Just as she was about to pay, Lu Qingzhou's voice came from behind her. "Add another mango milk tea, extra sweet. Is paivorath." He turned his head, looking up. The girl's eyes were particularly beautiful, their wildness contained but still occasionally showing through, clear and bright. Her eyebrows slightly raised, both slanted and relaxed. Lu Qingzhou smiled. "Let me treat you to bubble tea." Their eyes met, and Gu Meng couldn't figure out what Lu Qingzhou wanted. She smiled mischievously. "Then thank you, young Master Lu." The top CEO Lu Qingzhou was actually jealous over a girl. He even specifically warned his little rival to keep distance from Gu Meng. The two walked back with their bubble tea. Lu Qingzhou asked, "Want to have dinner?" "Tianxia restaurant." Gu Meng replied coolly, "I only got permission to skip the first evening study session. I need to return to school." Lu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows. "It's rush hour now." "Istrida ayu." Gu Meng increasingly couldn't understand what this man wanted. Instinctively, she didn't want to interact with him much, fearing her identity would be exposed. "No need, thanks." Lu Qingzhou's black eyes stared at her beautiful features for a long while before speaking. "You're welcome." They walked back to where Qin Fong and others were. Lu Qingzhou casually put his hand on Lu Yang's shoulder, standing a head taller than him. "Why didn't you go home after the exam?" Lu Yang pointed at Gu Meng and said obediently, "I came with Gu Meng to buy snacks." Lu Qingzhou smiled crookedly, suddenly moving closer. He lowered his voice and said deeply, "Keep your distance from Gu Meng in the future." Lu Yang asked abruptly, "Why?" Lu Qingzhou's dark eyes stared at him, his voice carrying a chill. "What? You won't even listen to me?" Lu Yang's nerves exploded, stammering, "But Gu Meng and I are desk mates." Lu Qingzhou suddenly looked Lu Yang up and down, his gaze becoming increasingly disdainful. Lu Yang looked back nervously, his scalp nearly numb from the stare. He then retracted his words. "Fine, forget what I just said." Lu Qingzhou removed his arm from Lu Yang's shoulder. Lu Yang's expression instantly became very complex. "Why?" Third brother's look just now was like he was looking at trash, squinting at Gu Meng and Lu Yang. After getting on the bus, Lu Qingzhou took a sip of his newly bought bubble tea. So sweet. He lowered his eyes to look at the bubble tea in his hand, his lips curling up carelessly. Qin Fong and He Du exchanged glances, their eyes showing identical shock and complexity. They had been having people keep track of Gu Meng's whereabouts. When they heard she was at Starlight Plaza, Brother Chung just came like this. His current state was really unusual. She was actually a hidden boss, an outstanding academic achiever, and the world-renowned #1 hacker. The white fox with superior technical skills. Gu Meng was sleeping on her desk. Little Fatty turned around to chat with Lu Yang. "I heard the senior high third grade monthly test results will be out this morning. That old, which is really cruel. Not letting class 20 have a single good day. We're doomed now. It's utterly embarrassing." Their conversation disturbed Gu Meng's rest. She raised her head and said in a heavy tone, "This time's top student is in our class. Keep quiet. Stop disturbing my sleep." Lu Yang looked at her in different attitude. A bold thought suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps she wasn't a poor student, but actually a top student. 4 student scores were laid out on the conference table. Meng Jinyang, Lu Yi, Gu Ying, and lastly, the unknown Xinhuan. Meng Jinyang was ranked first in the grade. Luo Songhua suddenly slammed the conference table and stood up, his face dark. "This monthly test should be invalidated. I demand the expulsion of Meng Jinyang and Xinhuan. Not only them, Xiyin should also be held responsible. As a teacher, how dare you help students cheat?" Xiyin frowned and looked at him sternly. "You need evidence for such accusations. My students achieve these scores through their own abilities. What grounds do you have to expel them?" Luo Songhua sneered. He said harshly, "What grounds?" The test was so difficult that even Gu Ying and Lu Yi couldn't solve the final questions. Yet Meng Jinyang solved everything. And Shunhuan, last week she was ranked 300th from the bottom, and in just a few days she jumped to 157th in the grade. Do you think that's possible? Actually, the mock exam was just teacher Luo joking with the students, meant to encourage them to study hard. You didn't need to use such improper means to win. The teachers all directed their accusations at Shi Yin. The grade director pointed at the score sheets several times and said, "Teacher Shi, go notify Meng Jinyang and Xinhuan. They're expelled. Leave school immediately." Shi Yan's eyes turned cold, but she maintained her composure. "I'll say it again. My students didn't cheat. They achieved these scores through their own abilities. You have no right to expel them." Grade Director Li Mei looked sharply at Shi Yin. "I don't want to be too harsh, but you've been teaching for 3 years. Even in college entrance exams, which province has ever seen a paper like Meng Jinyang's? Perfect scores in everything except losing 7 points in the Chinese composition. If it's not cheating, what else could it be?" Luo Songwan narrowed his eyes. Since teacher she trusts her students so much, this week's test papers just arrived at school, still sealed. Let them take the tests separately, in front of all the grade teachers. If their scores differ greatly from this monthly test, not only will they be kicked out of school, but you won't be able to stay either. Xian spoke solemnly. "Fine. Let them take the test. If it's confirmed they didn't cheat, everyone here must apologize to them both." So, Meng Jinyang and Shun Huan went to take another test. Gu Meng walked straight to the senior high 3rd grade conference room. Xian was standing at the door waiting for them to finish. Seeing Gu Meng, Xian was stunned. "Why aren't you in class? Why did you come down here?" Gu Meng lazily walked to her side, casually resting her arm on the railing, her wrist hanging loosely. She tilted her chin toward the conference room. "They're retaking the test in there?" Xian nodded, thinking Gu Meng was worried about Meng Jinyang. She said, "Don't worry, I know Meng Jinyang didn't cheat. This time our class 21. Gu Meng's deep eyes glanced at him once, saying nothing as her gaze lowered. Her toe tapped rhythmically on the ground while a smile slowly curved her lips. She had known he wouldn't give up easily. Then they would use real ability to shut him up. On his first day of transfer, he was falsely accused by a teacher. In the end, he sought justice in his cool, domineering way. The two of them finished and walked out of the conference room. The grading was quite fast. Meng Jinyang didn't take Chinese, but got 150 in English, 150 in math, 294 in science. Shun Huan got 117 in English, 120 in math, 243 in science. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, pinched their tender cheeks. "You've made teacher Shi proud." Meng Jinyang asked, "Should we go back to class?" Gu Meng raised her eyebrows. "It's not over yet." Then she looked at Shi Yin. "Right, teacher Shi?" Shi Yin replied gently, "Yes. It's not over." Then she led the 3 students slowly inside. Shi Yin spoke up. "The results are out. Does anyone have anything to say?" The director looked up at the students and said kindly, "Meng Jinyang, Shen Huan, we teachers were wrong today. We shouldn't have suspected you of cheating. Hope this won't affect you." Luo Songhua's face darkened extremely as he stared at the scores, lips tightly pressed. Shi Yin looked at him. "Teacher Luo, the director has apologized. What about you?" Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. Lu Yang entered with a sarcastic tone. "If apologies worked, why would we need police? How interesting. Does being first in the grade have to be from class 1? Otherwise, you'll shamelessly accuse others of cheating." Luo Songhua couldn't bear it anymore and stood up abruptly, slamming the table. "Lu Yang, shut up." Lu Yang sneered, even louder. "Apologize to me?" The usually quiet Meng Jinyang suddenly spoke up, her clear eyes looking at Luo Songhua. Word by word, clearly articulated. "Teacher Luo, the rumors spread from class 1 were very unpleasant, even damaging Gu Meng's reputation as a girl. I don't believe you didn't know this bet was your proposal. We won. I hope you'll accept the loss." The girl's eyes were determined, as if wanting to protect someone for the first time. She clenched her fists, like a young eagle. Hearing this, Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile crossing her eyes. Seemed sending her to school was the right choice. She'd learned to fight back. Luo Songhua glared at them, gritting his teeth. Finally, he spoke. "Gu Meng, I'm sorry." As the group passed by Gu Meng, they gave them a fierce look. Walking out of the conference room, Gu Meng put her arm around Shi Yan's shoulders. "Little Shi, thank you for your hard work." Hearing Gu Meng say this suddenly, her eyes turned red. She said irritably, "Then next time don't score 0 in chemistry." Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, and readily agreed, deal. In the student cafeteria, they ate together at a four-person table. Lu Yang swallowed his rice and said resentfully, Sister Meng, I still think we let that old witch off too easily. Just a simple sorry, and we let her go? Gu Meng's upturned eyes were lazy and domineering, with mischief in them. First in the grade being in class 20 is enough. For the first monthly test in senior year, all parents and teachers care a lot about students' grades. Luo Songhua should think carefully about how to explain this to Class 1's parents. Lu Yang thought about it, slowly sat up straight, and gave Gu Meng a thumbs up admiringly. Damn, I'm not on Sister Meng's level. If Meng Jinyang keeps getting first place, won't the old witch go crazy? Suddenly, a female voice called out, Sister. Gu Meng turned. Guing stood beside her, smiling. She was a world medical genius. The old lady was critically ill again. She had to go to the Lu family again for treatment. Lu Qingzhou saw her unhappy expression and wondered if he should comfort her. They gathered to eat together. Guing came to his side with a smile, calling out Sister. Long time no see. Hearing Guing call her sister, Lu Yang exclaimed surprisingly, Sister Meng, you two are sisters? Guing said casually, yes, we're sisters. Gu Meng smiled ambiguously. She picked up her utensils and turned to leave. Guing caught up with her, smiling and asking, Sister, how did you find Jinyang? He's been missing for over 10 years. After what happened back then, it's wonderful that he can attend school normally now. Gu Meng glanced over, a chilling coldness surfacing in her eyes, making one's hair stand on end. If you can't control your mouth, I don't mind sewing it shut. Watch what you say. Gu Meng spoke slowly in a low voice, with an underlying fierceness. After speaking, Gu Meng walked away lazily with Meng Jinyang. Guing shrank back slightly. That night, she suddenly received a call from Lu Shangjin. The old lady was critically ill again, and they needed her to come once more. Lu Qingzhou had been arranged to pick her up. Lu Qingzhou stood under the cold streetlight, his long fingers holding a cigarette, smoke swirling around him. His yellow trench coat exuded a hint of coldness. Seeing the girl in the baseball cap, his knuckled fingers extinguished the cigarette in the smoking area of the trash bin. Lu Qingzhou opened the car door for her, and she bent down to get in. The man followed. The Lu family was complicated, and he really didn't want to get involved. But as a doctor, he couldn't abandon his patient. Lu Qingzhou turned his head to look at Gu Meng, about to say something. Gu Meng adjusted to a comfortable position and closed her eyes. She didn't want to deal with him. Seeing her attitude, Lu Qingzhou's dark eyes narrowed. The little girl seemed quite unhappy. Perhaps he should comfort her. After thinking, he quietly opened the front storage box and took out a box of dark chocolate. Gu Meng felt something being placed on her leg. Opening her eyes, she saw a neatly arranged box of chocolates opened in front of her. It was a limited edition chocolate from a luxury brand. 37,000 per box. Really rich. Gu Meng took a piece and put it in her mouth. As the smooth, sweet taste lingered on her taste buds, Lu Qingzhou finally spoke. The old lady's condition had improved days ago, but tonight she suddenly worsened and fainted. Gu Meng glanced at him from the corner of her eye, a hint of sharpness in her gaze, her smile both wicked and cold. She slowly said, You'll have to ask Lu Shiwei about that. Lu Qingzhou's dark eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Are you saying they didn't use the prescription you left? For the sake of the chocolate, Gu Meng lazily hummed in agreement. Her eyes, hidden in the shadows, were as cold as a winter pool. Medical practitioners bear their own sins. Even the most authoritative female brain specialist in the medical organization was just this level. At the Lu family mansion, Lu Shiwei and the 3 military doctors were frantically discussing treatment plans. Miss Lu, we should operate now. If we don't, the old lady won't survive. Lu Shiwei reviewed the relevant materials, her face tense. Wait a bit longer, I'll definitely find a better way. Since Gu Meng found a way to disperse the blood clot without surgery last time, I must be able to as well. She didn't believe Western medicine was inferior to abandoned traditional Chinese medicine. She and Yu Zhongjing, the top neurosurgeon, were about to perform a perfect surgery. Lu Qingzhou brought Gu Meng to the old lady's room. Seeing them, Lu Shiwei quickly put away the documents in her hand and frowned. What are you doing here? Gu Meng ignored her, her cold gaze falling on the old lady. The elderly woman had plastic tubes inserted, and her aged face looked very unwell. Her eyes suddenly darkened as she said coldly, I'm not confident this time. Lu Shiwei, suppressing her discomfort, bluffed, Third brother, last time this woman treated grandmother. And look what happened to grandmother. Why did you bring her here again? Are you trying to kill grandmother? She couldn't let third brother know that she had altered Gu Meng's prescribed treatment plan without authorization. Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, a chilling light flashing in them, making one's hair stand on end, his face cold. Take Miss Taiwei away. Keep her under watch until grandmother wakes up. Lu Qingzhou's eyes instantly filled with panic. Gu Meng checked the old lady's pulse. As time passed, her expression grew increasingly grave. After an unknown period, her voice was low and suppressed. There's a problem. Lu Qingzhou looked at the elderly woman on the bed. What do you mean? Gu Meng looked up at him. Surgery is needed. Do you know Yu Zhongjing, the #1 neurosurgeon? Lu Qingzhou nodded. The master of neurosurgery, an elder-level figure in the medical organization, ranked first in neurology. Should we find him? Gu Meng spoke softly and slowly. I need his help. Lu Shiwei isn't qualified, she said while taking out silver needles from her bag. I can buy some time, but you need to find him quickly. Lu Qingzhou didn't waste a second. He took out his phone, made a call. Bring Yu Zhongjing to the Lu mansion. Yu Zhongjing was a disheveled man in his 50s with a full beard, looking like he'd been dragged from some secret laboratory. As the guards brought him in, he shouted, "My students are there. I was at a crucial point in my experiment." Yu Zhongjing was carried directly to the old lady's room, still protesting. "Gentlemen, I can walk by myself. Could you please put me down? Oh, my old bones." Suddenly his voice stopped. His eyes widened gradually. He looked at Gu Meng in disbelief. Gu Meng glanced at him, and he quickly swallowed his remaining words. Lu Qingzhou ordered everyone else to leave. Gu Meng said coldly, "Examine the old lady." Yu Zhongjing's heart skipped a beat. He dared not look anymore and shifted his gaze to the bed. Seeing the old lady's condition, he was shocked. The last time he saw her, it wasn't this serious. It wasn't this severe before. Gu Meng slowly spoke. "I prescribed traditional Chinese medicine that could have cured her. Someone misused Western medicine. The qi damage is severe." Yu Zhongjing examined the scans and medical data. After 3 minutes, he said, "We can only do cranial surgery, but given her age, it's very risky. I only have a 50% chance." Lu Qingzhou looked at Gu Meng. "What are your odds?" Gu Meng's eyes shifted. Their eyes met. The trust in the man's eyes was profound. 60%. She wasn't lying to him. Lu Qingzhou's thin lips twitched slightly. He spoke politely. "Uncle Yu, please assist Gu Meng in operating on my grandmother." Yu Zhongjing darkened, as if greatly insulted. "Lu Qingzhou, who do you think you're looking down on? Do you know who I am?" Yu Zhongjing, the top neurosurgeon. "You want me to assist a young girl? You're completely disrespectful." The man's voice was deep. "I'll invest 50 million in your current research project." Yu Zhongjing didn't hesitate. He laughed heartily. Well, you're quite generous. Let's prepare the operating room." Lu Qingzhou's gaze was clear as he softly hummed in agreement. Then he walked out of the old lady's room. The medical genius underwent several hours of surgery. Lu Qingzhou's heart ached. He prepared some hot milk tea for her. He specially invited her to rest in his room. Gu Meng's lips curled into a smile. She lowered her voice. "Nice acting. Even got 50 million. Yu Zhongjing made a proud victory sign. But thinking about the old lady's condition, his expression grew serious. Was it Lu Shiwei meddling? Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. "You're a good student." Yu Zhongjing sighed repeatedly. "How is this my fault? Who knew he had talent, but such poor character? It's truly unfortunate for our school." Yu Zhongjing had a headache. But the urgent matter was the old lady's surgery. Given her advanced age, the risk was too high. One mistake could offend the entire Lu family. The Yu family never let me get involved in this. If it weren't for that kid Lu Qingzhou's intervention, I wouldn't have come. Gu Meng pressed her lips together, her dark eyes focused, whispering, "Protect the old lady's heart meridian." Yu Zhongjing nodded. The old lady had been wheeled into surgery. During the operation, Lu Qingzhou kept watch outside, worried and anxious, quietly lighting a cigarette. Lu Zhan rushed back from the military, his sharp eyes fixed straight ahead, walking towards the operating room. "How's mother?" Fourth Master Lu arrived. "She's in surgery. Yu Zhongjing is here." Lu Zhan straightened up. "Who invited him?" "Qingzhou forcibly brought him here." Thinking of Lu Qingzhou's bandit-like behavior, Fourth Master Lu was both afraid and disdainful. Lu Zhan nodded with satisfaction. "Qingzhou did well. Should have brought him here earlier." Fourth Master Lu awkwardly agreed. "Yes, both father and son are like bandits." Lu Qingzhou heard footsteps, saw who came, and trembled slightly. He called out, "Dad." Lu Zhan asked, How long has the surgery been going? Lu Qingzhou spoke coldly. 2 hours. If it weren't for Lu Shiwei, grandmother wouldn't need cranial surgery at all. Lu Zhan, fearing the shock would be too much for the old lady, told his son, keep this from grandmother. Give Lu Shiwei a lesson to remember. Lu Qingzhou softly agreed. Dawn was breaking. The operating room doors finally opened. Gu Meng tiredly removed her mask. Lu Qingzhou stepped forward quickly, his voice suppressed. How is it? Gu Meng didn't speak, keeping her eyes lowered, her hands bound. Yu Zhongjing was also exhausted. Don't worry too much. We've removed most of the blood clots. I'll write a prescription shortly. Follow it strictly. Lu Zhan gave a salute. Thank you, old Yu. Yu Zhongjing grimaced. Forget the courtesy. Money speaks louder. At this moment, Lu Qingzhou came over with a thermos, opened it and handed it to Gu Meng. Your favorite caramel flavor, extra sweet, perfect temperature. Gu Meng took it, her voice as rough as a blade. Thanks. Lu Qingzhou raised his lips. Go rest in my room. Gu Meng took a sip of milk tea, suddenly looked up, giving him a meaningful look. Lu Qingzhou felt sorry for her after hours of surgery. He invited her to rest in his room. Gu Meng took another sip of milk tea. Some tea lingered on her lips. She licked it off with her tongue, softly humming in agreement. Lu Qingzhou looked at Lu Zhan. Dad, I'll take her to rest first. Lu Zhan watched their retreating figures. His eyes narrowed. Yu Zhongjing huffed indignantly. Look at this preferential treatment. I want hot milk tea too. You want to sleep too? Lu Yi smiled politely. Dr. Yu, have you forgotten something? Yu Zhongjing was stunned. Lu Yi dutifully reminded him. Miss Shiwei. Yu Zhongjing's aged eyes flashed with golden light. All right. Where is he now? Lu Yi led him to the basement. The door creaked open. Lu Shiwei reflexively looked up, seeing Lu Yi and his teacher. Lu Shiwei's eyes reddened. Teacher, is my grandmother out of danger now? Yu Zhongjing's stern eyes fixed on him. Do you remember the first rule when you became my student? Repeat for me. Lu Shiwei's heart sank, his face pale. He stammered, uphold medical ethics. Strive for excellence. Never be arrogant. Do your utmost to cure human ailments. Maintain the sanctity and honor of medical practice. Save lives and help the injured. Never harm patients for personal gain. Yu Zhongjing nodded. Did you follow these? Lu Shiwei's heart pounded violently. But this cannot be tolerated. Looking wronged and extremely aggrieved. Teacher, did Gu Meng tell you nonsense? Yu Zhongjing's voice dropped several degrees. Still no remorse. I regret taking such a student. From today on, you are no longer my student. Take care of yourself. After speaking, he turned and left. Lu Shiwei, seeing Yu Zhongjing had made up his mind, panicked completely, struggling forward with his chair. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. His standing in the medical organization relied on his identity as the direct disciple of the top neurosurgeon. If news of his expulsion spread, his reputation would be completely ruined. Lu Yi expressionlessly looked at Lu Shiwei. Young Master Lu says this is just a small lesson. If you understand, you'll still have a place in the Lu family. Mind your words and actions in the future. Lu Qingzhou opened the bedroom door, saying calmly, go sleep on the bed. Gu Meng pressed her lips. I'll sleep on the couch. Tell me when the old lady wakes up. I'll check on her again. Lu Qingzhou didn't force her. He took a new blanket from the cabinet and handed it to her. Gu Meng took the blanket, shook it open, lay down sideways facing outward, and closed her eyes. Lu Qingzhou watched the girl's natural movements, his lips curling into a smile. Like a beautiful little cat, Louis reached the bedroom door and saw his master staring at Miss Gu. Not wanting to disturb his master's appreciation of beauty, he was about to quietly leave when Lu Qingzhou turned his head. Louis paused, watching him walk out with one hand in his pocket. Closing the door, Louis lowered his voice. Respectfully said, Miss Shiwei's matter has been handled. Dr. Yu has removed him from his tutelage. Lu Qingzhou's dark eyes were filled with coldness. From now on, Lu Shiwei is not to approach grandmother. After 2 seconds of silence, Lu Qingzhou instructed the kitchen to prepare some food, preferably sweet. Lu Yi's eye twitched. What's going on? His master was serious? Would they soon have a young mistress? Not knowing how long she'd slept, Gu Meng opened her eyes, slowly sat up. And up on the bed, across from her, Lu Qingzhou was leaning against the couch. Eyes closed, Gu Meng slowly got off the bed, quietly walked to the balcony, leaning against the black carved railing, took out her phone and played a game. Lu Qingzhou just quietly watched. Only Gu Meng, both pure and alluring. He didn't know what came over him that day when he heard about her and Lu Yang going to the mall, thinking they were dating. Given how Gu Meng was, Lu Yang probably didn't even qualify as a little brother in his eyes. More like a giant baby. Suddenly Gu Meng looked up, slowly turning towards him. Her pure eyes were calm as a cold pond, black and profound, containing bone-chilling coldness and intensity. I'm working for your Lu family. Don't I get fed? Top CEO Lu Qingzhou, pursuing the world's #1 hacker for the first time, was surprisingly gentle, knowing she was tired, taking the initiative to carry her to bed, and instructing the kitchen to make sweet foods. Who wouldn't love such a dominant CEO? Gu Meng felt irritated. Working for your Lu family. Don't I get fed? Lu Qingzhou's thin lips curved. Little one is at the age of growing. How could we let you go hungry? Gu Meng looked at him seriously. Growing is true, but I'm not a little one. Every time he saw her serious manner, Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. He stood straight on his long legs, watching her, a faint smile lingering in his eyes. He took her to eat. Just as they finished, someone came from the old lady's courtyard saying she had woken up, so they went there. At the old lady's side, Gu Meng began taking her pulse. Time passed. She took out silver needles, sterilized them, and gently inserted them into her hand. Yu Zhongjing watched wide-eyed. Every time he saw Gu Meng perform acupuncture, he wanted to record and preserve it, even worship it. He himself didn't have that talent and started too late. He could only watch. Lu Qingzhou stood aside, his gaze fixed on the young woman with furrowed brows. His jaw tightened, already sensing something was wrong. An hour later, Gu Meng collected all the silver needles. She said flatly, she'll be fully conscious by evening. Be careful with emotional stimulation. Diet needs to be restricted too. Lu Qingzhou looked at the elderly woman on the bed. How much time does the old lady have left? At this moment, the room fell silent. She glanced at the old lady. Well-maintained, 3 to 5 years, or it could be any time. After speaking, she wrote a prescription. I'm not a god, just a doctor fighting death. I can't save the old lady's life every time. While passing the prescription, their fingertips briefly touched. One cool, one burning hot. Gu Meng paused, looked up, their eyes met. After a few seconds, she smiled. Her delicate eyes slanted playfully. Young Master Lu, this time it's cotton jade. Cotton jade isn't very useful for the old lady. It's wasted in Lu Qingzhou's hands. The man looked at her and chuckled softly. Lu Yi, go get it. Soon Lu Yi returned with the cotton jade, respectfully handing it to Gu Meng. Gu Meng took it, tossed it once in her hand, then gripped it, one hand in her pocket, looking neat and cool. Thanks, I'm heading back to Ming City. She reminded Lu Qingzhou, her tone light and slow. I have college entrance exams coming up. Don't disturb my studies. Find Yu Zhongjing for future matters. Yu Zhongjing pouted. He could only silently comply. Lu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows. Studies? If he remembered correctly, she was last in her class at Ming City High School's senior year. But this attitude towards studying was quite unexpected. He said softly, let Lu Yi drive you. Gu Meng walked casually towards the door. No need. I have things to do. Her elongated eyes turned sideways. He stared at the young woman's slender, tall silhouette like a predator watching prey. His thin lips curved in a slightly villainous smile. Gu Meng returned to the classroom. She was quite tired. Wanting to sleep, she took out a pillow from her desk. She immediately lay down. Meng Jinyang walked to her side. He sat down. This Saturday is parents' meeting. What should we do? Gu Meng's parents were already gone, and having his parents was like having none. No one to attend their parents' meeting. Gu Meng spoke casually. I'll tell teacher Shi that we won't participate in the parents' meeting. Meng Jinyang pressed his lips together. He had actually already spoken to teacher Shi today. This Saturday also had the senior year mobilization meeting. Parents and students would sign together. Teacher, she wanted them to find an elder to go on stage with them. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good, especially since he was the first to go on stage. Gu Meng opened her delicate rose-colored eyes, thinking for a few seconds. She slowly sat up. I got it. Leave it to me. Meng Jinyang was slightly stunned. What are you planning to do? Hire someone? Gu Meng directly took out her phone, found Jiang Xingyuan's WeChat. Her fingers casually tapped the keyboard. Lawyer Jiang, there's a parents' meeting on Saturday. Need your help. He only wanted to protect the injured Meng Jinyang. Unexpectedly, he was heard again. One day earlier, Gu Meng arrived at Jin City's most luxurious office building. The man's voice was clean and magnetic as he called out. Gu Meng's words were particularly clear. Lawyer's occupational disease? How have you been? Came without notice. Jin City. Gu Meng spoke indifferently. It's about Jin Yang. Jiang Xuan strode over, sat opposite her, his expression tightening. What happened to Jin Yang? Gu Meng lifted her eyelids, her gaze sharp. The person who hurt Jin Yang is getting out. I want you to appeal again. Jiang Xiwan's tension eased. I understand what you mean. The relevant law was actually amended this year. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Gu Meng nodded, her voice casual but sinister, both eerie and roguish. How's the adult doing? Jiang Xinyuan laughed. 180 pounds now down to 100. After being beaten like that by you, skin and bones, mentally increasingly unstable. Learned quite a lesson. What do you think? Not doing well? That's good. Gu Meng's lips curved, carrying a trace of cold ruthlessness. She was very satisfied with this result. Jiang Xinyuan took a sip of coffee. What are you up to lately? Studying for college entrance exams. Jiang Xinyuan almost spat out his coffee in disbelief. Are you okay? Taking entrance exams? If you want to go to university, one word from me, and I'll get you into the best law program in the country. Gu Meng smiled, crossing her legs casually, looking particularly mischievous. I'm accompanying Jin Yang to school. Gu Meng stood up. Don't worry about this. Just arrange what I asked for. Then she left to catch her flight back to school. She specifically called Meng Jinyang, saying lawyer Jiang agreed to come to the parents' meeting. Meng Jinyang hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so simply. After a few seconds of discussion, will lawyer Jiang attend for both of us? Both. One of a kind. That evening, Gu Meng wouldn't return to school. She reminded again, if anyone bullies you, tell me. Just as the call ended, Meng Jinyang ran into Guing. Guing smiled. Jinyang, long time no see. Meng Jinyang's lips curved slightly. Guing looked Meng Jinyang up and down. Never thought I'd see you again. I thought after what happened, I'd never see you again in this life. How's your body now? Meng Jinyang suddenly stiffened, the color visibly draining from his face to a deathly pale. Usually girls would ask what happened. Guing paused, looking at Meng Jinyang, who was trembling all over. His emotions seemed on the verge of collapse. He burst out laughing. Why are you all so nosy? We used to be from the same place. Then he moved away. I only saw him again when my sister transferred to this school. One of the girls drawled, laughing. Actually, I find it strange. Your sister ranks first in the grade. Compared to your grades, have your parents ever done a DNA test? Is she really your sister? Guing shook her head with a smile. Don't say such things. My sister just doesn't like studying. She's already first. What difference does it make whether she likes it or not? Meng Jinyang, you're first in the grade now. Why don't you transfer to our class? Don't let Gu Meng affect you. The girl's laughter fell harshly on Meng Jinyang's ears. It was particularly jarring. Meng Jinyang bit his lip, face pale as he walked past the girls towards the stairs. Gu Meng was so good. These people didn't understand her at all. Why did they have to talk about her like that? Gu Ying's eyes flickered. Her body suddenly swayed, falling forward, instinctively grabbing at Meng Jinyang's waist. Gu Ying fell sitting on the stairs, looking up apologetically at Meng Jinyang. Sorry, I lost my balance. Didn't touch your colostomy bag, did I? Meng Jinyang was startled, letting go of the sunflower in his hand. It slid down. In that instant, Meng Jinyang's face turned deathly pale. He ran upstairs as if fleeing for his life. Guing watched Meng Jinyang's panicked retreat with a satisfied smile. The other girls asked in confusion, what colostomy bag? What are you talking about? He quickly changed the subject. Nothing. Let's go buy some food. Top handsome CEO Lu Qingzhou actually go to a parent-teacher meeting for a young girl. Meng Jinyang ran into the bathroom. There was no one inside. He crouched by the sink, breathing heavily. Memories seemed to pull him back many years, when he was violently dragged into a dead-end alley by a middle-aged man. Meng Jinyang stumbled backward, his whole body convulsing as he hugged himself. Tears fell from his eyes. Just then his phone rang. It was from Gu Meng. Jinyang, just went to the store. Got you warm milk. It's on your desk. His emotions stabilized. Okay, I'll be right back. He washed his face in the mirror, but he couldn't let Gu Meng know what Guing had said today. He couldn't let Gu Meng get into trouble because of him again. Lu Yang also went to the supermarket and ran into Gu Ying's group. Lu Yang asked, do you think Gu Meng would like this or this? Xiao Pang smiled. Sister Wang likes sweet things. Choose whichever is sweeter. Gu Ying saw Lu Yang. her gaze slightly evasive, hiding a girlish heart. She noticed the girl beside her was also blushing. Ruan Qingqing saw Lu Yang buying lots of sweets for Gu Meng, and they were all new products. She frowned, hatred growing in her heart. Again, it's Gu Meng. Gu Ying's lips curved slightly. So Ruan Qingqing likes Lu Yang. This makes things much more convenient. Looking at Lu Yang's back, she slowly said, "My sister has always been popular since childhood. She's very pretty. Lu Yang is so good to my sister. But sister's grades aren't great. She used to get into fights and cause trouble. The Lu family probably wouldn't approve of our family." She smiled regretfully. "Sometimes I'm quite envious of my sister. She always makes such excellent friends. Like Meng Jinyang, who's first in the grade now. He and my sister are so close. He's giving a speech at this weekend's mobilization meeting, right? Hope nothing goes wrong then." He actually hoped something would go wrong. Gu Ying patted his shoulder. "Let's go check out. Just expose Gu Meng's true face. Lu Yang will surely reject Gu Meng." Gu Ying was right. This was a mistake. Mistakes need to be corrected. Maybe they could just drive Gu Meng away. Gu Ying smiled triumphantly. "Gu Meng, even if you got into the same school as me, so what? You'll be thrown out soon enough." Friday afternoon, Gu Meng arranged to have dinner with Jiang Xinyuan at Tianxia. Just as they left the school gates, they saw Lu Qingzhou waiting outside. He wore a black coat, his nose high and straight, his eyes deep and alluring. He waved at them. "Sixth uncle wants to have dinner with you. We can discuss grandmother's condition. Shall we go to Tianxia?" "What a coincidence, we're also going to Tianxia. We can go together." Lu Qingzhou agreed. Suddenly Lu Yang appeared. "You're going to eat? Take Nalun." He coldly replied, "The car's full, no seats." Lu Yang directly waved down a passing taxi. "I'll take my own cab." Lu Qingzhou glanced at him with disdain, then gentlemanly opened the car door for them. Soon, everyone arrived. At Tianxia, just about to sit down, Lu Qingzhou pulled out the chair for him. He gave him a cool glance. Without saying anything, he sat down. Lu Qingzhou naturally sat beside him, pushed a dessert towards him. Qin Fong and He Du looked at the two, their eyes full of shock. If they weren't blind, Brother Cheng was clearly trying to please her. Could Brother Cheng really have fallen for this little girl? Qin Fong stirred up trouble. "Congratulations, Lu Yang. I heard you improved by 1 rank." Lu Yang choked on his food and coughed violently. Lu Shanjing laughed. "Who's worse than you at studying?" Lu Yang looked at Gu Meng, but didn't speak. Seeing his son's expression, Lu Shanjing's smile faded, and he lowered his head in silence. Gu Meng ate her dessert, looking up with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. "What about me?" Lu Shanjing quietly poured Gu Meng a glass of water. "Gu Meng, don't just eat sweets, drink something." He dared not offend this big shot. Jiang Xinyuan burst out laughing. "No wonder you asked me to attend parent meetings for both you and Jinyang. Such a big gap. Doesn't even affect the signatures." Lu Qingzhou immediately became displeased. He added another piece of candy for Gu Meng, his voice gentle. "It's troublesome for one person to attend 2 parent meetings. I happen to be free tomorrow." Everyone looked at Lu Qingzhou. What did he mean? Gu Meng tilted her head thoughtfully, her clear eyes showing a hint of wildness, her tone lazy and casual. "You want to attend my parent meeting?" Lu Qingzhou looked at her and smiled. "Want me to?" The world's #1 hacker was just worried about having no one attend the parent meeting. Who knew top CEO Lu Qingzhou would ask, "Do you want me to attend the parent meeting?" Gu Meng was indifferent, looking casual. "If you're not afraid of my last place ranking, sure." Everyone's chopsticks froze in midair. They stared at Gu Meng in shock. How did she actually agree? The two of them were like this. After leaving Tianxia, they came to the mall. Lu Qingzhou was in that famous dessert shop, buying food for Gu Meng. Lu Qingzhou's gaze fell on her as she played games. "I'm quite curious how you eat so many sweets. Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" Gu Meng's lips curved slightly, radiating wildness. "I'm still growing." Lu Qingzhou half squinted his eyes. Hadn't expected to be countered with his own words. Changing the topic, tomorrow's parent meeting. "Will the teacher call me in for a talk?" Gu Meng thought about Xie Yan's personality and replied flatly, "Yes." Lu Qingzhou looked at Gu Meng, his gaze particularly degenerate, like a wolf eyeing its prey. "Looks like I can openly use studying as an excuse to find you in the future. After all, being last in class leaves plenty of room for improvement." Suddenly, Lei Xiao also appeared in this mall. He ran into Gu Meng and coldly said, "Why are you here?" Gu Meng ignored him. She continued playing her game. He walked over, his tone nasty. "I asked what you're doing here. Do you know what place this is? Can you even afford to shop here? This is Mingqing's most luxurious mall. Does he think it's a flea market? How embarrassing." Gu Meng raised her eyes to look at him once, carelessly. Why can't I be here? Lei Xiao hated her dismissive attitude the most. He reached out to grab her phone. She dodged unhurriedly. Her cold eyes lifted, carrying murderous intent. Uncle, what are you trying to do? Lei Xiao seemed a bit scared seeing that look in her eyes. She turned around casually and walked away, cold and proud. Lei Xiao glared at her back, suddenly thought of something, and caught up in a few steps. Tell me clearly, are you fooling around with men? Otherwise, where would a minor like you get so much money? As he spoke, he tried to grab her arm. The next second, his hand was caught by a knuckled hand. He was violently thrown away. He immediately fell to the ground. Crying out in pain, cold eyes warned him to watch his mouth. He sat up, enduring the pain, looking up to see Gu Meng's cold face. Is where I go any of your business? Whether I can afford it or not. Don't bother yourself about it. Lei Xiao pointed at her harshly, still being stubborn. What's your relationship with this person? Is he your lover? You even dare to have him hit me? Lu Chengzhou tilted his head and asked expressionlessly, This is really your uncle? Gu Meng's expression was faint, her clear black and white eyes cold as winter pools. She just hummed in response. Lu Qingzhou's gaze swept over, instantly like a sharp sword at Lei Xiao's throat. You two are quite different then. Lei Xiao's face became even uglier. Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment, looking at him with a half-smile. Last time's revenge payment of 200,000 was too little. Let's make it an even 2 million. After all, you're my honored guest. Lei Xiao's expression was full of jealousy. How could he get such treatment? Gu Meng lowered her eyes to look at her phone. No need to bother. I'm leaving. Lawyer Jiang and others are waiting. She glanced at Lei Xiao. People often emphasize what they lack. You're behaving quite uncouthly. Lei Xiao shouted. Stop right there. Lu Qingzhou suddenly blocked his way, meeting those eyes. His gaze was both wicked and fierce, his voice carrying terrifying implications. Don't let me hear you insult him again. Otherwise, next time it won't be just a simple fall. He was actually holding hands with the top CEO, attending the high school third-year mobilization meeting together. The first mobilization meeting for third-year students officially began. Gu Meng and Lu Qingzhou walked over. Classmates cheered. Oh my, who's that person next to Gu Meng? He's so handsome. Seeing Meng Jinyang and Jiang Xinyuan, they cheered again. The guy next to them is super handsome too. Such a refined gentleman. I can't even. What a divine combination. Their looks are too perfect. Meng Jinyang pointed ahead. Lawyer Jiang and I are seated in front. We'll go line up first. The two of them went straight to the back. On the way to line up, the police saw them, greeted them warmly. Lu Qingzhou looked up at the inflatable arch in the distance. Parents and students walk the red carpet together, pass through that arch, and sign on stage. Lu Yang nodded, grimacing in disdain. Who knows who planned this mobilization meeting? The planning is so flashy. Lu Qingzhou spoke softly. They're all walking arm in arm on stage. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Meng ignored him. Walking straight ahead, he smiled. A man needs to take initiative. Quickly caught up, took her hand proactively. Gu Meng turned back to look, slightly shy. After holding hands, they gazed at each other silently for a few seconds. Gu Meng's heart was pounding. His hand felt so hot, such a strange feeling. Lu Qingzhou glanced at her, asking, Not angry, right? Seeing her calm expression, not angry, Lu Qingzhou was extremely happy. Continued holding her hand, walking the red carpet. Passing through the arch, Lu Yang was about to take out a pen for Gu Meng and third uncle when he saw them holding hands. Was instantly shocked. Lu Yang reacted quickly, immediately covered his mouth, forcing a smile. Nothing. Hurry and sign. Lei Xiao came for Gu Ying's parent meeting. His gaze inadvertently swept across that eye-catching face. It was Gu Meng. He immediately frowned. Gu Meng came to Mingxing Middle School? Why didn't you tell me? Also, why is he walking with Lu Yang and his father? Director Lu is Mingxing's top official. He rejected my visits several times. How does Gu Meng know such important people? Gu Meng transferred suddenly. He didn't know what happened either. Pursing his lips, he and Lu Yang are desk mates. Perhaps their parents are just exchanging pleasantries. Lei Xiao reminded him to find ways to build good relations with Lu Yang. Now that they're in the same school, must seize the opportunity well. Guing nodded obediently. I understand, uncle. He glanced at Wan Qingqing, smirked, seeing Gu Meng and Liu Yang's good relationship. The most upset person now might be someone else. The vice principal's voice was rich and powerful, passionate. Ruan Qingqing secretly ran backstage. The director's assistant saw Ruan Qingqing running there, surprised. "Qingqing, why are you here?" Ruan Qingqing smiled embarrassedly. "I forgot my glasses here." The director's assistant told her to find them quickly and return to the assembly immediately. Ruan Qingqing nodded. Sat at the control panel, she quickly unplugged the USB drive from the main computer. A malicious glint appeared in her eyes. "It's all your fault for forcing me. Who told you to steal Liu Yang's attention? You'll just have to be expelled from this school." Then plugged in her own USB drive, replacing the mobilization meeting PPT on the computer desktop with files from her drive. Ruan Qingqing finished all this in just 3 or 4 minutes. The principal's speech was just ending. At this moment, like thunder, applause erupted. Next, let's review Mingqing Middle School's history and outstanding senior students from previous years. The big screen showed Mingqing Middle School's development history, its numerous honors. Just then, the big screen suddenly flickered. The image changed dramatically. On the huge screen was a photo of a 5-year-old girl. Gu Meng was forced to sit at the police station due to severe assault, causing the victim to be partially paralyzed, receiving strict education. A few seconds later, another photo of Gu Meng's expulsion appeared. Student Gu Meng assaulted classmates without cause, resulting in serious injuries. The nature is malicious with extremely negative impact. After school investigation, Gu Meng is hereby expelled. After a moment of dead silence below the stage, explosive discussions erupted. What is this? How could Mingqing Middle School allow such a dangerous student in? Oh my God, how can my child's school have such a student? This is too dangerous. Such dangerous elements should be isolated. Just because she was extremely jealous, Gu Meng stole Liu Yang, secretly ran backstage to change the PPT materials, directly exposed Gu Meng's previous violent incidents. Photos of assault. Parents below, seeing the PPT scene, directly shouted, "How could Mingqing Middle School allow such a dangerous student? How can we feel safe letting our children study here? No, must you spell high?" Only Liu Yang stood up and cursed at them. "What's wrong with you? How old are you to play moral kidnapping?" Damn. Liu Yang warned him to shut up. Want to make things worse? He knew today's matter wouldn't be easy to handle. Decided to control the current situation first. Announced his identity to everyone, asking them to trust him. He would investigate this matter together with Mingqing Middle School's principal. People below discussed among themselves. A male parent secretly photographed Gu Meng. Fortunately, Liu Qingzhou discovered it. Directly blocked in front of Gu Meng, giving him a look. His expression solemn. Made a phone call, ordering all media networks to be paralyzed without trace. No updates of any news allowed. Liu Qingzhou squeezed her hand, whispered, "Don't worry, I'll suppress this matter." Gu Meng's deep, cold pool-like eyes finally showed some ripples. Looked at Liu Qingzhou. "Thanks, it's just a small matter. Don't mind it." At this time, Meng Jinyang and Jiang Xinyuan anxiously ran over. Gu Meng indicated everything was fine. Jiang Xinyuan put his hand on Meng Qinyang's shoulder, eyes sympathetic, telling Gu Meng, "We can't let them slander you like this. Back then, you were clearly saving." Before he could finish, Gu Meng interrupted with a warning. "Past matters don't need to be brought up." Jiang Xinyuan thought for a few seconds. "Why don't you and Jinyang transfer schools?" At this point, transferring is undoubtedly the best solution. Liu Qingzhou objected, looking sideways at Jiang Xinyuan with raised eyebrows. "You might accept loss, but my person can't be wronged." Gu Meng looked at him with determined eyes. "I've already decided to transfer with Jinyang." Liu Yang was extremely frustrated. "Sister Meng, where's your usual spirit when you lecture us? Are you really willing to be driven away by those people?" Gu Meng ignored him, walked to Meng Jinyang's side, softly comforting. "Don't." Liu Qingzhou's brows furrowed deeper, eyes profound, looking at these 3 people. He didn't understand what secret was hidden between them. The silent Meng Jinyang spoke up. "Mr. Liu is right. You shouldn't bear this injustice. You've carried enough burden for me. I'll give them the explanation they want. This time, let me protect you." Gu Meng realized what he wanted to do. She stared into his eyes. Word by word, she said urgently, "You're not allowed to explain." Jiang Xinyuan's expression changed, looking at Meng Jinyang with pain. Meng Jinyang smiled slightly. Those who should fear the truth being revealed, those who should be condemned, are the criminals, not the victims. Gu Meng, this is what you taught me. Gu Meng's face changed. Meng Jinyang, listen to me. You can't go. Gu Meng, I must go, Meng Jinyang said stubbornly, smiling at her. From childhood till now, Gu Meng has carried too much for me. This time, I must learn to face it myself. Meng Jinyang came onto the stage. Taking the microphone, he politely bowed to the parents. Dear parents, hello. I am Meng Jinyang from class 20, grade 3. A well-dressed woman stood up. It was Ruan Qingqing's mother, Su Hui. We want Gu Meng expelled. Let him apologize to us. If he knows what's right, he should withdraw voluntarily. Meng Jinyang spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Gu Meng didn't do anything wrong. Why should she apologize? She didn't violate any school rules. What right do you have to demand her withdrawal? Su Hui sneered disdainfully, pointing and cursing. Don't think being first in grade gives you the right to speak nonsense. Look at what Gu Meng did. Such a bad student should be sent to special education schools. Meng Jinyang spoke clearly, word by word, with determination in his eyes. Gu Meng was doing good. She's not a bad student. If she hadn't fought that day, I probably would have died at age 5. The crowd was shocked. The whole venue erupted in chaos. He was harmed by evil people, his past dark history exposed, and slandered by the whole school. This time it was his turn to protect. He gathered courage to tell the truth about that year. If Gu Meng hadn't fought that day, I probably would have died at age 5. The year all my intestinal organs were artificial. Before age 14, I had to wear a colostomy bag every day. Only after several major surgeries did I return to normal life. Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng listened painfully below the stage. His complexion worsened, his whole body trembling. Taking slow breaths, controlling his emotions, he continued. More than 10 years ago, there was a case in Chongning Town. A little girl was hurt by a middle-aged man. I was that little girl. At that time, I was barely breathing, almost dead. That man was mentally ill. He was crazy. Gu Meng fought him to save me. She was only 5 years old then. She was scared too. She just wanted to save me. Gu Meng closed her eyes, breathing heavily. Meng Jinyang's voice was like a years-old nightmare, tearing at her nerves. The image of the girl lying on the ground, covered in wounds, seemed to endlessly magnify before her eyes. Lu Qingzhou saw her emotional state wasn't right. He held her hand tightly. Meng Jinyang's eyes were red, emotions nearly breaking down. Later, when I was discharged and went to school, boys made fun of me, lifted my clothes, looking at my colostomy bag. It was Gu Meng who always protected me. Hearing this, Gu Meng extremely controlled her emotions, trying hard not to cry. I'm standing here saying all this because I don't think that when something like this happens, you should hide away from people forever. The one who should face legal punishment, who should be condemned by everyone, is that criminal. As a victim, I did nothing wrong. Just like Gu Meng did nothing wrong. She is the savior of my life. For a teenage girl to speak about such things, it takes immense courage. They couldn't imagine it, but he revealed it for Gu Meng's sake, because Gu Meng saved his life. After Meng Jinyang finished speaking, Jiang Xinyuan immediately hugged him, who was pale-faced, told him not to be afraid. Today's events won't spread. The school is already drafting a confidentiality agreement. If you don't want to stay at this school, you can transfer. Meng Jinyang trembled against his chest, softly saying, "It's okay. Since I dared to speak up, I can face it. Don't worry." Jiang Xinyuan patted his back. As he let go, Gu Meng walked over worriedly. Meng Jinyang wiped his tears. "Look, Gu Meng, I'm fine. I'm better now." Gu Meng took out a tissue, helped him wipe his tears. "That's good." Suddenly sensing something strange, the vice principal and Shi Yin hurried over. Gu Meng turned, her dark gaze on the vice principal. "Principal, I don't take crooked paths. Let's handle this according to school rules." They didn't go back, but went to the broadcasting room. Gu Meng pulled out a chair and sat down, frantically typing on the keyboard. After a few minutes, the computer virus was resolved. The vice principal was completely stunned. Who exactly was this expert? Now the target person was locked. Gu Meng stood up with her phone and called Lin Shuang. Walking to one side, "I sent you something. Help me trace who made this virus." It was late night on Lin Shuang's end. Annoyed at being woken up this late at night, "Can't you check it yourself?" But still help check. Just as Gu Meng walked out, Ling Shuang sent a message. A girl had hired a low-level hacker to do it. The hacker, fearing trouble, secretly photographed the girl during the transaction. Gu Meng stared at the masked and hooded girl in the photo. Her eyebrows slightly raised, arrogant and wild, emanating malice. Though well covered, her gaze fell on a mole at the girl's eyebrow tail. Narrowing her eyes, cold light flashing. That person was Ruan Qingqing. Who told you about my previous fights and school expulsion? These things happened over 10 years ago, without someone deliberately mentioning it. How would anyone notice? Ruan Qingqing was called to the conference room. The vice principal pushed the photo in front of him towards Ruan Qingqing. Look if this is you. Restraining emotions, she gritted. It's not me. I don't know this person. Gu Meng sneered. Don't know? You have the exact same mole at your eyebrow tail as the person in the photo. She refused to admit, claiming it was coincidence. Gu Meng laughed lightly, eyes exquisite, right eye cold white, hand supporting her face. You make sense. So I have another photo showing the face. Want to see it? Ruan Qingqing blurted out instinctively. You're lying. I never took off my mask that day. How could you have a photo of my face? She reached to grab the phone. Gu Meng moved aside, making her grab air. A malicious smile slowly curved up her lips as she stared at her. Oh really? Ruan Qingqing suddenly realized what she had just said. She felt like she'd fallen into an ice pit. Body rigid. Gu Meng spoke coldly. But it doesn't matter. I've recorded your self-confirmation as evidence. Ruan Qingqing's face instantly changed. Tears rolled down immediately. Gu Meng casually looked at the principal. How do we handle this according to school rules? Vice Principal Chen Zhuoxing said, disrupting major school activities, causing panic, seriously affecting grade 12's discipline, warrants expulsion. Zhang Xiwan suddenly spoke up, arms crossed. Isn't expulsion too light? Let's call the police. Damaging a student's reputation, violating privacy. I haven't handled a defamation lawsuit in many years. Ruan Qingqing immediately became scared, begging, no, please don't call the police. Don't expel me. I was wrong. I apologize. I'll apologize to Meng Jinyang. Please forgive me. Gu Meng's eyes turned cold. Tell me, who told you about my previous fights and school expulsion? These things happened over 10 years ago, without someone deliberately mentioning it. How would anyone notice? Ruan Qingqing froze, tears still on her face. Suddenly realizing, she exclaimed excitedly, it was Gu Yin. He told me. He was jealous that you overshadowed him on the school forum. Meng Jinyang ranked first in the grade. He wanted to harm you and Meng Jinyang. Isn't that right? Gu Meng slowly uttered two words. Seemingly unfortunate. Ruan Qingqing grabbed at this like a lifeline. Really? That day we met Meng Jinyang in the hallway. Gu Yin stopped him. Asked why he still came to school after such an incident. Asked about his colostomy bag. Later we saw Lu Yang buying food for you at the supermarket. Gu Yin kept saying you were expelled for fighting. Said you weren't worthy of Lu Yang. He deliberately told me these things. Ruan Qingqing looked completely innocent, as if she was the biggest victim. Giman Isuyat. Every word I said is true. A hint of malice flashed in Gu Meng's eyes. Her lips curved up. Tell this to the whole school. You stay, Gu Yin goes. Ruan Qingqing widened her eyes in disbelief. You want the school to expel Gu Yin? Isn't she your biological sister? How can you be so cruel? Gu Meng's expression was cold and emotionless as she warned. You have half an hour. You can discuss with your parents. Tell me your decision. Either you're expelled or Gu Yin is. Ruan Qingqing collapsed to the ground. Looking helpless, Gu Meng sat with legs crossed, head down playing a game. Lu Qingzhou sat nearby, calmly drinking water. Soon 30 minutes passed. Unexpectedly, Lei Xiao arrived, looking very angry. Do you know what trouble you've caused? Gu Meng continued playing her game, speaking casually. I don't. Lei Xiao calmed his tone. I won't waste words. Go to the principal now. Stop pursuing Ruan Qingqing's case. Name your conditions. Gu Meng looked at the pale-faced Meng Jinyang opposite her. Narrowed her eyes. Fine. Then Gu Yin needs to change schools. Lei Zhao's face darkened, pointing and cursing. Do you have any humanity? That's your biological sister. How can you treat her like this? Lu Qingzhou's clean, slender hand passed a cup of water to her. Gu Meng looked up, lips curving. Said thanks. Gu Meng lowered her eyes. Uncle, didn't you watch me grow up? You should know my temperament well. When something falls into my hands, it must follow my rules. Understand, the case of Meng Jinyang being abused by a psychopath at age 5 was exposed. Gu Meng decided to destroy that person. Lei Xiao was so angry his breathing became heavy. Gu Meng, you're fighting a losing battle. The Ruan family won't let you off. Gu Meng's face showed no expression, radiating arrogance. Seems uncle is protecting Guyin. Let's all think about how to explain this to the Ruan family. Lei Xiao slammed the door and left, leaving with the words, "Just you wait." Lu Qingzhou tilted his head. "Want me to teach these two families a lesson?" Gu Meng casually took out a lollipop and opened it. "No need. The Ruan family won't let Guyin off. Why beat a dog when it's more fun to watch dogs fight each other?" The next day, a notice was posted on Mingqing High School's bulletin board. During yesterday's grade 12 assembly, student Ruan from class 1 privately altered the assembly PPT, maliciously damaging a student's reputation, violating privacy, and showing contempt for school regulations. The impact was extremely negative. After the school committee's decision, the aforementioned student is expelled. Everyone was secretly discussing Ruan Qingqing. Ruan Qingqing walked out of the classroom with her backpack. Passing by Gu Yin, she paused, eyes filled with hatred, clenching her fists. Why am I the one being attacked? While the instigator can still stand here, perfectly fine. Then with a loud slap, she hit Gu Yin hard across the face. Through gritted teeth, Gu Yin, "This is what you owe me," then left with a cold expression. The boy behind Gu Yin immediately offered her tissue paper, looking worried. "Yin, are you okay? What's wrong with Ruan Qingqing? She did wrong and got expelled, yet still comes to bully others." Gu Yin held back, tears welling up in her eyes. "Actually, I'm partly responsible for Ruan Qingqing's expulsion. She asked me before if it was true that my sister was expelled for fighting. Teacher Luo mentioned this too. I couldn't lie, but I never thought she would investigate my sister and do such things at the parents' meeting." As Gu Yin spoke, tears flowed and she ran out uncontrollably. Everyone felt sorry for Yin. Once out of the classroom, Gu Yin's pitiful expression instantly turned cold. She strode forward to catch up with Ruan Qingqing, grabbed her arm, pulled her back, and immediately slapped her. Caught off guard, Ruan Qingqing stumbled back several steps. When she came to her senses, her face was ugly. She lunged forward with a twisted expression, trying to punch her. Gu Yin immediately stepped back, chin raised arrogantly, looking down at Ruan Qingqing. "You better not touch me. You wouldn't want me to take this to your parents, would you?" Ruan Qingqing stood frozen. Gu Yin smiled slightly. "The Ruan family has already sacrificed you, which means they can't touch me. Uncle, your slap today will pass, but guess how the Ruan family will treat you?" Ruan Qingqing glared at her fiercely. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been expelled." Gu Yin's lips curved, expression harmless and gentle. "What does it have to do with me? I only said my sister had many previous offenses. Everything else was your doing." Ruan Qingqing breathed heavily, eyes fierce, wanting to tear her apart in anger. Gu Yin smiled. "Since you're so pitiful, let's call this slap even." With that, she turned and left. Ruan Qingqing stared hard at Gu Yin's delicate retreating figure. Something suddenly flashed in her mind, and her lips curved into a venomous smile. "Gu Yin is white. I'll wait to see you crushed under her feet. End up with the same fate as me." Gu Yin froze at these words. Remembering what her uncle had said, Gu Meng demanded either you or Ruan Qingqing must go. "Yin, Uncle has offended the Ruan family for you. Don't disappoint Uncle with your future behavior." Gu Yin turned completely dark. "You were unkind to me first, so don't blame me for being unjust. You want to hide Meng Jinyang's matter? I'll make sure everyone knows." Gu Yin took out her phone and sent a big news story about Mingqing High School to reporters. The next day, a trending topic suddenly appeared on Weibo. The criminal from the Changming Town case 12 years ago was released. Meng Jinyang was directly exposed by insiders as a victim. It became trending news. Using his inspirational story as clickbait, especially in the grade 12 section during the first monthly exam. Meng Jinyang achieved the outstanding result of first place in the grade. Almost every word became a news highlight for the media. Seeing all this, Meng Jinyang felt deeply sad. Why did things turn out this way? Classmates were all sympathetic. Meng Jinyang felt those marketing accounts went too far. Gu Meng slammed the table and stood up abruptly, looking extremely displeased, like one had hurt someone. Deliberately. You're asking for death, he emphasized. Mental illness cannot be a shield for murderers. And this time, he wants that person dead. Gu Meng's bone-chilling dark eyes came looking for Gu Yin. He was leaning against the railing, chatting with a girl from class 1. Gu Meng immediately grabbed Gu Yin's neck, forcefully pressed his head over the railing. The girl beside them turned pale with fright. Gu Meng, what are you doing? Gu Meng stared at Gu Yin, voice soft and slow. Gu Yin, I'll let you off once. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? His lips curled up coldly. You dare report to the media? You're asking for death. He almost lifted Gu Yin off the ground with one hand. Gu Yin was terrified. His throat couldn't make a sound. Someone called Luo Songhua and Shi Yin. The two rushed over. Shi Yin called out in panic. Gu Meng, let go. Luo Songhua's face turned ashen. What are you doing? Trying to kill someone? Gu Meng glanced at them and released Gu Yin's neck, patted his face. Remember, there won't be a next time. Gu Yin's face was pale with fear. Then he threw Gu Yin to the ground, hands in pockets, turned, and left. On the way back to class, Jiang Shiwan called, How do you want to handle Gu? Meng couldn't help opening a lollipop, speaking slowly. It's already blown up, so let's make it bigger. Next week's trial, we'll approach it from the improved new legal regulations, emphasizing that mental illness cannot be a shield for murderers. As he spoke, he bit hard on the lollipop. This time, I want that person dead. Jiang Xinyuan nodded. Of course, a colleague asked, for the Channing Town case, you could have given it to other lawyers in your firm. Why use you, a top gold medal lawyer? Jiang Xinyuan raised an eyebrow. You think I'm very good? Are there any better lawyers than you in the country? After hearing this, Jiang Xinyuan took a calm sip of red wine. Yes, Gu Meng became an outstanding lawyer at a very young age. Even he was defeated by him. A week later, the recently released criminal Chao Gang was re-prosecuted by Beijing's top gold medal lawyer Jiang Xinyuan, arguing that the original sentence was unreasonable. Now, under improved laws, mental illness is no longer a license to kill. Criminals must still bear criminal responsibility. Chao Gang's circumstances were serious and malicious. He should be sentenced to death. The three of them prepared to return. They happened to meet TV reporter Song Han. He warmly greeted Gu Meng, then looked at Lu Qingzhou. The interview you asked me to do before, it's about this case? Lu Qingzhou just gave a slight mem in response. But today he was also here on someone's behalf. Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. This was Beijing TV's top reporter. They actually knew each other. Gu Meng spoke coolly. You have half an hour. We need to get back to class. Song Han rolled his eyes, not bothering to expose him. Boss, first find me a place, so I can conduct the interview. Lu Qingzhou thought for 2 seconds. Let's go to Shigong. I have an apartment there. Meng Jinyang suddenly looked at Gu Meng. Gu Meng remained silent. The group drove steadily to Shigong. Gu Meng saw the black gold card Lu Qingzhou handed to the security guard. He frowned and sent Lin Shuang a message. Did you sell the Shigong property? Speaking of this, Lin Shuang was particularly proud. As soon as I got the property, I sold it. Made 50 million in the flip. I'm amazing, right? He handled it beautifully. Made it big. Do you know who bought your property? Lin Shuang paused, not understanding why Gu Meng asked this. Oh, Gu Meng looked at him expressionlessly. Sent a message. Lu Qingzhou. Lin Shuang's mouth twitched, leaving 2 words, take care. Heard you've been going to Ming City often, just for a high school girl. That girl is quite a tough character with quite a dark history. Song Han was interviewing Meng Jinyang in the living room. Gu Meng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands in pockets, eyes lowered looking at the river view below. Lu Qingzhou poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him. Your teacher sent me your monthly test scores a few days ago, asking me to supervise your studies more. Gu Meng responded with a lukewarm oh. Lu Qingzhou looked at him, eyebrows raised. You dislike studying that much? Gu Meng took the glass, said no, and watched them do the interview. Not that fast, just borrowed Lu Qingzhou's place to rest for a while. Gu Meng lay on the bed sleeping, features delicate, face showing traces of coldness and wildness. Simply beautiful. Lu Qingzhou sat in the chair, hand supporting his face, eyes deep and dark, constantly watching Gu Meng. That gaze was like a wolf eyeing its prey, somewhat like a cultured rogue. He took out his phone and sent Qin Fong a message. Listen. Qin Fong had just finished discussing business with He Du. Receiving the message, he showed it to He Du. Both were a bit shocked. Unbelievable. Just because Gu Meng didn't sleep well. Couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, Lei Xiao ran to question Xie Zhu with an unpleasant expression. What's going on? Wasn't I already confirmed for the position? He had been in this position for 3 years. Finally waited for such an opportunity. Xie Qingyun sat at his desk reviewing documents, looked up at him, eyes deep and calm. Think about it. When did you offend someone from the Qin family? Lei Xiao frowned. I've never provoked anyone from the Qin family. Besides, even if I wanted to offend them, I couldn't even if I tried. Xie Qingyun said coldly, Are you sure? The Qin family asked me to pass on a message. Don't provoke those you shouldn't. Hearing this, Lei Xiao froze on the spot. Who exactly was targeting him from behind the scenes? When Lu Qingzhou returned to the Lu family, he received a message from Qin Fong. My cousin took the position Lei Xiao originally wanted. Lei Jiao will be quiet for a while now. After reading it, he immediately put away his phone. He walked to the side hall and called out to his grandmother who was reading. Madame Lu snorted. So you know how to come back? I thought you'd only return for my funeral. Lu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and turned to leave. The old lady panicked. Stop right there. Lu Qingzhou sat down and laughed carelessly. Don't be so angry. I came to see you, didn't I? He lazily sat down beside the old lady. She glanced at him sideways. I heard you've been going to Ming City often, just for a high school girl. That girl is quite a tough character with quite a dark history. Lu Qingzhou's voice carried an unnamed coldness. Who told you that? The old lady didn't hide it. Yu Shu. Among all the noble ladies, she's closest to you all. Lu Qingzhou's lips sank slightly. His icy voice rang out. Anyone who dares let Yu Shu into the Lu house in the future will be fired. The servants trembled in fear. The old lady frowned. Weren't you getting along well with Yu Shu? I thought I'd be holding great-grandchildren soon. What's going on now? Because of that high school student? Lu Qingzhou's aura turned serious. Grandmother, stop calling her high school student. Her name is Gu Meng. Your lifesaver. You're the Lu family head. Don't be so shameful as to be ungrateful. The old lady's tone became unnatural. I didn't say anything wrong. Just asking. You're so protective. Lu Qingzhou's eyes carried a hint of coldness, his voice low. Grandmother, I'll only say this once. No one should interfere with matters between Gu Meng and me. Not a single word. He smiled and handed her a cup of warm water. Great-grandchildren can wait. Wait a few more years. Then he stood up to leave. The old lady frowned and snorted. I couldn't care less about you. Lu Qingzhou looked at the sky, wondering what Gu Meng was doing now. In the school dormitory, Gu Meng came out after showering. With one hand grabbing the upper bunk's guardrail, she did a flip, her movements swift and clean, landing steadily on the bed, leaving everyone in the dorm dumbfounded. Gu Meng was truly cool and handsome, yet she did it expressionlessly, eyes lowered, face showing a hint of wildness. A WeChat message suddenly popped up. It was from Sheng Ting. Gu Meng, my brother's MV needs a female lead. Are you free recently? Help out. Gu God was truly versatile, transforming into a top fight choreographer. Gu Meng was reading Sheng Ting's message. Ling Shuang sent another message. Little sis Gu, your disciple came crying to me about being poor. That old man uses money so fast. Didn't Lu Qingzhou just give him 50 million 2 weeks ago? After all, your disciple just fired your grand-disciple. Isn't the Lu family investing anymore? He smiled, really looking forward to Lu Shiwei's expression when she finds out Gu Meng is Yu Zhongjing's master. Gu Meng replied, got it. I'll transfer 100 million over. She initially wanted to refuse Sheng Ting, but after thinking, she agreed. She replied about the work location. Pay me well. Sheng Ting quickly replied excitedly. He hadn't expected Gu Meng would agree. Don't worry, we'll split the earnings 50-50. See you next weekend at Beijing Film City. Send me the shooting script and styling requirements. I'll have someone prepare the costumes. A week later, she flew to Beijing. Meng Ting called. Gu God, these clothes are our blood and sweat. Took us a week to make. Guarantee you'll look stunning in them. Remember to take photos. Just as she left the airport, a car pulled up behind her. Gu Meng heard the car honk several times. When she turned around, it was Lu Qingzhou. The man raised his eyebrows and calmly said, get in. And so she got into his car. Gu Meng took off her hat. Take me to W Hotel. Lu Qingzhou suggested. Why not stay at the Lu house? You can do a follow-up check on grandmother while you're at it. Gu Meng declined. The checkup is fine. I'll contact you after I finish my business tomorrow. Lu Qingzhou could only nod. All right, I'll pick you up then. He wondered what business could bring her to Beijing. Important enough for her to come personally. The next day, she arrived at the film city. Sheng Ting and his assistant came out to greet her. Boss, after 2 years, you've become even more incredible. How are entertainment industry people supposed to survive? Gu Meng asked casually, "Where's the shooting location? Let's finish quickly. I have something later." Sheng Ting led the way while saying happily, "With you, the top choreographer, on board, this MV is guaranteed to be another hit." He introduced Gu Meng to the director. "This is my former choreographer." The director's voice rose uncontrollably. "Former choreographer? Could it be Gu God?" Sheng Ting nudged Gu Meng. "See how much the entertainment industry misses you?" Gu Meng remained expressionless but politely greeted Director Bien. The director finally recovered from his shock, excited. "I've heard so much about Gu God. Never thought I'd have the chance to work with you." Then Sheng Ting led Gu Meng to the makeup room. A young boy asked his master, "Who's that girl?" The director seems so excited and calls her Gu God. She's the legendary choreographer Gu Meng of the entertainment industry. Her choreography style is unique, wild, sensual, and powerful. Sheng Ting became an overnight sensation with his third song and Gu God's choreography. He became famous right after debut. Back then, so many people came just to request Gu God's choreography. But she only stayed in the industry for a year, then disappeared. Bien smiled. "Sheng Ting, you're amazing to convince Gu God again. This might set another record." Sheng Ting was also delighted. "Haha, all thanks to the boss carrying us." At this moment, Gu Meng slowly walked out. All eyes turned to her. A red figure entered their vision, stunning everyone. Her makeup was gorgeous and cool, with red eyeliner, making her upturned eye corners look even more wild and fierce. Gu Meng wore a red tulle dress with a messy, casual hem, paired with vintage red marten boots up to her calves, with lace-up details, highlighting her long, straight legs that caught everyone's attention. "Holding hands, tutoring, and letting me sleep in your room. Lu Qingzhou, what are you trying to do? Do you like me?" While Gu Meng was sitting there checking her phone, she received a message from Lu Qingzhou. "Where are you? How long?" Around 6 p.m., Beijing Film City. Suddenly, the assistant called her to start the official shooting. During filming, Sheng Ting was completely captivated by Gu Meng's choreography. From her hair to fingertips, everything was beautiful and cool. Her appeal attracted both men and women. She seemed to merge with the entire stage, charming yet explosive in her movements, dominating and sexy, with an inherent wildness. Her aura was so powerful people dared not approach, yet irresistibly alluring. He barely managed not to be overwhelmed by her presence. In their duet, they were very close. Though there wasn't much physical contact, it appeared intimate to onlookers. When shooting ended, Director Bien excitedly stood up. "Okay, that's the effect." At the door, Lu Qingzhou stood casually with hands in pockets, expressionless as he watched. He must have been there for a while. Everyone praised Sheng Ting and Gu God. "Your dance was amazing. The coordination was perfect. Such great CP chemistry." Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, surprised he came so quickly. Lu Qingzhou appeared somewhat disturbed at the scene. He greeted her. Sheng Ting approached him. "Let's have dinner to celebrate the successful MV shoot." Gu Meng replied indifferently, "Can't. Have something to do." Sheng Ting then noticed Lu Qingzhou with a suit hanging on his arm and handsome features. Even he, a confident top star in entertainment, was outshined. Lu Qingzhou draped his suit over her shoulders and left with her, not forgetting to throw back a provocative look at him. Sheng Ting silently watched their retreating figures, a perfect match he didn't want to admit. Gu Meng tilted her head to look at the suit on her shoulders. "Not cold. Besides, I'm not used to wearing others' clothes." He held her hand, looking at her clear, bright eyes a second time. Her hands were cold. He tentatively asked, "Why did you take an entertainment job?" "Helping a friend and making some extra money." She returned his jacket while speaking, then went to change in the makeup room. They went directly to the Lu residence. The elderly lady, meeting Gu Meng for the first time, thought this girl was too lovable. No wonder the brat was so attentive after being smitten. Gu Meng carefully checked her pulse. "Recovery is good. Continue the medicine. Focus on recuperation." The elderly lady smiled at Gu Meng. "Xiao Gu, stay for dinner tonight." Uncle Yu, hearing Lu Qingzhou was back, rushed over. "I was wrong to investigate your friend privately. I was just worried you'd be misled by someone with ill intentions. That's why I mentioned it to the elderly lady. Nothing else." Lu Qingzhou coldly replied, "I said Uncle Yu is not allowed in the Lu house." "Grandmother, I won't repeat myself. As for dinner, no need to worry about it." The elderly lady's smile froze. The brat knew the Yu family brought Uncle Yu specifically to mend relations between the families, yet still maintained this attitude. Gu Meng stood up. "I have a 10 p.m. flight." "Jant did I?" "Thank you, madam." The elderly lady's eyes dimmed as she smiled kindly. Thank you for coming. Lu Qingzhou saw her leaving. He followed and gave her a black card. It's so late to go back tonight. Stay here. Last time in that situation, I stayed with He Du. You take the master bedroom. Gu Meng took the card. After saying thanks, Lu Qingzhou stared at her for a few seconds and said softly, your teacher sent me your grades. Come to Qigong every weekend. I'll tutor you. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, her bright black eyes narrowing as she looked at him. You'll tutor me? Sure you won't take advantage? Lu Qingzhou's eyes flickered. One corner of his thin lips curved up. What do you think? Gu Meng thought for a moment. Holding hands, tutoring, letting me sleep in your room. What are you planning? Lu Qingzhou, slowly moving closer to him. Do you like me? She approached the handsome CEO, pressing. Do you like me? Just then, a man ran between them. Excuse me, please. Lu Qingzhou instinctively pulled her into his arms. Isn't it obvious enough that I like you? But I'm only 17. I'll grow up eventually. I'll wait. Their eyes met. The announcement rang. Attention passengers to Ming City. Flight 2818 is now boarding. Please proceed to the counter. Thank you. Gu Meng walked toward the terminal with her luggage, waving to Lu Qingzhou. Goodbye, see you. He smiled sweetly when he heard that. All right, see you next time at Ming City, Qigong. Gu Meng had just finished showering when she received Lu Qingzhou's call. There are new bathrobes in the closet you can use. Okay. Get some rest early. Good night. Gu Meng also replied good night. He said something, she responded. She was quite obedient. Early next morning, Gu Meng was woken by a phone call. She reluctantly sat up to answer. Hello, Miss Gu. I'm Qin Rui, Qin Fong's cousin. Sorry to disturb you. I heard from Qin Fong that you cured the Liu family's elderly lady. So I'd like to ask if you could examine my sister. Don't worry. The compensation will satisfy you. For the money, she endured 20 minutes. Later, Shidong picked her up, and they quickly arrived at the Qin residence. In the room, Qin Yaoji sat in the middle of the bed playing games. The game sound was at maximum volume. Gu Meng stood at the door, frowning slightly at the noise. Mrs. Qin, seeing her daughter being so unproductive, breathed heavily in anger. Qin Rui, look at her. She's just addicted to games and doesn't want to study, making herself sick, then blaming me for controlling her thoughts. Qin Rui pressed his lips, not wanting to argue about such meaningless things now. He said to Gu Meng, Miss Gu, Yaoji won't open up with us here. Please help her cooperate with the treatment. Gu Meng tilted her head carelessly. She made a small sound of acknowledgement. Gu Meng went in and closed the door. Qin Yaoji didn't look up, continuing to play her game casually. Gu Meng watched her for about a minute, then walked to the sofa. Finding a comfortable position, she took out her phone and logged into the same game. From Gu Meng's side came constant killing spree announcements, while from Qin Yaoji's phone came increasingly frequent "you've been slain" messages. She looked up when killed, and Gu Meng said, Want to team up? Ifkari Ayu. Qin Yaoji hesitantly nodded. They added each other as friends and played together. After 3 consecutive wins, Qin Yaoji's pale face showed a hint of smile. She looked up at Gu Meng. They brought you to examine me. What do you want to know? Just ask. Gu Meng immediately asked. High pressure, anxiety, staying up late, insomnia, irregular schedule? Is your period normal? Qin Yaoji was a bit surprised. How did you know? I haven't had my period for over 6 months. It's also because of the medications that made me look like this. My mom thinks I'm just pretending to be sick to avoid school. From childhood, whether it's studying, hobbies, or making friends. Mom wants to control everything, invading my privacy without restraint, claiming it's for my own good. When I said I didn't want to learn ballet and wanted to try a different style of dance. You know Xingting, right? I love her dance style, but my mom says that's what hooligans do. Sometimes I think I'm not the sick one. Her control issues are pathological. Gu Meng glanced at her, casually asking, You like Xingting? Qin Yaoji nodded enthusiastically. Yes, she's my only favorite singer. The day after tomorrow at noon, she's releasing a new song. Gu Meng showed her phone. She saw Sheng Ting's face on the screen as unique musical notes played. It was Sheng Ting's new song. When the MV's female lead appeared, her mind went blank. She stared at Gu Meng in disbelief. You're the female lead in Sheng Ting's new MV? If it's you and Sheng Ting as a CP, I'd gladly be your CP's head fan. You might be willing, but some others might not be. After watching the 3-minute MV, Qin Yaoji strangely wanted to stop being Sheng Ting's fan. She wanted to be this person's fan instead. The dancing was absolutely amazing, beautiful, and cool. Qin Yaoji stared at Gu Meng intently. Who are you really? A doctor or an entertainment? Can you forward me the video? Y promisión share. Gu Meng expressionlessly took back her phone. She calmly took out her acupuncture kit. I can treat you now. Give me your hand. Qin Yaoji immediately extended her hand. Then treat me quickly and send me the MV after. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, her eyes slightly tilted. Qin Yaoji's symptoms were obvious, mostly psychological. Gu Meng smiled faintly. Be good during treatment, and I'll send you one of the first signed albums. An hour later, Gu Meng came down. Qin Rue immediately asked, Miss Gu, how is it? Mrs. Qin anxiously looked at Gu Meng. How long until Yaoji recovers? Gu Meng handed them the prescription. 3 times daily, decoct for 2 days, and she'll be fine. Mrs. Qin was overjoyed. That's good. Then she can return to school soon, right? Miss Gu, could you help us? Before she could finish, Gu Meng interrupted. Did you know Qin Yaoji has self-harm tendencies? Mrs. Qin's face suddenly turned pale. That's impossible. Just because we won't let her dance that style, she has suicidal thoughts? Gu Meng laughed lightly. The last straw is never what breaks the camel's back. You think it's just about not letting her dance? It seems there's more. Mrs. Qin, I can treat amenorrhea, but I can't save someone who wants to die. She turned to leave. Qin Rue politely said, Miss Gu, thank you. If you can truly cure Yaoji's illness, you'll be our Qin family's great benefactor. Gu Meng glanced at him. Just make sure the payment is right. A week later, Qin Yaoji came to class 20 of senior year 3. She brought snacks to Gu Meng's desk. Mengjie surprised? Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. What's going on? How do you two know each other? Qin Yaoji gave all the snacks to Gu Meng, laughing. Guess. Xiao Peng turned around. Yangji, you know the new student? Lu Yang looked at Qin Yaoji, one of Beijing's elite families, the Qin family's only daughter of this generation, the most cherished young lady of the Qin family, also the top student in Beijing University-affiliated high school's senior year. An academic genius, even Lu Yi can't surpass. When the next test results come out, some people might die of anger. Xiao Peng suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Quick, close the door! Draw the curtains. Let's watch Sheng Ting's new MV release conference. The new MV was incredibly stunning, especially the female lead. Sheng Ting, can you share with us the identity of this beautiful female lead? Hearing this, Gu Meng unconsciously frowned. The next moment, Sheng Ting said, although this is her first appearance, you might actually be more familiar with her other identity. She created my legendary debut stage performance and was once the industry's most sought-after top choreographer. Thanks to my choreographer, God Gu, for personally appearing in my MV. Welcome back. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone looked at Gu Meng. The female lead is actually Mengjie. A crowd gathered at the door discussing. Our Mingqing school is so prestigious. Did you hear? Sheng Ting's dance was choreographed by Gu Meng. Is she that powerful? She's too low-key. Qin Yaoji frantically hinted at Mengjie. The signed album you promised me last time. Gu Meng smiled and looked at Lu Yang. That delivery box by the trash can. Open it and distribute by name. Remember to give Xiao Qi his share. Lu Yang picked up the delivery box. Opening it, they were all shocked. Wow, Sheng Ting's new album. Is there a signed copy for everyone in class? People outside rushed in upon hearing this. Lu Yang became displeased. If you're not from class 20, why are you crowding in? We don't have signed copies for you. Can't we just touch them? Qin Yaoji smiled, touching her chin. Mengjie, did you anticipate this? Whether signing one or many, it's all the same. I prepared them in advance. She handed over the signed copy. I'm so happy, Mengjie. I love you. I declare if you and Sheng Ting become a CP, I'll be your CP's head fan. Just then, Lu Qingzhou called. You might be willing, but some others might not be. He would hold hands with the girl he likes, care for her, and never let her get hurt. And this little brother was quite unhappy. This person just took over all my tasks. And not only is he being nice to my sister, he even dared to touch her hand. He's trying to steal right in front of me. He received Lu Qingzhou's call. Eat something during lunch break and take a nap in the dorm. Want some chocolate? Qin Fong suddenly shouted. Oh my! Someone was acting all indifferent earlier, but as soon as they saw the trending topics, they rushed to call and show concern. Gu Meng leaned by the window. With a half-smile, she said, Oh, so you're jealous? Lu Qingzhou irritably pushed his head away. What if I say yes? Will you make it up to me? Gu Meng fell silent, speechless. Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. Just kidding. Come to Qigong for 2 days this weekend. I'll tutor you and bring you chocolate. Gu Meng didn't answer and hung up directly. Do you hate studying that much? Qing Fong looked at him. Brother Chung, are you really not jealous? Lu Qingzhou was very confident. Jealous of what? He doesn't like that type. Brother Qing, you are so confident. Was Gu Meng jealous? She's quite calculating. As she walked in, her phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Gu Si. Sis, I'm on leave this weekend. Coming to see you. Saturday at Tianxia restaurant. Gu Si was eating meat in big bites. Sis, you don't know how tough it is. I can only eat a tiny bit of meat each day. I'm dying for more. Gu Meng watched him wolfing down food and smiled. Then eat more. Lu Qingzhou asked curiously. Gu Si has changed a lot. Where did you send him? Gu Meng calmly said, Beast Camp, the military district's most brutal field camp. Recently, they heard that Mingqing Military District got a 7-year-old kid. That was Gu Si. Gu Si suddenly complained. Sis, this is our sibling meal. Why is he here? They both said coincidence simultaneously. Lu Qingzhou quickly explained. I came to tutor your sister. Just happened to meet him coming out. Gu Si was stunned. My sister needs tutoring? Gu Meng handed him peeled shrimp. Stop talking so much. Eat your breakfast. After eating, go rest. After eating, they headed to Qigong. In the elevator, Lu Qingzhou glanced at Gu Meng several times. Suddenly, he held her hand. You're wearing too little. Your hands are cold. Let's hurry upstairs to warm up. Seeing this, Gu Si was furious. Not only did this person take over all my tasks and act nice to my sister, he even dared to touch my sister's hand. He's trying to steal right in front of me. As soon as Gu Meng returned, she went to shower and asked Lu Qingzhou to make honey water. Lu Qingzhou smiled. I have clean clothes in my cabinet. Don't rush. Casually tossing his hat aside. Gu Si putis fait on te sofa. Looking at Lu Qingzhou. Sit down, let's talk. Lu Qingzhou's thin lips curved into a slight smile. What do you want to talk about? Gu Si raised his eyebrows, showing the same mischievous look as Gu Meng. I may be young, but as long as I'm here, my sister never has to carry anything or hang bags on her shoulders. She just plays. Whatever she wants to eat, buy, or do, I'll handle it. I never thought any man was good enough for my sister. I know you're impressive, the designated heir of the Lu family. But in my eyes, the Lu family isn't that special. Lu Qingzhou spoke calmly. So what? Gu Si smiled, his clear eyes fixed on him with an unnaturally cold glare for his age. So, if you want to be with my sister, you need to treat her better than I do. Don't make her angry. Don't bully her. If you dare bully my sister, I definitely won't let you off. Lu Qingzhou patted his little head. All right, from now on, I'll take over what you've been doing. Gu Meng's brother is quite good, like a little wolf cub. Gu Si was both angry and reluctant, muttering, if my sister hadn't allowed you to touch her when you dared to hold her hand earlier, I would have disabled you on the spot. Lu Qingzhou didn't hear clearly what he said, but that eye roll told him it wasn't anything nice. He casually asked, are you satisfied with the Beast Camp training? Regarding the training there, Gu Si's eyes showed disdain. It's just SOSO. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Then would you like to train somewhere else? A place tougher and more powerful than Beast Camp. When I become stronger, if Lu Qingzhou dares to bully my sister, I'll beat him up. Lu Qingzhou's gaze fell on him. Want to change to a different place? Somewhere tougher and more powerful than Beast Camp? Gu Si thought for a few seconds. What good place are you talking about? Red Scorpion Training Base. Dare to go? Just then, Gu Meng came out. Gu Si excitedly told his sister, Sis, I heard that Red Scorpion is the Lu family's famous devil squad. Everyone who faced them either fled in panic or didn't even know how they died. Red Scorpion is the military district's strongest combat force. Only the strongest can pass their training. Sis, I want to become stronger. I want to go to Red Line. Lu Qingzhou handed honey water to Gu Meng. If you want to go, no need to return to Beast Camp tomorrow. I'll have someone take Gu Si directly to Red Line. Gu Meng took a sip. Okay, don't push yourself too hard there. Hearing Gu Meng's approval, Gu Si became more excited. Got it, sis. Wait until I become stronger. If Lu Qingzhou dares to bully my sister, I'll beat him up. On Monday, Xian announced from the podium, this year's New Year's Eve party will be jointly held with the neighboring experimental middle school. There was a buzz of discussion below. What? Together with experimental middle school? Aren't our schools usually on bad terms? There's no choice. I protested to the school, but it was rejected. The school wants us to collaborate with Class 1 on a performance. You can choose a person in charge. Everyone looked at Gu Meng. It has to be Meng Jie, of course. Gu Meng turned her head away. I won't. 3 people begged together. Meng Jie, we can only count on you. Meng Jie, I can dance with you. Meng Jie, this is about the school's reputation. Only you can save us. Gu Meng reluctantly agreed. Yai, Meng Jie, love you, moi. Xian was also happy. Since everyone agrees, Gu Meng, the performance is in your hands. Then they went to a rehearsal room. After half an hour of practice, that's it for today. Progress is good. We'll make it for the New Year's Eve party. Follow my schedule until the performance. Any questions? By now, all 4 of them were exhausted. Lu Yi wiped sweat from his face. Gu Meng, your dance is our advantage, but costumes are more crucial. Feng Wan nodded. Right. Experimental school's costumes will be handled by Zhou Xintong. They have an entire professional design team. He was a bit surprised. You mean that 15-year-old who won the designer competition's grand prize and was specially admitted to the Royal Academy of Arts? The genius designer, Qin Yao, frowned. What should we do? Their costumes are practically haute couture. We're bound to lose. If only we could get Lanting's designers. They're the top designers in the country. Internationally famous. Gu Meng said confidently. Then let's get Lanting. I'll contact them. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't that just a joke? In the dorm, Gu Meng lay on her bed drawing costume designs. She seemed unsatisfied with her drawings. She tore them up and threw them in the trash. Her phone rang again. Designer Gu, the Designers Association heard we're about to release the year-end 120,000 Legend series clothing line. They're asking if you want to participate in the year-end designer competition. Gu Meng directly replied, no time. She needed to perfect the costumes for this performance. Zhou Nan was talking with her roommates. Suddenly, she noticed the costume designs in the trash. She picked them up immediately. Looking at the designs, she was stunned. While still in shock, she immediately messaged Zhou Xintong. Sister Tang, look at this. I found it in our dorm's trash. Don't know who drew it. Can't believe it was thrown away as waste. Do you think these clothes can be made? It's so beautiful. The design level of these clothes is too high. These drafts were far from enough for him to see. This gave him a mischievous idea. Have you shown this original draft to anyone else? No, I just found it. Zhou Qintang sent another message. Then don't tell anyone. Let's meet tomorrow. Bring me the original draft. Since it's an unknown, discarded draft, if I make it, then I'll be its true designer. Right? Just because someone stole her design, she wanted to crash the event. At Mingqing Opera House, everyone was extremely excited. Gu Meng, heard you're going head-to-head with experimental school today. Don't worry, your brother's got your back. Just then, Lu Shanjing arrived. Warmly greeting, Tao Jing spoke softly. Miss Gu. Long time no see. Long time no see. Chairman Tao. Lu Qingzhou glanced at him. You know Chairman Tao? Gu Meng softly hummed in agreement. Xiaohan waved to Gu Meng. Little Mango, traffic was bad today. Am I late? Never mind, time's tight. No more small talk. Take me to the makeup room. Let's get started. Gu Meng handed her coat to Lu Qingzhou. The makeup artist is here. I'll go in to prepare first. He watched as Gu Meng and Xiaohan chatted and laughed while heading to the makeup room. Qin Fong teased, Brother Chung, that's Xiaohan. Hey, usually he only serves top-tier celebrities as a top stylist. Both the Designers Association chairman and a top stylist. Gu Meng's connections are a bit too impressive. Lu Qingzhou's lips curved into a slight smile. Indeed impressive. Students began entering the venue. Guing hid in a corner watching. Why? Why can Gu Meng be with so many important people, chatting and laughing? Why am I only playing piano accompaniment? I can't accept this. Mingqing School's dance performance is coming up. Everyone get ready. The performance is about to begin. If only his hand gets injured. Without the piano accompaniment, let's see how Gu Meng shows off. Just as he was about to act, he heard someone say, I advise you to behave, making him pause. Turning around, he saw Gu Meng saying disdainfully, just play your piano. Don't do anything unnecessary. Otherwise, I don't mind making sure you never play piano again. Guing was scared. Of course, I'll play the piano well. Damn it, I was discovered. The host's voice was bright. We have a student who became famous at a young age, becoming Pop King, Sheng Ding's choreographer at 14. They've also choreographed a performance for tonight's show. Next, please enjoy the dance performance by Mingqing School. The stage lights suddenly went dark. Gu Meng and 4 others were in the center stage, all in black clothes, cool and cold. The girl didn't look at the camera, her delicate eyes lowered. Her movements were clean and smooth, with perfect power and strong rhythm, drawing cheers from the crowd. Senior is so cool. Gu Meng, my husband. Meng Jie, marry me. Lu Qingzhou laughed. Too bad none of you have a chance. Thank you Mingxing School for the wonderful dance performance. Please leave the stage for a short break. Next up is a fashion show. As the girl came over, Lu Qingzhou handed her a water bottle. Drink some. Gu Meng softly hummed in response. Just as she was about to drink, a collective gasp echoed through the venue. Wow, is this Zhou Xintong's designed clothing? It's so ethereal. Seeing Zhou Xintong's design, everything else before seems insignificant. Zhou Xintong watched proudly from backstage. When Gu Meng saw this scene, she froze for a few seconds. Lu Qingzhou immediately noticed her change in expression, his voice deep and magnetic. What's wrong? Tao Jing came over, directly approaching Gu Meng. Asked in a serious tone, I saw that dress at the designer's competition. Did you design it? Her expression was bland, her tone carrying meaning. Yes, that design draft. I wasn't satisfied. I threw it away. Tao Jing exploded. That's what you get for carelessly throwing away designs. Don't you know your own level? Looking towards the stage. So, what are you going to do now? Gu Meng carelessly turned her head, looking at Zhou Xintong on stage. Her lips curled into a smile. She stood up and walked towards the stage with arrogant, unapologetic steps. What to do? Crash the show, of course. More of her identities were revealed. She turned out to be Lantern's chief designer. Gu Meng walked to the front of the stage, lifting her dark, bright eyes, her eyes carrying brightness. On stage, Zhou Xintong held the microphone, seeing Gu Meng. His gaze paused. Gu Meng's black eyes were cold and deep, her lips carrying a faint smirk. My discarded, defective draft could make you receive such high praise. The crowd erupted. Shocked eyes turned to Gu Meng. Brothers, big news! Zhou Xintong. Today's design was something Gu Meng threw away. How is that possible? Is she crazy? What nonsense is she talking? Zhou Xintong's face darkened. Only Zhou Nen knew about the real designer. To be safe, he specifically made sure he couldn't come today. But how did Gu Meng know? Could she be the one who threw away the design? No, can't admit it. Zhou Xintong stood stiffly. Gu Meng, don't slander me baselessly. This design took me months of hard work. You say it's yours? Do you have proof? Gu Meng remained calm. You want proof? Fine. Lantern Brand's new season's 12 Phenomenal Legend series, the 12 new pieces release show, has been delayed because the final design, symbolizing the stars, wasn't complete. And your design close is exactly that final design, Starry Phenomena. A discarded draft. The experimental school leader roared. Do you know the status of Lantern's designer in the industry? You dare impersonate them? He couldn't stand Gu Meng's nonsense. Mingxing School students really opened my eyes. Baselessly slandering others and impersonating famous designers. Such poor character. Tao Jin couldn't take it anymore. These people are completely lying. How could Zhou Xintong create such a design? Gu Meng chuckled. Chairman, don't worry. The proof they want will arrive soon. Seeing Gu Meng's silence, Zhou Xintong thought she had no proof. He boldly sneered at Gu Meng. She's insulting my reputation. I won't accept her apology. She should do her homework before impersonating someone. In our circle, everyone knows Lantern's designer is a young man. Just then, a male voice suddenly spoke up. Who said Lantern's chief designer is a man? A man in a suit slowly walked down the steps from above. He was Ji Hung, Lantern's executive CEO. The situation was intense. Holy shit, oldie, Ji Hung is here. Gu Meng really is Lantern's designer. Everyone was stunned. Lantern's executive CEO, Ji Hung. My god, is this going to be a major plot twist today? Ji Hung walked straight to Gu Meng, looking at her. Sorry I'm late. Gu Meng was slightly surprised. Why did you come? Because I saw your news trending. I thought it would be better to come in person for this occasion. The design draft you wanted. He handed her a tablet. Gu Meng took it and showed the design to everyone. Is this evidence enough? Ji Hung smiled coldly. I heard everyone's curious about our Lantern's chief designer. Listen well today. Our Lantern designer's name is Gu Meng. In the industry, they call her Lady Gu. Zhou Xintong finally panicked. What to do? Gu Meng really brought out the evidence. He couldn't let his reputation be ruined. The onlookers wouldn't miss this exciting moment. Damn, Gu Meng really is Lantern's designer. Zhou Xintong is finished. Qin Yaozhai also stood up. Some school leaders make accusations without investigating, calling students morally corrupt. Having such people work in schools, aren't you afraid of corrupting our nation's youth? Lu Shanjing added, schools are important places for nurturing talent. If the leadership is inadequate, there are more suitable people waiting for the position. The school leader came to apologize. Miss Gu, we're sorry. We were wrong tonight. Our school will publicly apologize to you in the media. Lu Qingzhou glanced at Zhou Xintong, carrying an unnamed silence. Weren't you quite talkative earlier? Zhou Xintong, the trouble you caused. Apologize now. Zhou Xintong's eyelashes trembled, squeaking out, Miss Gu, I'm sorry for stealing your design. Please forgive me. Gu Meng handed the tablet back to Ji Hung. The rest is up to you to handle. An apology isn't enough. Gu Meng agreed to compete with her rival. If I win, the sports car is mine. If I lose, I'll pay. After returning to the company, Ji Hung called Gu Meng. Zhou Xintong has been expelled. With Lanton's influence, he won't be able to continue in the design industry. Lady Gu, are you satisfied with this outcome? Gu Meng smiled. Good enough. Thanks for your hard work. At this time, Lu Qingzhou came over. Have some water. Gu Meng reached out to take it, said thanks. Lu Qingzhou tilted his head slightly. Tomorrow's New Year's Day holiday. Any plans? Gu Meng's eyelids drooped. New Year's holiday, everywhere will be crowded. Lu Qingzhou spoke softly. Qin Fong bought a horse ranch in western Mingqian. It opens tomorrow. Shouldn't be too crowded. Let's go play. He then held her small hand. Gu Meng was speechless. This person seemed to be getting more and more handsy. She reluctantly had to agree. The next day, at the Mingqing West Horse Ranch, Uncle Yu smiled elegantly, handing over a small gift. Best wishes for Qin Fong's opening. Qin Fong held it, feeling strangely uncomfortable. Why did this young lady come? Later, when Brother Chung brings Gu Meng over, he couldn't imagine the scene. Uncle Yu maintained a graceful and natural demeanor. Will Qingzhou come today? She clearly came for Brother Chung. He smiled wryly. Brother Chung should arrive soon. Uncle Yu nodded, then after a pause, casually mentioned, I heard about last night's incident. Ah, Zhou Xintong was such a talented person. What a shame. It was just a small matter. That Gu Meng was somewhat unreasonable. Hearing this, Qin Fong raised his eyebrows. Uncle Yu, are you all right? Since when did you become so sanctimonious? Don't comment on things you don't understand. You might end up like Zhou Xintong, offending people you shouldn't. Just then, he saw Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng arriving. He greeted them warmly. Brother Chung, Gu Meng. Uncle Yu turned around and saw them walking hand in hand. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Staring at them directly after a few seconds, he maintained a dignified smile. Chengzhou. Lu Qingzhou responded coolly. He looked at Gu Meng. Let's look around first. Pick a horse you like. Don't worry if you can't ride. I can teach you. Gu Meng responded. Any is fine. Uncle Yu watched their intimacy, feeling uncomfortable inside. Has he become this indulgent with her? Personally helping her choose a horse and teaching her to ride. Gu Meng's gaze swept across the horses, stopping on the thoroughbred at the end. Her dark eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Qingzhou followed her line of sight. Like that one? Good eye. That's Qin Fong's most precious thoroughbred. Gu Meng softly hummed in agreement. The others aren't exciting enough. Lu Qingzhou told the staff, bring the thoroughbred over. The staff members stood straight in shock. This horse is very wild. It hasn't been tamed yet. It's not safe. Lu Qingzhou lifted his chin. You did guide here. Go get it. Gu Meng casually said. No need. I'll try myself. Yu Shu slightly tilted her head, suppressing her anger, and smiled gracefully. Miss Gu knows how to ride? Gu Meng's face remained neutral, her half-lidded eyes full of coldness. Yes. He looked at Gu Meng, politely, showing no hostility. At a riding ground, it's more fun with some competition. Why don't we have a match? Gu Meng coldly replied. Not interested. Yu Shu pursed her lips, smiling slightly. It's just for fun. Miss Gu, no need to be afraid. I'm only average at riding. Qin Fong narrowed his eyes. We're all here to have fun. If not, then forget it. Uncle Yu grew up in the military zone with her father, excelling in horsemanship and shooting. She was clearly trying to bully Gu Meng. Uncle Yu recalled something and smiled. It's just entertainment. Didn't we play like this before? I remember last July, I won a limited edition sports car from Yu Mufeng. She still remembered that. Hearing this, Gu Meng raised her eyes, her face showing some playful disdain. Sports car? Yu Shu turned to her, seemingly recalling the incident with a deepening smile. Yes, a limited edition Maserati. Yu Mufeng begged Qingzhou for a long time before getting it, but then lost it to me. Miss Gu, if you're interested, let's use this sports car as the stake. How about it? Kimano that. Fine. If I win, the car is mine. If I lose, I'll pay. Yushu watched as the staff brought over the horse. Miss Gu wants to ride this horse? She must think an expensive horse means it's good. This wild, untamed thoroughbred, she needs to survive riding it first. Kimangaya cult Lu Qingzhou's face turned icy. Glancing at the thoroughbred, he lowered his voice near Gu Meng's ear. This horse isn't suitable for racing now. Choose another one. Gu Meng shook her head. Don't worry. It's fine. Yushu saw their intimacy. Very disgusted, Gu Meng stood on the horse's right side, first patting its head. Good boy. The horse gradually calmed down. Gu Meng quickly mounted the horse. She looked coldly at Uncle Yu. Weren't we going to race? Let's begin. Her hidden talents were revealed again. She turned out to be an expert rider. Gu Meng and Uncle Yu were both on horseback. Lu Qingzhou frowned, his dark eyes full of worry, his voice deep and cold. Get the gun. If the horse loses control, I must take it down before it hurts Gu Meng. Qin Fong immediately made a crying face. Brother Cheng, I bought it for over 10 million. Lu Qingzhou's voice grew colder. The tranquilizer gun. All right, bro, I'll get it right away. Yushu collected her thoughts. Miss Gu, ride 3 laps around the track. Whoever returns to this position first wins. Gu Meng nodded casually, indifferent. For fairness, they let a staff member be the referee. He would blow the whistle. The race began. In the next second, Gu Meng and Yushu shot forward simultaneously. By the second lap, Gu Meng was slightly ahead, gradually leaving Yushu behind. Qin Fong couldn't help praising. Wow, Gu Meng rides so well. That horse always tries to throw me off when I ride it. It's so obedient to her. She seems even faster than Yushu. Maybe she really can win back that car from that night. Qin Fong glanced at the gun in Brother Cheng's hand. Wow, Brother Cheng is really worried about her. At the start of the third lap, Gu Meng was already leading by a full 3 meters. Yushu also pushed forward, suddenly charging ahead to close the distance between them. Her gaze fixed on Gu Meng. Is this what he meant by knowing a little? No, she absolutely wouldn't lose. She pulled out a thin needle she had prepared from the saddle and jabbed it into the horse's rump. The horse immediately felt the pain, rearing up on its hind legs with a neigh, charging forward like mad. Instead, it raised its front hooves, kicking out of control towards Gu Meng. Lu Qingzhou raised his hand to shoot, but before he could pull the trigger, Gu Meng, who was about to be kicked by the horse, suddenly bent her body, supporting herself with one hand on the saddle. She did a backflip on horseback, avoiding Yushu's horse's front hooves. She landed steadily back on her own horse, first calming the horse. Good boy, let's finish the race. The horse quickly galloped towards the finish line. The race was already over. Seeing this, Yushu panicked slightly, pulling hard on the reins. The horse kept crying out in pain. It kept bucking until it finally threw Yushu off violently. The woman fell awkwardly to the ground, unable to get up for a long time, her face pale with panic. Seeing Lu Qingzhou still hadn't fired, Qin Fong urgently said, Brother Cheng, if anything happens to Uncle Yu, you'll have to answer to Uncle Lu. Seeing the crazed horse about to kick her, Yushu looked at Lu Qingzhou in terror. She called out in panic, Chengzhou, save me. Just as the horse's hooves were about to hit Yushu, a deafening gunshot rang out. Yushu was terrified today. She remained stunned on the ground for several seconds. Lu Qingzhou threw the gun to Qin Fong. Qin Fong's shot was lethal. Qin Fong's face was grim. Brother Cheng wouldn't even shoot personally to save Yushu. Clearly, Yushu had really angered him this time. Lu Qingzhou immediately went to Gu Meng's side, anxiously asking if she was hurt anywhere. When her gaze swept across his hand, she saw drops of blood falling to the ground. Her face instantly darkened, brows furrowing at his hand. Gu Meng shook her head. It's nothing. Don't worry, just got scraped from pulling the reins. Lu Qingzhou held her and headed straight for the infirmary, but Gu Meng stopped. She walked directly towards the horse. Yushu started acting aggrieved. Qingzhou, Miss Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this accident to happen. Gu Meng retrieved a thin needle from the horse. She expressionlessly threw it in front of Yushu. Yushu panicked internally. This was going to be trouble. Gu Meng spoke coldly. Miss Yu, if you can't handle losing, don't play. If you want to die, don't drag the horse into it. Even now, Yushu still denied, no, it's not like that. Let me explain. Lu Qingzhou was completely disappointed in her. This time, it's because of our family's friendship. If there's a next time, you know, the Lu family won't miss the Yu family's friendship. She was slandered, accused of using improper means to become Shengting's choreographer. They said she knew nothing, all relied on bedroom skills. The doctor examined Gu Meng. Fortunately, no tendons or bones were injured. On another bed, After examining Yu Shu's foot, the doctor reported, "Young master, Miss Yu's foot is broken. We can only do basic treatment. She needs to go to the hospital for a cast." He nodded, "Then send her away." Gu Meng raised her cold, dark eyes, her voice low and deep. "Wait, the car keys." Yu Shu unhappily threw the car keys over. Lu Qingzhou couldn't bear seeing Gu Meng humiliated like this anymore. He decided to create some trouble for the Yu family, letting them know that if they don't discipline their daughter better, next time won't just be a warning. Qin Fong patted his chest, promising, "Leave this to me." Lu Qingzhou turned to Gu Meng. "Stay at Qi Palace these few days. Return to the dorm after you've healed." Gu Meng softly replied, "I can stay, but I still need to attend classes." The next day at school, this news quickly spread to everyone's ears. Qin Yao was indignant for her. "Damn you, Shu. How dare she hurt my sister Meng's precious hands? If I'd known, I should have gone to the horse track yesterday. I would have cursed her out." Meng Jinyang asked concernedly, "Does it still hurt?" "No." Little Fatty smiled helplessly. Sister Meng is like an ancient emperor now, surrounded by supporters. Luo Yang thought for a moment. "What are we then? Imperial eunuchs?" Qin Yao suddenly stood up excitedly. "Holy crap, Meng Jie. Inside info. Shengting starts filming at the experimental school next door today. Let's go watch after school." Gu Meng had no interest in this. She directly refused. Qin Yao tempted her with desserts, a year's worth of honey house desserts. Only then did Gu Meng happily agree to go. After school, students rushed to the neighboring school to watch Shengting film. The experimental school's entrance was already packed with people. Gu Meng calmly ate her ice cream, while Qin Yao was shocked by the scene. Meng Jinyang worried. "What should we do? We can't squeeze in. Your hand is still injured." Lu Yang frowned. "Why don't we go back? I heard they'll be filming for over a month. We can come another time." A student from the experimental school mocked. "Oh, Gu Meng, aren't you Shengting's choreographer?" Still bringing binoculars and cameras to see him. "Could it be that you didn't serve them well, so they don't want you riding their fame? It's suspicious how you claim to be both a star choreographer and genius designer, without any shady deals. Who would believe that?" Another student mocked. "Oh, such juicy gossip. I must post this on Weibo for everyone to see. Little sister Gu Meng, brother will buy you trending topics for free. No need to thank me." "Ah, should we really be talking about such things? Gu Meng, you won't get angry, right?" Gu Meng couldn't stand it anymore. She threw her ice cream behind her. It hit his face directly. "Sorry, my hand slipped." He was in pain but wouldn't shut up. "Gu Meng, don't be so arrogant." Gu Meng coldly asked, "So, who exactly are you?" Qin Yao pointed at that person. "Meng Jie. The leader claims to be Zhou Qingtang's fiancé, the one who plagiarized your designs." He smiled and said, "Oh, just say it directly." His tone suggested, "Anyone would think I was the one who stole someone's designs. Made a mistake." Yichun got angry and wanted to fight, but was stopped by his brother. "Brother Chen, why waste words on him? Look at Weibo, it's getting interesting." At this time, people were discussing, "Did you see the trending topic? Gu Meng got the Shengting choreographer position through improper means. They say she knows nothing. It's all bedroom skills. Gu Meng is so cheap." "Gu Meng, could it be that your Lanting designer identity was also earned through sleeping around? You're really something. Since you used public opinion to destroy Xintang's reputation and future, I'll let you taste the same medicine." Gu Meng remained very calm. She took out her phone and made a call. "Something's up. Come to the school gate." Yichun was still laughing. "What are you pretending for? Want to call your sugar daddy to deal with me? I'm so scared." At this time, Shengting arrived. Anxiously said, "I saw the trending topics." Meng, facing everyone, "You have many questions?" The lead actor had arrived. "Ask him more." More identities were revealed. Turns out he was also a skilled actor. Shengting explained to everyone, "I've known Gu Meng for over 3 years. We've always been good friends. Gu Meng is a real genius. Don't smear her with your dirty thoughts. I'll give you one chance. Apologize immediately and clarify everything online. Otherwise, defamation charges. I don't mind taking this all the way." The two of them completely panicked. The crowd jeered. How can there be such people actually spreading rumors? Film them and expose these scum. Hurry up and apologize, or we'll call the police. Yichun had to swallow his pride and apologize. "I'm sorry." "That's enough," he said and left angrily. He swore this wouldn't be the end. Shengting casually said, "Our director wants to invite you to cameo in the movie. Will you come? The role isn't big, can be filmed in one weekend. Won't take too much of your time." Gu Meng was confused. Why me? I've never acted before. Because this role is set as a breathtakingly beautiful moonlight. The director saw your photo and was amazed. Begged me crying to invite you. Gu Meng looked serious. You know my price. Shengting smiled, indicated okay. On set, Gu Meng acted grief-stricken. I won't say anything. Please let me go. The man still wouldn't let her go. If you must blame something, blame knowing too much. Only the dead can truly keep secrets. After speaking, he pushed her down directly. Gu Meng broke down at this moment, eyes swollen, desperately begging others to save him. Only when the director yelled cut did she emerge from the sadness. The director happily gave her 2 thumbs up. Perfect. I never thought her expressiveness would be so strong. Doesn't seem like her first time acting at all. The assistant helped her up. God, Gu, how are you so good at acting too? You're so versatile. How can others live up to this? Shengting was a bit incredulous. Didn't you say you weren't interested in acting before? This doesn't look like casual acting. Gu Meng dusted herself off. I'm still not interested, but when I take a job, soon. Shengting kept staring at her. She was always like this, seeming not to care about anything, but working more seriously than anyone else. And because of this, people couldn't take their eyes off her. Shengting said leisurely, "Your remaining scenes should finish on schedule tomorrow. I have 2 more scenes. Let's have dinner together after I'm done. Consider it thanks for your help." She saw Lu Qingzhou coming and promptly refused. "It's just doing a paid job. I have things to do, leaving first." Shengting saw her walk to this man's side. His expression changed instantly. He was still 1 step too late. Gu Meng saw his skilled scarf-tying technique and asked if he had learned it. Lu Qingzhou suddenly came very close. Someone wouldn't learn, so I had to learn instead. Gu Meng's heart pounded for him for the first time. Lu Qingzhou bravely took her hand. "Let's go. Why did you decide to act? Want to enter showbiz?" Gu Meng shook her head. "Too poor, need money for living expenses." Lu Qingzhou smiled. "Consider being my private doctor?" She indicated she's very expensive. Lu Qingzhou handed her his phone. "Transfer password 930,930. Transfer enough for a year yourself. Any amount is fine." Gu Meng took the phone. 100 million for a year? Lu Qingzhou didn't mind at all. Told her to transfer directly. She remarked, really down to earth. The world's hacker was suddenly surrounded and beaten into the police station. "Officer, are these weapons enough to charge them with attempted murder?" Attempted murder. Gu Meng was calling Lu Qingzhou. Suddenly, several people with clubs walked over. It was Yi Chun. "Gu Meng, you're not easy to find." His sidekick smiled evilly. "How do you plan to teach her a lesson? Heard she dances well. Why not break her legs? She can draw designs too. We can cripple her hands. Want to see her beg for mercy." "Ha ha." Gu Meng thought, Lu Qingzhou's scarf mustn't get dirty. So she put the scarf on her backpack. With a slight curve to her lips, she said carelessly, "Oh, just you guys?" Yi Chun was completely enraged. "You're asking for death." Seeing them charge forward, she smiled and delivered a flying kick, sending him flying hard. The 2 idiots attacked again. Gu Meng directly grabbed the club in his hand, while blocking another sidekick's attack. The next second she jumped up and gave him a heavy blow. He fell instantly. Gu Meng looked at them with vicious eyes, advancing step by step. So cool. They backed away in fear. "Don't come closer. Too scary. This woman is too scary." The patrol staff discovered them and shouted, "Stop. Who's fighting on campus?" They shone their flashlights and discovered it was young Master Yi. Then they all went to the police station in a police car. A group of mothers came in cursing loudly. "His ribs are broken. My son is the city's top student. The joint exam is coming up. Do you know that? You'll swith him. Put them in jail. Such dangerous elements can't be left free." Gu Meng just quietly watched them, waiting to see what storm would break first. The officer reassured Mrs. E, "Don't worry, we'll handle this seriously." Then turned to shout at Gu Meng, "You've deliberately caused serious injury. The circumstances are severe. Evidence is conclusive. What do you have to say?" Xian couldn't stand it anymore. Several big guys against one girl, Gu Meng. Who knows who was bullying who? Get the surveillance footage from the experimental school, then we'll know what happened. Gu Meng nodded. "Yes, officer. They attacked me. I was just defending myself." The officer said self-righteously, "The nearby surveillance cameras are broken. Can't prove anything. Moreover, those students seriously injured in the hospital is already the best evidence." He had already arranged for the surveillance to be destroyed. "Gu Meng, you better be sensible. kneel and apologize to my son, and pay every cent of the medical fees. As Xian was about to speak, Gu Meng stopped him. You want evidence? Who says I don't have any? Xiao Shi, did you bring the computer I asked for? Xian took out the computer from his bag, confused. What do you need the computer for? To find evidence, of course. She opened the computer, fingers frantically typing on the keyboard. A few minutes later, successfully entered the system. Restoring data now. Data restoration successful. She turned the computer towards them. Is this evidence enough? The officer was shocked when he saw it. Suddenly, Lu Qingzhou arrived. He brought the weapons used in the crime. You can compare these with the injuries of those in the hospital. For verification, Gu Meng was going to film. She couldn't have brought weapons. The officer was still aggressive. Even so, this only proves Gu Meng's excessive self-defense. Gu Meng picked up the weapon, smiled playfully. Officer, are these weapons enough for me to charge them with attempted murder? The price for attacking the world's top hacker is death, and emptying your company's coffers. Gu Meng sat on the sofa, legs crossed, with an evil smile. Attempted murder carries 3 to 10 years imprisonment. In serious cases, death penalty, life imprisonment, or over 10 years in prison. I remember correctly, right, officer? Yi Chen's mother panicked. You're talking nonsense. It was just some kids having a conflict, just a fight. What does it have to do with murder? Lu Qingzhou smiled. A dagger used well can be fatal with one strike. Mrs. E, whether it's attempted murder isn't up to you. Let the judge decide. He fell silent, unable to refute. At this moment, someone walked in, holding up legal documents. Hello, I'm Jiang Xinyuan from Xinyuan Law Firm, representing my client Gu Meng, to sue Yi Chen and 3 other students for attempted murder. Gu Meng walked to his side and said softly, I'll leave this to you. I'm heading back. Jin Yang Mikat Wori. She stared straight at Mrs. E. You just said your son is the city's top student. He replied confidently. So what if he is? Gu Meng sneered. Don't worry, he won't be for long. Then turned to Xian, Xiao Shi, for the National Outstanding Teacher Selection. Make sure the school submits your name. I'll get you first place. After speaking, she turned and left. Lu Qingzhou followed closely behind, questioning, Why didn't you find me when trouble happened? Instead called Jiang Xinyuan from Beijing? When will you trust me like you trust them? Gu Meng turned back. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just used to relying on myself. Besides, you brought evidence which helped me. Lu Qingzhou heard this, smiled satisfactorily, and patted her head. He gentlemanly opened the car door. Get in, it's cold outside. Seeing his thoughtfulness, Gu Meng's lips curved upward. Thank you, Lu Cheng. He raised his eyebrows. How about starting by dropping the habit of saying thank you to me? Gu Meng softly said, Oh, she's used to relying on herself. It's okay, you can help her change. Another day at school, Gu Meng sat at her desk, spinning her pen quickly, actually studying seriously. Lu Yang saw it and was a bit incredulous. Has Mengjie been shocked? Why suddenly studying? Suddenly Shi Yin came and called Gu Meng out. Yi's parents are here. They want to talk. You don't have to go if you don't want to. I can help you. Gu Meng's lips curved into a smile. Why wouldn't I go? It'd be a shame to waste a fat sheep that delivers itself. A few minutes later, Gu Meng arrived at the conference room. Mr. Yi spoke politely. Student Gu, hello. I'm Yi Chen's father, Yi Chen's mother, and I represent the parents of several children. We want to discuss dropping the charges. Indeed, Yi Chen and others were wrong first, but they've learned their lesson. The charge of attempted murder is too severe. If Miss Gu agrees to drop the charges, we can negotiate the terms. Gu Meng pulled out a chair and sat down. Oh, what terms do you think they're worth? Mr. Yi handed her a black card. There's 10 million in it. Is this sincerity enough? Gu Meng stood up, smiling wickedly. 10 million is enough to hire a good lawyer. They both panicked and said in unison, Miss Gu, please wait. Stop. We don't know what Miss Gu wants. Why don't you tell us directly, so we can prepare? She spoke directly. Everyone who attacked me yesterday, each and every one. I want 1/5 of each of your company's market value. He was a world genius. Who could have imagined? He casually drew a turtle on exam day. Seeing their hesitation, Gu Meng said, Of course, you can refuse. But I'm not a very patient person. Mr. Yi forced a smile. Miss Gu, 1/5 is really too much. Suddenly his phone rang. An anxious voice came from the other end. Weren't you going to find Gu Meng? Why did court summons arrive at our home? My son absolutely cannot go to jail. Whatever conditions Gu Meng proposes, accept them all. He had to agree. This Gu Meng was much harder to deal with than he expected. Gu Meng played a recording for him. If I release this surveillance recording online, would your company's stocks drop more than 1/5? After all, netizens love drama these days. Mr. E reluctantly agreed. Gu Meng stood up happily. Jiang Xinyuan will contact you about the details. Money first, then charges dropped. After speaking, she left. Mr. E was furious with his son. Don't let that unfilial son provoke Gu Meng again. When Gu Meng returned to class, Meng Jinyang worriedly held her hand. Gu Mao, are you okay? She rubbed his head. It's fine. Everything's solved. Focus on preparing for the joint exam. We need to make Xiao she proud this time. Her deskmate mentioned that this national joint exam would recruit talented students early, specifically those genius in specific subjects. The standards were higher than college entrance exams, so nearby school students will be randomly mixed in exam rooms. Gu Meng thought higher standards were better. Then Xiao Shi's Outstanding Teacher Award is secured. Days passed, and the first national joint exam for senior year 3 began. Students were seriously solving problems, but the proctor saw Gu Meng casually draw a turtle. Then she handed it in. Teachers and students were stunned. Finished so quickly? A week later, exam results came out. Students were checking scores online, while Meng Jinyang was checking his score. Praying, the result surprised him. Gu Meng, 706 points. I scored over 700. Gu Meng was happy for him and rewarded him with an extra chicken leg. Suddenly, they heard a boy tell Gu Ing, Ing, you got 710 points. That's amazing. Were you controlling your scores before? Only experts do that. This joint exam's first place must be between you and Yi Chun from the neighboring school. See, what's the use of some people being so arrogant usually? Gu Ing walked to Gu Meng's front, pretentiously said, Sister, Uncle asked about you the other day. Remember to tell Uncle your score. He said it's enough if you get into a third-tier college. You don't rely on studying anyway. Gu Meng calmly took a sip of soup. Her eyes moved slightly, so noisy. Gu Ing said sadly, Sister, I just care about you. Is it because parents left all the inheritance to me that you hate me so much? Gu Meng reached out and grabbed his shoulder, pushed him down and stuffed bread in his mouth. Eat more, talk less. That pittance of inheritance, and you're still gloating? That's all you amount to. And who said you'd be first in the joint exam? She was the top scorer, yet people suspected cheating. Mingqing Middle School's forum exploded. Guess who's the top scorer? Currently known highest scores are our school's Gu Ing and experimental school's Yi Chun, both 710. Definitely not that zero-score choreographer. Speaking of Gu Meng, heard in cafeteria today her parents left all inheritance to Gu Ing. Think about it. Is it true? Tell us more. Chinese 150, Math 150, English 150, Science 300, total 750, National Rank 1. Holy crap! Stop gossiping and check the trending topics. This year's top scorer got perfect scores in all subjects. It's Gu Meng. Everyone clicked on the trending list. It was true. National Joint Exam top scorer, Mingqing Middle School's Gu Meng. Gu Meng, top scorer, the second person in history to achieve perfect scores in all subjects. Zhang Hua couldn't believe it. Perfect scores in all subjects? That's impossible for Gu Meng. Gu Ing was startled upon hearing this. The cup in his hand slipped and fell. He quickly went to comfort Yin. Don't worry with Gu Meng's grades. How could she get perfect scores? I'll report her for cheating right away. The first place is still yours. I'll find some media accounts to expose Gu Meng's previous grades. Once it gets bigger, officials will surely investigate. Gu Ing acted weak. Isn't that too harsh? What's harsh about it? She cheated. For an exam of this level, being caught cheating means either prison or expulsion. Gu Meng is finished this time. He was secretly delighted. She deserved it. Meanwhile, Lu Yang never expected the score-controlling expert was right beside him. Little Fatty took out his phone, patted Gu Meng. Sister Meng is too calm. He wanted to put Meng's photo by his bed to worship the study god daily. Just then, Xian came and knocked on the door. Gu Meng, come out for a moment. Gu Meng finally looked up, calming herself. She knew what she was about to face. Walking over, she heard Xian anxiously say, the joint exam investigation team is here. But the teachers believe in you. Just explain well to them. Everything will be fine. She patted his shoulder, telling him to relax. I'll handle this. I said I'd get you that National Outstanding Teacher Award, and I will. In the school conference room, Director Lu watched Gu Meng's exam footage and concluded that with such answering speed, there was a 90% chance of cheating. Just then, Gu Meng arrived. The principal introduced. This is Director Lu and Officer Zhang from the Joint Exam Investigation Team. Director Lu has some questions for you. Just answer honestly. She hummed in response, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Director Lu pointed at the video footage. You're Gu Meng, right? Can you tell me why you answered so quickly? She simply replied, "The questions were too easy." Director Liu pushed documents toward her. "But according to my investigation, you've always scored 0 in all subjects. Why perfect scores this time?" She remained calm, not worried at all. "My scores depend on my mood." Director Liu lost patience. Speaking harshly, "Gu Meng, you're suspected of cheating in the national joint exam. Please cooperate. The law states regarding cheating the accuser must provide evidence." He stood up, pointing and yelling at her. "Your previous 0-score papers are the best evidence. Stop quibbling. You definitely cheated. These can't be your real scores." Qian stepped forward to mediate. "Gu Meng, why don't you retake the exam? That would prove your innocence." She firmly refused. "Impossible. I've already taken the national joint exam. I won't take it a second time." Director Liu sneered. "Gu Meng, if you can't prove your innocence, we'll treat this as cheating. A 0-score failure daring to pretend to be a perfect scorer. You really dash." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted. "Who said Gu Meng is a 0-score failure?" She looked up. It was Director Ru. Principal He Tan was overjoyed. "Isn't this the former Minister of National Education, Tan Shiqing? He was the revolutionary figure who led the national education system reform back then." Tan Shiqing looked at Gu Meng. "Why are you staring at me like that? Haven't seen you in half a year. Don't you recognize me?" Gu Meng walked over respectfully. She gave a slight bow and politely called him teacher. The principal was stunned. "What? Gu Meng is Teacher Tan's student?" Her identities were being revealed one after another. She was the top scorer from 10 years ago, now the joint exam top scorer, and could write in 24 different fonts. Seeing her teacher, Gu Meng was very happy. "Teacher, why are you here? If I didn't come, who would prove your scores?" "Xiaolu, give me the documents." I brought the documents. 10 years ago, since the college entrance exam system was implemented, there was only one perfect score, and it remains the only one to this day. Here are the grade reports and archive test papers from back then. Everyone can verify them. He directly handed them the documents. They were shocked to see that the mysterious perfect scorer from back then, whose identity was nearly untraceable, was actually Gu Meng. But she was only 7 years old 10 years ago. Director Liu still had doubts. "But before I came, I compared your usual handwriting with the exam papers. They're different." He was even more convinced of cheating after seeing her previous messy handwriting. Gu Meng's lips curved into a slight smile. "I can write in 24 different fonts, and this one is exclusively for perfect scores." He was left speechless. Finally, the National Education Department issued a statement. After verification, this year's National Joint Exam perfect score belongs to student Gu Meng, who also achieved perfect scores in the college entrance exam 10 years ago. They showed photos of both perfect score answer sheets. People commented on how amazing this young lady was. The news quickly spread throughout the school. "Holy crap, Gu Meng was the top scorer from 10 years ago? Both perfect scores were by the same person. That's incredible. Sister Meng is awesome." The score-controlling expert was right beside me. "I can brag about this for a year." Lu Yang didn't understand. "We agreed we were all bad students. Sister Meng, why did you secretly level up? With such good grades, why did you like scoring 0 before?" Gu Meng unwrapped a lollipop. "Because there's only one correct answer, but 3 wrong ones. I can take my time choosing." Little Fatty whispered, "Why try to understand a god's thinking? That's just asking to be humble." Qin Yaoji ran over with snacks. Professors from top schools, both domestic and international, have arrived in Mingqing. They'll be here tomorrow for admission interviews. "Have you decided which school you want to go to?" Gu Meng calmly said, "Haven't decided yet." "How about you, Jinyang? I asked teacher Shi last night to remove me from the interview list." Lu Yang urged, "But you scored so well. Why give up?" Meng Jinyang felt deeply disappointed. 4 Jing University's law schools combine bachelor's and master's program. If choosing lawyer Jiang as advisor, my score isn't above 700. That's not enough? Qin Yaoji munched on snacks. Brother Xin Yuan is the deputy dean of Jing University's law school. He only takes 2 students each year, usually provincial top scorers. So, he wants to try harder in the college entrance exam. Gu Meng encouraged him. "Don't worry, there's still over 4 months." Hearing this, he was filled with confidence. Good luck with your interviews tomorrow." The next day, Gu Meng hid in a corner, avoiding recruiters. Qin Yaoji followed her. Sister Meng, was your phone bombarded by calls from university admission offices yesterday? That's why I turned it off. He gave her a thumbs up. You're still the best. I heard many big shots came today. Education bureau leaders are here, and even the police. But she was still found. Hello, I'm Yang Tianming from Beijing University's medical school. Gu Meng took his card and greeted Professor Yang. He quickly explained, Student Gu, don't misunderstand. This card is just my personal desire to know you, not Beijing University extending an offer. Don't worry, you have better options. We respect that and hope for your better future. In the future, we can discuss traditional Chinese medicine together. Feel free to ask for help if needed. Yang Tianming had heard that she cured both old Madame Lu and Miss Qin. Young people are truly remarkable. People cheered when they saw the medical organization arrive. Look, why are they here? Don't they only recruit master's degree and above? Why are they recruiting at high school? They're heading towards Gu Meng. Is Gu Meng so amazing that even the medical organization has to break their recruitment rules? Professor Gui walked over and asked, Are you Gu Meng? Gu Meng turned around. Yes, he's been a world genius since childhood, becoming the top scorer at age 7. He looked at Gu Meng and said, So you're this year's national champion. Not bad. You qualify to join our medical organization. Perform well in the interview later. Wow, so the medical organization really came for Gu Meng. After all, she's a genius with perfect scores. The medical organization people turned and left. Yang Tianming pointed over there, smiling. The interview's about to start, students. I'll head in first. Good luck. Gu Meng and Qin Yaoji said in unison. Goodbye, Professor Yang. She complained, the medical organization people are too arrogant, saying things like you qualified to join. Our domestic professors are much nicer. Look at Professor Yang. Gu Meng remained silent, falling into quiet contemplation. Then she walked into the interview hall. Hello, professors. I'm Gu Meng from Mingqing High School. M University's professor spoke first. Student Gu Meng, come to our M University. Free tuition, full scholarship. H University also jumped in. Come to H University. Choose any major. We'll give you all resources and connections. Gu Meng said calmly, very tempting conditions, but I'm sorry. I want to choose medical studies. Having chosen medicine, no one could compete with the medical organization for recruitment. Though knowing the chances were slim, he still thought Gu Meng was a rare talent in traditional Chinese medicine. He wanted to try. Gu Meng, Jing University's medical school, has Academician Yu Zhongjing and the best traditional Chinese medicine learning system nationwide. You might consider it, Guo sneered. Academician Yu is just an honorary dean who teaches once per semester. How dare you call that presiding? In terms of medical facilities and talent, which school here can compare to our medical organization? Let alone that ridiculous, outdated Chinese medicine. How can it compare to our Western medicine? Gu Meng's face showed no expression, her voice flat. Who says Chinese medicine is outdated? And who said I want to join your medical organization? Guo was shocked. What? Are you refusing us? Yes. He suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and said aggressively, I advise you to think carefully. Don't do something you'll regret. Gu Meng coldly stared at him. She turned to Yang Tianming. Professor Yang, is Jing University still recruiting? How do you think I'd fit? Yang Tianming stared at her blankly. It took him a while to react, his voice floating when he spoke. You want to come to Jing University? Is that not allowed? Of course it's allowed. He hadn't dared to imagine she would choose them. Jing University's Gu Meng raised her delicate brows. Then let's sign the contract today. He enthusiastically handed over the contract. Gu Meng sat down and signed her name on the contract. Yang Tianming took the signed contract and couldn't help asking, why didn't you choose the medical organization? She stood up and smiled slightly. Nothing much, just didn't like their attitude. After saying that, she turned around. She pushed the door and walked out. Qin Yaoji ran over excitedly. How was it? Did the medical organization want to recruit you? Yes, but I refused. I'm going to Jing University. The medical organization people came out, looking coldly at Gu Meng. See that? That's your school's second-place student. Let me show you how our medical organization will train your school's second-place student to surpass you, the first place. Gu Meng chuckled. Oh, I look forward to it. The world's hackers celebrated their birthday, surprisingly with their boyfriend, staying in a small room. Qin Yaoji giggled. Jing University's foreign language college accepted her. They'll be at the same school. Suddenly, Lu Qingzhou called. She understood and obediently left. After she left, Gu Meng answered Lu Qingzhou's call. She heard him say, "Your 18th birthday is coming up, right? How do you want to celebrate it?" Gu Meng lowered her eyes and replied, "Whatever, I don't mind." Lu Qingzhou's eyes showed a faint smile. "That won't do. I'll arrange to pick you up this weekend. It's my first time celebrating someone's birthday. Give me a chance." Gu Meng boasted. She agreed eventually. He was overjoyed. Weather forecast says it'll snow on Saturday. Want to go skiing? Gu Meng wasn't interested. Don't like crowds. Let's play games and watch movies. He smiled at her words. Then let's spend it at Qigong. Just you and me. Time flew by to Saturday. Meng Jinyang jiao me tu gu mang es dorm. Going to Mr. Lu's for the weekend? She nodded. Meng Jinyang held her hand. This bracelet's been worn for a year. It's fading. She took it off. This is this year's birthday gift. Hope you stay safe this year too. But with Mr. Lu accompanying you, you probably won't need me for birthdays anymore. After speaking, she put on the new bracelet. Gu Meng reached out and pinched her face. What's with that expression? Meng Jinyang quickly pushed her away. Go on, find your Mr. Lu. Have fun. An hour later, at Qigong, Lu Qingzhou brought a bunch of things. He took out some movie sources, both released and unreleased ones. Which one do you want to watch? I'll watch with you. If you don't like any of these, I'll have people find more. Gu Meng was stunned for a few seconds before speaking. I was just saying that casually. I didn't really mean to watch movies and play games. Lu Qingzhou softly hummed. I also casually told people to find these. Casually finding meant getting hundreds of movies, including some unreleased ones. Lu Qingzhou handed over a cake. I bought your favorite strawberry. Have the small one first. We'll use the big one for wishes tonight. Gu Meng took it and asked with raised eyebrows. First time celebrating someone's birthday? Lu Qingzhou's lips curled. Does it not seem like it? Gu Meng furrowed her brows. It's quite strange. You seem very skilled at it. Lu Qingzhou rested his hand on the sofa. Thanks for the compliment. Seems I'm doing well. He nodded. Her delicate eyes slightly raised. She picked a strawberry and held it in front of him. A reward for you. Lu Qingzhou froze, looking down at her slender, white hand. His gaze fixed, he slowly lowered his head. Opening his mouth, his thin lips accidentally touched Gu Meng's fingertips. She showed no nervousness, looking at him with deep eyes. Lu Qingzhou, however, felt nervous, his heart racing. He still lacked the courage to eat the strawberry. He pulled back, creating an awkward atmosphere between them. At this moment, Lu Jing's call broke the frozen situation. Gu Meng quickly turned around and picked up the phone. Gu Meng, come out quickly. We've arranged a birthday party venue. Master Tan instructed that your 18th birthday can't be too modest. Remember to be at Tianxiaju at 8 p.m. sharp. She glanced at Lu Qingzhou before replying. All right, I got it. Gu Meng's 18th birthday was her happiest, surrounded by loved ones and friends. They were decorating the venue, putting up Happy 18th Birthday Gu Meng at the entrance. They also arranged sweets in her favorite spots. Just then, Gu Meng entered. Qin Fong immediately presented a gift. Happy birthday, Gu Meng. She said thanks. As she was about to take the gift, Qin Fong added, I've personally brought you a big surprise. Guess what it is? Let me through. A young, clear voice came from behind. Sister, I'm Buck. He slid over to Gu Meng and hugged her waist. Sha Ting was overjoyed. Surprised? Unexpected? The situation's a bit emotional. Gu Si, couldn't you have hidden a bit longer? I went all the way to pick you up. Gu Meng smiled and looked at Lu Qingzhou. You arranged this? I thought seeing him would make you happy. Gu Meng narrowed her eyes, ruffled her brother's head, and softly replied, Tan Shiqing and Lu Shanjing arrived. Gu Meng, from today on, you're entering a new phase of life. Teacher wishes you success and happiness in everything. Gu Meng respectfully nodded. Thank you, teacher. Qin Fong watched this scene and sighed. It's not easy getting all these important people together. Brother Chung, the person you chose is quite remarkable. Lu Qingzhou's lips curved up, unable to hide his happiness. After all, she is Gu Meng. He shrugged, a man in love. The dishes were all served. The feast began. Gu Meng politely toasted Master Tan, then played rock, paper, scissors with Gu Sixing. Lu Qingzhou couldn't resist clinking glasses with her. After the banquet ended, they drove to Qigong. Gu Si was overjoyed. Tonight was so lively. Sister is really an interesting person. Next time there's such a gathering. Before he could finish, Lu Qingzhou interrupted. Don't talk, your sister is asleep. He pouted with a complicated expression. These two, really? The oncoming car's headlights shone brightly. Lu Qingzhou quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. After getting out and entering the elevator, he asked, should we eat that big cake in the fridge? Make a wish while blowing out the candles? Gu Meng said flatly, we'll eat it. Skip the candles. I don't like that ritual. I don't have any wishes either. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Then let's just eat cake and watch a movie. Just then a courier approached. Excuse me, are you Miss Gu? Please sign for your package. Gu Meng just signed her name, saying, give it to you or help me dispose of it. Thank you. The courier quickly said, Miss Gu, Mr. Hua asked you to read the letter first. Lu Qingzhou frowned. Which Mr. Hua? Gu Si immediately understood. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Gu Meng reluctantly took the letter and read it, frowning. Her brows furrowed. I spent a long time choosing this gift. Please don't throw it away, okay? The mysterious man sent her flowers. The top CEO was jealous. Which is better, chocolate or flowers? After reading the letter, Gu Meng was annoyed. This person just won't leave me alone. She crumpled the card and threw it directly into the trash. She coldly told the courier, thanks. You can go report back now. Goodbye. The courier was shut out. Gu Si said, sister, who is harassing you again? You've thrown away his gifts several times. Ignore him. It's not important. Lu Qingzhou gentlemanly brought her a pair of slippers. Is there still chocolate in the fridge? After changing her shoes, she softly said, yes. Lu Qingzhou, jealous, asked, which is better, chocolate or flowers? Gu Meng decisively answered, of course chocolate. You can't eat flowers. Gu Si pondered, sister doesn't like taking things from others. Only Lu Qingzhou's gifts she's never refused. So she must have feelings for him too. Meanwhile, the courier reported, sir, Miss Gu didn't accept the gift. She tore up the letter. Hua was confused. Was my letter poorly written? She doesn't like flowers. Tore up the letter. Even the medical materials I carefully found for her. She doesn't want them. What does she like? What does she want? We dare not guess Miss Gu's thoughts. Guessing wrong would be terrible. Anger filled Hua's eyes. I heard she's been close to Lu Qingzhou lately. Recently, Lu Qingzhou led Red Scorpion's people to hijack nearly 10 billion worth of our goods. What do you think we should do? The subordinate spoke in a low voice, fearful of saying something wrong. Sir, I know Red Scorpion's handover time and location. If you trust me, leave this to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. He supported his head with his hand, carelessly saying, don't disappoint me again. The next morning his phone rang. He took out his phone to answer. What's the matter? Little Sister Gu got a big case. The K-country president is frightened. His wife reportedly has a strange illness. 3 years of treatment with no improvement. They want to find the legendary divine doctor. The price is very high. Will you take it? He remembered what his apprentice Yu Zhongjing said. Master, our project funds are about to be used up again by Shuang. What do you think? He had to reluctantly accept. Lin Shuang was overjoyed. When are you free? Anytime. Then tomorrow night. Take a month's leave from school tomorrow. I'll go to K-country with you tomorrow night. Gu Meng raised her eyebrows. You're going too? Lin Shuang smiled. After all, you're our Shadow Alliance leader. Just in case, I need to protect you properly. Okay. See you tomorrow. Monday at school. The teacher was troubled. Gu Meng, this leave is quite long. Have your parent call me. Previous schools wouldn't approve her leave, but she had ways. But at Mingqing High School, she couldn't. She thought about it and gave up. She took out her phone and called Lu Qingzhou. Parent Lu, the director wants to see you. Lu Qingzhou was stunned. Did something happen again? The world's top hacker's heart finally wavered, deciding to save the boy she liked. Lu Qingzhou frowned slightly. So where are you going for this month's leave? Gu Meng said lazily. Lin Shuang needs help going to K-country. Lu Qingzhou's voice was low and hoarse, showing indescribable emotions. Must you go for a whole month? Gu Meng replied carelessly. Not necessarily. Depends on the situation. Lu Qingzhou stood at the corridor's end. When are you leaving? Tonight. Good. Lu Qingzhou said softly. I'll see you off tonight. Gu Meng narrowed her eyes. Okay. Lu Qingzhou hung up and returned to his room. He sent 2 messages. Someone's going to K-country tonight. Follow them. Keep the path clear. Don't let anyone bother them. After sending, he muttered, Lu 7 isn't as steady as Lu 3. Maybe sending Lu 3 to follow Gu Meng would be better. Suddenly the door opened. Qin Fong and He Du entered. Brother Chung, Lu 3 has many important matters lately. Can't leave. Yes, Brother Chung. K-Country has Lu 7. Lu Qingzhou remained silent, then asked, Who is Lin Shuang? Did you find out? He answered honestly. Their profile is clean. Likely pre-made fake documents. Should we continue investigating, Brother Chung? No need. He trusted that Gu Meng doesn't easily give trust to friends. Walking past them, he said, I'm leaving. Qin Fong quickly asked Brother Chung, Where are you going? Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, speaking very calmly. Sending someone to the airport tonight. Lu Qingzhou handed her the backpack. I've arranged for people in K-Country to receive you. I'll send you their contact information later. Gu Meng put on the backpack, softly saying, Oh. Lu Qingzhou smiled lightly, his gaze still on her face. After thinking, he asked, Have you practiced shooting? Gu Meng hummed in agreement. Lu Qingzhou pondered what Gu Meng's affirmative answer meant. Narrowing his eyes, he bent down and whispered in her ear, I'll get you a gun in K-Country. Don't hurt yourself in a fight. She softly responded to him. Okay, keep in touch. I'll be back soon. Lin Shuang sat on the bench at the airport entrance, crossing her legs and smiling. This dog food is hard to swallow. When has little sister Gu ever reported her whereabouts to anyone? Is this what a girl in love is like? Gu Meng walked up to Lin Shuang, her gaze casual. Let's go. Lin Shuang finally put down her legs, stood up, and smiled slightly. Young Master Lu, until we meet again. Lu Qingzhou returned a slight smile. Just then his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, an urgent voice came through. Brother Chung, something's wrong. Come quickly. Gu Meng found a comfortable position, nestling in her seat. Her legs stretched out casually as she took out her flip phone and opened the internal communication software. Checking the message titles. It's going to be lively tonight. The Hua family is taking revenge on Hong Xian. The Hua family came prepared. Lu Qingzhou might be at a disadvantage this time. Where's Nine Tails? Doesn't he love joining the fun? Let him hack the satellite system. Give us a live broadcast. Gu Meng saw their discussion topics, her eyes narrowing slightly. She took out her laptop from her bag and opened it on the table. Lin Shuang was beside her, holding a phone similar to Gu Meng's, also seeing the messages. She laughed schadenfreudely. Little sister Gu, are you going to watch their fight live? Suddenly her heart tightened. My God, what's we trying to do? Even targeting Lu Qingzhou so openly. The sniper Qin Fong suddenly rushed in front of Lu Qingzhou. The bullet meant for Lu Qingzhou hit Qin Fong's shoulder. Lu Qingzhou's expression turned ice cold, filled with murderous intent. He drew his gun and fired 2 shots at their leader, quick and merciless, giving no chance to dodge. Lin Shuang kept watching the screen. As expected, Lu Qingzhou isn't one to take it quietly. Gu Meng stood up, put on her backpack and baseball cap, walking quickly toward the cabin door. Lin Shuang came to her senses and chased after her. Hey, little sister Gu, wait for me. The flight attendant saw Gu Meng trying to leave and blocked her at the cabin door, politely reminding her. Miss, the plane is about to take off. Gu Meng skillfully slipped past at an angle. The attendant couldn't even touch her. They watched helplessly as she left, her low voice dropping a sorry. I have an emergency. She really is an all-powerful boss, taking his life right from the start. The pickup point wasn't far from the airport. Gu Meng rode her motorcycle at such speed, as if life didn't matter. This wind was chilling to the bone, with only the deafening sound of wind in her ears. In less than 10 minutes, the motorcycle screeched to a halt near the pickup point. Gu Meng took off her helmet, hung it on the handlebar, her gaze fixed on the abandoned factory not far away. Biting a red hair tie, casually tying up her hair, opening the motorcycle's hidden compartment where a gun lay quietly. She took out the gun, her upturned eyes carrying a hint of killing intent, cold and fierce. Wrapped in a terrifying low pressure, that shot aimed at Lu Qingzhou really made the boss angry. Gu Meng climbed into the abandoned factory, her tall figure moving nimbly. She decisively scanned the surroundings, judging where the sniper might be hiding. The man with the sniper rifle was relaying a message. Boss, I've got Lu Qingzhou in my sights. He gritted out word by word. Disable his arms for me. Damn it, he dared to shoot at me. The scope locked onto Lu Qingzhou, loading the gun with his finger on the trigger. Don't worry, I'll make sure. 1 shot each to disable both his arms. Let's see if Red Shoes dares to settle scores with us. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a cold voice whispered, Who did you say you're going to disable? Both arms. The next second, Gu Meng gave him no time to react. In a few large steps, she covered his mouth. She twisted his arm with a crack, breaking the bone. Finally, she lifted him up and slammed him hard onto the ground. One foot stepped on his upper body as she looked down at him, her black eyes freezing cold. Her voice was ice cold as she spoke. Hasn't anyone taught you? It's not fun when you point guns at people you can't handle. The man struggled desperately. Damn it, when did she get up here? With his arm disabled, he couldn't reach for his gun. He clenched his teeth and looked up, his voice low. Who are you? Gu Meng spoke slowly, maliciously. You're not worthy to know. Tell your superiors. As she spoke, she shot him. The man screamed in pain instantly. Provoke me again, and I'll take your life. After Gu Meng finished speaking, she withdrew her gaze, turned around, and took out her phone to send Lu Shanjing a message. Uncle Lu Qingzhou is in a gunfight at the abandoned factory in the south suburbs. You told me this information. Remember well. Lu Shanjing had just finished his official business when he received this message. He was being made the scapegoat again. Just then, a girl walked out from the factory gates, appearing before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this figure, the man immediately panicked. His voice trembled severely. Wasn't Miss Gu supposed to be in K country? How is she here? She came from inside, which meant their snipers hidden in the building were likely in grave danger. Qin Fong recognized her immediately. Gu Meng was also stunned for a moment. Despite being shot in the shoulder, he didn't care about it anymore. He lowered his voice. Brother Chung, it's sister-in-law. Lu Qingzhou frowned, scanning the scene, strode to her side, and pulled her over. Why did you come? This is not a place you should be. Gu Meng glanced at the man, the cold light in her eyes slightly receding, her voice a bit hoarse. Uncle Lu told me. I was worried. Lu Qingzhou didn't bother pursuing the first half of her statement. His attention focused on the latter half. You were worried about me? Just then, there was a clang, and they both looked over. They saw a man supporting the sniper who had been shot earlier. Lu Qingzhou looked at her with concern. I'll have Yidu take you, and Qin Fong back. Gu Meng continued staring at that man, letting out a light laugh, her delicate features covered in blood and dirt. No need, handle your business. I'll wait for you. Lu Qingzhou's brow furrowed deeper, his hands holding her shoulders, his voice showing authority for the first time. Be good. Let Yidu take you back. I said no. This was Gu Meng's first time refusing him. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were full of worry, but faced with her stubbornness. He couldn't say anything more. Look at the world. The hacker actually took the initiative to kiss a clingy CEO. The two of them were at a standstill. Suddenly a man rushed over. Lu Qingzhou dealt with him. He turned and gave him a heavy blow. The man immediately lost his balance. As he was about to fall, Gu Meng stepped forward with cold eyes. She broke his arm. The man instantly screamed in agony. The subordinates saw this, and their scalps went numb. Boss, let's retreat while Miss Gu hasn't decided to take our lives. He shuddered. Why are you still talking nonsense? Let's go quickly. The foolish group retreated, and the scene became quiet. Lu Qingzhou slowly approached her, his face very serious. Gu Meng casually played with her car keys and hummed. It's getting late. Since you've handled everything here, my motorcycle is still outside. I'll leave first dash before she could finish. Lu Qingzhou grabbed her wrist and snatched the car keys. He threw them to Lu San, ordering him to drive to Qigong. Gu Meng looked at her wrist in his grip, feeling quite speechless, not knowing how to explain. Half an hour later, on the way back to Qigong, except when getting out of the car, Lu Qingzhou hadn't let go of Gu Meng's hand for a second. Gu Meng yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to shower and sleep. She adjusted her wrist, but he still wouldn't let go. She frowned and looked at him. Lu Qingzhou's face remained serious. No hurry. Sleep later. Let's talk. Gu Meng lifted her eyelids slightly, sat down casually with an expressionless face, then took out the gun from her pocket, placed it on the table, and raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned to him. What do you want to talk about? Lu Qingzhou prepared a drink for her. Although he had thought about getting her a gun for K country, because guns were legal abroad, the environment was too dangerous. But in China, ordinary people couldn't even touch guns. Why did she have one? He sat on the sofa, his gaze falling on her delicate, beautiful face. First, tell me where you got the gun. Hearing his question, Gu Meng took a sip of her drink, casually asking, About that, can I not tell you? She looked at him. Her eyes were clear and bright, purely black and white, incredibly beautiful. Lu Qingzhou didn't speak, just kept looking at her. After a long while, Lu Qingzhou pressed his lips together, completely helpless against her. All his anger disappeared. He said softly, "Fine, I won't ask. But in situations like tonight, don't rush forward recklessly anymore. Stay where you are. Wait for me to come find you." She crossed her legs and leaned back, arm resting on the sofa back, speaking slowly in a slightly hoarse voice. "That's probably not possible. If you're in trouble, I can't pretend I didn't see it. Next time, I'll do the same thing." Hearing this, Lu Qingzhou frowned. "What if you get hurt?" Gu Meng said indifferently, "I'm not afraid. What injury haven't I experienced?" Lu Qingzhou stared into her eyes, his black pupils deep and obsessive. "I'm afraid." Gu Meng fell silent. They just looked at each other. After a full minute, he patted Gu Meng's head. "Don't take risks anymore. They're not just street thugs. They're professional killers." Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, still maintaining that casual attitude. She tilted her head, mischievously. "Do I look weak to you? That's why I won't get hurt. Don't be afraid." His eyes narrowed as he smiled. "Then do I look weak to you?" Gu Meng was speechless. He didn't need to rush to the front. He just wanted that person to see his attitude. Don't mess with his people. This seemed difficult to explain. After a few seconds of eye contact, she stood up expressionlessly. "It's late, let's sleep." Lu Qingzhou quickly grabbed her wrist. "I'm not done talking. First, promise me that in the future dash." As he was speaking, Gu Meng frowned and uttered 2 words. He pinched her chin irritably. He leaned down and directly gave her a kiss. His thin lips covered hers, the touch warm and soft with a slight coolness. Lu Qingzhou's eyes flashed with shock. This was their first kiss, very sweet, signifying they were about to become a couple. Gu Meng hooked his chin with her finger. "Can we sleep now? I'm really tired. I'm going to shower," she said and stood up. Just as she was about to turn away, her arm was suddenly pulled back forcefully. Gu Meng's expression changed slightly, falling back unprepared into the man's arms. Both her wrists were grabbed and pressed firmly against the sofa back. That stunningly beautiful face slowly approached hers, indicating it wasn't enough. One hand caressed her face. He directly kissed her lips. The kiss was too intense. Gu Meng was stunned, her whole body confined in his embrace. Feeling his passion, coming to her senses, she frowned slightly. Seems like things got a bit out of hand. At 12:30 a.m., Gu Meng came out after showering, drying her hair with a towel. She looked up at the tall man. "TSK, this person really knows how to take a mile when given an inch." Had she brought this upon herself? Lu Qingzhou heard movement from her direction and turned his face. "Come here, I'll help you dry your hair," she said and walked to the bed with lowered eyes, sitting down. Lu Qingzhou naturally placed his hand on the towel on her head, gently helping her squeeze out the water from her hair tips. He asked, "Are you still going to K Country? Qui mangade applying MM. When are you leaving?" "I'll take you." Gu Meng thought for a moment. "You're busy," she said, holding his hand. "I can manage. Go shower." Lu Qingzhou nodded, "All right," and tapped her nose with his finger. Then he turned and walked into the bathroom. He smiled, never expecting tonight would turn out like this. He took a hot shower. A few minutes later, he came out. Gu Meng was lying on her side in bed, facing away from him. She seemed to be already asleep. His gaze deepened, but after thinking, he decided against it. He wasn't sure he could control himself in the same bed. Finally, with an almost inaudible sigh, he gentlemanly left the room. Gu Meng heard the deliberately lightened footsteps and door closing. Opening her eyes in the darkness, she curved her lips. Then she got up from the bed. By feel, she walked to the computer, pulled out the chair, and sat down. Crossed her legs and opened the computer. Soon, a face that could almost rival Lu Qingzhou's appeared on screen. When the man spoke, he had a slight accent. Gu Meng originally didn't want to take this video call. Gu Meng raised her lips, her expression graceful. "If you didn't want to, you shouldn't have provoked me." He was silent for a moment. "Fine," he said after a while. "You really came for Lu Qingzhou," he said carelessly. "If it were the old me, none of your people today would have left alive." He looked at his indifferent face and laughed. "Why? I actually hoped you'd kill them all. That way, Gu Meng would still be the old Gu Meng. But he didn't kill anyone tonight. He didn't want to show that murderous side of himself in front of Lu Qingzhou. His eyes darkened, his voice sharp and cold. "Stop the nonsense. About business. Don't provoke me, and I won't touch you. Don't be a stalker watching me and Lu Qingzhou. You know my temper." He looked at him calmly. "Gu Meng, When you appeared tonight, my men left immediately. Don't you think Lu Qingzhou will suspect your identity? Gu Meng chuckled lightly, coldness in his eyes, and said 3 words. He won't. The other pressed his lips, voice slightly gloomy. Why are you so sure? Because he trusts me. The kind of trust where he'll indulge anything I do. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhou received a call from Qin Feng. Brother Zhou, I've been thinking we should investigate further. Gu Meng, one person taking down a professional sniper. Is that possible? Lu Qingzhou smiled. No need, I told you. I trust him. They were playing with fire. He bit hard on his neck, leaving his own mark. When preparing to leave, Gu Meng crouched down to tie his shoelaces. The kiss mark on his neck was exposed. Lu Qingzhou's eyes caught sight of it, his gaze deepening. He had lost some control last night. Lu Qingzhou walked over and wrapped a scarf around his neck to cover the mark. Gu Meng narrowed his eyes, reminding him, did you forget? It's summer in K country. He fell silent at those words, his movements pausing. Gu Meng curved one corner of his mouth mischievously. In modern society, we can video call. No need for this possessive behavior. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhou smiled. Fine, but it's good to keep the mark. I feel more secure. Gu Meng frowned, thinking for 2 seconds. Walking to the mirror, he pushed aside his hair and saw the very obvious purple-red mark on his neck. Seeing him press his lips together, Lu Qingzhou thought he was angry and felt somewhat guilty. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly turned and walked towards him. Pressing his hand on his shoulder, he silently bit down hard on his neck. Lu Qingzhou drew in a sharp breath, his eyes suddenly darkening, body tensing. It wasn't particularly painful, but it made his heart itch unbearably. Something inside him seemed uncontrollable. The next moment he raised his head, narrowed his eyes to look at the teeth marks on his neck. His delicate eyebrows raised, looking quite roguish. Now I feel secure too. Lu Qingzhou clicked his tongue, holding him tight. That's all it takes to feel secure? He said, pinching his chin and smirking. Should I bite your whole body? Gu Meng pushed him away, quite seriously. Next time, we'll be late for the airport. He turned and left immediately. Lu Qingzhou touched his neck, still feeling the teeth marks. Still wet, he pressed his jaw. Just you wait. Soon they arrived in K country. As soon as they left the airport, Gu Meng called Lu Qingzhou. We've arrived. The voice on the other end was a bit hoarse. Wait at the entrance then. My people will be there soon. He raised his eyebrows. No rush. Lin Shuang wants to go shopping first. She's already getting me a taxi. Lu Qingzhou found it absurd. Was shopping really that urgent? Gu Meng pressed his lips. Her hands get itchy if she doesn't spend money for a day. It's fine. After we finish shopping, have your people pick us up at the mall? Lin Shuang smiled. Though your identity as the divine doctor shouldn't be exposed, but in front of Lu Qingzhou, you can lie without batting an eye. Impressive. By then, their taxi had arrived. Gu Meng looked up. After we finish our business, you'll have plenty of time to shop. It's not really lying. Half an hour later, they arrived at the presidential palace. Lin Shuang admired the view, clicking her tongue. As expected of the presidential palace. Such wealth and grandeur. So many security checks just to enter. The man walked to the door and knocked. Mr. President, the divine doctor is here. The 3 of them stood up when they saw the divine doctor. Gu Meng greeted simply, hello. Lin Shuang smiled and said, Mr. President, the divine doctor is pressed for time. Shall we begin treating your wife? Even Johnston was very polite. Good. I'll have someone arrange a quiet place. He couldn't quite believe it. How could the legendary divine doctor be such a young girl? Well, since she's here, might as well try. He thought for a moment, then looked at Gu Meng. Miss Divine Doctor, would you mind if the presidential physician observes during treatment? Hearing Johnston's words, Lin Shuang's lips curved meaningfully. She wondered how many people had been fooled by Gu's appearance. The divine doctor was right in front of them, yet they still doubted her skills. Gu Meng raised her delicate eyebrows. That's fine. The legendary divine doctor turned out to be a young girl, who knew how many people her appearance had fooled. The divine doctor was here, yet they still doubted her skills. Gu Meng took the first lady's pulse. Due to the long duration, Noah anxiously watched Gu Meng. Divine Doctor, how is my mother's condition? After a while, they heard Gu Meng's calm voice. Madam had gallbladder surgery. Shell spoke, voice somewhat hoarse. Yes. When? 6 years ago. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow. After your surgery, you felt qi rushing through your chest and abdomen, unbearable pain, accompanied by chest tightness, palpitations, vomiting, chills, and cold limbs. Madam, are these symptoms correct? Shell and Johnston exchanged glances. Just by taking the pulse, she could accurately describe the symptoms. He became excited. Yes, divine doctor. What illness do I have? Gumang calmly said 3 words, Bangtan Chi, and reached for her bag. She searched for acupuncture needles inside. The presidential chief physician spoke up. Bangtan Chi is a traditional Chinese medicine term. In Western medicine, it's acute coronary syndrome. We've checked. The First Lady's heart function is normal. Could the divine doctor be mistaken? Gumang had just taken out her acupuncture kit when she heard this, her expression turning slightly cold. Another doctor frowned and said, "That's right. The Bangtan Chi the divine doctor mentioned is basically just an emotional disorder. If that's really the case, wouldn't it be more appropriate to call a psychologist?" Gumang chuckled, crossed her legs, and leaned back. She spoke unhurriedly. "You know quite a lot. Since you know so much, how did you manage to get a perfectly healthy person into this state?" Hearing this, the doctor's faces changed. They frowned at her. "What do you mean? You're saying we made the First Lady worse? That's completely baseless. Every doctor here are all internationally renowned medical experts. You need to be responsible for your words." Gumang crossed her arms casually. "Pretty impressive to perform abdominal surgery without finding the cause. Did Madam catch a cold after her gallbladder surgery?" Shell was surprised. "How did you know?" She thought the cold had affected post-surgery recovery, but clearly the divine doctor meant something else. Gumang spoke in a low voice, calmly stating, "Material injury, Yang. In simple terms, the cold was treated incorrectly." He mocked again. "You just said it was Bangtan Chi. Now you're saying it's a mistreated cold. What's the connection? How can you treat a cold wrong? This is getting more ridiculous." Their arguing made Gumang's patience gradually disappear. She was quite displeased. Just then, she suddenly saw Shell start convulsing. She casually said, "Fine. Since the condition will appear soon, I probably won't need to intervene." The doctors looked at each other, speechless. She lowered her gaze, fingers tapping lightly. 3, 2, 1. Shell immediately suffered unbearable abdominal pain. Cold sweat broke out on her face. She was nearly frozen. Johnston and Noah's faces changed drastically. They hurried to support Shell, but this attack was severe. In less than 10 seconds, she lost consciousness. She fainted. The presidential chief physician barely maintained composure as he ran over, immediately saying, "Quick, get the First Lady to the medical room for examination." He took out his phone and saw Lu Qingzhou had sent a message. "Are you almost done? I've sent Lu Qi to wait for you." He leisurely replied, "Still need a while." Lin Shuang collapsed. "Won't you come check? In case those people made a mistake, it'll cause you trouble." Gumang appeared very calm. "What's there to fear? The anxious ones won't be me. He's the world's best divine doctor. No one can surpass his medical skills." The chief physician frowned, respectfully looking at the test results. "Sir, all results show the First Lady is normal. The equipment can't be wrong. I believe the First Lady is likely experiencing visceral hallucinations. Perhaps we should call a psychologist." Noah slammed the test results, shouting in a suppressed voice, eyes full of anger. Equipment, are you all blind? My mother fainted from pain. You opened her up and found nothing, and now you want to do it again?" The chief physician was very flustered, frozen in place, voice stiff. "Miss, please be careful. Do you really believe the divine doctor's claim that we mistreated a cold? I gave you 6 years. You haven't produced a single effective treatment plan. Rather than this, I'd rather take a chance." Noah finished coldly and walked out of the medical room. Arriving at the side hall, she saw the divine doctor sitting with legs crossed, playing a game on her phone with her assistant. Noah was extremely anxious. Walking up to Gumang, "Divine doctor, please come to the medical room to examine my mother." Gumang operated smoothly, killed someone in the game, and said without looking up, 10 minutes. Noah of Norwegian descent didn't say much more. 10 minutes later, the game was won. Gumang slowly stood up, turned to Noah, her voice soft and light. "During treatment, I don't like being interrupted." She curved her lips. "Divine doctor, rest assured, for today's treatment, you alone make all decisions." Gumang hummed in response. Johnston looked at Gumang as she entered, his expression somewhat tense. "Divine doctor, how should we treat this?" Gumang replied concisely, "Acupuncture combined with Chinese medicine." After speaking, she walked to the bedside and placed her bag on a nearby chair. She took out acupuncture needles from inside. After sterilizing, she inserted needles with one hand directly into Qihai, Tianshu, Gongsun, Naguan, and Taishi points. She inserted horizontally at Tanzhong Point, with even supplementation and drainage. Everyone only saw those beautiful hands moving with exquisite skill, inserting needles quickly and accurately. Half an hour later, Gu Meng removed the needles. Noah immediately stepped forward to ask, "Divine Doctor, how is my mother?" Gu Meng gently wiped her hands, saying casually, "2 more acupuncture sessions every 2 days. She'll improve in 5 days. Take medicine for now." Noah was stunned. Is it that simple? Her eyes held a mischievous look. What else? Should we be like certain people who make patients take Western medicine for 6 years without finding the cause? Is that treating illness or creating illness? A doctor nearby angrily shouted, "Don't be arrogant. The First Lady hasn't recovered yet. Who knows if what you're saying is true or false?" Gu Meng picked up her bag and turned to leave, giving them a mischievous look. True or false? You'll know in 5 days. The two of them walked out of the presidential palace, got into a car. Just as they drove away, another car arrived. Sent respectfully opened the car door. "Second young miss, welcome home." And then quickly walked into the living room and hugged Sister Noah. "I'm back." Then smilingly introduced, "Sister, this is my new friend Guing. She was just accepted by the medical organization and is looking for a mentor. Since Professor Kang Chi happens to be at the presidential palace recently, I invited her to stay with us." Guing smiled. "Hello." Noah looked at her. "Since you're an Anne's friend, I'll have the butler arrange a guest room for Miss Gu." Hearing this, Guing responded very gently. "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble." Who would have thought that the young lady she met by chance on the plane was the daughter of K country's president and could help her meet Professor Kong early? Her luck was really good. At this time, a servant came in carrying a bag, respectfully approaching Noah. "Young miss, the medicine the divine doctor prescribed has been bought." Noah didn't understand Chinese medicine, so she simply said without looking, "Take it to brew," and then suddenly snatched the medicine from the servant's hands. Looking at Noah, "This is Chinese medicine?" Noah found his reaction amusing. "Yes. The divine doctor who came to treat Mom today prescribed it." "What's wrong?" He opened the package and looked, frowning at the grass and bark-like things. "Sister, do you think this stuff can really cure illness?" Noah smiled and rubbed his head. "This divine doctor has some skill. Let's try it first." And then narrowed his eyes, muttering, "It better work. Otherwise, even if they're the legendary divine doctor, they won't leave the presidential palace alive. No one dared offend the world's hacker. The consequence of angering him would be the most cruel revenge forever." Gu Meng's phone dinged. Opening it, she saw Lu Qingzhou's message. "Quite a deep bite, little fangs." Opening the photo, she saw the bite mark on his neck had turned purple. Her lips curved into a smirk as she typed leisurely. "If you can't handle this much, how will you handle bites all over?" Lu Qingzhou stared at the latest message, his dark eyes suddenly contracting, desire flooding their depths. After a while, he replied, "Sixth uncle says you have photographic memory." He smirked and sent a voice message. "Remember what you just said." Little Fang's Gu Meng's face involuntarily reddened seeing this. Lin Shuang raised an eyebrow. "Little Gu, why are you blushing?" She was stunned and could only brush it off. "You're seeing things." A few days later, everyone at the presidential palace was waiting for the divine doctor. Hill was in good spirits, with much improved complexion. "The divine doctor is truly divine. These past few days, I've finally had some good sleep." And I was also surprised it actually worked, smiling. "That's great. Mom's illness is finally going to be cured." Hill stood up. "The divine doctor will arrive soon. I want to welcome them personally." Suddenly, she coughed violently. The next moment, she lost consciousness and was about to fall. Noah and Johnston quickly stood up to catch her. "Where's the doctor? Get the doctor here quickly." Gu Meng and Lin Shuang arrived at the presidential palace. When they reached the living room, they found it unusually quiet. Only Lin was standing there. Lin Shuang instinctively felt something was wrong and became quietly alert, and then suddenly whirled around, glaring at them. "Guards, arrest these 2 frauds." Instantly, black-clad guards rushed out from every corner, surrounding them. Gu Meng's eyes flickered slightly. She glanced around and looked at Anan. "What's the meaning of this?" Anan's expression suddenly turned fierce, eyes vicious. "You made my mother cough blood and faint, and you dare ask what this means? I've always heard Chinese medicine practitioners are medical scum. I didn't expect you dare to come scam the presidential palace. How many lives do you have?" Gu Meng's expression remained cold, her eyes unchanged. Her voice was soft and slow. "Chinese medicine practitioners are medical scum?" She gave a light laugh, shifting to an even more arrogant and casual stance. Sorry, but this scum was personally invited by your presidential palace. Seeing Gu Meng's dismissive attitude, and Anne's eyes reddened with anger. What are you waiting for? Take them to the dungeon. The guards immediately moved to seize them. Gu Meng maintained her casual, lazy demeanor, completely calm. Watching the guards approach Gu Meng, something suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait! His gaze fell on Gu Meng's mask. Still smiling, I just remembered. Everyone's been curious about what the most mysterious international Chinese medicine expert looks like. Get a camera. Have the news department prepare a press release. Today we'll properly expose this divine doctor. At that moment, he'll regain consciousness. Johnston was extremely excited. Madam, you're awake. Noah was also very happy. Mom, are you all right? Johnston pressed his lips together. Don't worry. I won't let that quack who worsened your condition get away. He'll suddenly sat up confused. What are you talking about? Who said my condition worsened? Where's the divine doctor? I feel better than ever. I want to ask if I'm completely cured. Their expressions changed upon hearing this. Just then, a servant entered with a phone. After connecting Mr. Long's call, a cold voice came through. Mr. President, White Fox went to great lengths to find you, the divine doctor. If you're not sincere, Meng can unilaterally terminate this cooperation. He was stunned. Lin laughed coldly. It seems you don't know what your second daughter has done. Let me warn you, if the divine doctor suffers even a scratch at the presidential palace, you'd better pray K country's defense systems can withstand White Fox's revenge. After hanging up, Johnston hurriedly walked out. Noah asked, Dad, what's wrong? Your sister has caused trouble. And then walked up to Gu Meng, staring at him with a smirk. Always hiding behind that mask. Let's see if you're really that unsightly. As she spoke, she raised her hand to remove Gu Meng's mask. In the next second, her hand was firmly grabbed. Dark eyes flickered with cold malice. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. As a world-class hacker, he was truly ruthless, giving no chance for anyone to shoot. He took him down directly. Gu Meng's dark eyes flashed with cold malice as he gripped her wrist tightly, and then furiously charged at him. He dodged effortlessly, showing his precise and ruthless fighting skills. The next moment, he violently kicked her away. Her body slammed into the floor several meters away, causing a loud impact. Gu Meng walked up to her, staring directly at her, challenging her, and then bit her teeth hard, refusing to cry out. She glared viciously at Gu Meng. She raised her left hand to throw a punch, but he caught it, leaving her immobilized. Gu Meng's expression remained unchanged as he threw a punch directly at her. This time, Anin couldn't hold back her screams of pain. She lay on the ground, unable to get up. Gu Meng stepped on Anne's back, looking down at her. Then he crouched down, gripping her hand behind her back with threatening force. Still want to see my face? Noah approached and saw his sister lying on the ground. His brows furrowed. Anin and Johnston panicked. Please show mercy. Seeing her father, and Anne's eyes immediately reddened. She screamed hysterically, Dad, kill him, shoot him dead. Gu Meng suddenly applied force. A crack sound, the wrist bone breaking, made everyone's scalp tingle. Noah suppressed his anger. He looked at Gu Meng with an extremely respectful attitude. This is all a misunderstanding today. On was impulsive. I apologize on her behalf. Please show mercy. Johnston felt his face burning with shame for the first time. Humbling himself, divine doctor, Anin has learned her lesson. Could you please let her go? Her bone is broken. We need to treat it quickly. Gu Meng glanced at the black-clad guards behind him, who still had their guns pointed at them. Noah noticed this and ordered, Release them. All of you withdraw. He turned to Gu Meng, almost reverently. Divine doctor, I apologize. Mom's sudden blood vomiting and fainting this morning frightened us. We misunderstood you. Only then did Gu Meng lift his eyelids slightly and step off, and Noah immediately went to help Anin up, just touching her arm. Suddenly, Anin pulled out a gun from her pocket with her left hand. She pointed it at Gu Meng, her red eyes filled with madness. Die, she screamed, eyes wide. Anin and Lin Shuang's expressions changed. Watch out! The next second, Gu Meng spun around with a powerful roundhouse kick. Aimed at Anan's head, the kick was fast and fierce. Nobody even saw his movement, and it didn't even have a chance to fire. She fell to the ground again, knocked unconscious by the kick. Gu Meng snorted coldly, glaring at Anin on the ground. Noah took a deep breath and turned to the presidential guards. Come and take the second miss for treatment. Johnston looked at Gu Meng. Master Healer, you've vented your anger. Can you continue treating my wife now? Gu Meng lifted his eyelids, chuckling coldly. Sorry, not in the mood anymore. Hands in pockets, he turned to leave. Johnston, aware of the gravity of the situation, put aside his dignity and stepped forward to block his path. Wait, today's incident was indeed the presidential palace's fault. We can apologize. Please reconsider. A doctor should put patients first. Is that so? Gu Meng's delicate eyebrows raised slightly. A qualified doctor is like that. Johnston's heart eased slightly hearing this. But in the next moment, those dark eyes curved slightly, as if smiling. Too bad I'm not one. Lin Shuang laughed. How funny. Since we arrived, we've faced mockery from the medical team. Then we're inexplicably attacked. And you still dare lecture us about medical ethics. A servant stood beside Johnston, respectfully asking, Sir, the guards are outside. Should we stop them? He replied quietly, Let them go. Noah approached. Dad, the divine doctor is leaving. What about Mom? Johnston thought for a moment and spoke deeply. I remember the old lady's illness on Huaguo Road was cured by a doctor skilled in acupuncture. That doctor is close to Lu Qingzhou. We just need to convince him. May Mama's illness can't wait. I'll go to the Lu family to find Lu Qingzhou immediately. His identities are scattered everywhere, truly befitting a world genius. Just as Gu Meng finished showering, he received a video call from Lu Qingzhou. Seeing the room layout behind him, back at the Lu residence, Lu Qingzhou nodded. Haven't been months. Coming back for a visit. Hearing this, Gu Meng's delicate eyebrows raised slightly, his gaze passing over the faint marks on his neck, lips curving slightly. You went back with those marks? He touched his neck, raising an eyebrow. They'll probably be gone by tomorrow. Gu Meng smiled, unwrapping a lollipop. I learned tattooing before. Need my services? I can make it look real. Lu Qingzhou's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. May I ask Miss Gu's price? With a lollipop in his mouth, he lazily said, Not expensive. Within seconds, Gu Meng's phone received a bank transfer notification for 1 million. He narrowed his eyes. How generous. Lu Qingzhou, looking at that beautiful face in the video, suddenly turned serious. Enough joking. There's something I need to tell you. The K-Country Presidential Palace has approached the Lu family. They want you to treat their first lady. The president's eldest daughter, Noah, will visit personally tomorrow. Lu Zhai wants to know your thoughts. Gu Meng remained silent, a dangerous glint flashing in his dark eyes, his expression cold and fierce. Lu Qingzhou was about to say he didn't have to go if he didn't want to. Gu Meng's voice turned cold, saying one word, Go. If I don't, they'll never stop. This answer was within Lu Qingzhou's expectations. He smiled. I'll handle the rest. Won't let you be taken advantage of. Gu Meng hummed in agreement. The next morning, Noah visited discreetly, smiling politely. The situation is urgent. Please excuse my sudden visit. The old lady smiled slightly. We know why Miss Noah is here. But Gu Meng isn't part of the Lu family. The final decision is his. Noah looked at him, maintaining a humble attitude. I originally planned to visit Miss Gu and young Master Lu in Ming City, but learned that Miss Gu is on a month-long leave. I hope young Master Lu can help contact Miss Gu. Whatever her requirements, the presidential palace will try to meet them. Lu Qingzhou remained silent, calmly drinking his tea. Noah quickly understood. My mother's condition can't wait. If General Lu can help convince Gu Meng to make a house call, the presidential palace will provide generous compensation. He finally put down his teacup and leaned back, crossing his legs. His indifferent gaze fell on her. What's your price for the divine doctor? 300 million. Lu Qingzhou replied expressionlessly. Plus 20 times that for the Lu family. Noah frowned, losing her composure. Isn't that price a bit high, young Master Lu? 20 times is simply taking advantage. His lips curved into a smile, his stunning features more radiant. That's our price. Whether to accept is your choice. Noah's pupils contracted at these words. Old Lady Lu smiled sweetly. Miss Noah, business is about mutual agreement. Just like when we bought machinery from K-Country. Even though you set sky-high prices, we really wanted to buy, so we could afford it. Lu Qingzhou smiled slightly. The old lady continued pointedly. Isn't taking advantage of situations what K-Country loves doing most? How do you think we're learning? After a while, she took a shallow breath. Fine, 20 times it is. Can young Master Lu tell me Miss Gu's whereabouts now? Lu Qingzhou's lips curved upward. That depends on you. Once the money's in place, everything's negotiable. Noah looked at a servant beside her. Contact the bank. Transfer the money to Mr. Lu now. Then they left. In the living room, Lu Qingzhou checked his computer. The money had all been transferred to his personal account. Nothing left. The old lady watched painfully. She gave him a cool look. Look at how love-struck you are. even giving all the presidential palace's payment for the Liu family to Gu Mao. You're really spoiling him. Liu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows calmly. He has no parents. I need to save up his dowry. Nothing's even certain yet, and you're already saving for a dowry. The old lady looked at him expressionlessly. Then bring him home next time. Liu Qingzhou walked out with his laptop, smiling. Then you better prepare a generous welcome gift. The old lady got angry. Brat! Noah sat in her car, looking darkly at Gu Meng's photo. Traditional medicine, acupuncture skills, young and talented. These characteristics appeared in both the divine doctor and Gu Meng. Could it really be such a coincidence? He's the world's #1 divine doctor. Yet someone dared to doubt his medical skills. Liu Qingzhou arrived in K country and rushed to pick up Gu Meng right after landing. He looked Gu Meng up and down. You look very different today. Gu Meng narrowed his eyes. Ah yes, Lin Shuang picked this for me a few days ago, changing style occasionally. How did you negotiate with the presidential palace? He raised his eyes. 71 billion. Gu Meng clicked his tongue. You're quite ruthless. Liu Qingzhou smiled. They came to us. They'll pay whatever we ask. He said seriously, I'll take 50, the rest is yours. Liu Qingzhou shook his head. No need to give it all to you. His eyes smiled slightly. All right. Soon the car arrived at the presidential palace. Guing stood at the room window with a clear view of this side. When he saw Liu, he opened the car door and Liu Qingzhou step out. He stared in disbelief. It was him. Why would Gu Meng's boyfriend come? Could the doctor they invited be? 2 seconds later, he seemed to suddenly realize something. His gaze sharply turned to the other side of the car. Gu Meng's face appeared in view. His pupils contracted. How could Gu Meng be him? Johnston stood in place, very politely extending his hand. Mr. Liu, Miss Gu, welcome, and thank you both for coming today. Liu Qingzhou's lips curved into a faint smile. K country's presidential palace was famous for their arrogance and pride. Now they're being unusually warm. Is this what 71 billion buys? They walked over and shook hands with Johnston and Hill respectively. Noah observed quietly from the side. This Miss Gu's aura was completely different from the divine doctor's. She looked like just an ordinary high school student. He had overthought earlier. How could she possibly be the same person as the divine doctor? In the medical room, Gu Meng checked Hill's pulse. After 10 minutes, he asked, have you had acupuncture on your pancreas before? Hill nodded honestly yes. Liu Qingzhou, sitting on the nearby sofa, raised his eyebrows slightly at these words. Seems the presidential palace had some recent events. The divine doctor had been here too, but apparently only treated half before stopping. Gu Meng asked slowly, are you taking any medicine? If no, that is. Would you like to see the prescription, Miss Gu? Gu Meng spoke flatly. No need. Then opened his backpack and took out a notebook. He began writing a prescription. Finished after a few seconds. He tore off a page and handed it to Hill, smiling mischievously. If this matches your current prescription, keep taking it. If not, stop yours tomorrow and take mine for 7 days, once daily. Hill took the prescription and froze. Noah also saw it and quickly grabbed the prescription from his hand. Comparing them, it was almost identical to the divine doctor's. Seeing their silence, Gu Meng immediately understood. Is it the same as your current prescription? Actually, your previous acupuncture treatment was very effective. The blood stasis has been expelled. Hearing this, all three realized they had wronged the divine doctor. His lips curved mischievously. 7 more days of medicine and you'll recover. Noah pressed her lips together. Miss Gu means my mother doesn't even need acupuncture? Gu Meng smiled carelessly. Yes, but since you're paying, we can do acupuncture if you want. 3 doses of medicine and you'll recover. And then, hearing this, eyes instantly blazing with anger, stepped forward and snatched the prescription from Hill's hand. It's exactly the same as the previous divine doctor's. What joke is this? We paid 71 billion to bring you here, not to hear nonsense. If this is how it is, return the money. Gu Meng narrowed his eyes, slowly turning his gaze toward him, a terrifying cold light in his eyes. Liu Qingzhou also raised his head, a chilling pressure emanating from him. The entire medical room instantly dropped several degrees. Gu Meng casually rested his face on his hand. Does this young lady have objections to my diagnosis? The world's hackers are not to be messed with. Whoever dares to offend him, he'll point a gun at them. Even his own sister is no exception. Johnston frowned and sternly rebuked and then shut up and then looked at her father. He hasn't done anything useful, yet took so much of our money. His stern gaze warned, I told you to shut up, and it was indignant. Mom's illness would have gotten better without him. He should return our money. Noah pulled him back, saying firmly, and then stop it. $7 billion isn't a small amount. He's clearly extorting us. Before he could finish, Johnston raised his hand and slapped him hard. Hill's face changed dramatically as she stood up, and then looked at her father in disbelief. Johnston coldly ordered, take the second young lady back to her room. Without my permission, she's not to step 1 foot outside. Gu Meng casually rested her face on her hand, displaying an obviously good service attitude with a smile. So, madam, would you like acupuncture? Hill felt terribly uncomfortable and had no mood. She forced a smile. Since taking medicine can cure it, there's no need for acupuncture. Thank you, Miss Gu. Gu Meng stood up, eyes curved in a smile. You're welcome. She hinted to Lu Qingzhou about freeloading $7 billion. Made it big. Walking slowly to Lu Qingzhou's side, she said, let's go. He looked at her and said, wait 10 minutes. I have something to discuss with the president. Okay. At the small balcony at the end of the second-floor corridor, Gu Meng leaned against the railing, a lollipop in her mouth, looking both mischievous and rebellious. Guing stood in the corridor, his gaze fixed for several seconds. He had always thought Gu Meng had nothing but her face, inferior to him in everything else. But it seemed since she entered Mingxing school, everything went off track. Only today did he learn she even knew medical skills. Then he walked over and said coldly, so the Dr. Noah invited from Beijing was you. Gu Meng's eyes were half-lidded as she bit the lollipop. Without speaking, Guing pressed his lips. What's the point of pretending? A perfect score valedictorian at age 7. Pretending to know nothing, getting 0 points. What's the point? Every time I took exams before, I showed my low grades to mom and dad. Gu Meng must have been laughing at me behind my back. Mom and dad were so biased. Why did they secretly teach only Gu Meng and not me? Guing laughed suddenly. Sister, I'm actually quite puzzled. You're so kind to Meng Jinyang, an outsider, but so indifferent to me, your own sister. What would mom and dad think if they knew this in their graves? Gu Meng slowly raised her head, stood straight, and turned slightly towards him, smiling. Guing, why haven't you learned your lesson? Still trying to provoke me? He stared at her, his eyes full of desperately hidden fear. Am I wrong? You're so good to Meng Jinyang, but what's the use? Now, everyone knows he was abused at age 5. Haven't you noticed? Except for Shun Huan, who wants to play with him? Everyone thinks he's dirty. This is what you chose. Who told you not to leave school? You're the one who made him like this. Hearing this, Gu Meng's eyes showed a dangerous docility. Her hands searched in her bag. He continued speaking. What's laughable is that everyone thinks you're good to him. Why does everyone revolve around Gu Meng? That attention should have been mine. He laughed madly. Gu Meng, you're not just pretending, you're hypocritical. The next second, Gu Meng pulled out a gun from her bag. Pointing fiercely at him, she lifted her eyelids. Those eyes were dark and cold, filled with unconcealed killing intent. I was in a pretty good mood, but without seeing some blood, you don't seem to learn your lesson. Gu Ying's face turned deathly pale. You dare? Don't forget what mom and dad's will said. We're not allowed to harm each other. Gu Meng smiled, her tone chilling. Have you forgotten? I've never been obedient since childhood. The gun barrel slowly moved down from his face. In an instant, every pore on Gu Ying's back felt like it would explode. A loud bang rang out. Gu Ying screamed hysterically, falling backward and crashing to the ground. She slowly crouched in front of him, raising her eyes to look at the terrified Gu Ying. With such little courage, how do you expect to play with me? Accidental discharges can happen to anyone, so it's better to be careful in life. Don't you think? Gu Ying stared fixedly at the gun in her hand, his whole body trembling. That evening, after Gu Meng finished showering, she was drying her hair with a towel. Lu Qingzhou came over and helped her dry it. Pretty bold, firing a gun in the presidential palace. You scared them into updating their security overnight. She softly replied, oh, then added, they're working quite efficiently then. Lu Qingzhou helped dry her hair, and when it was almost dry, his hands wrapped around her waist. She frowned, taking liberties. Lu Qingzhou's voice was soft and gentle near her ear. She smiled ambiguously. Thanks for the compliment. Lu Qingzhou's heart was unsettled, holding back. Suddenly remembering the tattoo she mentioned, he spoke. When will you give me the tattoo? I've already paid. Gu Meng bit his neck hard. He lost control and kissed her back fiercely the next second. Gu Meng wasn't easy to deal with. She forcefully tore open his clothes and declared, I want to sleep with you. Lu Qingzhou's heart was unsettled, his eyes restraining, suddenly remembering the tattoo she mentioned. When will you give me the tattoo? I've already paid. She never equivocated about business matters and answered seriously. I didn't bring my tattoo equipment. Wait until we return to Mincheng about a month later. I still have business in K country. I'll do it when I return. Lu Qingzhou slowly brushed her hair aside. His lips curved into a smile. Won't you be worried after a month? Gu Meng turned to look at him, directly stroking his chin. I understand. Lu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and smiled. Understand what? Before he could finish, Gu Meng pushed him down and pressed close against him. Lu Qingzhou's smile suddenly froze. His eyes filled with desire as she tilted her head and covered his jawline with soft lips. Opening her mouth, her teeth gently bit him, gradually increasing pressure, very slowly. Lu Qingzhou exhaled restrainedly, slightly trembling. One hand around her waist, the other moving to her nape, slowly massaging. How long do you want to bite? Gu Meng's eyes curved as she released her bite, speaking calmly. Can last a month. Lu Qingzhou chuckled. Biting so hard. You want to mark me? I remember someone said they'd bite all over next time. No need to spread it evenly. He paused for a second, slightly shy. Leaning down close, he hooked her chin with his finger, smiling. All over? I'm afraid you can't handle it. His delicate features revealed a hint of wild wickedness. A quiet, restrained tension filled the air. Lu Qingzhou also smiled, staring straight at him. You really need to be taught a lesson. His smile widened as he straightened up and said, I'm tired. Good night. Just as he was about to turn around, Lu Qingzhou suddenly grabbed his wrist. Before Gu Meng could react, he was pulled onto the bed. Lu Qingzhou loomed over him, pinning down his body. His wrists were gripped tightly above his head. That gaze was somewhat mad, devoid of any rationality. Pinned to the bed, watching him press his lips together, Gu Meng thought this is bad. He instinctively tried to struggle, but was firmly held down by the man, unable to move at all. He smiled and spoke slowly. Let's try then. See who gives in first. After saying this, he directly kissed his lips, intensely passionate. Half an hour later, Gu Meng was completely overwhelmed by his actions. It was unbearable. Damn Lu Qingzhou. In the next moment, he pushed him down and pinned him instead, staring at him intently. I want to sleep with you. Lu Qingzhou hadn't expected him to be so fierce. Had he pushed him too far? Gu Meng's hands trembled as he pulled at his clothes. You asked for this. His strength was immense, directly tearing the clothes. Lu Qingzhou was somewhat amused, lying flat and letting him tear away. However, he kindly reminded him, if you're sure that after tonight, you'll still be able to get out of bed to handle your business, I'll definitely cooperate. Gu Meng understood his meaning. His fingers froze. Breathing heavily, he stared at him. I'll sleep with you eventually. He made a mental note of this. The next morning, Lu Qingzhou kept coaxing him. Don't be angry. Next time I'll lie still and let you do whatever you want. How about that? I'm leaving today. Give me a smile. He took a chocolate and tried to feed it to him. Gu Meng was still angry and slowly uttered one word. Get lost. At this moment, two subordinates walked over. Seeing this scene, they were somewhat incredulous and very shocked. Their boss was actually coaxing someone. Lu Qingzhou cleared his throat and looked at them. A shipment from K country is being delivered to Mingyu State. You two take some men to Qiyin. What's the situation? Gu Meng's eyes paused slightly. They were also going to Mingyu State. Lu Jiu said, the first batch of new trainees is all assembled. Once Wu Sheng arrives, training can begin. The people Wu Sheng has trained for us these 3 years have had almost 0 casualties on missions. Our cooperation time with Wu Sheng is running out. We offended him badly back then. As the number 1 on the assassins list, he always seeks revenge. Lu Qingzhou thought for a full minute before his deep voice sounded. After I handle current matters, I'll meet with him in Lianxi Wuxing. Gu Meng was quietly playing games when suddenly a message popped up on his phone. Opening the message, it read, Boss, when are you coming for the arranged training? He let out a light sound. So it was Lu Qingzhou who had set him up back then. Gu Meng actually had another hidden identity. That was the training base of Wuxing, number 1 on the assassins list. A girl stared at Xingji. Brother Qin, tell us about Wuxing. What does he look like? He took a drag of his cigarette and said vaguely, about your age, around 20, but more ruthless than anyone when in action. The girl continued asking, what else? What else? Xingji chuckled. The rest you'll have to experience for yourselves. Just then, the helicopter landed. As the cabin door opened, a tall, slender figure appeared before everyone. This was Wuxing, number 1 on the assassins list. Xingji suppressed his fierce aura and put on a smile. Boss Wuxing, you're here. Would you like to rest first, or start training now? Gu Meng stood lazily. Some things are more fun after dark. All right then, boss, please rest first. Subsequently, they arranged a wooden cabin for Gu Meng to rest. Just as he put down his phone, Lu Qingzhou sent a message. Have you eaten? Gu Meng checked around and, finding no issues, removed his disguise, taking off his mask and hat, revealing delicate, beautiful features. He sat on the bed, leisurely replying. Seconds later, Lu Qingzhou sent another message. Didn't eat breakfast either. Gu Meng simply replied with one word. Head lowered, eyes gleaming, he typed out a long message. If you won't tell me where you're going, take care of yourself. Otherwise, I won't let you go alone next time. Gu Meng quickly replied with one word. Seeing this single word, Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. Just one day apart, and the attitude was already this cold. He pressed his lips and sent another message. Do you have any complaints about me? Gu Meng just smiled, corner of his mouth tilting sharply. No complaints really, just that the enemy I've been looking for 3 years suddenly appeared. Kinda want to kill him, that's all. 3 years ago, Gu Meng took on a high-paying training mission. The requirement was to train a batch of experts in 30 days. The mission was completed beautifully, but it caught Qian's attention. At that time, Meng's strength wasn't enough. He didn't want trouble, so he refused. Unexpectedly, Qian set a trap and caught him. He thought someone would come to rescue him, but Qian's intelligence network was too powerful. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Meng agreed to sign a 5-year cooperation with Qian to train new recruits for them each year. He just never expected that Qian's boss would be Lu Qingzhou. Gu Meng narrowed his eyes. Too much. The quiet room was filled with an ambiguous killing intent, his delicate features ice cold. Somewhat confused, he had said before, "Don't let me find out who Qian's boss is, or I'll definitely kill him." What to do now? As the sun set, the training participants became nervous. A man asked cheerfully, his eyes showing barely concealed excitement. "Instructor, what's our training content for tonight?" His figure was lean, face covered with a mask, wearing recording gloves, fingers long and distinct. He repeated the training content, then lifted his eyelids slightly, and amid everyone's confused expressions, uttered 2 words, "Getting hit." As soon as the words fell, before the 10 people could react, one of the men was suddenly struck hard by Gu Meng's punch. He slightly flexed his wrist, his expression quite cold, glancing at the others. All come at once. They slowly charged forward. All attacked Gu Meng at once. Easily dodging. His elbow struck the opponent's chest, slamming them hard to the ground. Simultaneously, Gu Meng turned his head and kicked sideways. The person trying to attack from behind was knocked down by his kick. Xing Ji watched as several people were beaten down by Gu Meng one by one until they couldn't get up. Why does the boss seem more ruthless than ever? Will these people survive the training? Gu Meng, satisfied after the fight, sighed in relief. Finally, that feels better. As he turned, his dark gaze swept over them as he spoke flatly. Go pack your things. You have 5 minutes to enter the forest. He never imagined that the enemy he'd been searching for 3 years would turn out to be the boy he loved. He had said once he found out who Qian's boss was, he would personally kill him. What should he do now? Unmanned helicopters circled above the forest searching. Countless people were in the forest, conducting a sweep search for these people. A man looked up at the helicopter above, his expression extremely complicated. Has Wuxing gone mad? Making us do survival training in the forest at night is one thing, but expecting us to shoot down helicopters with 600-meter range guns? Even gods couldn't do that. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. The helicopter searching for them in the sky exploded. A thick cloud of white smoke burst in the air. Gu Meng spoke to the trainees through the communication earpiece. There are 11 drones in total. I've taken care of mine. 1 for each of you remaining. Miss, and you're out. Just then, his earpiece channel was switched. A man's voice came through. Wuxing, come out for a moment. We've added a temporary special training member. Xingji walked over casually and spoke to Gu Meng. Don't know who's coming that made our boss personally arrange their entry. If they have connections, it's hard to know how to handle them. You know our training has a high casualty rate. Gu Meng kept his eyes lowered, saying nothing, and walked straight ahead. As the two approached the cabin, they saw a small figure standing there, with Qin Fong beside them. Gu Si looked up at them the moment they appeared. When he confirmed it was his sister, he clenched his fists tightly. When Xing Ji saw Gu Si, his heart skipped a beat. Young Master Qin, is this the new team member for special training? You must be joking. Such a small child. He nodded. Arrange for Gu Si. If he can't keep up with physical training, contact us immediately to send him back. He patted Gu Si's head. My task is done. Train well. Contact your brother-in-law if anything happens. Hearing this, Gu Si smiled and slowly said, he can call himself brother-in-law after he manages to marry my sister. Qin Fong narrowed his eyes at him. What did you say? Gu Si smiled sweetly, looking very cute. I said okay, you can go now. Was it Qin Fong's imagination, or did this whooshing give him a very familiar feeling? Xing Ji turned slightly toward Gu Meng. Whooshing, take young Master Gu to the training ground. I need to go to the monitoring room. Gu Meng responded flatly. Then he turned and left, leaving only Gu Meng and Gu Si. Gu Meng led him into the forest and specifically activated the signal blocking function. He removed his mask and looked at Gu Si. Why did you come? Gu Si took off his backpack. Sis, I graduated from Red Crab. Lu Qingzhou said he'd send me somewhere better. He hesitated for a moment before speaking, didn't expect it to be all Qian. Sis, you know who the Qian boss is that betrayed you back then, right? Gu Meng looked away from him, gazing indifferently ahead. I knew before coming to Qian. Gu Si was shocked. You knew and still came to help train him? After how he betrayed you, aren't you angry? Gu Meng looked up at the helicopter, speaking softly. This training has cost him a fortune. Gu Si immediately understood her meaning. Very angry. That bit of money isn't enough to avenge what happened. Sis, you can't let it end like this. Kiman Satsdong. You're right. I might be letting him off too easy. So I'm still thinking. Any suggestions? Gu Si's eyes turned cold, utterly frustrated. Break 14 of his ribs, beat him for 10 days, inject him with truth serum, getting angrier as he spoke, or just kill him, simple and done. He casually ate a chocolate, raising his delicate eyebrows. I'll watch from the side. Sis, don't joke. I can't beat him. Seeing his immediate surrender, Gu Meng smiled. Funny, I can't either. Gu Si narrowed his eyes. Sis, you're ranked first among assassins. You can't beat Wuxing? More like you're unwilling to. Gu Meng looked at him seriously. Really can't beat him. Gu Si pressed his lips together, his clear eyes full of anger. So, we just let him off? If we can't win directly, how about we play a game? Gu Meng smirked, raising an eyebrow. What do you want to do? Gu Si tutkled. Just cooperate with me. The next second, he took out his phone and called Lu Qingzhou. His voice sounded very anxious. Lu Qingzhou, it's bad. My sister's gone missing. Lu Qingzhou panicked immediately, his brows furrowing. What did you say? The world's top hacker finally joined forces with her brother, starting to deal with her beloved boy. Gu Si sniffled, his voice choking up. My sister hasn't replied to my messages for over 12 hours. This has never happened before. Has she contacted you? I'm worried something happened to her. Lu Qingzhou opened WeChat and checked their chat history. Indeed, her last reply was 12 hours ago. His thin lips pressed together, his voice cold and deep. Stay at Qian. If you're not in the mood to train, just stay there. I'll go find your sister. While replying, he quickly took off his white coat and walked out. Gu Si responded with seeming very scared, his childish voice filled with fear. Can you lend me 10 billion? I have channels to post missions to help find my sister. I'll pay you back later. Lu Qingzhou replied, send me the account number. Don't worry, I'll find her. After hanging up, he ordered his subordinates to send all unnecessary people out to search for Gu Meng. The next second, 10 billion yuan was transferred to Gu Si's phone. He smiled triumphantly. He'll search everywhere for you. But even if he searches the whole world, he won't think you're at Qian waiting for him. If he figures it out, Gu Si moved quickly. In less than a minute, he posted 10 assassination missions. He believed 10 assassins should be enough to deal with Lu Qingzhou. Gu Meng watched his seamless acting and snorted. Not bad acting. Using Lu Qingzhou's money to hire assassins to hunt him. Petit doc. Just then, Gu Meng's phone rang. As soon as she answered, Lin Shuang anxiously said, Little Gu, Lu Qingzhou's people are all mobilized, searching everywhere for you. Did you know? Hearing her voice, Gu Si excitedly called out, Sister Lin Shuang. His eyes showed slight confusion. Wait, aren't you a Qian? Why is Gu Si there too? Gu Meng smirked at one corner of her mouth, calmly saying 2 words. Take a guess. Lin Shuang frowned in thought, then suddenly froze in realization. Qian, don't tell me Qian's boss is him? Her voice trembled. Don't tell me Lu Qingzhou is that psycho who almost got you killed back then? Gu Meng made an affirming sound. He'll definitely come looking for you. Good luck. I'm thanking Gusitutrin. Bye. Lin Shuang slowly recovered from the news. Seems the bounty posts were from this sister-brother duo. Lin Shuang remembered something, her eyebrow twitching, expression turning crafty. Her fingers quickly typed on the keyboard, using an anonymous account to post Lu Qingzhou's address on the bounty website. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhou frowned anxiously. Where was Gu Meng last seen? His subordinate became nervous and replied, "Something strange about Miss Gu. After leaving our villa area, none of the city's surveillance cameras caught her. The cameras must have been tampered with, but our people couldn't find any traces." Lu Qingzhou frowned and thought, who could have taken her? How is she now? Is she okay? Just then, a sharp piercing sound suddenly rang out. The window near Lu Qi shattered completely into pieces, spraying throughout the car. 4 bulletproof glass to shatter like this from one shot. Without thinking, he straightened his body to shield Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou instinctively leaned back against the seat. He forcefully pushed down Lu Qi's shoulder, ordering him to crouch. He shouted at the driver to head to the northern base. Their villa area was destroyed just like that. After driving a good distance, he turned around. "Are you all right?" Lu Qingzhou wasn't seriously injured, but his eyes showed traces of darkness. "I'm fine." Lu Qi coughed a few times. "What the hell is going on?" "Your visit to Dr. K was decided last minute. How was it exposed so quickly? Could there be a mole?" No one knew that villa was their base. Now the address had clearly been exposed. And before this, only Gu Meng and Lin Shuang had been there. He considered all possibilities and finally suspected the two of them. Was his identity as the mole about to be exposed? He was by who also Wuxing, and moreover, he was Gu Meng, whom Lu Qingzhou had been frantically searching for worldwide. Lu Qingzhou returned to another small villa and bandaged his wounds. The surveillance footage of Gu Meng's whereabouts had been hacked, and even he couldn't recover it. The opponent was clearly a top-tier hacker. His subordinates had ruled out everyone except Lin Shuang and Gu Meng for leaking the base's address. If Lin Shuang was the hacker who leaked the base address, then who was Gu Meng? At Ming City Middle School, when Meng Jinyang appeared, Gu Meng had operated a computer very skillfully. Lu Qingzhou could only come to one conclusion. Could she also be a hacker? Meanwhile, at the Shiyin training base, Gu Meng opened her computer. Video connecting. A moment later, connected. Seeing the other person, they were extremely excited. Holy shit, Baiyu. After 8 years, you're finally willing to show your face. Wait, you're a woman? And so young. Gu Meng ignored Yunlin's excitement and said coldly, Lu Qingzhou has started investigating Lin Shuang. It's only a matter of time before he finds Yin Meng. Quickly recall everyone on missions outside. Don't let Qiyin catch them. Lin was confused after hearing this. Lin Shuang? Lu Qingzhou? Why is he investigating Lin Shuang? Gu Meng replied expressionlessly. She blew up Lu Qingzhou's stronghold in Country K. Lin Shuang raised her eyebrows at Gu Meng, saying matter-of-factly, blowing up one of his bases is letting him off easy. You suffered much worse than him back then. Just thinking about it makes me want to blow up a few more bases. Yunlin didn't understand. Can someone explain this to me? He was by who also Wuxing, and moreover, he was Gu Meng, whom Lu Qingzhou had been frantically searching for worldwide. His voice was a bit unsteady, completely off rhythm. So this is a love story between me and my mortal enemy from 3 years ago? This is too dramatic. Gu Meng stared at the computer screen as Lin Shuang said, Little sister Gu, Yin Meng isn't what she used to be. With our people helping Gu Si find assassins, taking down Lu Qingzhou would be easy. Do you agree? His voice was low and hoarse. But this is between him and me. I'll settle this myself. Gu Meng's cold black eyes showed determination. Her fingers typed on the keyboard, erasing Lin Shuang's information and recent whereabouts. Everything was deleted. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhou sat on the sofa with his arms crossed. Yidu was furious. We were so close to finding out who was behind the base explosion. Some hacker mixed up all the data. Lu Qingzhou frowned, his eyes darkening. Have the people we caught today talked? Not yet. His eyes filled with menacing darkness. He glanced at Yidu. Bring them up. I'll interrogate them one by one myself. Seconds later, someone was brought in. Lu Qingzhou took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and his voice deepened. Who assigned the mission? Who ordered you to kill my people? He looked up, somewhat fearful. I don't know, young Master Lu. I really don't know. You could check who's had conflicts with you recently. Lu Qingzhou burned the cigarette tip, cold irritation appearing in his expression. I also want to know if there really are mouths that can't be pried open. After being beaten by Lu Qingzhou, he finally gave in. Stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Only then did he stop, wiping the blood off his hands with paper. He stepped hard on the man's back. The man trembled and slowly spoke. I only know they posted 10 bounty missions. Each mission was worth 100 million. We only communicated online. Your whereabouts were also provided by them. That's all I know. Lu Qingzhou's expression darkened, but he didn't jump to conclusions. Instead, he looked at Yidu. Besides us, are there any other organizations looking for Gu Meng? He respectfully replied, no. Gu Si said he wanted to place an order to get 1 billion from Gu Meng, but Yidu couldn't find any records. Gu Si hired the assassins, using his money to target him. One assassin leaked his base address. Another was hired to kill him. What did Lin Shuang and Gu Si say to make them do this? This time, Gu Meng absolutely wouldn't let Lu Qingzhou off easily, declaring that without vengeance, this would never be over. Lu Qingzhou looked into Gu Meng's eyes. You knew at the villa. Why didn't you ask me? Gu Meng recalled her feelings then, laughed and said casually, it's not like I could do anything to you. No point. You didn't know me 3 years ago, anyway. His jaw moved slightly, pausing, somewhat pale. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were whooshing. You can't applying. Gu Meng stood up. No need. I won't listen. His gaze suddenly narrowed, watching her nervously. Where are you going? Gu Meng raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. Just getting water. He grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water and returned, handing one to him. Lu Qingzhou naturally accepted it, surprised by how reasonable she was being. He uncertainly asked, You're really not angry? Gu Meng asked back expressionlessly. Do I look angry to you? Lu Qingzhou sighed in relief and reached out to hold his hand. Gu Meng stood up straight, tilting her head to look at him. With a slight smile, don't get handsy. His brows furrowed tighter. She was going to settle scores with him. He tensed up after thinking for a moment. I see you only have 1 chocolate left on your desk. I bought you new ones. Gu Meng curved her lips. Don't try to get cozy. Lu Qingzhou panicked and crouched before her. Looking up at her face, he said softly, Am I in trouble? Have I seriously offended my girlfriend? Gu Meng smiled coldly. What do you think? He lowered his head, voice hoarse. It's my fault. Don't smile at me like that. Hit me, scold me, I won't make a sound. Just spare my life. Gu Meng narrowed her eyes, speaking slowly. Don't play victim. I had it much worse back then. Lu Qingzhou remembered Gu Meng in the enforcement hall, his back stiffening. His regret was genuine. He didn't even know how she had endured 5 days in the enforcement hall. After a moment of silence, he said, Fortunately, I didn't go to the enforcement hall 3 years ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't be together now. It's my fault. Give me a chance to make it up to you, please. I really was wrong. Gu Meng's face was expressionless, her voice cold. You'll accept whatever I do to you? Lu Qingzhou nodded, yes. A smile slowly spread across her face as she leaned closer to him, speaking softly and lazily. Even if I kill you? Lu Qingzhou didn't move, looking into her cold, deep eyes. Yes, but let me say some last words first. He took out a gun from his pocket, handing it to her. You need money more. I'll leave all my assets to you. It should be enough. Don't ever take missions as whooshing again. He pointed the gun in Gu Meng's hand at himself. And remember to collect my body. Gu Meng's gaze was cold and wicked. Just then, the earpiece buzzed. Whooshing, when you're done, come quickly. No one can control young Master Gu Si. Gu Meng's brow relaxed. Understood, I'm coming. As she was about to leave, Lu Qingzhou grabbed her wrist. Does this mean I get to live? Gu Meng looked down at the hand holding her wrist, her pupils contracting. In the next second, she suddenly countered and locked his arm. With a shoulder throw, she slammed him hard onto the ground. Gu Meng looked down at him, her lips curving slightly. Don't get handsy. Without another word, she turned to leave. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and looked back at him. Until I'm satisfied this isn't over. Lu Qingzhou coughed from the throw. Not over until you're satisfied? If Gu Meng couldn't bring herself to hurt him, he would do it himself. To avenge Gu Meng, he endured 7 days of torture in the enforcement hall. He was even injected with 10 cc of neurotoxin, causing cardiac arrest on the spot. A subordinate rushed over to report. Young Master Qin. Young Master He, it's bad. Young Master Lu went to the enforcement hall and ordered the elders to torture him. We couldn't stop him. He ordered them to just barely keep him alive. Those people in the enforcement hall are being even crueler than they were to whooshing back then. He Yizhu and Qin Fang's expressions changed upon hearing this, and they quickly ran towards the enforcement hall. Xing Ji saw Gu Meng return and walked up to her with a terminal. That young master hacked the drone system. Gu Meng was quite surprised. She asked softly, "How many did he hack?" Xing Ji gritted his teeth, his eye twitching in pain. "All of them. Several billion, just gone like that." "Gone, huh?" Gu Meng's eyes flashed with amusement. "Add 10 more drones. Continue training like this. I don't care what you decide." Hearing this, Xing Ji's face lit up. No, we can't continue training. Can't guarantee training quality. This much money isn't enough to vent my anger. I want to see how that Lu guy will handle this. They arrived at the enforcement hall, heading straight to the torture chamber. Lu Qingzhou was tied up, motionless. It wasn't clear if he was conscious or not. Blood stained his lips. His body was covered in blood and wounds. His usually pristine shirt was now in tatters. The vice hall master spoke softly. "Young Master Qin, young Master He, the doctor says his breathing is normal. No fatal injuries." Lu Qingzhou's eyes were downcast as he took a breath, his voice low and hoarse. "Continue." He Zhu frowned. "Brother Chung, is this necessary?" Lu Qingzhou pressed his lips together. "This is what he went through back then. I need to let him vent." "Continue." Qin Fang looked at Lu Qingzhou's injured body, extremely frustrated. "There are many ways to vent anger, right? This isn't necessary. Besides, Gu Si's assassins already blew up our base." Lu Qingzhou had just been whipped across his chest, coughing hoarsely. "Not enough. He can blow up Qian if he wants. It's my fault." Qin Fang thought he was delirious and said bluntly, "You didn't even know it was him." Lu Qingzhou endured the pain and said calmly, "I know now. Continue." The enforcement hall members whipped his abdomen repeatedly. His jaw clenched, eyes reddened, but he didn't make a sound. He Yizhu and Qin Fang watched as they used their harshest methods on Lu Qingzhou. Their expressions darkened, but they remained silent, watching from the side. After a full half-hour of beating, they began preparing the neurotoxin injection. The vice hall master's hand shook as he held the syringe, looking at his master. "Young Master Lu, you've never had this neurotoxin before. The reaction will be severe. Brace yourself." He asked, "How much did Wuxing get back then?" 8 cc. Lu Qingzhou slowly uttered, "Inject it." The vice hall master injected his arm directly. Lu Qingzhou's reaction was extreme. His face tensed, body stiffened, and the pain intensified. Every nerve ending felt like it was being stabbed with needles. His whole body trembled. Mei-Chen spoke gravely. "Are you trying to die?" Seconds later, Lu Qingzhou passed out from the pain. The vice hall master felt terrible. The doctor said that while it was extremely painful, his life wasn't in danger. They threw a bucket of water on his face to keep him conscious. Qin Fang shouted, "What are you doing?" "Wuxing took this dose over 3 days. You gave it all at once. Isn't that enough?" Lu Qingzhou ordered them not to interfere. "Gu Meng stayed here for 5 days. I deserve this." He struggled to say 2 final words, "Continue." Several hours later, Qin Fang's eyes were full of concern. "Brother Chung, just tell me, how many days before this ends?" Lu Qingzhou ignored him. The vice hall master also pleaded, "Young Master Lu, 8 cc is already the limit. Another 2 cc will be fatal." Lu Qingzhou still gritted his teeth and said, "Continue." They injected another 2 cc of the drug. He showed no reaction at all. Everyone panicked. "Not good. Quick, give me the cardiac stimulant. Prepare for emergency treatment. Quick, go find Gu Meng." Gu Meng learned that he had been tortured in the enforcement hall for 7 days and had taken 10 cc of the interrogation drug. She panicked immediately and rushed to see him. Lu Qingzhou felt that no one could truly empathize. All he could do was endure everything she had experienced again. Only then would he know how much it hurt. Gu Meng arrived at the cabin. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the chocolate on the table, and her eyes paused. It had been 7 days since Lu Qingzhou's last visit. 7 days without appearing. This meant they were over. Gu Meng frowned. Her lips curled in self-mockery. She grabbed the chocolate from the table and threw it all in the trash. Just then, she heard heavy knocking on the door. Qin Fang called anxiously from outside. "Gu Meng, open the door. Come see Brother Chung quickly." Gu Meng's voice was ice cold as she said, "Don't know him. Won't see him." Qin Fang frowned at the wooden door and sneered. "Then do you know that this person you claim not to know has nearly killed himself in the enforcement hall these past 7 days, just to let you vent? Just now, he had them inject him with 10 cc of interrogation drug. His heart has stopped, and they're trying to save him." Gu Meng suddenly looked up. 10 cc? Is he crazy? Does he want to die? Qin Fong waited a few seconds with no response from inside. He clenched his fists. Gumeng, I'm begging you. You're the only one who can stop him now. Gumeng opened the door with a grim face. She hurriedly followed Qin Fong to the enforcement hall. She saw Lu Qingzhou lying on the hospital bed while doctors were performing emergency treatment. It's bad. The cardiac stimulant isn't working. Quick, get the defibrillator. The defibrillator isn't working either. His heart rhythm is irregular. It's electrical storm, an extremely high mortality rate condition. Gumeng walked over, her voice cold and deep. Move aside. The doctors instinctively turned to look at her. Gumeng sat down and checked his pulse. Then she examined his eyes. Gumeng pressed her lips and looked at the doctor. Cardiac stimulant? The doctor told her they'd already used it and couldn't use more. Gumeng's dark eyes remained composed. Fine, then cremate him directly. She turned to leave. Qin Fong was shocked too. He frowned and grabbed the doctor's arm. Do whatever Gumeng says. She's the only one who can save Brother Qing now. Only then did they bring the cardiac stimulant and called to Gumeng. Then we'll leave it to you, Miss Gu. Gumeng took the syringe and walked to Lu Qingzhou's side. After completing the intravenous injection, she interlaced her hands, preparing to compress his chest. A few minutes later, Lu Qingzhou's brows slightly furrowed. The heart monitor started beeping. His heartbeat had returned. Gumeng finally sighed in relief. Beaten this badly, 10 cc of interrogation drug, even triggering a complicated condition like electrical storm. She inadvertently noticed the blood on her hands and paused. Lu Qingzhou is really harsh on himself. Suddenly, a hoarse voice spoke. Have you vented enough? Gumeng's eyes were cold, her voice carrying unclear anger. You madman, did you need to go this far? Hearing this, Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, I just felt that in this world, no one can truly empathize. All I could do was experience everything you went through again. Only then would I know how much it hurt. Has this helped you vent your anger? For Gumeng's sake, Lu Qingzhou was truly ruthless, torturing himself to the point of kidney failure. Gumeng pointed to the electric shock device over there. Instead of you using that, I'll personally give you a treatment, and then we'll call it even. Lu Qingzhou looked at the device without any hesitation. All right, agreed. You do it personally, and we're even. After saying this, he tried to get up. Gumeng immediately went over and pushed him back down. Her expression darkened, her voice very cold. Enough. I don't want to save you again. Lu Qingzhou reached out and held her hand, his expression quite serious. What do you mean? Are you going back on your word? One corner of his mouth curved in a half-smile, his refined features showing a hint of mischief. Don't pretend with me. You know exactly what I mean. He reached out with his other hand and touched her cheek. I'm not pretending, I just wasn't sure. So now this matter is settled. Gumeng licked her lips and replied faintly, Lu Qingzhou finally smiled. Suddenly he grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, wanting to kiss her. Gumeng frowned and quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Lu Qingzhou looked at her, his eyes momentarily confused. She narrowed her eyes and gave him a warning look. Don't push your luck. Lu Qingzhou was stunned for a few seconds. He laughed, his deep black eyes staring directly at her, his expression unreadable. He held her hand again. Fine, whatever you say. Gumeng expressionlessly withdrew her hand. She stood up and looked at Qin Fong. Take him to the medical room. Ian Van Novet. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll take good care of Brother Chung. Lu Qingzhou lay in bed, watching her leave. When she returned to the cabin, she received a call from Lin Shuang. Little sister Gu, what's your plan now? Are you going to openly confront Qian? She reached into the trash can, retrieved the chocolate Lu Qingzhou had given her. After a long while, she finally spoke. Not sure. He spent 7 days in Qian's enforcement hall. Almost died. I just saved him. Lin Shuang was shocked. Wow, that's harsh. She felt her mood was a bit strange. It seemed like her anger had just dissipated. Lin Shuang felt sympathetic. All right, let's hold off for now. If Lu Qingzhou dares to offend you again, just say the word. We at Yin Meng won't let you be bullied again. Gumeng smiled slightly and said, thank you. Another day, just as Gumeng came out of her room, she saw a man about to knock on her door. She asked what he needed. He anxiously said, Miss Gu, the doctor says young Master Lu used too many cardiac stimulants before. They're worried about side effects and want you to come check. Gumeng agreed with a soft As soon as she arrived at the medical room, Lu Qingzhou's gaze turned to her. Gumeng picked up the examination data to review. Left hand bone fracture, broken ribs, abdominal bleeding, throat damage. After reading the documents, she snapped them shut with one hand. Her delicate brows twitched slightly as she spoke unhurriedly, quite thoroughly compiled. All your injuries laid out before me. So now you're changing tactics to play for sympathy? Lu Qingzhou slightly furrowed his brows, thought for a second, and quickly deflected Qin Feng's idea. After all, it's homework for you. Has to meet your satisfaction. Can't miss any details. Gu Meng coldly snorted, sat on the edge of the bed, looked up at Lu Qingzhou, and uttered a few words. Give me your hand. Lu Qingzhou obediently extended his hand. The doctor said I used too many cardiac stimulants, left some side effects. She responded with an expressionless mild kidney failure. The next moment she smiled quite happily. Congratulations, young Master Lu. Your kidneys are failing. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhou frowned, his expression immediately darkening. The mighty So instantly turned into a pitiful puppy. You said earlier you'd definitely sleep with me. Would I go back on my word? Lu Qingzhou's face darkened. Frowning at kidney failure, he nodded seriously. Okay. After a while, his voice tightened as he asked, can it be treated? Gu Meng thought for a moment and gave an ambiguous answer. Depends on your physical condition. Taking a folder and pen, she wrote a prescription on the blank side of the diagnosis. These are Chinese medicines. Have someone bring them, or you can get them when you return. Lu Qingzhou looked at her very seriously. You said earlier you'd definitely sleep with me. Would I go back on my word? Gu Meng narrowed her eyes, glancing at his waist area. After a few seconds, she slowly smiled. Should be fine long term. She gave him such a calm answer. His dark eyes flickered. You don't care? This is about both of us. Gu Meng's lips curved into a smile. I'm still young. No rush. Lu Qingzhou stared at her, his voice carrying a hint of danger. You want to find someone else? Her smile widened. Could consider it. Lu Qingzhou's face completely darkened, his eyes gloomy. Gu Meng continued smiling. Tilting her head with a playful expression, she handed him the prescription. If you don't want your condition to worsen, stay calm. Let him show off. Now you know to be afraid. Lu Qingzhou withdrew into himself. Lying on the bed, speaking numbly, I understand. You can go. Gu Meng held back her laughter, raising an eyebrow as she looked at him. Seeing him appear calm while his inner thoughts were extremely complex, he seemed to reach despair. Gu Meng curved her lips in a smile. Don't be afraid, little patient. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhou's numb expression showed some movement. What do you mean? Gu Meng whispered in his ear. It's not just one person's matter. I care about it too. Lu Qingzhou understood her words, slowly narrowing his eyes. So you were doing it on purpose. He sat up and grabbed her hand. Is teasing me fun? Gu Meng raised one eyebrow. Her crooked, wild smile carried a hint of mischief. Not bad. The next second, Lu Qingzhou pulled hard. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely, biting her lips as punishment. Gu Meng was stunned for a second, and when she realized what was happening, she felt a bit shy. Training base. Xingji glanced at her and couldn't help but ask, Miss Wu Sheng, did you get into another fight with young Master Lu? Your lip. Gu Meng narrowed her eyes and tersely reminded him to mind his own business and record their combat process. Xingji's heart trembled. So scary. Gu Meng sat on a rock to rest, looking at her phone. Suddenly, Xinjie sent her a message. White Fox, help me decode an online conversation. Xinjie was one of the 3 new financial giants in K-Country, president of Shimu International Group. What online conversation? Even their company's tech experts couldn't crack it. The cunning White Fox even teased her boyfriend. Sleep in the same bed. But do you know what I do? Xinjie replied. The financial center stock market has been unusual lately. Our company's been affected. We suspect it's a hacker attack. Gu Meng sent a message. All right, I'll take a look. She started decoding the conversation. After a while, having tried 2 methods without success, she thought, this defense probably was created by several top hackers together. But spending so much time and effort encrypting this online conversation, what secrets could it contain? Just as Gu Meng was about to continue decoding, there was a knock. Miss Gu, I'm Louis. Gu Meng's delicate brows twitched slightly as she went out. Louis respectfully said, the person bringing young Master Lu's medicine brought desserts from Honey House. Young Master invites you over. 15 minutes later, at the medical room, Gu Meng opened the door. She walked in. Lu Qingzhou pointed to a seat. These are all for you. Gu Meng responded and sat down casually, unwrapping a macaron. She picked it up and ate it. Lu Qingzhou glanced sideways, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. She could sit beside him, eating and playing games. Seems her anger had truly subsided. Seeing her fingers move very skillfully, he fell into deep thought. Thinking carefully, she was also very professional with computers. And earlier, Lin Shuang had exposed his base location on that special website. He couldn't help asking, is Lin Shuang a hacker? Gu Meng paused for half a second, her lips curving into a slight smile. Testing him, she casually replied, maybe. His computer skills are decent. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhou probed further. You're so close to him, yet don't know what he does? Gu Meng stood up, quietly looking at him for a few seconds. Slowly walking closer, she bent down and asked back, sleep in the same bed, but do you know what I do? At that crucial moment, there was a knock on the door. He saw this scene and smiled. Is it convenient for me to come in now? Lu Qingzhou became very serious. How's the situation? He said frustratedly. The tech team has been at it for a day, but still can't crack it. Now many organizations are making moves. One online conversation stirring up such big waves. Those people are quite impressive. Brother Chung, what should we do now? Gu Meng glanced over. They were also trying to decode the online conversation. Lu Qingzhou frowned. Those people clearly came prepared. Their goal probably isn't just to disrupt the stock market. Have the tech team continue decoding the conversation. Find clues as soon as possible. Also, keep watching the stock market movements. He nodded. Yes, Brother Chung. The tech team has already contacted Shadow Dragon to place an order. They want to invite White Fox to help decode the conversation, but White Fox only takes one job per year. After thinking for a few seconds, first negotiate cooperation. If White Fox is willing to take the job, they can name their terms. Gu Meng prepared to stand up. You discuss business. I'll take my leave. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Qingzhou grabbed her hand. Gu Meng, I noticed Lin Shuang had many connections when he found people to bomb my base earlier. Do you think he could contact Yin Ming or White Fox directly? At this moment, his phone rang in his pocket. He took out his phone and looked at it. It was actually Yun Lin calling. Even hackers care about their boyfriends. Directly helping him find the mastermind. Gu Meng hung up immediately. Lu Qingzhou looked at her. Whose call? Why didn't you answer? Just spam. Before he could continue their previous conversation, someone rushed in hurriedly. Brother Chung, something's wrong. The North Exchange's fund key has been hacked. In just tens of seconds, we've lost over 100 million in funds. Those hackers are targeting our North Exchange. The tech team couldn't stop them. K-Country stock market has crashed. Gu Meng's eyes flickered slightly at these words. North Exchange, K-Country's financial center, leader of the three new giants, world's largest cash stock exchange. Also Lu Qingzhou's. He had quite many businesses. Qin Fong rushed to Lu Qingzhou, handing him the computer. Brother Chung, the internal system has crashed. We haven't found who's behind this. Lu Qingzhou stared at the screen, his eyes cold and deep. They attacked through internal accounts. There's a mole in the exchange. But there's no time to investigate now. Any response from White Fox? Qin Fong shook his head. No. Lu Qingzhou pressed his lips together, glancing at his broken left arm. His left fingers moved slightly. Though his arm was broken, his fingers could move. He started operating the computer himself. Gu Meng watched Lu Qingzhou intently. Obviously, that top hacker was Lu Qingzhou. Qin Fong, seeing his actions, tried to stop him. Brother Chung, your arm. Before he could finish, Gu Meng snatched his computer away. She stared at him, voice cold and deep. Want to lose your arm? Lu Qingzhou held her hand. He said softly, the North Exchange involves too much. It can't fail. You go to the training ground first. Gu Meng frowned at him for a few seconds, then sat down on the bed without a word. She opened the computer. Her fingers flew across the keyboard nonstop, movements incredibly swift. Everyone was stunned at this sight. If the tech team couldn't handle it, what could she do? Seeing the numbers rapidly increasing, they panicked. It's 1 billion now. The losses are still continuing. The North Exchange is losing control. Sister-in-law, violent attacks like this won't work. It'll only make the exchange's system crash worse. The situation is really critical. Maybe you should give the computer back to Brother Chung. Lu Qingzhou looked over, his gaze sharp. Don't disturb her. His brows furrowed deeply. Seeing her skilled movements, he finally realized Gu Meng was indeed a hacker. In a basement somewhere in K-Country, the person controlling the computer laughed. We'll all make hacker history this time. We even breached the North Exchange. Another person said, they say the North Exchange's IT team is strong, top 3 in the world, but they're nothing special. The person operating the computer raised an eyebrow. That's right. Next time, let's target Yin Ming and Chi Yin. Let's see who's really number one in the world. Ha ha ha. We are the world's strongest. At that moment, the person controlling the computer saw something and their expression suddenly changed. They quickly turned to the computer screen. The nearly 2 billion in the account. In that second, it suddenly became 250. That person couldn't believe it. What's happening? The money we got suddenly disappeared from the account. All their hidden identities were exposed. They were the revered hacker experts. They were counter-hacked, who had the ability to counterattack them. Just as they hadn't yet processed what happened, the computer screen suddenly went black. The next second, two characters appeared in the middle of the black screen. Qin Fong stared in shock. Sister-in-law? Is that their location? The entire tech team couldn't solve it, but Gu Meng traced their IP address in less than 5 minutes. Gu Meng looked up and handed the computer to Lu Qingzhou. Catch them. Lu Qingzhou grunted in agreement, looking at Qin Fong. Quickly, don't let them escape. He nodded. Yes. I'll send them a message right away. Gu Meng said softly. All digital currency has been recovered. Il left them du Shin épisodier. Lu Qingzhou always knew Gu Meng's computer skills were good, but didn't expect them to be this strong. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow. Arrogant and regretful. While hacking their computers, I also cracked their network conversation. Lu Qingzhou moved his gaze to the computer screen, opening the network conversation content. Guess when our conversation will be cracked? You should guess if they can crack it, not when. White Fox brags too much. I really want to know if he can crack it. I think number one hacker should be replaced. Qin Fong saw these and sneered. These bastards. What encrypted network conversation? All smoke and mirrors. Playing games. I must send them all to international prison. Then looking at Gu Meng, but sister-in-law, these funds went through several transfers before entering their bank account. How did you recover it? Gu Meng replied calmly. Their bank's defense system and network shield. Imadithim. Qin Fong's eyes widened, looking at Gu Meng in disbelief. I remember many banks use this defense system. She stood up and hummed. I sold that system for quite a lot. At this moment, the walkie-talkie in Gu Meng's pocket rang. Silent training time was up. She waved to Lu Qingzhou. I'm going. Lu Qingzhou hummed, saying nothing else. After Gu Meng left, Qin Fong finally spoke. Brother Chung, could sister-in-law and that Lin Shuang be the hacker masters we know? At K Country's capital airport, Lin Shuang walked out. He ran into He Du. Long time no see, Miss Lin. Where are you going? Lin Shuang heard the voice and froze. What a coincidence. He had little sister's backing. What was there to fear? Thinking this, Lin Shuang straightened up and smiled. Where else? Just shopping, clubbing, dancing, the usual. He Du looked at him and smiled. Then Miss Lin should be careful. The world is dangerous, especially for someone as beautiful as Miss Lin. Accidents happen easily. Lin Shuang forced a smile. Thanks for your concern. He Du very politely said, You're welcome. Miss Lin should come play in the capital sometime. Lin Shuang smiled and waved. All right, goodbye, young master He. Then turned and left. He Du slightly turned his face, watching Lin Shuang's retreating figure for a few seconds. Lin Shuang, is it? I'll remember that. His subordinate reminded, Young master He, we should hurry. We need to go see Wu Sheng's final assessment. On the final assessment day, it was said Wu Sheng's training became more brutal this year. Everyone opposed it. Lu Yi coldly warned, this is silent. If Gu Meng didn't shut up, who knows how they would die. He exclaimed, how's our boss doing now? Lu Yi spoke honestly. Going in and out, now can't even get out of bed in the medical room. You know about the recent attack on the Northern Exchange? Miss Gu recovered all the funds. He was very shocked hearing this. Miss Gu is at the assessment now. Being so harsh this time, could it be personal revenge? The final training probably had no effect. Lu Yi's gaze was calm. We'll see the assessment results soon. Meanwhile, Gu Meng prepared to whistle. The assessment begins now. Indeed, love makes people lose their minds. Facing such a charming him, for a moment, her mind was confused. The assessment had been going on for 3 days. Wonder how those team members are doing now, He Du said worriedly. Switch the channel. Let the tech team transfer the assessment livestream over. In the medical room, Lu Qingzhou received a message from Gu Meng. Assessment isn't over. Come eat first. Prepared hot pot for you. He simply replied with one word, okay. Soon after, Gu Meng walked into the medical room. Qin Fong smiled. Sister-in-law is here. Quick, add meat. He didn't follow Qin Fong in calling her sister-in-law, his tone clearly respectful. Inspector Meng, please sit. Just as she was about to sit down, she saw a bowl of porridge in front of Lu Qingzhou. In a patient's room where only bland medicinal food was allowed, eating spicy hot pot, she gloated. How miserable. Lu Qingzhou looked at her mischievous expression and moved his jaw. Wait and see how I'll deal with you later. Gu Meng raised her eyebrows. All right, let's see if you can manage it then. These two were like huge light bulbs. Should they be hearing such suggestive words? Lu Qingzhou clearly misunderstood. A faint smile appeared in his eyes as he carelessly took off his outer clothes. I also want to know. Who's better at fighting between us? Revealing the black tank top underneath, outlining his waistline, looking very attractive. Lu Qingzhou kept staring at him, frowning. He hadn't expected him to directly take off his jacket. Gu Meng then lowered her gaze, casually tying up her hair with an undisguised wild and rebellious air. Lu Qingzhou's gaze fell on her slender fingers, his vision moving up inch by inch. His expression remained normal as he lifted his chin and said softly, "Put it on. Be careful not to catch a cold." Gu Meng's delicate eyebrows raised slightly. Not cold. Lu Qingzhou handed her his jacket. You don't have to button it. Hot pot splashes might stain it. Avoid getting burned. These two were so awkward here. Love really does make people stupid. Such an obvious excuse. TSK, TSK, TSK. Clearly he just didn't want others looking at sister-in-law. Qin Fong quickly changed the subject. I heard because of Gu Si's presence this time, others were greatly stimulated, each more stubborn than the last. Sister-in-law, is this why you increased the training intensity before? Bad luck. Gu Si is probably going to be eliminated now. Unexpectedly, Gu Si gave him a hard kick in the end. Qin Fong's expression stiffened. The strength of this sibling pair was terrifyingly formidable. At this moment, Gu Meng's walkie-talkie rang. Silent assessment was over. She softly hummed, "I'll be right there." In the clearing in front of the cabin, 5 people stood with numb expressions, backs straight as arrows, legs tightly tensed. Gu Meng's delicate features carried a cold air, her voice flat and low. "Congratulations on passing the special training." A female student cried, "Instructor, this special training had a 50% casualty rate. They were teammates who came together, but in the end, only these few are standing here intact." Gu Meng turned her gaze and comforted. "Go with Xingji. Starly Zhu, you've worked hard." Then Xingji left with the girl. Gu Si went over and hugged her. "Sister, don't mind that I'm dirty. Let me lean on you. I'm tired, hungry, and thirsty. I'm suffering so much." Gu Meng spoke softly. "Get some good sleep. The Qi-In training is over. We should go back and deal with your matters now." 3 days later, 100 days until the college entrance exam. Gu Meng brought her brother to Ming City Middle School, met with the principal and teachers to let Gu Si take this year's college entrance exam. The principal paused, finding it unbelievable. "You want this young boy to take this year's college entrance exam?" The love rival appeared again. How should he powerfully counter? Gu Meng looked at Gu Si and asked, "Finished learning?" Gu Si's little face showed the pure innocence of an 8-year-old, but his words shattered everyone's perspective. "All done." The vice principal stared in disbelief at the little boy sitting on the sofa. Gu Meng had achieved perfect scores in all subjects at age 7. Could this little boy also? His heart was racing, controlling his emotions. "Then we'll arrange for him to join class 20 for the 3rd round of review." Gu Meng's expression was plain as she took out Gu Si's files from her bag. "No need, he'll self-study. But he'll only be teacher, she's student." Xian could almost guess Gu Si's learning situation and knew Gu Meng was helping him secure his grades. Gu Meng stood up and politely bowed slightly. "Teacher Xi, thank you for your care these past 6 months. I probably won't be coming to school anymore. We'll meet again if fate allows." After speaking, she turned and left. Gu Si looked up. "Sister, should I stay in Ming City or go to Beijing with you?" "Go to Beijing." Seeing he wouldn't be sent away, Gu Si beamed with joy. "All right." Gu Meng's phone in her pocket beeped several times. She took it out and saw someone had tagged her in the class group. "Meng, sister, where are you? Weren't you supposed to come back today?" She replied leisurely, "Here for some business." "Left already. Study hard, everyone. We'll meet again when there's time." Then Meng Jinyang sent her a private message. "Gu Meng, are you not coming back after this?" Initially, Gu Meng came to school hoping Jinyang could move past his history, start anew, and make new friends. Now he had become very strong. Thinking of this, Gu Meng was very happy. She typed a few words. Yes. Jinyong, I'll wait for you at Jin University. Outside the school gate, Gu Meng got into Lu Yi's car. She looked at him. Go to Shigong first. I need to get something. He respectfully nodded. Okay. Gu Meng sat in the back seat playing games when suddenly a message popped up. It was from Huoji. Let's meet. I'm in Ming City. Gu Meng expressionlessly swiped away the message and continued gaming. Arriving at Shigong, just as Lu Yi drove into the underground parking lot, there was a sharp screech of tires against the ground. The car suddenly stopped. Gu Meng looked up. She saw a black Maybach blocking Lu Yi's car. Seeing that face, Gu Si drew in a sharp breath. She explained calmly, moving unhurriedly. She handed the phone she was gaming on to Gu Si beside her. Help me finish this round. I'll go handle this. Play well in the promotion match. Gu Si blinked and took the phone. Got it, sister. Gu Meng got out of the car. He frowned, opened the car door, also got out, and walked towards Gu Meng. His tone was familiar and matter-of-fact, the corner of his mouth showing some warmth. Haven't seen you in 3 years. It's time to come back. Lu Yi was stunned hearing this. Master and Miss Gu have known each other for so long. This situation isn't good. After thinking, he decided to tell his boss about this. Huoja raised his hand and knocked on the rear window, lowering his voice. Gu Si, get out with your sister's things. Seeing Gu Si not getting out, Huoja knocked on the window again, his tone clearly less patient than before. Gu Si, get out. He impatiently turned his head to the side. Gu Meng suddenly spoke. Huoja, who are you ordering around? Huoja stared at her intently, his lips curving up. Don't want to go back? Want to stay here? 3 years ago, it was Qian who tricked you. Lu Qingzhong was the one who hurt you. Why forget the pain once the wound is healed? After speaking, he reached out his hand. Gu Meng expressionlessly shook off his hand and laughed slowly and silently. I didn't need you meddling before, and I don't need it now. If this nonsense is all you want to say, then move aside. He lowered his gaze, his tone very heavy. Come with me. From the car, Gu Meng's phone ringtone sounded. Gu Si's childish voice called out, Sister, brother-in-law is calling. Mr. Lu instantly became jealous. He even declared, if you go with him, you're done for when I can get out of bed. Hearing the term brother-in-law, Huoja's aura suddenly turned several degrees colder. Gu Si was secretly pleased, thinking that'll teach him. Gu Meng took the phone and answered. Lu Qingzhou's deep, pleasant voice came through. Are Gu Si's matters settled? When are you coming to Beijing? He raised his eyebrows. All done. Coming to Beijing right away. Huoja's expression tightened. Gu Meng, come back with me. These words quickly reached Lu Qingzhou's ears. After a second or two of silence, he finally chuckled. Quite popular, aren't you? I'll have to keep a close eye on you in the future. Don't make things hard for yourself. If you go with him, I'll come find you once I can get out of bed. Gu Meng gave a faint oh and said, nothing else, hanging up. After hanging up, she tossed the phone into Gu Si's arms. Seeing Gu Meng's attitude, Lu Yi was so nervous his heart almost jumped out. Was Miss Gu really going to abandon everything? He blinked and looked toward Huoja's direction, his lips curving up. Anything else? If not, move your car. Don't block the way. I'm going home. With that, he opened the car door and went in. Lu Yi looked at Gu Meng in disbelief. Had Miss Gu chosen his master? He pressed one hand on the car door. With his usual slight smile, he handed her a small box. You didn't accept the birthday gift I gave you last time. Take this, and I'll move the car. Gu Meng slightly narrowed her eyes, looking somewhat dangerous. She didn't take the gift. Gu Si stretched his neck to look, feeling the packaging looked familiar. He tentatively asked, is it lipstick? Doesn't he know my sister doesn't like makeup? Huoja maintained his composure, though speaking slower than usual. You'll need it in university. Gu Si suddenly burst out laughing. Mr. Hua, did a donkey kick your head? You're giving lipstick for my sister. Do you get any satisfaction when she kisses my brother-in-law? Gu Meng casually took it. Never mind, I'll dispose of it for you. With that, she lightly tossed it out, right into the trash bin. Huoja's face darkened, looking very embarrassed. Speechless, he had no choice but to flee in panic. Gu Si was dying of laughter. Who knows which idiot suggested Huoja give lipstick? Meanwhile, Huoja sat in the car, jaw clenched, face full of gloom. The subordinate sitting next to him lowered his head tremblingly. Sir, I really check Baidu. Lipstick symbolizes pursuit and affection. Huoja squeezed out 2 words, his eyes dark and frightening. Shut up. In the afternoon, Gu Meng and Gu Si arrived in Beijing. Walking out of the airport, they saw you moving excitedly, striding over with open arms. Little ancestor, you're here. He hugged Gu Si, saying dramatically, Brother Si, I missed you so much. He didn't dare offend this little ancestor. Gu Meng gave them a faint glance, hands in pockets, walking toward the car. Stop fooling around, let's go. Yu Mufeng finally released Gu Si and walked forward with his arm around him. Yu Mufeng stood by the car and smiled. Look, this is the sports car you won from Yu Shu. Beautiful, isn't it? Feels a bit wasteful to give it to me. Get a driver's license when you have time. Then you can drive any car from my garage. Just then, a female voice sounded behind the three of them. So you two know each other. No wonder Sister Gu suddenly agreed to race horses with me that time. So it was to help Mufeng win back the sports car. Sister Gu and Mufeng must be very close. Chengzhou, did you compete with me for Mufeng's sake? Gu Meng didn't speak, just quietly looked at him. Because of his I miss you, Gu Meng rushed to see him and took care of him attentively. Hearing Yu Shu's ambiguous words, Yu Mufeng's expression changed. Oh, trying to sow discord? He pulled at the corner of his mouth, pointing with his thumb at Gu Meng, saying casually, this one's my big boss. How could we not be close? My boss won back the sports car for me, her little brother. Why would Chenggu need to know? Gu Si's expression was between a smile and a smirk. Can't kill him with jealousy, he said, raising his eyebrows. Besides, not just anyone is worthy of our ancestor, including me. Yu Shu forced a smile. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying anything about your relationship with Gu Jie. She hadn't expected such a playboy would let a girl be his boss. Gu Meng walked to the car. Stop playing. Let's go eat. Yu Mufeng responded. All right. As he turned to leave, he warned Yu Shu, in the future, think before you speak. Stop saying such foolish things. Yu Shu's face darkened, her eyes reddening with anger. She glared, watching the slowly starting car with a gloomy stare for several seconds. She coldly instructed the driver, go to Ru Yuan. She must tell Lu Qingzhou about this. Meanwhile, Louis came to report. Young Master Lu, Miss Gu only let me take her to the airport entrance. So, I don't know which flight she took or where she went. Lu Qingzhou leaned back, thinking. With Gu Meng's personality, he really couldn't guess where she'd go. Suddenly, Yu Shu walked in. Seeing the man lying in bed, she widened her eyes in shock. Qingzhou, how did you get hurt so badly? She walked over, wanted to touch him, asking, does it still hurt? Lu Qingzhou directly slapped away her hand, expressionless. Clear out everyone in the manor. Don't let irrelevant people in anymore. Lu Yi, show the guest out. Lu Yi very respectfully said, Miss Yu, please. Seeing he wouldn't move, two bodyguards had to drag her away. Yu Shu's heart ached terribly as she shouted, Qingzhou, you can't treat me like this. I came to give you information. Isao Miski and Hebrofe. They just arrived in Beijing too, and they're at Mufeng Street. Lu Qingzhou paused. Gu Meng came to Beijing. At Mufeng Street, while Gu Meng and the others were eating, a phone rang. She picked up the phone. Lu Qingzhou's voice came through. Coming to Beijing without telling me. Were you planning to surprise me? Gu Meng raised her eyebrows slightly. No, he asked softly. Where are you? I'll have my driver pick you up. Giman imisayu. She was silent for a second. Okay, address. After hanging up, Gu Meng stood up and looked at Yu Mufeng. Help me take Gu Si to the Research Institute and find him some college entrance exam review materials. His exam is in June. He nodded. Leave it to me. Gu Si watched her leaving without any hesitation, feeling a bit sad, thinking she probably found him interrupting their private time. That evening when Gu Meng entered, she paused. Who's taking care of you tonight? There's no doctor here. The doctors in the medical room at Shiyan help clean and change your bandages. Now that you're back at Lu Yuan, how will you manage? Lu Qingzhou looked at her seriously. Aren't you my private doctor? I paid for a whole year, remember? She almost forgot he had indeed paid her a year's salary up front. Seeing her silence, Lu Qingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist. Little doctor, taking the money, planning to deny responsibility? Gu Meng looked at him, slowly smiled. Fine, I'll take care of you after I shower. 20 minutes later, Gu Meng came out from her shower. She sat beside Lu Qingzhou as he wrapped his arm around her waist. He asked softly, you had lunch with someone else? She gave a light Lu Qingzhou felt her palm, noting slight calluses. Known you Zhongjing for long. Gu Meng turned to face him, smirking. Aren't you really asking about Yu Mufeng? Didn't expect you to be so jealous. Gu Meng looked up, meeting his eyes. Lu Qingzhou shyly closed his eyes without a word. Gu Meng used a towel to wipe his neck. As soon as she touched him, his whole body tensed up. This caretaking was truly testing his endurance. Gu Meng wiped his straight nose, then suddenly spoke lazily. You Mufeng. As her voice fell, Lu Qingzhou's attention was drawn to her voice. He opened his dark eyes to meet hers. What about him? Gu Meng finished wiping his face, touched his cheek, looked at him seriously, and after a few seconds said plainly, I'm not blind. Gu Meng kept teasing her beloved boy. He finally couldn't resist and pounced on her. His smile reached his eyes. Am I being reprimanded? Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, not denying it. Lu Qingzhou reached for her hand. Avoiding the serious wounds, she helped wipe him down. Lu Qingzhou's eyes darkened intensely from her touch. He said hoarsely, help me take off my clothes. Gu Meng made a sound. With an expressionless face, she helped undo his belt, then pulled it apart to both sides. Lu Qingzhou clearly couldn't hold back anymore, his heart pounding from her teasing. When Gu Meng wiped down to his abdomen, her hand paused. Should I take off your pants? Gu Meng looked at him and laughed, her delicate features filled with mischief. Patients are genderless. I don't mind. After wiping, Gu Meng reached out, ready to help remove his pants. Lu Qingzhou immediately let out a yelp, startling her. He quickly grabbed her hand. Gu Meng, stop testing my patience. I can't take it. Their eyes met, the atmosphere turning intimate. Just then, a phone ring broke the tension. Lu Qingzhou picked up the phone. Madame Lu's voice came through. Qingzhou, are you feeling better? I've never seen you injured since you took over Red Scorpion and Qian. He replied calmly, it's not serious. I'll be fine in a few days. Gu Meng is here with me now. Grandmother, let's not discuss certain matters anymore. Madame Lu sighed. I heard the little Gu won't need to take this year's college entrance exam. Lu Qingzhou hummed in agreement. The education department called me, saying they hope Gu Meng will give others a chance at the top spot. The old lady couldn't help but laugh. Good. While you're recovering at Lu Yuan, if Gu Meng has time, have her come chat with this old lady. Lu Qingzhou unhurriedly spoke 3 words. She's not free. The old lady was quite annoyed. You're keeping her so tight, afraid she'll run away? Grandmother, you should sleep. Goodbye. He hung up directly and tossed the phone aside. Gu Meng took a nougat candy, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. After thinking, she got another one for Lu Qingzhou, unwrapped it, and held it to his lips. Lu Qingzhou looked at her hand, raising his eyebrows. Feed me like this? Gu Meng blushed. How else do you want me to feed you? His lips curled up. Before she could react, he suddenly kissed her, his tongue. Taking the candy from her mouth, Lu Qingzhou's dark eyes gleamed with amusement. This way is better. Gu Meng chuckled. She went up and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing his lips. She licked them, savoring the taste. Indeed, not bad. Lu Qingzhou couldn't hold back anymore. He pinned her down. Gu Meng, please. She gently touched his face. Stop it. You're still stabilizing your qi. You'll naturally be better in a week. Lu Qingzhou kissed her hand. Good. Then you can feel at ease being on top of me. The next second, Gu Meng pulled her hand back. She leaned back. Depends on my mood. I want to play games. Don't disturb me. Lu Qingzhou leaned forward to hold her waist, making a soft sound against her. Suddenly, Gu Meng's phone vibrated several times. She opened the message to look. Next weekend is the annual recruitment. Boss, shouldn't you come back to take a look? Everyone's coming for you. She leisurely replied, all right, I'll be there. Her identity was revealed again. She was actually a gold medal voice actor. A man watching a show on his phone suddenly smiled. Wow, voice of all things. This variety show really hit the jackpot. They actually got Teacher by Yi. Trending 10 times a day, it's impossible not to be popular. Truly worthy of being the national gold medal voice actor. Multiple voice styles switching at will, such powerful skills. Just then, Gu Meng came over. What do you need? He excitedly called out, little ancestor, you're finally here. This file needs signatures and approval from above. The process is slow and troublesome. My father suggests having Lu Qingzhou help us. Gu Meng's delicate eyebrows raised. He's quite good at using people. He smiled diplomatically. Though I call him Brother Chung, we're just card-playing and drinking buddies. For something this big, we can only rely on you, ancestor. Gu Meng nodded. Fine, I'll talk to him. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhou sneezed. He was being completely arranged. Yu Mufeng felt surprised. Little ancestor, why did you ask me to wait here today? What are you busy with? She casually said, my company is recruiting today. Coming to take a look. Yu Mufeng was shocked. You're saying this leading voice acting company is yours? Finally speaking excitedly. Your asset hunting really has a broad range. Gu Meng snorted. Just as she was about to leave, he called out again. You wouldn't happen to be that gold medal voice actor, Teacher by Yi, would you? Gu Meng replied coldly. Yes, is there a problem? Yu Mufeng shook his head, looking at her with admiring eyes. Little ancestor, can I visit your company? I've never been to a voice acting company. Just to look around. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a slight smile. She uttered 2 words, as you wish. In the office, he was the only one who knew Gu Meng's identity. Boss, you're finally here. I'm swamped. Gu Meng asked softly. Many interviewees this year? Su Yi replied matter-of-factly. Of course. The Voice of All Things show is hot this year, making the voice acting industry popular too. Plus, boss, you're trending daily. Our company's stock has risen. He sighed. But boss, there's a difficult case here. I really can't figure it out. What kind of voice would suit you better? Since you're free now, please take a look. Gu Meng sat down, looked at the file, put on headphones. Let's record directly. A few minutes later, recording finished. Sui finally smiled, as expected of the boss, solving it easily in one go. An assistant rushed in frantically. Brother Su, there's a microphone problem at the interviews. Please check quickly. He glanced at Gu Meng. Boss, please rest in the office first. I'll call you when interviews start. Gu Meng couldn't sit still and opened the door to walk out. Several women saw her and cheered. God Gu, your new MV collaboration with Sheng Ting is super cool. I bought 500 copies of the album, playing it on loop daily. Kotki, God Gu, why are you interviewing at our company? You don't need to at all. You passed directly. A girl nearby pondered for a few seconds and said lightly, Isn't that the Gu Meng from the MV? This is a voice acting interview, not a choreography competition. Is she trying to use connections? XINU, don't worry. You're so popular in the voice acting circle, they'll definitely choose you if they're not blind. XINU smiled, her perfectly made-up face showing arrogance. What's there to worry about? I just can't stand people using connections. She nodded, chatting casually. There's only one internship position this year. You should be careful. Not just Gu Meng, but also a junior from Mingjie University's voice acting department is here. Last year, a small animated film she voiced became popular. She gained some fame in the circle. I heard she's also here for the internship interview. XINU sneered. What can those two compete with? They can't match my reputation in the voice acting circle. They walked in and saw a girl in light purple clothes chatting with another girl. He pointed, Look over there. That's Yao Ling, top of Mingjie University's voice acting department. Her voice is beautiful and distinctive. Very recognizable. She does have some real talent. Suddenly noticing XINU leaving, he paused. Interview's about to start. Where are you going? She replied, I'm going to the bathroom. After walking out, she punched the wall hard. Suck bed luck. Why does everyone keep ruining my plans? Suddenly saw Gu Meng walking out of the restroom. Then she thought of a wicked idea. Taking out 2 small bottles of clear throat spray from her bag, a cold glint appeared in her eyes. If Yao Lin loses her voice during the interview today, and if they find out Gu Meng did it, they should both be eliminated. Her identity was revealed. Being the famous Bai Yi instantly shocked everyone. XINU sneaked into the restroom, placed 1 bottle of the solution in the sofa crack. Just as she was leaving the room, she ran into Gu Meng. Gu Meng coldly questioned, What are you doing? You barely maintained composure, quickly taking out a small notebook and pen from her bag. God Gu, could you give me an autograph? Gu Meng lowered her gaze, took it, and signed her name. XINU smiled. Thank you, God Gu. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare for the interview. Gu Meng walked into the restroom, narrowing her eyes. The interview officially began. Yao Ling, with her serene demeanor, politely introduced herself. Hello, interviewers. I'm number 1, Yao Ling. Just as she was about to perform, she found her voice failing. The interviewers whispered, What's happening? Why does Yao Ling's voice sound like auto-tune? Yao Ling quickly walked out, saying hoarsely, I'm finished. My voice is ruined. I definitely won't get a chance in this interview now. XINU sighed. Yao Ling, I feel like someone's deliberately targeting you. Her voice getting softer. I know of a drug that can instantly paralyze the throat, making people lose their voice. It's especially damaging for voice actors. Yao Ling then understood. You're saying someone drugged me? She then found a staff member. Hello, I suspect I've been drugged. This happened in your company. I demand everyone present be searched. Give me an explanation. XINU snorted coldly. She wanted to see how Gu Meng would handle this. Minutes later, the staff member smiled wryly. Miss Yao, everyone has been checked. No suspicious drugs were found. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. Yao Ling didn't believe it. I was fine when I arrived. My voice only got ruined in your company. Don't try to avoid responsibility. XNU hesitated before speaking. Isn't there still one more person for the interview? I remember Gu Meng is also here for the internship interview today. She should be in the restroom now. Although your company seems to be protecting her, shouldn't you routinely search her too at this point? In the restroom, Gu Meng was playing games with Yu Mufeng when suddenly there was a knock on the door. They entered. The staff member reluctantly spoke. Miss Gu, there's been an incident at the interview. We need your cooperation. We need to check this office. One corner of Gu Meng's mouth curled up. Suspecting me? Yu Mufeng became interested hearing this. Did I hear that right? Check this office. The staff member nodded. All outsiders in the company today must be checked. Miss Gu, please cooperate, he said flatly. During the search, Yao Lin walked to the sofa and quickly found the bottle of solution. She shouted, "It's here," pointing at the drug and questioning Gu Meng. "Is this it?" XINU spoke in disbelief. "Oh my god, Tikimantri Gai Lin." Yao Lin's eyes turned bloodshot. "You're so vicious. Do you know how important my voice is to me?" She raised her hand to slap. The next second, her wrist was caught by the man beside her. Yu Mufeng curved his lips, throwing her hand aside, tilting his head with a smile. "Little sister, do you know who you're trying to hit?" She took a deep breath. "I don't care who they are. We found evidence. How are you going to handle this?" Gu Meng watched this scene, her lips curling into a half smile. "Oh, trying to frame me now?" Yao Ling stared at Gu Meng, gritting out each word. "Frame you? Don't think I'm afraid just because you have backing in this company. You deliberately hurt me. If I call the police, your reputation will be ruined." She glanced at Yu Mufeng, her voice lowered and cold. "Restrain that person." Yu Mufeng grabbed XINU, who instinctively shouted, "What are you doing?" Yu Mufeng lifted his eyelids, staring at her for a few seconds. "Well, you certainly look malicious." Gu Meng raised an eyebrow slightly, taking out the notebook from her bag. She tore out the page with her signature. "Someone like you doesn't deserve to have it," then threw it in the trash, slowly saying, "Call the police." The staff member looked at Gu Meng. "This can be settled privately." "Miss Gu, what are you doing?" "This happened in our company. Calling the police without our consent seems disrespectful." Yu Mufeng looked at the staff member, unable to hold back his laughter. "You know, this person is Bai Yi, your ex-Voice Factory's boss." They were shocked, almost terrified. "What? Gu Meng is Bai Yi? How is that possible?" The boss was being framed, but her identity was so terrifying that everyone became scared. The company fell silent. No one from X-Voice Factory made a sound. Last week, news spread that their boss would come to observe the interviews. They hadn't seen anyone today and assumed the boss was busy. They never connected Gu Meng with their boss. XINU laughed hysterically. "What did you just say? You're saying Gu Meng is Bai Yi? Ha, what a joke." A girl whispered. "That's impossible, right?" X-Voice Factory was created by Bai Yi, almost monopolizing the entire dubbing industry. Bai Yi debuted long ago. How old was Gu Meng then? How could she have that ability? Ekenyu laughed again, eyes full of suspicion. "See? Some people understand." Daring to impersonate even Bai Yi. No wonder she dared to drug Yao Ling. Just then, Sui arrived. Seeing this scene, he frowned involuntarily. "What's all this noise? Shouldn't you be working? Why are you all hiding here?" A young man quietly told him, "This girl is impersonating God Bai Yi and claiming to be our company's boss. Fortunately, we saw through her. We're teaching her a lesson. Should we call the police to arrest her?" Sui pointed at him and said firmly, "Don't come tomorrow." He stepped forward, bowing 90 degrees, trembling as he spoke. "Boss, I'm sorry I didn't manage my subordinates well. You've been wronged." Then he pulled Gu Meng over. "Let me formally introduce Gu Meng, founder of X-Voice Factory, my boss." Yao Ling was shocked. Sui personally came to verify. XINU was also startled. Gu Meng really was the founder. Yu Mufeng curved his lips, looking cynical. "This student, using an autograph as an excuse to frame your potential employer with drugs. That's quite impressive." He gave XINU a thumbs up. Yao Ling understood Yu Mufeng's words and suddenly turned to XINU. "So it was you who drugged me?" XINU immediately denied. "You say I framed you? What proof do you have? The drug was found in your office." Gu Meng's delicate features showed both coldness and irritation. She spoke impatiently. "Why waste words? Save it for the police station." He sneered. "Fine, let's see who the police believe more." Then took out his phone and made a call. Soon they arrived at the police station. The officer tapped the desk. "Cooperate with us. You say you didn't drug her, but the drug was found in your office. How do you explain this? Gu Meng lifted her eyes carelessly. They're beneath me in status and fame. I'm not that idle. The police officer, hearing her arrogant explanation, was speechless. In all his years at the bureau, he'd never met someone so difficult. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Chief Yang looked up. Ekinyu immediately smiled flatteringly. Miss Qin, you're here. Please, find a comfortable seat. How is your cousin, CO, doing lately? She smiled. Everyone's doing well. Thanks for Chief Yang's concern. Today's case is just about a voice acting company's boss who dared to provoke even me. Don't worry, Chief Yang assured. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. Looking at the records, he continued, it was found in their office. Just saying there's no motive doesn't prove anything. XINU sneered. Exactly. If it was found in their office, who else could it be? I thought police investigations were based on evidence. Chief Yang looked serious. Since they won't confess, we'll detain them for 48 hours until we figure this out. Yu Mufeng walked in, his tone mocking. Chief Yang, you're quite imposing. I was with Gu Meng the whole time. I can testify she didn't drug anyone. Shouldn't evidence matter? Yet you're quick to declare 48 hours detention. Chief Yang broke into a cold sweat hearing this. In the current situation, Gu Meng had powerful backing, while XINU had connections. He couldn't afford to offend either side. He reluctantly said, Young Master Yu, we're just following procedures. Yu Mufeng laughed lightly. Following procedures? If both are suspects, why is this person free while Gu Meng is in the interrogation room? Chief Yang panicked and immediately ordered, quickly, bring Gu Meng out. Shortly after, Gu Meng walked out. Chief Yang carefully suggested, why don't you settle this privately? The girl's voice was injured. Take her to the hospital for treatment. Just pay some compensation. Yu Mufeng pulled over a chair and sat down. What do you think, little ancestor? Gu Meng sat down lazily, leaning back. I want this investigated thoroughly. Yu Mufeng raised his eyebrows. Chief Yang, my boss has spoken. We're reporting criminal activity. They tried to harm someone in our boss's company and frame her. Handle it properly. XINU pressed her lips together, her voice full of doubt. You say I framed her? What proof do you have? Just because I asked for an autograph, you're falsely accusing me? That bottle was found in by Ye's office. What does it have to do with me? Yu Mufeng looked at XINU. You're quite good at lying. XINU spoke softly. This has nothing to do with me. I'm tired. I want to leave. Gu Meng's pupils contracted. She stood up solemnly and kicked a chair. The sharp sound of metal scraping across the floor was jarring. It instantly blocked his path. XINU was startled. Gu Meng took out evidence, her lips curving into a smile, her delicate features looking extremely wicked. I haven't even used this evidence yet. The matter isn't resolved. Where do you think you're going? After knowing the boss's power, everyone was slapped in the face. Gu Meng walked step by step towards XINU, speaking methodically. This is evidence of you framing me in my office. XINU looked at the approaching woman, both angry and scared. You're lying. This must be fake. Gu Meng was still smiling, her dark eyes chilling to the bone. You're quite capable. Yu Mufeng quickly went to pull Gu Meng back, lowering his voice. Little ancestor, don't be impulsive. Then Gu Meng handed the evidence directly to the police. After watching the surveillance footage, the truth was clear. XINU's face turned pale. How could there be a pinhole camera in the break room? Gu Meng expressionlessly replied, I've seen too many people. I'm used to being cautious of certain people's tricks. Yu Mufeng laughed softly. The key evidence is here. Chief Yang, please handle this officially. Chief Yang grabbed XINU. She shouted, don't touch me, and quickly made a call. Hello, cousin. I'm at the police station. They're insisting on pressing charges, being unreasonable. Come help me. The two of them remained calm, their lips curved in half-smiles, wearing expressions that suggested the main show was about to begin. Half an hour later, Heiju arrived at the police station. When he reached the entrance and saw Gu Meng, his steps suddenly halted. He realized who they had provoked. Before the boss got angry, he quickly pretended not to know and tried to leave. Gu Meng smiled slightly. When he arrived, XINU immediately rushed over, acting pitiful. Brother, you're here. Cousin, they're bullying me. I offered to settle, but they're still against me. We've been too nice to them. Heidu's heart trembled upon hearing this. Shut up. Xinu burst into tears. Cousin, the He family is at its peak in Beijing. How dare a small company boss dare to go against the He family? Just make them bankrupt. He immediately slapped her. Xinu looked at him in disbelief. He spoke severely. Do you know who you've provoked? This is someone from the Liu family. Xinu was stunned. They're from the Liu family? The #1 family in Beijing. He stood before Gu Meng and smiled. Miss Wang, why are you at the police station? Gu Meng narrowed her eyes. You should ask Miss Xin about that. Chief Yang was confused. He Xiao had finally arrived, but it seemed he wasn't here to support Miss Xin. He turned to look at Xinu. What happened? Tell me everything. She was most afraid of He and didn't dare hide anything. He was surprised to learn that Gu Meng was X Factory's boss. The company was very profitable, and many had tried to invest, but they never accepted anyone's money. Now it made sense since it was Gu Meng's company. Coming back to his senses, he frowned. Sister Meng, officially charge Xinu with intentional harm and detention, plus compensation for all of X Factory's losses today. How does that sound? Hearing this, Xinu was terrified. Cousin, how can you be so heartless? Can't we just pay money? Please, I don't want to go to jail. Yu Mufeng sneered. You think our little ancestor needs your money? He stared at Xinu, his dark eyes half-lidded. Try saying one more word. She had never seen He like this. This Gu Meng was definitely someone not to be messed with. Just then, Gu Meng suddenly stood up. She turned her face slightly, expressionlessly looking at Yu Mufeng and He. I'll leave this to you to handle. I'm leaving. They both nodded. Okay. Everyone watched her departing figure, wondering how many more secrets this girl had that they didn't know about. She possessed various sweet, lowly voices, cool sister voices, and seductive voices. She had Lu Qingzhou completely captivated, almost losing control. Gu Meng walked into the living room. Lu Qingzhou was having lunch in the dining room and was surprised to see her back at this time. She walked to Lu Qingzhou's side, grabbed his chopsticks, picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, and bit into it. She leaned her arm on the dining table, holding the bone on both sides as she ate. Lu Qingzhou paused for a moment, his lips curving into a smile. Why are you back so early today? Gu Meng briefly explained. Something happened at the company. It went to the police station. I wasn't in the mood to stay there. Lu Qingzhou frowned. Why didn't you call to tell me? Gu Meng made an ah sound. Yu Mufeng was there, and He came too. Lu Qingzhou checked his phone messages and understood it was He's people who had upset her. Lu Qingzhou looked at her. So X Factory is also yours. You have quite a few secret identities. No wonder you don't need a voice changer for anything. Gu Meng made another ah sound. She remained calm and composed. He smiled. Do some voice acting for me sometime. Gu Meng looked at him expressionlessly. Go listen to my old work. Lu Qingzhou's expression was hard to read. I want to hear new ones. Gu Meng's delicate features slightly tensed as she grabbed his collar. His face immediately turned red, probably from embarrassment. Gu Meng's finger tapped his cheek and called brother in a sweet, lowly voice. He strongly restrained his impulses. Gu Meng then called young Master Lu in a cool sister voice. Finally, she moved closer and called Qingzhou in a seductive voice. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Which of my voices do you like? Lu Qingzhou took her hand. I like all of them, as long as they're yours. After saying that, he kissed her. Gu Meng smiled slightly. All right, stop being mushy. It's time to change your bandages. Lu Qingzhou lay on the bed as Gu Meng checked his wounds. Seeing the scars on his chest, she couldn't help but touch them. Gu Meng's eyes filled with pain, and her movements paused. Seeing Gu Meng frown as if in disgust, Lu Qingzhou became more nervous. Was she disgusted by his scars? They were too ugly after all. Could she not accept them? He cleared his throat and said softly, I've contacted a plastic surgeon. Surgery is scheduled for next week. Gu Meng showed no particular reaction, just a casual oh. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Lu Qingzhou emphasized, it will heal. It'll be like before. Gu Meng looked up, laughing with curved eyes. Why are you panicking? Not knowing what Gu Meng was thinking, Lu Qingzhou earnestly replied, How can I not panic? After all, I won you with my looks. I'm afraid of losing you if I lose my appearance. Gu Meng raised her eyebrows and suddenly touched his waist and abdomen. The feel is still good. Not a big problem. Almost instantly, Lu Qingzhou had an inappropriate reaction. He didn't try to hide it, being completely frank. Gu Meng's smile faded slightly. It's fine. I'm used to this situation. What can I do with my own husband? I can only spoil him. Suddenly, Gu Meng's phone rang. After answering, a man's voice came through. It's your uncle. Next week is Qingming Festival. Prinkis, come back to Chongqing Town with us to visit your parents' graves. Gumeng nodded. I understand. Moved by her brother's guardianship. There was only one way out. Gumeng drank some honey water. Lu Qingzhou asked, that was your uncle calling just now? Gumeng made an sound, her brows furrowed in irritation. He raised his hand to comfort her, his lips slightly pursed. Why so troubled? Gumeng moved his hand away and muttered, he talks too much. Lu Qingzhou heard her description and couldn't help but laugh. Are you superstitious? Gumeng didn't understand what he meant. She raised her eyebrows slightly and hummed. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Consider getting a haircut in the first month. Gumeng also smiled. Not a bad idea. Let's try next time. On Qingming Festival, Gu Si and Gumeng knelt before the tombstone and kowtowed 3 times. Gu Si's eyes were teary as he silently vowed, Mom and Dad, I will definitely investigate the cause of your deaths. I won't let you die in vain. Gumeng reminded softly, don't cry, don't let others see your emotions. After saying that, she patted his head. He wiped his tears and controlled his emotions. Just as they were about to turn and leave, their 4th aunt stopped them. I heard you topped the national exam. That's amazing. What have you been busy with lately? Gumeng said carelessly, just killing time. Lei Xiao turned to Gumeng, his eyes full of anger. If you're really that free, you should come tutor your cousin. Wasting time all day, what kind of behavior is that? Old Master Lei's cloudy eyes flashed with golden light. Your uncle is right. It's better than spending all day doing nothing but playing with your phone. Others also said, yes, Gumeng, since you're so good at studying, you should tutor your brothers and sisters. We're family. Meng Jinyang is an outsider. How can he be as close as your siblings? Gumeng laughed. Grandfather, are you sure you want me to tutor my cousin? Studying isn't my only talent. I'm also quite good at fighting, skipping class, and getting expelled. Everyone looked at her blankly. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Old Master Lei's face tensed, his sharp eyes watching her. Since you know your own conduct, I don't think Gu Si should stay with you. I'll have your uncle handle Gu Si's custody. Once we get Gu Si's custody, their parents' huge inheritance will be his. Gumeng narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Since you dare to think about custody, Gu Si said, Grandfather, my sister can take care of me. I don't need to trouble you. Old Master Lei instructed Lei Xiao, go handle Gu Si's custody. Get him enrolled in elementary school quickly. Being uneducated is disgraceful. Gumeng turned her face slightly, expression calm. Seems like not getting that promotion didn't teach you a lesson. Lei Zhao's face changed dramatically. Back then, Qin Rui's sudden appointment to Mingsheng prevented his promotion. He only suspected Gu Meng's involvement, but now it was confirmed. Suddenly, the old master swung his cane. Gu Meng slightly moved aside. The cane hit the ground, and the old master's body shook violently. Lei Xiao quickly supported him. The old master's face was furious as he held his cane. You little beast, you really dare to sabotage your uncle's career. Gu Meng smiled slightly, hands in pockets, looking quite provocative. I told you not to provoke me. The old master glared at her, his aged eyes bloodshot and frightening, breathing heavily. Gu Si stood in front of Gu Meng protectively. I'll see who dares to bully my sister. Gu Meng was still smiling, quite confident. Wanting Gu Si's custody, not a bad idea. What, you think you can use Gu Si to make me listen to you? Gu Meng laughed again, her expression showing inherent mischief. For my parents' sake, I don't want to move against Uncle for now. But if you make a move, no one can stop me. Uncle, I'm giving you face. Don't take it for granted. Old Master Lei's face turned red. He seemed unable to handle the shock, his body swaying. You little beast, how dare you? The next moment he fainted. Gu Meng was truly angry this time. They actually sold her parents' house. It was too despicable. Old Master Wei's chest heaved violently. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Dad, what's wrong? Wake up. What are you all standing there for? Call 120 quickly. He lowered his gaze to look at Gu Si standing beside him. Let's go. Gu Si hummed in agreement and followed. Gu Meng had only taken a few steps when Lei Xiao grabbed her hand. How dare you leave? Let me tell you, if anything happens to your grandfather, I won't let you off. Gu Meng forcefully broke free from his grip. He immediately cried out, You little beast, stop right there. She then immediately twisted his arm behind his back. Gu Meng's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. Uncle, grandfather's senile. You didn't take 15 years to climb to your current position. Don't court death, understand? After saying that, she pushed him aside. Gu Si followed. Gu Si looked back and glared. Serves them right. They really thought they could mess with my sister. He asked quietly, Sis, you won't anger grandfather to death, right? Gu Meng smiled. No. His sister had shown mercy for their parents' sake. Third uncle-in-law caught up with him. Gu Meng, Gu Si, let me drive you to the airport. Gu Meng's eyes flickered slightly as she turned her face. Third uncle, is there something wrong with mom and dad's villa? Third uncle-in-law seemed uncomfortable, hesitating for a few seconds. Your grandfather sold the villa and bought an apartment in Mingsheng for your cousin. They got the property certificate recently and even had a celebration dinner. Upon hearing this, Gu Si's anger shot up. Frowning, he gritted his teeth. What right do they have to sell our parents' house? Before, they would just ask our parents for money every few days. I thought that was shameless enough, but now they dare to touch the house. Gu Meng suddenly spoke, her voice deep and cold. Whose idea was it? Third uncle-in-law answered honestly, your grandfather's. Gu Meng took out her phone and dialed a number. Find out who has the villa in Chongning town of the Gu family. Get it back, and make the Lei family return all the money they've swallowed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. Gu Meng said thank you, seeing that third uncle-in-law genuinely cared for the siblings. Third uncle-in-law smiled. No need for formalities. You're young and have to earn money. It's not easy, but Gu Si's studies shouldn't be neglected. Can't waste time. Don't worry, Gu Si will take the college entrance exam this year. Third uncle-in-law stared at them blankly, his pupils unresponsive for several seconds. After a while, he stiffly spoke. Gu Si taking the college entrance exam this year? Gu Meng took it at 7, and now Gu Si is taking it too. What kind of geniuses are these siblings? Gu Meng spoke casually. Just keep this between you and third aunt. Please take care of our parents' grave with third aunt in the future. After speaking, she took out her phone and pressed some buttons. He nodded, no problem. Suddenly, a bank notification appeared on the phone screen. An 8-digit number, 10 million. His hand trembled in shock as he looked at Gu Meng in disbelief. Gu Meng, did you just transfer? Gu Meng put away her phone, expressionless, and hummed in agreement. Just a small amount. Also, Chi-Chi has middle school entrance exams this year. Qingshui Middle School is too restrictive. Let him go to Mingxing Middle School. Hearing this, third uncle-in-law's eyes trembled with excitement. Gu Meng, you're even helping Chi-Chi find a school? Gu Meng nodded and handed him the business card. Buy a house near the school. For the house purchase, Lu Jing will contact you on the way. Third uncle-in-law was shocked again. Lei Xiao was an official in Mingsheng, and they often heard about some big shots in Mingxing's political circle from him. The most powerful was Director Lu. Now this Director Lu was going to help them look at houses. Just who exactly was Gu Meng? Gu Meng checked the time. We need to go now. Third uncle-in-law came to his senses and looked at Gu Si, saying, do well in your college entrance exam. Gu Si grinned. I know. Third uncle, you should head back. Just then his phone rang. Lu Qingzhou's voice came through after answering. Done with the grave visit. She hummed in agreement. At the airport, about to fly back, Lu Qingzhou chuckled. If you're free tomorrow, why not come home with me to meet my family? Gu Meng was very surprised hearing this. What? Meet the family? Gu Meng went to meet his family. Their relationship had advanced another step. At the Lu residence, he held her hand and said, don't be shy. It's not your first time meeting family. Lu Qingzhou led Gu Meng over, calling out grandmother. Gu Meng politely greeted the elderly lady. The old lady's face immediately lit up with joy, speaking very warmly. Ah, little Gu, calling me elderly lady is too formal. Call me grandmother. The old lady patted the space beside her. Come, sit next to grandmother. Lu Qingzhou put his arm around Gu Meng's shoulder as they sat down. He lifted his gaze toward the old lady. No meeting gift, yet you want to hear the young lady call you grandmother? Grandmother, at over 70, you shouldn't take advantage of the young lady. Gu Meng looked confused. Meeting gift. Lu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly and whispered in her ear, life is hard. Earn what you can. Gu Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Qingzhou seemed quite skilled at taking advantage of anyone. The old lady was increasingly displeased with her grandson. Shifting her gaze to Gu Meng, no need for you to say that. Whatever other young ladies get, our little Gu should have too. This red envelope is from your design for Lanting. I never imagined their chief designer was you. My clothes for the National Congress were all your work too. Isn't it fate? Gu Meng curved her lips, looking quite obedient. Yes. The old lady patted the sofa. Little Gu, come sit by grandmother. Lu Qingzhou, arm around Gu Meng's shoulder, said softly, go sit there. The old lady held Gu Meng's hand. How did you grow up to be so lovable? No wonder some people are smitten at first sight. Gu Meng glanced at the man leaning on the sofa, a smile appearing in her eyes. He looks good too. Lu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. The young lady was now speaking up for him. The old lady gave her grandson a disapproving look, wanting to call him ugly, but knowing it would be a lie. He's just too irritating. Being with this unfilial grandson, you're really suffering. Kiman like it. He's quite good. The old lady sighed, handing over a red envelope. That puts me at ease. Take this red envelope and this bracelet too. Gu Meng hadn't expected any meeting gifts and tried to decline, but the old lady pressed down her hand, smiling and drawing out her words. This is for my future granddaughter-in-law. Keep it well. She turned to look at Lu Qingzhou questioningly. Lu Qingzhou stood up, smiling. If grandmother gives it to you, just accept it. After all, you'll definitely be the future mistress of Lu Yuan. After Lu Qingzhou finished his shower, Gu Meng was sitting lazily on the bed, holding the red envelope and bracelet. Lu Qingzhou sat down and looked at the card. 100 million and 1 yuan. Gu Meng lazily hummed and raised her eyes. That's quite a lot. Gu Meng held up the bracelet to his eyes. Tell me about this one. Lu Qingzhou helped her put on the bracelet. It's grandmother's dowry, passed down for quite a while. It's beautiful, and the things you got are quite nice too. Gu Meng pulled her hand back and shook her wrist. Just then, Lu Qingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist and moved his face closer. How about adding this? She took off the bracelet, put it away safely. I'm teated, let's sleep. Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. I think you're acting strange. You haven't been teasing me since I got better. Whatever I say, you don't talk back. You're being too well-behaved. Gu Meng cleared her throat, voice calm and eyes sincere. Really just tired? Lu Qingzhou asked softly. Is that so? Or am I not satisfying you enough that you don't want to waste words on me? Gu Meng looked at him plainly. Not unsatisfied. You're quite good. Lu Qingzhou slowly moved closer, pressing. Quite good? In what way? Gu Meng tried to stay composed. Good in every way. Lu Qingzhou hummed, asking teasingly. But there are some parts you haven't seen. How do you know they're good? He was getting excited, finally having won the girl he loved. Lu Qingzhou's eyes darkened intensely. He squeezed her nape and asked, lowering his head, where are you looking? Gu Meng's gaze unconsciously glanced at a certain part of him before quickly looking away. Lu Qingzhou's gaze fell on her slightly trembling eyelashes. Hey, tell me what you like. The next second, she took the initiative to kiss his lips. He pointed to his mouth. Like this. He wrapped his arm around Gu Meng's sexy waist. After separating, he held his hand up to Gu Meng's eyes. Or this. Finally, he took her hand and pressed it down there. Or want to try this? Gu Meng couldn't take it anymore. She forcefully pulled her hand back and said coldly, are you sleeping or not? If not, get out. Lu Qingzhou looked at her expressionless face and chuckled softly. Gu Meng turned to go to sleep, but before she could move, her chin was suddenly gripped by hot fingers and turned back. She was getting annoyed. Before she could finish speaking, he pressed her head down and kissed her lips boldly. Lu Qingzhou pushed her down, pressing her beneath him. Sensing her stiffness, he had no intention of letting her go. He said against her lips, come, let's check the goods. Gu Meng's breathing was completely chaotic, heart almost jumping out of her chest. He was even more than she imagined. Lu Qingzhou's voice was low and hoarse, filled with desire. Well, satisfied with what you found. Gu Meng's eyes were calm and composed. Quite satisfied. Can I sleep now? Lu Qingzhou laughed. Still thinking about sleep? Dream on, he said hoarsely, biting her earlobe. You've teased me for 3 months, Gu Meng. Time to pay up. Then he kissed her lips again. After who knows how long, Gu Meng got out of bed and threw a ball of paper at him, telling him to clean up. Lu Qingzhou smiled, his exquisite, rippling brows extremely alluring. Looking at her back, he thought she was truly adorable. Gu Meng walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet to wash her hands. Then Lu Qingzhou came in, standing behind her, pressing against her back. Gu Meng looked up at him in the mirror. What are you doing now? Lu Qingzhou lowered his eyes, squeezed some hand soap, held both her hands, and carefully washed each of her fingers, rinsing them clean under the water. He whispered in her ear, "You're still young. I'll let you off this time." Several days later, the college entrance exam ended. Gusi was interviewed by reporters. "Are you taking the college entrance exam this year?" "Is he Little boy, how old are you?" 8 years old. "How did you find the difficulty of this year's exam?" Today's questions were quite simple. I even took a nap and was still the first one to finish. The reporters were shocked. What kind of prodigy was this child? He quickly became trending online. Mingxing High School exam site. 8-year-old candidate. Comment section. What kind of genius is this? Taking college entrance exam at 8? That's not even the most important part. Look at this little brother's divine looks. Haha, so cool and handsome. Little brother, I'll wait 10 years for you. Netizens are slow today. It's been an hour. Why hasn't anyone posted his personal info yet? Chending, Gu Mang, Gu Si. Wow, OMG. Gu Si is Gu Meng's younger brother. His sister took the exam at 7 and got perfect scores in all subjects. Now the brother appears at 8. Qing Mu Feng looked excited, as if having big news. The info about Gu Si is all over Weibo. They've even exposed sister-in-law's background. All identities revealed. Bai Mu Feng joked. Brother Chung, should I buy you a trending topic too? You should have some presents. The whole family should be complete. Lu Qingzhou slightly narrowed his eyes. Just one look, and Bai Mu Feng instinctively sensed danger. Even more cowardly than Qin Feng, he immediately hid behind Gu Meng. After 2 seconds, Gu Meng said flatly, "He doesn't need trending topics. Go remove mine." Bai Mu Feng immediately nodded. "Yes, boss." On another side, Guing told Lei Xiao, "I heard from classmates that sister might have deliberately used Gu Si's exam participation to gain fame." "You mean Gu Si's exam was Gu Meng's intentional arrangement? He hasn't even been to school. Where did he learn? When his poor results come out, I want to see how Gu Meng handles it." These siblings are really a divine combination. Both national top scorers. When the exam results came out, Lu Yang immediately sat up, very excited. Lu Yi's fingers quickly typed on the keyboard, entering his exam number and password. Results showed Chinese 107, Math 120, English 102, Science 237. Total 566. Lu Yang was amazed. This was better than he expected. Turning to his parents, "I got 566 points. I can go to police academy now." Lin Zhou could hardly believe these scores. Previously failing all subjects, now reaching this level. Really thanks to Gu Meng. Lu Xing urged his daughter. "Quick year. Check yours too." Lu Yi checked her scores. Total 723, 5th in the province. Within her expectations. Lu Xingjing was very satisfied. Good. As expected of our Yi. Always excellent." Lu Yi looked at Meng Jingyang. "I'll check your results." Meng Jingyang gave his account and password. Voice trailed off. Lu Yi logged in. Results quickly appeared on screen. Lu Yang stretched his neck to look, exclaiming, "Holy." Total 734, amazing. Lu Yi also admiringly widened his eyes, glancing at the final ranking. Stunned, 734 points, second in province. Then who's first? His voice faded as he looked toward the person sitting next to Gu Meng. At Gu Si, who was eating snacks. Glancing at Gu Si, "Don't tell me it's another perfect score. Let me check." After checking the results, holy, 749 points. Perfect scores except for losing 1 point in English. Gu Si, you're amazing. But what's with that 1 point? Looking down on English? This was clearly intentional. Gu Si looked matter-of-fact, very serious. "First place belongs to my sister. Why should I break my sister's record? Even tying isn't allowed. I'll explain later." Gu Meng looked at Gu Si, smiled, and reached out to ruffle his little head. Lu Qingzhou looked at Gu Si, slightly narrowing his eyes. In Qi Yan's case, Gu Si hadn't gone all out against him. He'd really given face. After seeing the trending topics, Lei Jiao realized how impressive Gu Si was. The way little brother deliberately lost points is just like Gu Meng's style of getting 0 points for years. He clearly didn't want to steal his sister's first place. What a divine sibling pair. I'm so jealous. It's time to ask my mom to give me a little brother and train him from childhood. Lei Xiao couldn't help speaking up about Gu Si's results, but halfway through, he didn't know what to say. He helplessly spread his hands and looked at old Master Lei. What should we do now? Everyone underestimated Gu Meng and Gu Si, but we got slapped in the face. Now our relationship with him is so tense. What can we do? Old Master Lay sighed tiredly and said, I won't meddle in these matters anymore. Your mother and I will leave tomorrow. After speaking, he stood up and walked to his room with his cane. His hunched figure seemed to have aged considerably in an instant. We were wrong, all wrong. Gu Meng lowered her gaze, looking at Jiang Xinyuan's slightly rounder face, and gently pinched his cheek. The food must be good there. You've gained some weight. He smiled sheepishly. Yes, it's quite good. I plan to intern at Lawyer Zhang's office during university breaks. His slightly curved eyes grew moist as he spoke. When I can earn money, I'll give it all to you. Gu Meng stood straight and asked softly, Why give it to me? Keep it for yourself. Meng Jinyang spoke with determination, leaving no room for discussion. But we agreed. Once I earn money, I'll pay you back. Gu Meng put her arm around his shoulder, walking leisurely toward the sofa. If you won't accept that, I'll have to accept you as payment instead. Lu Qingzhou leaned against the sofa, watching Gu Meng lean completely on Meng Jinyang, slightly narrowing his eyes. Qin Fang caught this scene and quipped, Sister-in-law really attracts both men and women. Lu Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and said coolly, Is that so? Seems I'll need to be more vigilant. Lu Xingjing came over, smiling. Today is a great day. I suggest we hold a celebration dinner at Tianxia restaurant tonight. What do you think? Everyone can invite their friends. More people make it livelier. He turned to Gu Meng. What do you think? Just then, Gu Meng's phone rang. She said and added, You decide. I need to take this call. Lin Shuang spoke. Little Gu, your brother got top scores, so Yun Lin and I are coming to Mingqing to celebrate. Gu Meng calmly asked, You're coming? She laughed. Yeah. When Yun Lin heard I was going to Mingqing, he insisted on coming to see you. Gu Meng nodded. All right, we'll be at Tianxia restaurant tonight. Come if you can make it. Lin Shuang cheerfully replied, Okay. Gu Meng reminded her, Lu Qingzhou and others will be there. Don't expose Yin Long's identity. Gu Meng finally acknowledged Lu Qingzhou's status as her boyfriend. That evening, a celebration dinner was held at Tianxia restaurant. The atmosphere was very calm. Lin Shuang looked bewildered. Listen, little Gu, Yun Lin and I flew halfway across the globe for this. And this is the treatment we get? No reception is one thing, but why is everyone so somber? Yunlin also frowned. Looks like tonight's dinner is going to choke me. He smiled politely. Miss Lin is an old acquaintance. We can't neglect you. I'll take care of you tonight. Lin Shuang glanced at him. What old acquaintance? You mean how I endlessly tried to investigate your background, but couldn't find anything? The rookie Qin Fang enthusiastically added a dish for him. In that case, let me take care of you too. Yun Lin was extremely angry. Whatever he didn't like eating was picked up. This guy really had no sense of reading the room. Either he recognized his identity or was taking the chance for revenge. All four of them were fanning the flames from the side. Lu Qingzhou was quite speechless seeing this scene. He lowered his eyes and emphasized, You two, stop messing around. The two of them nodded. Brother Chung, Lu Qingzhou apologized. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. I've already booked the most high-end leisure club in Mingqing. You two can enjoy all services. I'll cover the bill. And if you don't mind, the Lu family will arrange a private yacht to send you both home safely. Lin Shuang frowned and asked directly, May I ask in what capacity is young Master Lu treating us so well? Lu Qingzhou curved his lips into a smile. As her boyfriend. Yun Lin raised an eyebrow. What's the use of you saying it? Sister Meng hasn't said anything yet. Gu Meng softly hummed in agreement, confirming his status. He said with concern, You've already drunk quite a bit during the toasts. Don't get drunk. Gu Meng was very happy today. When I'm in a good mood, of course I'll drink. Besides, if I get drunk, isn't that what I have you for? You'll take me back. Lu Qingzhou hummed in agreement. Drink up then. Lin Shuang was surprised. In all the years she'd known him, this was the first time seeing him like this. She glanced at He again. Young Master He, we know she's beautiful, but you don't need to keep staring at her. His face reddened and he apologized. I won't look anymore. Was he admitting he'd been staring? What's gotten into him? After it ended, Lu Qingzhou held Gu Meng's hand as they went to the underground parking lot. Gu Meng suddenly said, Lu Qingzhou, I'm really happy. Lu Qingzhou hummed, turning his face to look at her. Why so happy? Gu Meng didn't answer and got straight into the car. Lu Qingzhou protected her hand with his, saying gently, "Fasten your seatbelt." Gu Meng sat in the passenger seat and pulled the seatbelt. After buckling it, Lu Qingzhou looked at her. "Are you drunk?" Gu Meng looked up expressionlessly. "No, I'm really happy today." Lu Qingzhou looked at her and smiled. "You're quite cute when drunk." After returning home, Lu Qingzhou was considerate. "Go take a shower. I'll make you some honey water." Gu Meng repeated again, "I'm really happy today." He paused for a few seconds and smiled. "That's the third time. Tell me, what are you happy about?" Gu Meng said, "It's not important. I'm happy and want to celebrate with you." Lu Qingzhou lifted her chin. "How do you want to celebrate?" Gu Meng stared at his delicate face and said slowly, "Do you want to indulge in some private pleasure with me?" They finally consummated their relationship. Lu Qingzhou lifted her chin. "How dare you flirt today?" Alcohol gives courage to the timid. She reached out to touch his Adam's apple. "I'm not the one flirting. You'll be the one begging me." As she spoke, she continued stroking his Adam's apple. "I'm in a good mood today. I can satisfy you." Lu Qingzhou controlled himself, reminding softly, "Don't cause trouble. You smell of alcohol. Go shower." Gu Meng fell into his embrace. Then after the shower, Lu Qingzhou immediately pushed her away. "After the shower, go to sleep." Time froze for a few seconds. Is this man impotent? Gu Meng was about to turn around to take a shower. He reached out and pulled her back. He pinned her against the wall. "Won't let you go up, and now you're getting angry?" Gu Meng smiled. "No, I'm sober now. Don't want it anymore." He clicked his tongue. "I'm protecting you, yet you're being ungrateful?" Gu Meng looked at him seriously. "Yes, I drank too much. You forgot I'm still young." Lu Qingzhou leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Being young has its ways too. There are many ways to satisfy me. You can use your hands." She pushed him away directly. "I'm not in a good mood now. If you don't want to, just handle it yourself." Just as she was about to turn away, unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhou pulled her back into his embrace. She struggled desperately. "Lu Qingzhou, let me go." Lu Qingzhou smiled. "You want me to handle it myself? But I have a girlfriend." Gu Meng blushed hearing this. "Sorry, your girlfriend needs to shower. Handle it yourself." Lu Qingzhou touched her head, clearly seeing her face. "Must you have me today?" She turned her head away. "Not really." Lu Qingzhou grabbed her head back by the nape. "You're 18, still growing. Can you wait 2 more years?" She sincerely said, "Can still grow." After a moment, Lu Qingzhou understood. The age was fake. Gu Meng hummed, "So no need to wait." The next second, Gu Meng steadied his lips, kissing passionately. Lu Qingzhou couldn't control himself anymore. He pushed her onto the bed, loosening his tie. Gu Meng pulled his collar and kissed him again. Lu Qingzhou pressed down on her. After a few minutes, she reached to unbutton his clothes. Lu Qingzhou caught her hand, his face very red, telling her he'd do it himself. Then he unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his handsome body. Gu Meng reached out to touch him. Lu Qingzhou leaned down, looking at her disobedient little hands, asking again, "Gu Meng, are you really ready?" Gu Meng shyly hummed in agreement. Lu Qingzhou granted her wish. "Don't regret it when you wake up tomorrow." The first time was indeed too rough, even needing medicine afterward. Gu Meng lay in bed. She sat up expressionlessly, surprised that they actually did it. Lu Qingzhou thoughtfully brought a glass of water, asking her to drink. Gu Meng obediently drank the water and lay down. Lu Qingzhou frowned. "Don't want to shower?" She pulled up the blanket, too tired. Lu Qingzhou smiled, voluntarily carrying her to the bathroom. He placed her in the bathtub, carefully wiping her. Lu Qingzhou looked at her face. Her lips were redder than usual, slightly swollen. Her complexion was fine, just her expression seemed quite displeased. Gu Meng felt shy, remembering last night. He had been like a madman, almost killing her. Lu Qingzhou felt somewhat distressed. After the bath, "I'll apply medicine." Gu Meng said, "Oh, I can do it myself." He gently stroked her. "Since you're mine, let me take responsibility." After the bath, Lu Qingzhou helped wipe her legs. Looking at Gu Meng, her expression wasn't good. She looked like she wanted to hit someone. He looked into her eyes. "If you're angry, I'll take responsibility. I caused this, understand?" Pinching her earlobe, he rubbed it gently. "Don't be angry. Let me kiss you." She didn't speak. Lu Qingzhou took it as consent and held her ankle, about to lean down. Gu Meng's expression changed slightly. She pulled the blanket over, covering her legs completely, pressing down firmly on the corners. Glaring at him coldly, she said, "Be human, will you?" He smiled leisurely. Why are you looking at me like I'm a beast? Gu Meng frowned slightly. Aren't you? Lu Qingzhou kept smiling, his eyes gleaming. With you, I'm afraid I'll always be like this. I fulfilled your wish. Don't abandon me now, okay? Gu Meng furrowed her brows. You weren't this flirty before. He confessed honestly, learned some for you. Using it now. Don't you like it? Gu Meng just stared at him. She didn't speak. Lu Qingzhou moved closer slowly. If you don't like it, tell me. I'll learn something else. Whatever you like. He quite liked it too. Finally met his match this time. Suddenly, Lu Qingzhou's phone rang. He picked up. Grandmother, what is it? On the 1st of next month, old Master Qin is having a birthday banquet. He personally wrote an invitation for Gu. Bring her over. I'll take her to the banquet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone swirled their wine glass, coldly asking, has my gift for Gu Si been delivered? De subordinate broke into a cold sweat. He failed. Sir. Our people couldn't get close to Miss Gu and young Master Gu Si. The gift wasn't delivered. He stated firmly, try other channels. The gift must be delivered. He has a cold personality. That's how the capital is. The subordinate anxiously asked, old Master Qin's birthday banquet in the capital? Are we going? Huaji expressionlessly replied, what? Have we fallen so low that we now attend Qin family's banquets? He quickly reported, the Qin family also invited Miss Gu. I heard Miss Gu and young Master Lu will attend together. Huaji laughed. Get ready. I'll attend Qin family's banquet too. This time he wanted to meet that Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou finally announced publicly that Gu Meng was his fiancée. At Tianyu Hotel, Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng walked in hand, looking very intimate. Seeing Gu Meng arrive, Qin Yaoji immediately rushed over. Sister Meng, Brother Cheng, you're finally here? Old Master Qin coughed a few times. Yaoji, don't be rude. She carefully introduced. Grandfather, this is the sister who cured my illness. You must thank her properly. Young Master Lu, Miss Gu. Old Master Qin smiled warmly. Thank you very much, Miss Gu. If you need anything in the future, the Qin family will do our utmost to help. Gu Meng politely replied, you're too kind, Old Master Qin. Old Master Qin was very humble. I'll take Yaoji to prepare in the back. Miss Gu and young Master Lu, please make yourselves at home. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Yushu walked over naturally. Ah, Miss Gu, you're here too? A woman held his arm. Young Master Lu, this isn't right. Everyone in the capital knows Yushu is the Lu family's chosen fiancé. How can you openly bring a strange woman to attend the banquet? How will she face people after this? Others discussed among themselves. Is this public cheating? A mistress entering openly? How shameless. Already has a fiancé, yet still pursuing others. Gu Meng's lips curled in a half-smile, her delicate eyebrows and eyes showing a hint of mischief. She spoke slowly. Fiancé? Lu Qingzhou's brow twitched as he looked at her somewhat cold profile. There's a misunderstanding. Let me handle it, okay? She nodded slightly. Lu Qingzhou turned his gaze to Yushu, his eyes cold. Who said anything about a fiancé? Yushu pressed her lips together, back stiff. We're often together, and you take such good care of me. Many people would think so. Every time we eat, you have Qin Fong pick me up and drop me off. Whatever I want, you have Qin Fong buy it for me. Qingzhou, you can't erase everything just because of Gu Meng. Lu Qingzhou smiled, his voice cold yet casual. As you said, Qin Fong did all those things. What does that have to do with me? Qin Fong sneezed. Who's talking about me? Lu Qingzhou slightly turned his gaze to Gu Meng, then swept it across everyone. His expression was plain. Remember this well. I only have one fiancé. It's Gu Meng. Yushu gritted her teeth in anger. Behind them, people whispered, the designated fiancé? So Yushu was just being presumptuous. Having a few meals with Lu Qingzhou, and she thinks she's his fiancé. How shameless. Yushu was about to escape. Lu Qingzhou quickly walked over and stopped her. Coldly uttered two words, apologize. Yushu bowed to him. I overthought things, misunderstood the Lu family's intentions. Miss Gu, I'm sorry. She quickly fled the scene. A woman noticed someone arriving and muttered, that important person came too? Does the Qin family have such face? Why are all these big shots here today? The next moment, Huizhe walked in, his aura overwhelming. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Old Master Qin went to welcome him, Mr. Huo, welcome. Please, take a seat. Huozhe waved his hand. No need, I'm looking for someone. He scanned the room. Finally seeing Gu Meng, he walked over. Lu Qingzhou blocked him with his hand, signaling him not to come closer. Huozhe's brows furrowed. Move aside. I'm looking for Gu Meng. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were fierce. May I ask, Mr. Huo, what do you want with my fiancée? Huozhe, unable to endure, reached for his gun. Looking to die? Gu Meng shouted. Enough! Lu Qingzhou hugged Gu Meng's shoulders, smirking. Mr. Huo, we're even. Huozhe looked at Gu Meng. Can we talk outside? She agreed and prepared to leave, but Lu Qingzhou held her hand. Gu Meng turned back to look at him, smiling warmly. I'll be right back. Gu Meng was jealous. Thinking about that fabricated fiancé made her even more upset, warning her boyfriend to behave himself. Lu Qingzhou watched from afar, his eyes dark as he observed Gu Meng and Huozhe talking in the distance. Huozhe spoke to her somewhat gently. Come back to Ji Jin's state with me. Even if some things aren't what you want, you're the young master of the Gu family. That position will be yours in the future. Now the four great families are in conflict. There will be turmoil in the future. I sincerely want to protect you, take care of you, until you can stand on your own. As he spoke, he reached out to touch her face. Gu Meng turned her head away. No need. Are you done? You can leave now. Seeing Gu Meng about to leave, he threatened. If you don't come back with me, aren't you afraid I'll go after your brother? Gu Meng threw back a smiling response. If you can find him, then take him. Gu Meng walked up to Lu Qingzhou and casually said, let's go home. Lu Qingzhou looked at Gu Meng, his lips curling up. He opened the car door. Let's go home. Gu Meng bent down and got into the car. Lu Qingzhou raised his dark eyes to look at Huozhe. Huozhe was also watching them. Their gazes met, their auras equally matched. Lu Qingzhou quietly watched this action, silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed his wrist. Gu Meng's eyes slightly narrowed. What are you doing? Lu Qingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her onto his lap. If you have any complaints about me, say it. Don't just ignore me. Gu Meng said expressionlessly. No, I'm just tired. Lu Qingzhou lifted his eyelids and smiled. Want to guess if I believe that? Are you sure it's not because you're jealous about the fiancé thing? Gu Meng silently looked at him. She had forced herself not to care about it, yet he brought it up. Thinking about that fabricated fiancé again made her more annoyed. Especially those women's gazes at him earlier. They were irritating. She casually said, can't you maintain some virtue? Lu Qingzhou was stunned. Gu Meng pointed at his shirt collar. Her expression cold. Button up properly. Stop flirting around outside. Lu Qingzhou slightly frowned. Flirting around? Gu Meng hooked his chin. Lu Qingzhou looked up to see her expressionless face as she slowly said, husband's virtue. Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I'll obey. He conscientiously buttoned his shirt up to the top, covering everything completely. Unable to read her mind, he asked, is this better now? Gu Meng snorted, smirking. You looked quite charming on the way here. Even managed to seduce me. No wonder so many people are interested in you. Lu Qingzhou looked in her eyes. When you put it that way, I'm quite scared. I didn't know so many people were eyeing me. Gu Meng lowered her eyes. Such thick skin. Seems I shouldn't compliment you casually. Lu Qingzhou's hand touched her earlobe, pinching it gently as he said seriously, I've given you my body. You have to protect me well. His eyes flashed with amusement. He hooked her waist, pulling her closer to his embrace. Holding her, his voice sounded by her ear. I only want to seduce you, little girl. Gu Meng's ear felt as if it was burned by his breath, terribly itchy. Gu Meng touched his cheek. I hope you keep your word. After speaking, she grabbed his face and the next moment kissed him fiercely, dominating the kiss. They separated several minutes later. Lu Qingzhou said softly, your university starts tomorrow. I've arranged an apartment near Jin University. I'll go stay with you after school starts. How about it? Gu Meng made a sound, but I've already decided to live in the dorms. He asked again, must you live in the dorms? Finally agreeing, fine, I'll keep the apartment ready for you. Hearing this, Gu Meng blushed for future secret meetings. Lu Qingzhou smiled wickedly. Boyfriend and girlfriend don't need secrecy. I'm unhappy. You need to make it up to me. She nodded. On the first day of school, Gu Meng gave a speech as the student representative. Unexpectedly, she faced jealousy. A scheming girl switched her speech script. What was unexpected was she had photographic memory. On university opening day, Gu Meng arrived at the student dormitory. A not unattractive girl enthusiastically approached. Hello, I'm Tang Xiao Xiao. Gu Meng politely replied, I'm Gu Meng. Another girl walked over. I'm Su Jiaying. She was starstruck, feeling that Gu Meng could easily be chosen as campus beauty. What to do when your roommate is too pretty? I suddenly feel a bit pressured. Su Jiaying discreetly looked Gu Meng up and down. So, what if she's pretty? Her clothes don't even have any logos. She looks quite poor. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Gu Meng went to open it. He enthusiastically introduced himself. I'm your department's counselor. Military training starts tomorrow. There's a student representative speech segment. Upon hearing this, Su Jiaying quickly walked over. Teacher, I'm the school's top student. According to tradition, I should give the speech, right? The teacher politely declined. No need, thank you. Gu Meng, you got perfect scores in all subjects. The school wants you to give tomorrow's speech. Su Jiaying glared at them both. He had rejected her and chosen Gu Meng. With a lollipop in her mouth, she asked, Teacher, can someone else do it? The teacher patted her shoulder encouragingly. This event is very important. Both the school and media are paying close attention. You're our only student with perfect scores in all subjects. Who else could we choose? Don't be nervous. We've prepared the speech. Just read it as written. It won't take up your spare time. Gu Meng took the speech and agreed directly. Tang Xiaoxiao thought it was great. I heard if you perform well at the training base, you can get signed directly and even receive a military rank. Looks like this spot will definitely be Gu Meng's. Su Jiaying's eyes flashed with malice. This Gu Meng dared to steal the position she wanted. She would show no mercy then. The next day at the mobilization meeting, the teacher excitedly shook Lu Qingzhou's hand. I never expected young Master Lu would personally supervise our military training. It's such an honor. Lu Qingzhou said, I look forward to this year's military training at your school. He smiled slightly, his gaze falling on Gu Meng. Since she wanted to live separately, he would come to her instead. What else could he do? Just spoil her. Gu Meng walked through the crowd, hands in pockets, looking absolutely domineering. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Qingzhou excitedly. He looked over here. This instructor is so handsome. Gu Meng looked up briefly and lazily replied, he's okay. The teacher came over. It's almost time for the speech. I'll take you there. He handed the speech to Gu Meng, carefully reminding her, don't be nervous on stage. She took the speech and opened the paper. Unexpectedly, it was completely blank. The speech had been switched. The teacher was shocked. Such a long speech. Surely some student extremely disliked Gu Meng and wanted to embarrass her. The whole internet was watching this event. Not only would Gu Meng lose face, but the medical department's reputation might also be damaged. He panicked and told Gu Meng, I'll tell the principal to cancel the freshman representative speech. For such a big occasion, better not to do it than do it wrong. Su Jiaying snorted coldly. Gu Meng, let's see what you can use to compete with me. Gu Meng said coldly, I'll go up, then walked up expressionlessly. She threw the blank speech to the teacher. Gu Meng stood at the center of the podium, took the microphone, and began her self-introduction. Distinguished school leaders, teachers, and fellow students, hello. I am Gu Meng from Medical Department, Traditional Chinese Medicine Class 1. I'm honored to be here today as the student representative. The teacher below was surprised but also delighted. This was exactly the content of the speech. Had she memorized it all with just one glance? Lu Qingzhou smiled faintly. How many more abilities did she have that he didn't know about? A few minutes later, she ended with thank you all. The crowd cheered. Speaking without notes was amazing. Not a single mistake throughout. It was incredibly smooth and flawless. After finishing, Gu Meng didn't leave the stage. She stood lazily, slightly narrowing her eyes. There was darkness in them. Su Jiaying looked up, instinctively tensing. What was she going to do? Gu Meng's voice was gentle, with a mischievous smile. I wasn't planning to speak without notes. Someone replaced the speech with blank paper. As the words landed, the audience was stunned for a moment. Then they all looked at Gu Meng in shock, not just because her speech was switched, but because she dared to mention it on the podium. After a few seconds, Gu Meng chuckled, her gaze falling somewhere unknown, her voice casual, yet domineering. Did it really work against me? Just wait, I'll investigate this thoroughly. Someone dared to play tricks in front of a boss. Little did they know her special identity made her untouchable. The counselor looked at her. Su Jiaying, did you switch the speech? She denied it without thinking. It wasn't me, teacher. Why would you suspect me? Tang Xiaoxiao also defended her. Yeah, there are so many people in the dorm. Why accuse Jiaying? The The teacher looked displeased. Then explain why Gu Meng's speech was found under your bed. Su Jiaying kept denying. This is clearly targeting me. Am I stupid enough to be so obvious? All the girls visited our dorm last night. Who knows if someone's trying to frame me? The teacher thought she had a point. Gu Meng crossed her arms, saying carelessly, "Won't admit until seeing the coffin." Her lazy posture carried a hint of mischief. Want evidence? Fine. Just then, Lu Qingzhou walked in with a report. Gu Meng said thanks. She held the fingerprint analysis report in front of Su Jiaying. Then explain why your fingerprints are on both the speech and the blank paper. Teacher, expel her. Su Jiaying gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned irritably. You think one piece of paper will make the school listen to you? Don't be naive. Jiaying is the granddaughter of the medical organization's chairman, Bai Yufang's granddaughter. How could the school offend such an important figure for you? Su Jiaying stared at her mockingly. Gu Meng, Beijing is different from your backwater hometown. Having a little fame doesn't mean you can do anything to me. Let's see who gets kicked out in the end. Gu Meng moved closer, face dark, with an enigmatic smile. Fine, I'll teach you how to show respect. She was full of hatred, clenching her fists. She had thought Gu Meng would back down due to her status. What was with this contemptuous expression now? She raised her hand to strike Gu Meng. Gu Meng instinctively grabbed her wrist. Expressionlessly threw her hard. She stumbled back several steps. Gu Meng raised her arm, pinned her hard against the wall. Su Jiaying shouted, "Gu Meng, are you crazy? Let me go." Tang Xiaoxiao was startled, kindly warning, "The Bai family isn't someone you can mess with. Let her go quickly." Gu Meng slowly uttered 2 words, "Shut up." Her beautiful eyes curved as she looked at her, tilting her head slightly. "You dare to fight me?" Tang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled. "Gu Meng, the counselor is here. You dare to hit someone at the training base? I'll tell the principal." Gu Meng glanced sideways, smiling lazily with a roguish air. "I'll be waiting." The teacher stepped forward. "Stop, don't be impulsive. It's time to assemble." Only then did Gu Meng release her grip, warning her to watch herself. Gu Meng went to assemble. Lu Qingzhou caught up from behind, grabbing her hand. "Do you need me to handle the school administration?" Gu Meng turned back with a smile, telling him not to worry. "I have my ways." The top CEO sure knew how to play, catching his girlfriend, asking if she wanted to be robbed of money or virtue, wanting to sneak into the woods for romance. Bai Yufang looked displeased. "This is nonsense." Switching the speech was Jiaying's fault, but still, the military training assembly went without incident, didn't it? I think if Gu Meng takes the initiative to reconcile with Jiaying, this matter can be forgotten. Of course, as compensation, I can make an exception and take Gu Meng as my external student. Offending by Jiaying or becoming my external student, I think smart people know which to choose. The principal spoke firmly. "Old Bai, just take Su Jiaying back." Bai Yufang's eyes flashed with anger. "What do you mean? You really want to fall out with the Bai family over a nobody like Gu Meng?" He frowned with a smile. "I'm following school rules. Please leave, Old Bai." He stood up coldly. "Then I'll wait to see what your favorite student can achieve in the medical field. The Bai family won't let this humiliation slide." The principal advised, "Don't provoke Gu Meng." Bai Yufang shot him a fierce look before leaving. Just outside, he received a call. "Professor Bai, what should we do? All our suppliers have stopped deliveries. The contracts are being treated as breached. We'll see you in court." Only then did he realize it was over. He'd really hit a wall this time. After military training dismissed, Gu Meng took a shower. The evening breeze felt especially comfortable. One hand holding a towel, the other combing through her half-dry hair, unhurriedly walking toward the dormitory. Passing through the gap between 2 wooden buildings, she suddenly stopped, her eyes flashing. Before she could react, a force suddenly grabbed her arm, pulling her into the meter-wide gap. The person moved quickly. Her wrists were pinned against the wall on either side of her head, her body pressed against the wall. The next second, hot breath came close to her ear, a deep, husky voice saying, "Want to be robbed of money or virtue?" Gu Meng's throat moved slightly, speaking emotionlessly. "No money." Lu Qingzhou clicked his tongue, speaking flirtatiously. "So the little girl wants me to take her virtue?" She raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, already given to someone else." Lu Qingzhou asked seriously, "Oh, to whom?" Hearing this, Gu Meng narrowed her eyes. "Want to play out? Let me satisfy you then." Gu Meng's lips curled playfully. "He's quite inhuman." Lu Qingzhou's jaw tensed slightly, his hand moving to her chin, fingers gently caressing her delicate skin. "Then do you remember what else he said?" that he'd never be human again. Gu Meng was speechless. Fine, she couldn't outflirt him. She lost. Her chin tickled. She pulled his hand away. Did you need something? Lu Qingzhou nodded, saying seriously, my girlfriend wants to have a secret affair. I should satisfy her. Isn't this place exciting? Gu Meng looked at him, her smile widening. You call this an affair? You're quite innocent. His eyes deepened, watching her for a while before speaking. Seems I haven't done well enough. He lifted his chin, glancing at the distant woods. Wouldn't the atmosphere be better in the woods? Gu Meng couldn't smile anymore, looking at him expressionlessly. Lu Qingzhou was too flirtatious, making his girlfriend angry. Gu Meng expressionlessly bit his collarbone. She kicked him hard in his weak spot. Gu Meng looked at him expressionlessly, uttering 5 words. Don't be such a beast. Lu Qingzhou stroked her neck, laughing deeply. This is nothing. Weren't you the one asking where you were soft? Oh, and where it felt good. Lu Qingzhou looked at her speechless face, laughing more brazenly, continuing to remind her, you'll have to pay for your actions eventually. She suddenly called his name calmly, Lu Qingzhou. He responded with a smile. The next second, Gu Meng's hand struck out. Lu Qingzhou reacted quickly, swiftly grabbing her wrist. He pulled her arms apart, pinning them down. Gu Meng couldn't break free. Without thinking, she tried to kick upward. His long legs immediately pressed down on hers. Then his whole body pressed against her, trapping her in his embrace. He smiled, so fierce. After all, this is yours too. Want to destroy it? Gu Meng, being firmly pinned down, couldn't move at all. She never thought her martial skills were poor, but with Lu Qingzhou, she kept failing. She was quite angry, staring at his collarbone. Something rushed to her head, and without thinking, she bit down hard. He hadn't expected her sudden bite, and it was particularly fierce. Lu Qingzhou's back tensed. His voice revealed his pain. He'd really angered her. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, could you bite lighter? Gu Meng didn't release, biting down again. That made it worse. The bite made Lu Qingzhou laugh instead. His hand held the back of her head. Biting like that is meaningless. Let me teach you how to kiss. As soon as he finished speaking, taking advantage of her surprise, he leaned down and fiercely kissed her lips. Gu Meng actively wrapped her arms around his neck, cooperating with him. Lu Qingzhou lifted her up. This position should be more comfortable for you. They passionately kissed again. At the girls' dormitory, Tang Xiaoxiao saw Gu Meng's bed was empty and worried. I hope nothing dangerous happened. Suddenly the door opened and Gu Meng walked in. Seeing her return, Tang Xiaoxiao felt relieved. She asked, what's wrong with your lips? Why are they so red? Gu Meng lightly touched her lips, casually saying, just finished showering. Seeing her leg injury, Tang Xiaoxiao anxiously asked, what happened to your leg? She took out a spray medicine and sprayed it. From running the obstacle course today, I accidentally fell and twisted it. He crouched down to check. Her foot wasn't broken. The sprain was quite serious. She couldn't exercise for a while. Tang Xiaoxiao was very worried. What should we do? The team competition is tomorrow. Our class already has too few people for all events. We don't have any substitutes. Without thinking, Gu Meng said, I'll replace you. She was still worried. Gu Meng's recent training results were last place in all events. Would it really be okay in the competition? Gu Meng confidently assured her, no problem, just watch. My boss's cover was blown again, this time in the 4 kilometers weighted run. She got first place and set a new record. The first competition was the 4 kilometers weighted run. When they saw Gu Meng participating, everyone started discussing. This is ridiculous. Just look at Gu Meng these days. With those terrible scores in all events, how can she show her face? This event is being live-streamed. Is she going to embarrass the school too? Another girl said, don't worry. The school will definitely arrange with the news station to cut out all her footage. The law department students also started mocking her. Gu Meng sure has courage. If Tang Xiaoxiao hadn't been injured, she probably wouldn't have come out to embarrass herself. With those scores in competition, she'll just drag down their class. They might as well forfeit. Tang Xiaoxiao was very worried. Once Gu Meng's results came out, who knows how much mockery she'd face. Most importantly, the news station's crew was live streaming the whole assessment. What if Gu Meng's performance went viral online? Gu Meng noticed her concern. She walked over and patted her shoulder. Told her not to worry. I'll get first place for you all. Gu Meng took her position at the starting line. The other girls on the track glanced at her. Gu Meng looked disdainful. Just then, the referee's whistle blew. The first round officially began. People were shocked at how fast Gu Meng could run, especially with weights. She was running the 4 kilometers at 50-meter sprint speed. 2 people continued watching, expecting Gu Meng to embarrass herself. 4 kilometers is long distance. Using all her energy at the start, how will she finish? Hope she doesn't get carried to the infirmary halfway through. That'd be even more embarrassing. Don't worry, first place will be ours. He was wrong. After causing his best friend, Su Jiaying, to drop out, this competition was his chance to humiliate Gu Meng. Gu Meng was already on her 3rd lap. The other girls were just starting their 2nd lap. Their expressions completely changed. How hadn't Gu Meng slowed down? This wasn't scientific. Gu Meng suddenly turned around, facing away from the finish line, watching the others still on their 2nd lap. She tilted her head, one eyebrow raised, smirking. Running backward, her posture was arrogantly flamboyant, arrogantly signaling they were too slow. She crossed the finish line backward with absolute arrogance. Her wristband recorded her time. The big screen updated the data. Everyone watched as the women's leaderboard changed, first place becoming 2 words, Gu Meng. 8 minutes 37.96 seconds. Everyone jumped up excitedly. Gu Meng is first. Did you see that? She's first. She walked over, slightly turning her face, glancing from the corner of her eye. Lu Qingzhou was also watching her. Their eyes met, taking in her delicate features. She gave a slight jump, smiling wildly and freely. Incredibly rebellious. Lu Qingzhou watched her, his eyes dark and deep. This girl always managed to surprise him. Tang Xiaoxiao excitedly ran to the instructor, happily saying, "Instructor, look, Gu Meng got first." The instructor was still in shock. Gu Meng had actually broken the base's record. Was this really the same student he wanted to give up on a few days ago? A girl from the law department frowned disapprovingly. Throughout military training, Gu Meng's scores were terrible. How did she suddenly explode like this? Her score is twice that of the boys. This isn't normal. Did she use some special method? The boys also suspected Gu Meng of using performance enhancers. How else could her physical abilities improve so suddenly? It wasn't scientific. The instructor severely reprimanded them. Whether she used performance enhancers or not, don't you think we would know? We don't need you to tell us. Don't make accusations without evidence. That boy continued provoking. Gu Meng's scores are suspicious. Is the school trying to cover for her, just like with Su Jiaying before? The instructor sneered. Enough. I won't waste words with amateurs like you. If you won't accept defeat, prepare well for the afternoon competition. He turned and left after speaking. The law department's class leader was unconvinced. The first event this afternoon is shooting. She might drug up for weighted running, but let's see how she handles shooting. Other girls laughed. Our class's shooting scores are much better than the traditional medicine department. We hit 10 rings every time. How can Gu Meng compete with her 1-ring score? Tang Xiaoxiao found Gu Meng worried about the afternoon competitions. Gu Meng remained very calm, smiling harmoniously. Don't worry. I'll lead you to victory. I love proving people wrong. Gu Meng broke another record. In shooting moving wooden targets, 10 consecutive shots hit exactly the same spot. Incredible. The second round is the 10-meter rifle shooting competition. Now beginning. Sang Shue's first shot, 10.1 rings. The big screen immediately updated the score. The crowd went wild. The second shot wasn't as good as the first, 9.4 rings. For the next 8 shots, Sang Shue got 3 9.5 shots and 10 rings, taking 4 minutes 21 seconds. A classmate excitedly went over. Sang Shue, you're amazing. Consistent performance. This is definitely first place. Looking towards Gu Meng's direction. But why hasn't she fired a single shot? Sang Shue sneered. Has she given up on the competition? Everyone looked at the updated scores on the screen. Law department was in first place. Traditional medicine department was last, with more than 10 places between them. They were clearly far ahead. Tang Xiaoxiao grabbed the instructor anxiously. What do we do? Look at those scores. We're last. Has Gu Meng really given up? He gritted his teeth and said, wait for Gu Meng's score. The loudspeaker announced, please clear the competition area if you've finished. Now only Gu Meng remained. Several instructors brought out the moving targets. Everyone was shocked. Gu Meng was going to shoot at moving targets. Meanwhile, another instructor checked her condition. Looking at Gu Meng's chin, a newly brought shooting target. Moving target scores would add 20% to the base score. Are you sure you want to shoot this? Gumeng nodded, saying calmly, "Make it move faster." To save time, the instructor looked at her expressionless face, feeling extremely complicated. This attitude was too arrogant, as if she wasn't the one with the worst shooting scores in the entire base. After several seconds of silence, he managed to say, "If you fail, won't it be too embarrassing?" Gumeng didn't answer, just picked up the gun from the table, checked it, and asked, "Can we start?" Seeing her insistence, the instructor sighed, "Fine, you can begin." Gumeng adjusted her earpiece and signaled to the moving target operators, "Increase movement speed to 2x. As soon as she said thanks, the target 20 meters away began moving. At the same moment, a gunshot rang out. This shot was special, seemingly louder than usual, like several shots overlapping. On the second shot, Gumeng's shooting style made people's scalps tingle. Her movements were both wild and cool. The subsequent shots were incredibly unexpected, each hitting the target. When finished, she coolly tossed the gun onto the table. Just as she turned her head, the big screen updated the scores. 10 consecutive shots, all 10.9 rings. Unbelievable. Sang Shue's eyes turned red with anger. How could Gumeng, who always scored 1 ring, suddenly achieve perfect scores overnight? The former women's first place holder, Sang Shue, instantly became second place, with Gumeng's first place score creating an enormous gap. At the target, 2 instructors stared dumbfounded at the hole in the bullseye, larger than a bullet. Shooting moving targets with a handgun was already extremely difficult. Her speed was so fast they could barely see before it was completely over. All 10 shots hit the same spot, piercing through the target. A shooting black hole. This was simply godlike, breaking their base's shooting record. A group of fans surrounded her. "Boss, you're so amazing. Why did you pretend to have poor scores?" "I failed to recognize Mount Tai." "Sister Meng, you're forever my idol." Boss, we heard you've broken 2 base records already. What are your thoughts on this?" Gumeng softly said, "Oh," and removed her goggles. She smiled at the corner of her mouth, turned to them, and said, "I like creating records. I'll keep leading you to greater heights." Gumeng turned out to be a piano master, also a dance master, amazing everyone. Obstacle course, Gumeng first place, breaking another base record. Rock climbing, another first place in the bag. Triathlon, directly surpassing the men's record. Everyone cheered at how incredible Gumeng was. After military training, Gumeng came to the Lu residence. Lu Qingzhong warmly handed her a cup of honey water, hugging her from behind. "Seeing you shine so brightly at the base lately, everyone's eyes on you have changed. I'm getting jealous." Gumeng smiled slyly. After the smooth talk, her attention was caught by the newly released piano. Gumeng walked over and touched it. "Why did you suddenly think of buying a piano?" He crossed his arms and said softly, "Grandmother recently became obsessed with piano, following the trend." "Don't tell me you can play piano too." Gumeng nodded, "A little bit." Then she played a beautiful and melodious piece. It was absolutely stunning. Lu Qingzhou was amazed. He had seen Gumeng dance, but never play instruments. The young lady knew quite a lot, and this level was definitely more than just a little bit. The butler paused when hearing this piece. "Isn't this Master Bai's favorite piece?" Legend has it that it was composed by his most cherished student, who later declined the master's invitation. Could that student be Miss Gu? Lu Qingzhou smiled. "You play so well. Why not perform at the weekend's welcome ceremony?" Gumeng shook her head. "Just use this piece to choreograph a dance routine instead." Soon came the Jindao welcome ceremony. Guin also got tickets to see what Gumeng was capable of. The host announced, "First, please enjoy the opening dance performance by the medical department." The medical department's dance was choreographed by our university's academic genius, Gumeng. Many here must be fans of Gu Chen, right? The crowd cheered. "We're all Gu God's fans." Gumeng danced, her long hair flowing, her whole being radiated brilliance. As the dance reached its climax, the music quickened, her limbs moving with the song. Guin grew tense watching from below. Master Bai asked, "Ying, what's going on?" He frowned slightly. "The host just said my sister choreographed this dance. She must have Wei Qian's recording. How did Gumeng get this piece? When I secretly recorded it before, there wasn't anyone else around." A girl said, "She used your piece without your knowledge. How is that different from stealing?" He maintained his smile. "She's my sister after all. Using my piece isn't a big deal." Then he heard people behind him say, "What kind of genius is Gumeng?" "Boss, I feel like her life only has firsts and excellence. Being able to play piano in this style, she's definitely number one. Most importantly, she said she just casually wrote this. Isn't that infuriating?" and then couldn't control her anger and shouted, "How outrageous! She even has the nerve to boast that she wrote the piece herself. Ineen, you're too generous. I must teach her a lesson tonight." Guin tried to calm her, and then stay calm. Not in this setting. And then stood up, pointing at Gumeng, raising her voice several times louder. "Gumeng, have you no shame? This piece was clearly written by Guin." Gumeng stood on stage, her voice ice cold. "What did you say?" "I said you're suspected of plagiarizing the original piece of Master Bai's most outstanding student." Gumeng's eyes flickered. "Do you have any evidence?" Master Bai stood up. "If you won't admit it, that's fine. You can have a piano competition with my student right now. Then we'll see who wins. Everyone can judge for themselves." Gumeng crossed her arms and smiled carelessly. "Fine, let's compete." Guin was confident of victory. Having studied under Master Bai and received so much professional training, no matter how they competed, he definitely wouldn't lose. The boss's identity was revealed again. Everyone was utterly shocked. She turned out to be the chief female composer. Master Bai was quite confident in her. "Lianin, play your original piece completely in front of everyone. Then the rumors will naturally be dispelled." As Guin played, people below discussed, "Indeed worthy of being Master Bai's direct disciple. The technique is truly impeccable. Only the original composer would be this familiar with it. Looks like Guin is the true owner of this piece." Back then, Master Bai took him as a disciple because of this piece. Though unsure whose piece it was, he practiced daily until it was perfectly memorized. There couldn't possibly be any flaws. Gumeng took out her phone and sent a message. She turned her head back and smiled carelessly. "Not bad. You learned it quite well. You've been learning this piece all these years, haven't you?" Master Bai praised. "Ineen played very well. Gumeng is just being stubborn." Guin politely said, "Thank you, teacher." Master Bai looked impatiently at Gumeng. "The facts are right here. If you still won't admit plagiarism, may I ask if you can produce the original composition manuscript?" She crossed her arms casually. "I didn't write it randomly. Music is just a hobby. There is no original manuscript." Master Bai scoffed. "So you have no evidence?" Gumeng nodded. "But no one dares to use my things so freely." After speaking, her fingers began moving, playing a beautiful piece. After a while, discussions erupted below. "It sounds good, but it's no different from what Guin played earlier. It's just imitation. At most, it's just well practiced. It doesn't prove she composed it herself." Gumeng is going to be completely exposed now. She smiled. "Actually, what you heard isn't the complete piece. There's another part after this." 1 minute later, the entire piece was finished. The crowd below erupted again. "Such amazing technique. I was blind earlier. Listening now, though the first half was gentle, it was somewhat monotonous. Combined with this part, this is truly the soul of the piece." Gumeng remained expressionless. "Actually, this type of piece can be completed in 2 or 3 minutes. Since you like stealing things, I can give you another one." A group of young fans were captivated. "Oh my God, the boss is so amazing. She can compose just like that." The public opinion has reversed. "Our sister Mang is just too good." Gumeng played for a while. At this time, Wen Zixing, the chairman of the International Composers Association, arrived. "Sorry I'm late, Teacher Gu." Gumeng asked coldly. "I remember Susan has my video. You haven't deleted it, right?" Wen Zixing respectfully answered. "How could we dare delete Teacher Gu's video?" Gumeng pointed to the main screen. "The control room is there. Make it look good." Then he went to the control room. When Master Bai was interviewed, he claimed he first heard this piece 2 years ago. But Gumeng played this piece at our association when she was 13. She composed it casually on the spot. Here's the video. The video showed she could already play this piece when she was young. When Zixing smiled, "Your piano touch is too hard. You should add some softer parts." Gumeng disagreed. "Piano doesn't have to be played so softly. That's quite boring." He squinted and asked when she wrote this piece. Gumeng opened her mouth. Just then, Wen Zixing told the three of them, "With this video as evidence, and in my capacity as chairman of the International Composers Association, this piece was indeed composed by Gumeng." Guin panicked. People discussed. Didn't Guin know this was Gumeng's piece? She didn't say a word, using her own sister's work to rise up, and then also saw through her. The piece was written by Gumeng. "You've been lying to me all along." She won't admit it now. You still believe me. This time I really had no idea, and it was completely furious. Shut up. Get out. You're no longer welcome at the presidential palace. Master Bai also saw through her true nature. I will clarify your relationship with the Piano Association on social media. From now on, we are no longer master and disciple. After speaking, both of them left. Guin realized it was completely over. She strode over, grabbed Gu Meng's arm. Are you satisfied now? Gu Meng shook off her hand. With an enigmatic smile, slowly uttering two words, just Guin shouted, Master Bai, expel me. The promised trip to Jigging State is also ruined. I just wanted to go to Jigging State. That piece wasn't so important to you. What does it matter if I took it? You destroyed my dream. She tried to slap her. Unexpectedly, Gu Meng slapped her instead. Her lips curled, voice ice cold. If it weren't for our parents' sake, it wouldn't just be your dreams that are shattered today. The top CEO is so bold. His birthday wish was to try everything with Gu Meng. Gu Meng said coldly, take care of yourself. She collapsed on the ground, crying miserably. After a while, Gu Meng changed clothes and came out. Been waiting long? Lu Qingzhou brushed her hair. No, your timing is perfect. Let's go. She turned to look at him. What do you want to eat on your birthday? Lu Qingzhou was quite surprised. You knew? She nodded. Yes. How do you want to celebrate? When looking after old Madame Lu before, I had Ling Shuang investigate everyone in the Lu family. I remembered your birthday right away. Lu Qingzhou smiled. I don't like crowds. Having you here is enough. Let's buy ingredients and I'll cook for you. She thought for a moment. Is it appropriate to make you cook? He suddenly leaned in. It's fine. Anything for you is appropriate. At this moment, Jiang Ziyuan saw the two of them. He greeted them. They've booked a place at Tianke for your birthday celebration. They insisted I come to inform you. Lu Qingzhou was displeased. Put it on my tab. Let them enjoy themselves. You two go have fun too. He understood Meng Jinyang well. She doesn't like such places. The two girls rarely meet. Have a meal together. Lu Qingzhou was very angry. No need. Trying to ruin our private time together. How inconsiderate. But Gu Meng walked over and held Meng Jinyang's hand. Lawyer Jinyang, let's go together tonight. In a villa, they were preparing to cook together. Lu Qingzhou ordered him to rest. Jiang Xinyuan carefully handed him a bowl of food. Go rest with Gu Meng for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Now only the two of them remained. He said with concern, I saw Gu Meng's news trending today. Master Bai and the Piano Association have lost face. They won't let this matter go easily. How do you plan to handle it? The Bai family is one of the 4 major families in Qijin State. They're not easy to deal with. Lu Qingzhou smiled. What makes you think I'm easy to deal with? He shook his head. Not that. He has a bad temper, easily gets violent when impulsive. He nodded. Lu Qingzhou became jealous. How long have you known him? Jiang Ziyuan laughed. Quite long. When I first met him, he was only 6. He was quite terrifying then, often getting into fights until he was covered in blood. Later, he was diagnosed with severe emotional control disorder. He was sent to a special school, disappeared for 2 years. When he came back, he was much more normal, though his temper is still not great. He's much more patient with you. For some reason, he began to feel jealous of everyone around him, whether it was Meng Jinyang, Jiang Zuan, or Yu Mufeng. They all knew what he was like in the past, only he hadn't been part of his childhood. Gu Meng went out to sign for a birthday cake. Bringing it in, she looked at Lu Qingzhou. I chose one that's not too sweet. Hope it suits your taste. He said, I like anything you choose. Dinner began. They clinked their glasses. Jiang Zuan suddenly spoke. Let's cut the cake, then we'll leave. Lu Qingzhou was firm. Private property. Lawyer Jiang, it's getting late. Don't even think about the cake. Get out. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow. Private property is private property. For his birthday's sake. Meng Jinyang opened her mouth. Brother Jiang, it's late. We should go. Only then did he agree to leave. There should still be dessert shops open. We won't eat theirs. Brother Jiang will buy you some. Meng Jinyang smiled and nodded. Okay. Gu Meng prepared to get up. I'm going to shower. You eat your private property. Lu Qingzhou pulled her back down. Birthdays need to follow procedure. Won't you help me make a wish? I value rituals. Gu Meng smiled happily. She stroked his chin. All right, I'll help make your wish come true. Lu Qingzhou lit the candles, closing his eyes to make a wish. Want to try tonight? In the bathroom, Gu Meng narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Lu Qingzhou touched her cheek. Help me fulfill my wish, Gu Meng. At the birthday party, they were about to do intimate things. Gu Meng had no interest and prepared to go to sleep. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhou hugged her. His eyes showed a hint of desire. Can you escape? Why are you always so fierce with me? Gu Meng remained expressionless. I'm tired. Lu Qingzhou smirked and picked her up. You won't be tired soon. He turned toward the bathroom. Inside, he placed her on the vanity counter and slowly moved closer. Giman, you want? She softly said, "Happy birthday." Lu Qingzhou asked again. Together in the bath? She finally compromised. Okay. Then he picked her up and placed her in the bathtub. After some time, Lu Qingzhou carefully placed her on the bed. Gu Meng complained, "Are you a beast? Were you satisfied with my service?" Gu Meng ignored him, angrily turned to sleep on one side. He leaned down to her ear. "Don't sleep yet. Your hair is wet." Lu Qingzhou took the hairdryer and gently dried her hair. Gu Meng picked up her phone and replied to a message, "Busy tomorrow." Not going. A few minutes later, Qin Fong called. "Brother Chung, your favorite professor is giving a lecture at Jin University tomorrow. Tickets are sold out, but I managed to get a few. Want to come with Sister Meng?" Lu Qingzhou kept staring at Gu Meng. "I'll ask her." After hanging up, he said softly, "There's a medical lecture. Want to go?" The speaker is the top DNA testing expert in forensics. Gu Meng showed a bit of surprise. "I've heard of him," he said seriously. "It would be helpful for your medical knowledge. Let's go together." "Okay, let's listen." Her identity was revealed again. She was actually the chief female forensic expert. She was the top DNA testing expert in forensics. Qin Fong was proud below. "Sister-in-law, it was worth coming today, right? Quite rewarding. Good thing I have connections. Otherwise, we couldn't get in." Gu Meng just made a sound, but didn't answer. After the lecture, Lu Qingzhou looked at Gu Meng. "Come say hello with me?" She nodded. "Okay." Then Lu Qingzhou held her hand and walked forward, politely calling out, "Professor Song." Seeing Gu Meng holding hands with him, Song Xian's expression darkened, but he still greeted politely. Looking at Gu Meng, his tone was slightly complaining. "When I called you wouldn't come, but when others call you run here." Qin Fong was shocked. "Professor Song, who are you talking about? And why is your tone so different from your previous ice-cold demeanor?" Gu Meng's posture wasn't as casual as usual, properly calling out master. Lu Qingzhou was stunned, only now realizing she was Song Xian's disciple. Qin Fong was shocked. "God, how many people does sister-in-law know? I was just showing off my background and connections in front of this expert." Now he couldn't lift his head. Song Xian nodded toward Lu Qingzhou. "Won't you introduce him to your master?" Gu Meng showed no emotion, simply saying 3 words, "My boyfriend." Lu Qingzhou's eyes showed a trace of smile. Song Xian looked at Lu Qingzhou, feeling uncomfortable that his good student was taken. Just then he received a phone call about a difficult case, needing his help. After hanging up, he looked at Gu Meng. "Come with me." No refusing this time. Gu Meng reluctantly agreed. Song Xian arrived at the police station. The police chief came to greet them. Seeing Gu Meng was there too, he smiled broadly. Now, everything would be fine. Walking, he said, "You handle today's case. Don't disappoint me." Okay. Gu Meng went to the autopsy room, telling Lu Qingzhou to wait there. "Won't be long." Gu Meng went in and asked, "What's the case?" The officer replied, "A wealthy family's eldest son. Sudden death case, but no wounds on the body." Gu Meng briefly said, "Let me examine first." The officer told little Lu to stop working, letting Miss Gu take over. Gu Meng tied her hair in a high ponytail and looked at the body. "I'll do my best." She took a tool and slowly examined. Very carefully, while examining the head, she found something, slowly extracted it, a tiny needle. Little Lu's eyes lit up. This young girl seemed very skilled. Gu Meng put it in a small bag. "The person who used this needle is a man skilled in acupuncture. Look in that direction." Little Lu asked, puzzled, "Can acupuncture kill? And how do you know it's a man?" She explained carefully, "The human body has many acupoints, including lethal ones. With good technique and precision, one needle can be fatal. As for why it's a man, it's related to the angle, force of the needle, and the surrounding skin compression. The innate physical differences between men and women cannot be erased." Little Lu frowned slightly. They had been struggling for days, yet this young girl found the killer's characteristics in minutes. He asked the officer about the girl's identity, noting she seemed impressive. "That's Gu Meng, our forensics department's chief female medical examiner." The story about Meng Jinyang being raped at age 5 was brought up by a scheming woman. Gu Meng fiercely defended her, forbidding anyone from bullying her. Gu Meng finished the autopsy and walked out. The officer thanked her. "Thank you, Miss Gu. Who would have thought of using acupuncture as a murder weapon?" The higher-ups were pressing for results, and we finally have a lead. Gu Meng politely replied, "You're welcome." Then they both left. He smiled. "It would be great if someone like her stayed at our police station." Song Xian crossed his arms, feeling proud. "My disciple is too excellent to be confined to one place." When they returned, they met Meng Jinyang and Jiang Xinyuan. Meng Jinyang excitedly ran over. "Let's eat at the usual place today." Then Sang Shui walked over, shyly calling out Professor Jiang. "Brother Yuan, I heard that for the international moot court competition, there's only one volunteer position per grade in the law department at Jean City Division. I've always performed well in school. Is that position mine?" He seriously replied, "Sorry, considering entrance exam rankings, the position was given to the law department's top student, Jinyang. Next time, try harder, Miss Sang Shui." Hearing this, Sang Shui's face darkened. This was the most influential competition in law, and everyone fought for volunteer positions. She had won so many awards since childhood, yet lost to Meng Jinyang because of entrance scores. Why? Since Gu Meng is Meng Jinyang's friend, is Brother Xinyuan favoring Meng Jinyang because of Gu Meng and Lu Qingzhou? No, I won't allow it. Sang Shui suddenly approached. "I've been thinking you look familiar. Brother Xinyuan, isn't this Meng Jinyang, the same Meng Jinyang from your previous case?" People behind gasped. "The case Professor Jiang handled before? Isn't she the girl who was raped at age 5? Poor thing, at such a young age." Hearing this, Gu Meng's face darkened. Just as she was about to act, Lu Qingzhou held her back. Sang Shui apologetically said, "Sorry, Meng. I didn't mean to bring this up. We're all law students. We know it was that scumbag's fault. I just spoke without thinking. Really sorry." He, being kind-hearted, said it's okay. Sang Shui continued provoking, "As long as you don't mind. Don't worry. With me around, I won't let others look at you differently because of this. My dorm is next to yours. You can come to me if needed. I heard you've had several major surgeries." Before she could finish, her head was hit by a water bottle. Anger flashed in Gu Meng's eyes as she said coldly, "Who are you trying to play games with?" She frantically held her head. "Are you crazy? What nonsense!" Meng Jinyang stepped forward to stop them. "I'm fine. Don't fight." Gu Meng's lips curled into a cold smile, her tone impatient. "Dare to repeat what you just said?" Sang Shui instantly cowered, keeping her head down. Gu Meng spoke word by word. "What should be said and what shouldn't, I don't think I need to teach you." After speaking, she left with her arm around Meng Jinyang's shoulder. Friends nearby said, "I think it's better not to mess with people close to Gu Meng. Her influence is too strong to fight against. Look at Gu Yin and Su Jiaying. They all ended up badly." She refused to admit defeat. "Our Sang family isn't weak. If Meng Jinyang didn't have Gu Meng around, I could teach her whatever lesson I want." When Meng Jinyang returned to the dorm after dinner, she saw Sang Shui. "Why are you in my dorm?" She pretended to be sincere. "About the unpleasant incident at the school gate earlier. I feel really sorry. Hearing about your poor health, I specially brought some imported milk from home to help strengthen you. Here, while it's warm." Just as Meng Jinyang was about to take it, the cup fell. It shattered with a crash. "Meng Jinyang, what are you doing? I kindly offer you milk, and you break my cup." She sincerely apologized. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it. It wasn't intentional." Sang Shui shouted, "What good is sorry? Can it restore my cup?" Classmates came to mediate. "Swear, you see Jinyang didn't mean it. Just buy a new one." She crossed her arms arrogantly. "That was a limited edition cup, my most precious possession. Can she afford to replace it? Or will Gu Meng help you pay?" Meng Jinyang's eyes filled with tears. "Then what do you want me to do? Give me a solution." She wanted to handle this herself without worrying Gu Meng. Gu Meng's best friend Meng Jinyang was hurt. Her expression changed drastically, and without a word, she rushed into their house to avenge Meng Jinyang. Sang Shui crossed her arms smugly. "A solution? You asked for it." Then she reached out and grabbed the necklace from her neck. Meng Jinyang's face changed, reaching to grab it back. "No!" Sang Shui sneered and pulled with both hands. It broke in half. She threw it on the ground like trash. The other two girls panicked completely. "It's just a cup. Is this necessary?" Sang Shui. Meng Jinyang's voice trembled unsteadily. "You're going too far." Sang Shui smiled. "Too far? We're not done yet." She grabbed the jade pendant from Meng Jinyang's neck and yanked it off. Seeing this, Meng Jinyang turned pale. This was given by Gu Meng. For the first time, anger appeared on her face as she screamed, "Give it back to me!" Sang Shui glared at her fiercely. "Who do you think you are?" Then she raised her hand and slapped Meng Jinyang hard. The force was tremendous. Meng Jinyang's head hit the wall with a violent thud. The two girls didn't dare confront Sang Shui and could only take Meng Jinyang to the infirmary. Sang Shui contemptuously glanced at the jade in her hand. "So this worthless thing is what Meng Jinyang cares about most." With a crack, she smashed it on the ground, shattering shattering the jade to pieces. Gu Meng stood casually at the bottom of the apartment building, calling Meng Jinyang repeatedly with no answer. Didn't she say she just wanted to get something? Then she heard a commotion. Meng Jinyang was being helped out, bleeding profusely. Gu Meng's aura instantly became oppressive, her eyes flashing with terrifying intent. She strode over. What happened to him? Meng Jinyang struggled to open her eyes, mouthing silently. Gu Meng, I'm fine. The murderous intent in his expression was about to burst forth. He quickly took out his phone and made a call. Lu Qingzhou, Jinyang is hurt. I need 2 cars and some Red Scorpion people. Lu Qi said quietly. The helicopter can arrive in 5 minutes at earliest. Lu Qingzhou nodded and said into the phone, I'll be right back. Leave it to me. His voice carried unconcealed meaning. No need. I don't want to cause you trouble. I've been holding back, but not this time. After returning to the infirmary, Gu Meng handed Meng Jinyang to Jiang Xinyuan. She turned to Meng Jinyang's roommate, her eyes dark and cold. Who hit him? He hesitated, then said, Sang Shui. Gu Meng's face remained expressionless. The J. He spoke fearfully, stumbling over his words. When we left, we saw Sang Shui smash it. Gu Meng's pupils contracted, a cold light flashing with killing intent. She's asking for death. A subordinate reported, Miss Gu, we found that Sang Shui has fled to her family villa. The location has been sent to your phone. She got into the car. She floored the accelerator, pushing the car to its limits. The subordinates clutched their seatbelts in fear as she drove more aggressively than any of the men. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the villa. Gu Meng got out, slamming the door. Her aura was ice cold as she commanded, guard this place. Let them in, but no one leaves. Bang! She kicked the main door open, her cold eyes fixed on Sang's father as she spoke with bone-chilling voice, hand over Sang Shui. Sang's father swept his sharp gaze over everyone. Hongshi's people, coming to the Sang family with such force at night. What do you want? Sang's mother demanded. Gu Meng, who are you? Who sent you? Lu Zhan or Lu Qingzhou? Gu Meng unhurriedly walked to the sofa and sat down, crossing her legs. Her expression was calm, but defiant. I don't have time for your nonsense. The subordinates acknowledged. Sang's father was furious. Whatever my daughter did, you have no right to come to our Sang family. Taking advantage of the Lu family's power to bully us. You really think you're part of the Lu family? Gu Meng kicked the coffee table. The entire marble surface shattered into pieces, scattering across the floor. She lifted her eyelids slightly, staring at Sang's parents. Her voice was deep and cold. Shut up. Gu Meng finally got revenge for her good friend. She knocked the scheming girl unconscious. Sang Shui was dragged down from upstairs by 2 men in black, struggling desperately. Let me go. Gu Meng looked up, her gaze sinister and terrifying as she stared into Sang Shui's eyes. Finally found you. Sang Shui's blood froze under her stare, becoming completely flustered. Gu Meng, are you fucking crazy? Coming to my house too. Before she could finish, others only saw Gu Meng kick Sang Shui to the ground, coldly warning her to shut up. The next second, with a slap, before anyone could see how Gu Meng moved, Sang Shui was slapped to the ground. Sang's mother's face changed dramatically as she screamed. Shui! Gu Meng grabbed her hair, lifting her head up, forcing her to look up. You dare to hurt Meng Jinyang. I warned you. Don't provoke me. I don't know my own strength. Sang Shui screamed as her hair felt like it was being torn from her scalp. Gu Meng grabbed her head and slammed it violently against the sofa. A violent impact sound. Blood flowed from Sang Shui's head, frighteningly red. They exchanged glances, their eyelashes trembling slightly. They had never seen Gu Meng in action before. They'd only heard about her violence from others. Seeing her brutality firsthand made even their hearts quiver. Gu Meng's expression didn't change as she dusted off her hands and glanced at Sang Shui. Her voice was cold and hoarse. All right, I'm done. Take her away. Sang's mother immediately rushed to Sang Shui, her eyes full of concern. Shui! 2 subordinates grabbed and took her away. Sang's mother glared viciously at Gu Meng. You psycho. I'm calling the police. Just you wait. Sang's mother was extremely worried. The police would surely show respect to Red Scorpion. What now? Sang's father's face was tense. After thinking for 2 seconds, I'll go find the Lu family's second master. Let him handle this. The Lu family isn't just controlled by Lu Qingzhou now. In the car, a subordinate asked, Miss Gu, where should I take her? Her voice was cold. The police station. Watch her carefully. Gu Meng took out her phone and called Jiang Sui, one of the Assassin Alliance's war gods. She made a call. How's the Sang group? He answered honestly, doing well with good prospects. The Sang family used to be in military and political circles. This generation has no one there, but they've risen in the business world. Gu Meng lowered her eyes. Good prospects? Then take it over. Jiang Sui, that's intense. Sister Meng, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Sang Group is quite big, and they have connections in both military and political circles. It won't be easy to take over. Gu Meng commanded directly, bankrupt them and take over. Don't make me repeat myself. He didn't dare ask more questions, just replied with a yes. Gu Meng rushed to the hospital, seeing Meng Jinyang with bandages on his head and in 4 drip, her face tense. She asked quietly about the results. Jiang Xinyuan frowned. Jinyang was seriously injured years ago. His liver isn't good, which caused blood clotting issues. The bleeding has stopped now, but the head injury is serious. We're still observing. Gu Meng's eyes lowered slightly. When will he wake up? The doctor said tomorrow. Exact time depends on recovery. What about Sang Shui? Gu Meng's eyes had slight bloodshot, carrying coldness. Knocked out and thrown in the police station. Jiang Xinyuan knew it wasn't just a simple knockout. He knew Gu Meng's brutality better than anyone. Jiang Xinyuan touched his little face, chest slightly heaving. I'll handle the follow-up. Gu Meng narrowed her eyes. Neither Sang Shui nor Sang Jia will escape. When the second master Lu heard about what happened, he frowned. Gu Meng brought Red Scorpion's people into your home and took Sang Shui away? She's gone too far. What right does Gu Meng have to use Red Scorpion's people? Sang's father was furious. Yes, they took Sang Shui from my home, beat my daughter unconscious right in front of me. Second Master Lu heard about Gu Meng's arrogance, a sneer appearing in his eyes. He thought now that Gu Meng had gained the old lady's favor, she wouldn't dare cause trouble. But a leopard can't change its spots. If the old lady knows about this, who knows how she'll punish her? In the city, Sang's father took a deep breath, controlling his anger. My Sang Shui just had a small disagreement with Gu Meng's friend. It's nothing unusual. What right does Gu Meng have to cause trouble at my home? Second Master Lu sneered. What are you waiting for? Call the police. Don't worry. With me here, the police won't dare ignore it. I'll give them instructions shortly. Sang's father relaxed upon hearing this. Good. Thank you, Second Master. It's getting late. I'll leave now. I'll properly thank you after this is settled. He picked up his phone and called the police station. Chief Zhao, someone has committed a crime. Issue an arrest warrant. Bring her in. First year at Beijing University, name's Gu Meng. He had been wondering how to deal with her and Lu Qingzhou, and now the opportunity presented itself. Gu Meng wasn't someone to be trifled with. She had many hidden identities behind her. Jiang Sui arrived at the hospital with a file. Boss, these are all the materials I found on the Sang family. Every detail is in here. Hope it helps. Gu Meng opened it for a look, thought it was well done. Keep pushing forward. At this moment, 3 police officers walked in. The lead officer asked, Are you Gu Meng? She turned her head coldly to look. Yes. The officer raised his hand holding a paper. You're suspected of intentional injury. This is an arrest warrant signed by Chief Zhao himself. Come with us. Jiang Sui protected her from behind, coldly looking at the officer. You dare come to arrest someone without investigating clearly? His gaze unwavering. Quite tough, aren't you? Police business isn't for you to teach us about. Gu Meng's lips curved in a smile, but her eyes were cold and wicked. Sending someone to your police station was me showing restraint. Try not to hurt anyone. The officer's lips tightened, seeming tired of talking. He ordered the 2 behind him to take her away. Just then, Lu Qingzhou pushed open the door. He had one hand in his pocket, emanating a low pressure. The cold white light fell on his face, highlighting his sharp features, thin pressed lips, and dark, cold eyes. Lu Yi followed behind him. He frowned deeply, coldly sweeping his gaze over the police officers. His voice heavy. Let's see who dares to touch her. He draped his jacket over her shoulders, glanced at the recording, and went to get hot water. When the hot water came, Lu Qingzhou placed it in Gu Meng's hands. Her fingers were ice cold. He wanted her to warm up. Lu Qingzhou checked her condition, then turned to the police. His gaze slowly fell on the handcuffs in the officer's hands. He took them, lips curling up, his tone light and slow, carrying an unnamed threat. Quite impressive, even more authoritative than your Chief Zhao. He pressed his lips together apologetically. Mr. Lu, we're just doing our job. Unfortunately, Miss Gu isn't cooperating with the investigation. He knew offending this man would not end well. Gu Meng's lips curved up. Who said I'm not going to the police station? After speaking, she turned and walked out. The police were stunned, their expressions surprised. Gu Meng had Lu backing her, and the people behind the Xiang family weren't simple either. Prison would probably be the lightest punishment for Gu Meng this time. Jiang Sui left first with tasks from Gu Meng. Jiang Xinyuan followed Gu Meng on the way to the police station. Gu Meng lounged in the car, legs crossed, calling Officer Lu. Uncle Lu is giving you a promotion opportunity. I've sent you the files. See you at the station. When Officer Lu saw it, his eyes lit up. Don't worry, I'll handle this beautifully. I wouldn't dare disgrace being your Zhao. At the police station, Chief Zhao changed his expression when he saw young Master Lu and Mr. Sang arrive. I've heard about this from my subordinates. It's just kids fighting. Why don't we drop it? Sang's father sneered, slamming the injury report on the table. Absolutely not. My daughter was beaten so badly, she might be disfigured. Gu Meng must pay for this. Jiang Xinyuan picked up the injury assessment report. Fractured kneecap, skull fracture, with intracranial bleeding. It is serious. Gu Meng lazily leaned against the sofa, posture casual, glancing at the report results. Then she smiled, saying very cheerfully, I didn't think I hit that hard. Seeing this injury report actually makes me quite happy. Seeing her smile, Sang's father's face grew darker. Chief Zhao, look, she shows no remorse. I want to sue her for causing serious injury. That carries 3 to 10 years imprisonment. Even if my daughter forgives her, I won't let this go. Apology, compensation, jail time, none can be skipped. Jiang Xinyuan suddenly spoke. Indeed, none can be skipped. Here's the injury report of the student beaten by Sang Shui. Meng Jinyang's injury report. He threw another injury report on the table. When he picked up the injury report and saw the results, his expression changed slightly. Meng Jinyang's injuries aren't as severe as Sang Shui's, but because he has a blood coagulation disorder plus the head injury, it definitely can't be considered a minor injury. Seeing Sang's father silence, the lawyer turned to look at the injury report, frowning. If Jiang Xinyuan's side doesn't agree to settle with compensation and insists on suing Sang Shui, detention can't be avoided either. At this moment, there were 2 knocks on the office door, and the next second Master Lu walked in. Seeing him, Sang's father showed a slight smile. Finally, things would turn around. He wanted to see how Gu Meng would remain stubborn now. She raised her eyes, smiled slightly, and kept staring at them. The show was about to begin. Everyone had underestimated Gu Meng, but there would be a shocking reversal. She was actually the most powerful boss. Second Master Lu looked at Lu Qingzhou, smiling. Such a small matter. Why did Qingzhou need to come personally? Just asking second uncle for help would have been enough. Lu Qingzhou's expression remained cold and distant. This isn't a small matter. Second uncle came too. Second Master Lu walked over and sat on the sofa. I heard Sang Shui was badly hurt. That girl over there was also injured. Sang's father agreed, then added, that girl has a blood coagulation disorder. I bet she deliberately crashed into her, just trying to extort money. Gu Meng raised her eyes to stare at Sang's father, her eyes cold, as if looking at a dead man. Second Master Lu turned to Gu Meng, speaking kindly. Gu Meng, second uncle will give you a chance. Go apologize, and I'll cover the compensation. When he intervenes with the old lady, Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng won't be able to handle it. Gu Meng's lips curled into a smile. Crossing her legs, she spoke lazily and slowly. Are you trying to disgust me? Second Master Lu's face immediately darkened, narrowing his eyes. So you're not willing to settle privately. When the old lady blames you, you won't be able to bear it. Gu Meng smiled slightly. No need for Second Master Lu to worry about that. He laughed meaningfully. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Then let's wait for the formal trial. Lu Qingzhou's expression darkened. I remember we haven't settled accounts with the Sang family yet. Jiang Xinyuan took out the lawyer's letter. Then Jiang Xinyuan produced the lawyer's letter. Besides intentional injury, there's also damage to others' valuable property. According to the assessment, Sang Shui broke Meng Jinyang's jade worth 60 million. Sang's father said contemptuously, a 60 million jade? Can you even afford that? Don't try to extort our Sang family. Gu Meng smiled, speaking honestly. Indeed, I can't afford it. But Lu can. Jiang Xinyuan continued. Damaging others' property, huge amount, carries 3 to 7 years imprisonment. Sang's father remained unconcerned. No need for sentencing. Our Sang family can compensate this small amount. Gu Meng smiled. The old Sang family might have afforded it, but probably not now. The smile on Mrs. Sang's face faltered. What do you mean? The next second, seeing Officer Liu arrive, her heart skipped a beat, her mind tensing up. Officer Liu, now the head of the prosecutor's office, came with several staff in prosecution uniforms. What was he doing here? He stood up, his heart racing. Director Liu, why are you here? Liu spoke concisely. Someone reported Sang's bribery and tax evasion. Come with us. The Sang family villa has been sealed. All assets frozen. The prosecution staff took out handcuffs and walked over, cuffing Sang's father. Sang's father's fingers tightened, asking tensely, who reported this? What evidence do you have? These are all slander. He had always been very secretive about his dealings. How could anyone have caught him? Liu showed him a paper. These are your company's fake accounts and your bribery receipts. The evidence is conclusive. How will you deny it? As for who reported it, he turned to Gu Meng very respectfully. Thank you, Miss Gu, for providing the evidence. You've helped our prosecutor's office greatly. Gu Meng waved her hand. It's nothing, just a small matter. Lu Qingzhou looked up, speaking slowly. Seems the Sang family really can't afford the 60 million. Then we can only prosecute Sang Shui for imprisonment. He probably won't be out anytime soon. Gu Meng put on her baseball cap, smirking. By now, even the slow-witted Sang's father realized that Lu Qingzhou, Gu Meng, and Lu Shanjing were all working together. This was all a trap. No, the Sang family can't fall by his hands. Sang's father instinctively looked at Second Master Lu, pleading, Second Master. Second Master Lu narrowed his eyes, about to speak. Lu Shanjing interrupted him, expressionless. Second uncle, think carefully. Sang Qi is suspected of bribery. If you get involved with him, not only will your future and reputation be ruined, but grandmother will blame you too. Second Master Lu's face tightened, his chest nearly bursting with anger. He gritted his teeth. You're ruthless. He had thought he could take down Lu Qingzhou and send Gu Meng to prison. Unexpectedly, it cost the entire Sang family. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Second uncle, don't jump into every commotion. If you fall in one day, it won't end well. He patted his shoulder gently as he spoke. Second Master Lu's eyes turned red with anger. He left in a rage, leaving as pathetically as he had arrived with hatred. Passing by Sang Qi, Second Master Lu paused and said coldly, think carefully about what you've done before speaking. Sang Qi watched Second Master Lu's retreating figure, his face ashen. No one would protect him anymore. It was over, completely over. As they prepared to leave, Zhao Ju waved at them. Thank you all for your hard work today. Lu Shanjing smiled. Rest assured, with those files you lost, Sang Qi will spend the rest of his life in prison. Gu Meng's expression was extremely cold, her voice low. Don't make me wait too long for the results. Gu Meng felt tired, but she always had Lu Qingzhou as support behind her. After returning home, Lu Qingzhou asked softly, sleep or shower? Gu Meng took off her baseball cap. Shower. Lu Qingzhou held her hand, feeling it was very cold. He embraced her shoulders, pulling her into his arms. Don't worry, I'm here. Monitor. Gu Meng's voice was hoarse. Should I not have let him go to school? Ming Chung School's incident, tonight's events? If he had stayed in the hospital, none of this would have happened. Lu Qingzhou said gently, do you think he was better in the hospital or at school? Gu Meng replied, school. Before, Jin Yang was alone in the hospital, tending to flowers and plants. Now he's finally opening up, making friends, and even interacting with the opposite sex. Lu Qingzhou spoke softly in her ear, patient and gentle. Then there's nothing wrong. You did well. Stop thinking about it. Go shower first. Gu Meng lowered her eyes and hummed in agreement. After showering, Gu Meng came out, too lazy to dry her hair, just pressing the towel on her head. Lu Qingzhou was heating milk while holding his phone. If it's not available in the market, check the black market. How hard is it to find cotton jade? After hanging up, as if sensing something, he turned to see Gu Meng standing behind him, watching from afar. Gu Meng walked over and hugged him, suddenly calling out, Lu Qingzhou. He paused slightly, turning his head back a bit. Looking at him, Gu Meng called again, Lu Qingzhou. He stood there, turning around. If you're tired, drink the milk and go to sleep. What is it? Gu Meng raised her head, standing slightly straighter. Nothing. Just wanted to call your name. Lu Qingzhou held her shoulders. Whatever you're missing, I'll give it all back to you. Let's pretend he never changed. Okay. Gu Meng jumped into his arms, humming in agreement. This morning Lu Zhan called. You don't need to hide things from me. I never said Gu Meng did anything wrong. She doesn't care at all. Whether you say it or not doesn't matter. My future second uncle. He He should have told grandmother about this. When asked about the Liu family's reaction, he replied that he was kicked out of the old lady's courtyard while being scolded. Liu Qingzhou hung up when he saw Gu Meng was awake. He smiled. Grandmother is still on your side. She scolded second uncle away last night. Also, Jiang Xinyuan just called. He said Jin Yang woke up. We'll visit him when he's better. Just then, Gu Meng's phone rang in her pocket. It was Jiang Shui calling. Mengji at the hospital sent news. Sang Shui is awake. A mysterious smile appeared at her lips. I've been waiting for him for a long time. At the hospital, old Master Sang was filled with resentment, gritting his teeth. You little beast, why did you do such a thing? You've ruined the entire Sang family. Even if you have to kneel, you must take responsibility for your own mistakes. Mrs. Sang, seeing the situation, quickly said, Dad, Schwerer just woke up. Before she could finish, old Master Sang gave her a cold glance, pointing to the door. Take this beast to apologize right now. Just as he finished speaking, they saw Gu Meng arrive. She walked in casually with a powerful presence. Sang Shui's eyes showed a hint of madness, full of hatred, as if wanting to kill someone. Gu Meng protected her good friend well, not allowing anyone to harm him. Old Master Sang stepped forward, speaking submissively. Young Master Liu, Miss Gu, I was just about to make Sang Shui apologize when you came. Seeing old Master Sang's attitude towards Gu Meng, Sang Shui's fingers dug into the pillow. He shouted at Gu Meng, What are you doing here? This is my hospital room. Get out! Then threw a pillow at her. Gu Meng slightly tilted her head, easily dodging it. Old Master Sang's face darkened, shooting a fierce glance. You dare to speak? Now apologize to Miss Gu and Miss Meng immediately. Sang Shui bit his lip. I won't apologize. I did nothing wrong. Meng Jinyang broke my things first. Why blame me? Gu Meng's lips curved into a faint smile, looking at Sang Shui carelessly. Seems you don't know how much that broken jade costs. Sang Shui instinctively mocked. How much could a piece of jade be worth? Our family can afford it. Mrs. Sang, for the first time, coldly said, Schwer, apologize to Miss Gu. Seeing even his birth mother forcing him to apologize, Sang Shui shouted angrily, Mom, even you won't help me? I absolutely won't apologize to someone like this. Mrs. Sang slapped him hard across the face. He became even more aggrieved. Mom, why did you hit me? Mrs. Sang, seeing he still couldn't grasp the situation, said exasperatedly, The jade you broke is worth 60 million. The Sang family's assets are all frozen. No relatives are willing to help. If we can't compensate, you'll go to jail. Sang Shui's heart sank. No one would help the Sang family anymore. His heart started racing frantically. Old Master Sang glanced at Sang Shui, seeing he had finally calmed down, and said coldly, Apologize to Miss Gu immediately. Sang Shui bit his teeth, and after a long while, humiliatingly lowered his head and said sorry. As soon as he finished, old Master Sang quickly apologized too. Miss Gu, he's still young. When his favorite thing was broken, he acted impulsively. He knows his mistake now. About this matter, Gu Meng laughed softly, drawling, favorite thing. Mrs. Sang explained, Chairman Bai, that signed cup was very difficult for Sang Shui to get, so he treasured that signed cup very much. Gu Meng took out a cup from the paper bag in Liu Qingzhou's hand, lazily holding it with 2 fingers. You mean this? When they saw the identical cup, their expressions froze in shock. Chairman Bai Yong of the International Lawyers Association was from the Bai family of Ji Jingzhou, with an untouchably high status. Gu Meng could easily get his personal signature. Gu Meng walked unhurriedly towards Sang Shui, still smiling. It's just a cup. Is it really that important? Sang Shui frowned, staring at the cup. It was something he had put countless efforts into getting, something he showed off to everyone. Yet Gu Meng got it so easily. Gu Meng stopped in front of Sang Shui, holding up the cup for him to see, casually, with her beautiful lips curved. With a hint of cruelty, I don't like owing people things. I broke your cup, so I'm replacing it. The cold cup pressed against Sang Shui's face. His heart seemed to freeze, tightening for a moment. He dared not move. Gu Meng let go, and the cup slid down his face onto the blanket with a dull thud. Sang Shui's heart skipped a beat. His nerves were tense. Gu Meng tilted her head to look at him, smiling mischievously. Keep it well, as a memento. And remember what happened today. He suddenly looked up. I've already apologized. You're still pursuing this? Kiman, don't go tovar. Liu Qingzhou spoke casually. Your apology is your business. Whether Gu Meng pursues this or not has nothing to do with you. Gu Meng was still smiling, raising her hand palm up. Liu Qingzhou immediately took out a legal notice from his pocket, placed it in her hand. Gu Meng threw the legal notice in front of Sang Shui, her arrogance unconcealed. "See you in court." Sang Shui instinctively looked down, seeing Jiang Xinyuan law firm's seal on the legal notice. His mind buzzed, face draining of color. He couldn't believe he would stand against him for Meng Jinyang. It was over. With his abilities, he would definitely be sent to jail. Sang Shui quickly got out of bed, shouting, "Gu Meng, I was wrong. I apologize to you all." Tightly hugging Gu Meng's feet, desperately begging, "Can you not sue me? I really know I was wrong." Mrs. Sang completely panicked, immediately kneeling. "Miss Gu, Sang Shui knows his mistake. I'll make him apologize publicly. Drop out of school, just forgive him this once." Gu Meng kicked him away violently, her voice low and deep. "If apologies could solve everything, what would we need prisons for?" She was a genius girl, unexpectedly acting cute with the boy she liked, but it aroused Lu Qingzhou's desire. Lu Qingzhou held Gu Meng's hand as they walked out. Lu Jiu came forward. "Young Master Lu, the cotton jade has been found." He handed the cotton jade to Gu Meng. "Give it to him when you visit Jin Yang this afternoon." Gu Meng thanked Lu Jiu very much. "Young Master, the meeting at the Blood Institute is ready. Everyone's waiting for you to review the results." Lu Qingzhou tenderly touched her cheek. "I have some work to handle. See you at home tonight." Okay. That evening, Lu Qingzhou sat on the sofa, focused on reading documents. Gu Meng leaned on his shoulder playing games. Halfway through, Huiji called. Lu Qingzhou noticed the girl's aura change, asking, "What's wrong?" Gu Meng slowly sat up straight. Huiji called. "I don't want to answer." He raised his eyebrows. "Very annoying?" Gu Meng pinched the corner of her eye, uttering 3 words. "It's annoying." From this phone call onwards, things would only get more annoying. Lu Qingzhou suddenly embraced her shoulders, smiling. "Give me a little more time." He wanted to help her do more things, resolve her worries. It was an abrupt statement. Gu Meng didn't understand. "What?" Lu Qingzhou's lips curved up. "Nothing. I'll go heat up some milk for you." He then went to the kitchen, put on an apron, and heated milk. While Gu Meng sat on the sofa playing games, suddenly her phone rang again several times. Opening it, she saw messages from Huiji. "You were quite impulsive this time, taking down Sang Shui for Meng Jinyang. Do you know who the Council of Elders will target next? You used to be independent and kept Meng Jinyang well hidden. Aren't you afraid of dragging them down now? And I don't want to fall out with you. I can tolerate you, but the council won't." She slightly furrowed her brows, in a bad mood. Replied, "Huiji, are you asking for death? I'll oblige." Then violently threw her phone to the ground. Lu Qingzhou was heating milk in the kitchen when he suddenly heard a loud crash from the bedroom, like something being smashed. He turned off the stove and strode towards the bedroom, voice slightly tense. "What's wrong?" Gu Meng reached to pick up the phone. "Nothing. My hand slipped. Phone fell." Lu Qingzhou's dark eyes fixed on her, asking cooperatively, "Still working? If not, I'll buy you a new one tomorrow." She pressed the screen several times, seemingly checking the phone. The phone returned to the home screen. She showed him, "Pretty durable." "It works." Then stood up. "I'm going to shower." Lu Qingzhou hummed in response. Watching her walk to the bathroom, his eyes held an unreadable expression. After a few steps, Gu Meng suddenly stopped. "Actually, I'm not in a good mood." Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment, stood up, and opened his arms. "Want a hug?" Gu Meng smiled. A hug would be nice. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his nose bumping against her collarbone. At this moment, Gu Meng suddenly felt better, less complicated. Lu Qingzhou's body stiffened briefly, his voice growing hoarse. "Do you want me to shower with you?" Gu Meng realized the situation, quickly pushed him away. "I'll go drink milk." Without another word, Lu Qingzhou picked her up horizontally, lips curving into a slight smile. His face drew close. "You came to me yourself. No running away tonight." Then carried her to the bedroom. Gu Si had a tragic childhood. He was cruelly dissected in live experiments. Gu Meng decided to team up to deal with their enemies properly. In the morning, Gu Meng received a message from Huaxia. "Lung Xian is in Beijing. Be careful." She stared at the screen, focusing on the name Lung Xian, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. A few seconds later, Gu Si called. He was furious. "Sis, I just finished training. Heard Lung Xian is in Beijing. I'll never forget when I was young, how he tied me to the operating table and cruelly dissected me for live experiments." Gu Meng was stunned hearing this, recalling when young Gu Si was tied to the experimental bed, tortured at their will. She didn't want to experience such pain again. Gu Si paused for a second, held back but couldn't resist. Sis, I want to deal with him. Gu Meng's eyebrows lifted slightly. All right, call Jiang Sui to join. Seeing Gu Meng agree, Gu Si's young face showed maturity beyond his years. I'll make sure this trip leaves him with some beautiful shadows. I swear on my Ninbek words. In the conference room, Elder Lung Xian, and Assistant Lung Yun were working seriously together. The door opened, and Lu Zhan entered with his son. I've heard that Elder Lung is the most skilled traditional medicine practitioner in Jijing State. Now that I see you, indeed, your demeanor is extraordinary. Lung Xian's gaze fell on Lu Qingzhou, stunned. He had heard much about him, the figure recently giving the entire council of elders headaches. He must find a chance to test his capabilities. He walked over, extending his hand to Lu Qingzhou gracefully. Hello, I'm Lung Xian. Lu Qingzhou glanced up, his expression distant and cold. He sat on the sofa and spoke flatly. Lu Qingzhou, Lu Zhan, let's get straight to business. If there are no issues, let's start today's meeting. Lung Yun brought several documents. These are the contracts we've prepared. Commander Lu and young Master Lu, please review them. We can modify the agreement in a few minutes. After reviewing the documents and confirming no issues, they signed. Lu Zhan happily shook hands with him. The contract signing went smoothly. Hope for pleasant cooperation ahead. As Lu Qingzhou was about to leave, Lung Xian suddenly spoke. The Gushao Hotel is close to Beijing's Ancient Architecture Museum. Since it's my first time in Beijing, perhaps you could show me around? Lu Qingzhou paused, turning slightly with a mocking smile. Don't you have legs or eyes? Go by yourself. His words were both sarcastic and extremely harsh. He left after dropping those words. Lung Xian clenched his fingers, barely maintaining his smile. Lu Zhan tried to smooth things over. Lu Qingzhou is usually busy. If we've offended Miss Lung, I'll send someone to guide you and your team to the museum. Lung Xian coldly refused. No need. I'm returning to the hotel to rest. He told Lung Yun to watch the airport. These medicinal materials are especially precious. Any mishap won't be forgiven. Late at night, they were unloading medicines at the airport. Suddenly, the medicines caught fire. They immediately backed away, ordering airport staff to fight the fire. Gu Meng watched from the shadows as the fire grew larger. About to leave, she smiled and tossed away the lighter. Pressing the intercom, my part is done. Your turn. Lung Yun's face tensed. These were Lung Xian's most valued medicines. They surely couldn't be saved. He quickly called Lung Xian, but no one answered for a long time. Meanwhile, Lung Xian was tied up, hanging from a curved wooden pole in midair. Jiang Sui, wearing a black mask, smiled. Elder Lung, bored with life? Let me add some excitement. Gu Meng was schemed against. He planned to make them pay. Jiang Sui filmed Lung Xian with his phone. Don't shake, Elder Lung, or this video might end up online back in Jijing State. Let people see how cowardly the mighty Elder Lung of the council is. How damaging to your dignity. Then send a message. My part's done. Your turn. He'd never seen Lung Xian make such expressions. Had to admire it. Gu Si's revenge was thorough and cruel. The next moment, two people came to rescue Lung Xian. Jiang Sui turned and raised an eyebrow. Hope you're satisfied with everything tonight. Then leaped down from the height and removed his black mask. Farewell, Miss Chung. After Lung Yun returned, struggling to control his emotions, he said calmly, check the surveillance quickly. Find out who's behind this. Just then, his phone beeped several times. He checked it and his face stiffened. He realized it was over. The video was now spreading online. With this kind of video out, not just Lung Xian's face, but the entire Council of Elders and Lung family would lose face. He urgently tried to delete all video traces, but his two subordinates were helpless. In Jijing State, several media backends were infected with viruses. The video couldn't be deleted, and all hotel surveillance had been hacked. Nothing could be traced. Lung Yun was incredulous. How is this possible? Which hacker could achieve this level? Gu Si raised an eyebrow, his dark bright eyes fixed on the computer screen. His fingers tapped the keyboard, sending a message. Did Lung Xian enjoy our gift? In the presidential suite's master bedroom, Lung Xian sat quietly on the bed, eyes downcast. He wondered who he had offended on this trip, why nothing could be traced. Suddenly remembering those two kids, could it be Gu Meng and Gu Si? This wouldn't end easily. He made a phone call. Handle something for me. Meanwhile, the competition team's instructor sent a link to check each team's roster. Yang Tianming received the link and clicked to check. When he saw the last name in the team members section, he frowned. Why was Gu Meng's name there? He immediately called the competition organizer. "Hello, there's an error in our team list. The original version didn't include Gu Meng, but they replied it was impossible. An international competition with thousands of participants couldn't just add someone randomly." Yang Tianming frowned. "Can the team roster still be changed? Gu Meng hasn't attended any training, and we leave for the competition tomorrow." Tang Er replied without hesitation, "This is your problem. If this extra student doesn't participate, their score will be counted as 0 in the final average." Yang Tianming's lips tightened, his eyes grave. If Gu Meng's score was counted as 0, Jin University might as well not go. Last place was guaranteed. Gu Meng happened to hear this while submitting homework. After leaving, she made a phone call. "Who added me to the International Physiology competition roster?" Only a few people could manipulate the competition list. Not many could do it. The person replied frankly, "Lung Xian is a special judge for the competition." Gu Meng spoke slowly, as if not hearing his words, in a spine-chilling tone. "Oh, it's his doing. He's playing games, but he came looking for trouble himself." After hanging up, Gu Meng walked into the office. "I'll participate. What time do we meet tomorrow morning?" Yang Tianming was stunned for a second, then realized she meant to join the competition. He quickly said, "I'll send you some materials later. Look them over when you can." Gu Meng smiled and directly refused. That evening when Lu Qingzhou returned, he saw Jiang Sui there, while Gu Meng was polishing a knife. Lu Qingzhou walked over slowly. "What are you planning to do?" Gu Meng stared intently at the knife, coldly uttering 2 words, "Kill someone." Jiang Sui couldn't help but shrink back, sincerely suggesting, "It's not good to dirty your hands." Gu Meng turned slightly, her eyes cold and wild. "Are you telling me what to do?" He immediately shook his head. "I wouldn't dare." Lu Qingzhou sat beside him, carefully asking, "Someone's asking for trouble again?" She sneered, "If they want to play, I'll play with them." Lu Qingzhou held Gu Meng in his arms, worried about her going alone. His voice was gentle. "No need for these. Having me go with you is enough." Everyone thought Gu Meng would be last in this competition, not knowing she was a perfect score expert. At the airport waiting hall, Yang Timing consoled himself that having Gu Meng participate was better than a 0 score. Now that things were settled, they'd just try their best. 2 contestants sighed. "We were well prepared, hoping to reach the top 8. Such a rare opportunity. Gu Meng is really going to ruin it for us." Seeing Gu Meng still playing games made them more annoyed. Not attending training is one thing, but not even studying and just playing on the phone doesn't deserve to compete. Whatever, individual scores will be public anyway. We won't be the ones embarrassed. An hour later at the competition venue, people were discussing. Heard Gu Meng from Jin University didn't attend training, no preparation at all, just came straight to draw lots. Whoever draws Jin University is guaranteed to win. Such courage. Seen people take exams unprepared, but never competitions, especially important ones. Good for us though. At least Jin University will be last, haha. The host announced, "Welcome to the International Physiology competition. Teams are divided into 2 groups, randomly placed in boxes. Pairs will compete. Winners advance based on average scores." Now we invite competition director Mr. Tang Er to draw lots. Minutes later, drawing completed. Number 15K Country H University. Number 67C Country Medical University. Number 29 Beijing University. Number 2 Imperial Institute of Technology. They were in last year's top 8, very strong. Last year's Jin University might have had a chance, but with Gu Meng now, the gap is too big. Imperial Tech will crush them. Lung Xian's eyes darkened. The gap is perfect. This will completely humiliate Gu Meng. The competition began. Everyone found it difficult, much harder than training. 100 questions in 45 minutes, impossible to finish. 29 minutes later, Gu Meng stopped writing. She stood to submit her paper. Others mocked. Finishing so early? Must have just guessed randomly. Yang Tianming saw Gu Meng leave, stepped forward, and trying to stay casual, asked how the written test went. Gu Meng stood before him, slightly less casual than usual. She just said, "Not bad." Yang Tianming smiled, though it looked more like a bitter smile. "That's good. We'll probably lose tomorrow and leave Silent Continent." Gu Meng tried to explain, but he interrupted, feeling sad. "Don't blame yourself. We know someone targeted you. It's not your fault." Gu Meng thought for a moment. Let's wait for tomorrow's results then. Lung Yun was scanning the answer sheets. Final results showed highest score 100, lowest 69. He couldn't believe someone got a perfect score in such a high-level competition. Lung Xian called, coldly asking about Gu Meng's written test score. Results just came out, haven't checked yet. The lowest was 69, probably hers. Lung Xian laughed. 69? Lucky guess, quite high. Anyway, being last is embarrassing enough. Lung Yun finally realized something was wrong. He stammered. Gu Meng got a perfect score. How is that possible? Even his best disciples couldn't guarantee 100% accuracy. He ordered, destroy the grading surveillance and change Gu Meng's score to 59. The average score won't beat Imperial Tech. Lung Yun hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, he took a vase and smashed the surveillance camera. After some operations, he changed Gu Meng's score to 59. He was meticulous. If Miss Gu Meng sees her score, she'll definitely demand to check the paper. How should we handle her exam paper? He smirked. I'll find someone to imitate Gu Meng's handwriting and rewrite the paper. It'll be foolproof. Lung Yun left with his computer, unaware of something under the desk. Everyone thought Gu Meng got the lowest score of 59, not expecting the situation to reverse. It turned out to be a perfect 100. Yang Tianming and a group of students pulled their suitcases from their rooms. Seeing Gu Meng hadn't packed, Yang Tianming said, "You haven't packed?" Gu Meng paused her phone tapping and politely looked up. Xiao Yu, seeing Gu Meng's composed attitude, was furious. "If you don't pack now, are you making everyone wait when we return to Beijing? You dragged everyone down, and while we're all upset, you act like nothing's wrong." One corner of Gu Meng's lips curved up, her delicate eyes mischievous and bold. "Who said we're returning to Beijing?" Xiao Yu sneered. "What, you're hoping for a miracle? That will beat Imperial Tech." Gu Meng sent a message. "Is all the evidence ready?" "Ready. Just waiting for your command to act." Then she slowly said, "Just wait and see." 9 a.m., Academic Center Hall. The host took the microphone. "Good morning, everyone. I'm sure you're all nervous about the results. Without further ado, let's announce the team scores. First group, K Country H University and Z Country Medical University. Congratulations to H University, advancing to finals with a 9-point higher average. Group 41, Imperial Tech and Beijing University. Congratulations to Imperial Tech for advancing with absolute advantage. The team was furious seeing Gu Meng's 59 points. Failing grade could kill her. All our efforts wasted because of one person. One first place, one second place, yet we still lost. Gu Meng completely embarrassed the school. Xiao Yu glared and sneered. "We're all upset. What do you have to say for yourself, Gu Meng? Who else would return to Beijing if not us? We would have won without you. One bad apple spoils the bunch." Gu Meng stared at the scores on the big screen, her dark eyes narrowing, a cold glint surfacing. Lung Xian laughed seeing the scores on screen. "Arrange for media interviews. Interview our last place finisher. After that, send the press release to Beijing media." Lung Yun respectfully replied, "Yes." Lung Xian lifted her chin, eyes fixed menacingly on Gu Meng. Wonder if the Liu family still wants such an infamous daughter-in-law. One corner of Gu Meng's mouth curved up, making a phone call with malicious intent. "Do it." Their professor looked at Yang Tianming. "Our victory wasn't truly deserved." Yang Tianming smiled. "A win is a win, a loss is a loss. See you next year." They shook hands with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Yu's voice rang out viciously, glaring at Gu Meng. "What are you still sitting there for? You got everyone eliminated. You're still sitting here, trying to embarrass us more?" Gu Meng sat cross-legged, arms folded, swaying carelessly, with an expressionless face. Her aura was domineering and rebellious, emanating a cold, proud solitude. The surrounding discussions grew louder. Gu Meng must be dissatisfied with the score, refusing to accept the result. Even the first-place winner hasn't said anything. What right does she have to act so arrogant? Yang Tianming looked at Gu Meng and spoke softly. The host thought for a moment, took the microphone and smiled. "This student from Beijing, do you have any questions?" Gu Meng tapped her finger, and suddenly a strange female voice echoed throughout the venue. "Destroy the grading surveillance. Change Gu Meng's score to 59. The average won't beat Imperial Tech." The speakers seemed to be at maximum volume, deafening, ensuring everyone heard the words clearly. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It was examiner Lung Xian's voice. What was this about changing scores? Lung Xian's face changed dramatically. She glanced at Lung Yun, glaring fiercely, roaring, "What's going on?" Lung Yun opened his mouth. Before he could speak, another voice came from the speakers. "Gu Meng got a perfect score. If Miss Gu Meng sees her score, she'll definitely demand to check the paper. How should we handle her exam paper? Leng Shui's eyes trembled violently. She turned and left quickly, her face flushed as if ready to kill someone. The voice continued from the speakers. I understand. I'll imitate Gu Meng's handwriting and rewrite a paper. The crowd exploded. So Gu Meng had achieved a perfect score that Leng Xian altered? A perfect score hadn't appeared in over a decade. One examiner frowned and asked Leng Xian, interfering with the competition and altering scores? Another spoke up, such an important competition. If it loses authenticity, what's the point? We must investigate the truth. We won't let participating students be wronged. Meanwhile, a subordinate hurriedly pushed open Huiji's office door. Sir, something happened at the academic hall, as expected. The hall's broadcast system was hacked. During the results announcement, they played a recording saying that Leng Xian changed Miss Gu's perfect score to 59. Huiji turned his gaze and pressed his lips. Director Zhang frowned and spoke gravely. Gu Meng is being reckless. Does she think she's just dealing with Leng Xian? She's embarrassing the entire academic center and Jinzhou. Huo lowered his eyelids. Gu Meng did act inappropriately. But in this matter, if Leng Xian apologizes and Gu Meng is in a good mood, perhaps this can be resolved. Everyone was utterly humiliated. After learning the truth, they wanted to resolve it privately, but Gu Meng was the first to disagree. The chief elder reminded, don't forget, Jinzhou has Gu Si if not Gu Meng. She insists on making such a big deal. The Leng family won't let her off. He'll put his hands in his pockets, his face showing traces of coldness, and laughed. Can't even persuade you to cherish your lives? Huh. Then just wait for Gu Meng's punishment. He turned and left coldly. Meanwhile, Leng Xian's face immediately darkened. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Leng Yun. Tell me what happened. His heart in his throat. He opened his trembling hand, revealing a black bug the size of a mung bean. His voice was tense. I don't know when someone planted a listening device on Xin Yuesher. Leng Xian stared intently at the bug, anger rising in her eyes. This is Jinzhou Intelligence Bureau's new listening device. To get this device and have the authority to monitor Xin Yuesher, I underestimated them. She cursed loudly. Useless. You even messed up such a simple task. Leng Yun lowered his head, trembling slightly. Elder, I'll send people to investigate the bug right away. For now, let's think about how to explain the recording. Just then, there was a knock, and a group entered. Yang Tianming's face was stern, his voice unusually cold. Elder Leng, don't you owe us an explanation about the scores? Leng Yun made a welcoming gesture. Please come in. Finally, they came over and sat down. The man spoke calmly. Elder Leng, what's the story with Gu Meng's score? I need an explanation. Leng Xian replied very calmly. Jinzhou has always been fair and just. Competition scores are never falsified. He pressed. Then what about that recording just now? Leng Xian frowned, smirking slightly. With today's technology, faking recordings isn't difficult. Gu Meng is just a student. What benefit would I get from interfering with her scores? Anger flashed in his eyes. Are you suggesting that Gu Meng, unwilling to accept her score, deliberately faked the recording to smear Jinzhou's reputation? Indeed, Leng Xian has no reason to stoop so low to deal with a student. Leng Xian mocked. It's obvious. Gu Meng got the lowest score. With such results, returning to Beijing won't be pleasant. The director spoke expressionlessly. Professor Yang, I hope you can admit that Gu Meng faked the recording and Jinzhou's scores are genuine. Yang Tianming spoke coldly. What do you mean? The director smiled slightly. If Jing University admits to the scores, we can offer 6 spots for your students to study in Jinzhou. And every year after, we can provide 1 spot at Jin Academy for your school. Yang Tianming and the students were stunned. They weren't stupid. They understood what this meant. The recording was real. Leng Xian had altered Gu Meng's score, but Jinzhou wouldn't admit it. If Jing University was wise, they'd take the benefits and take the blame. Leng Xian observed their expressions and smirked mockingly. Swayed by a few spots, she glanced at Gu Meng. Even with evidence of score tampering, someone needs to stand up for her. Gu Meng kept her head down, focused on her phone, showing no reaction. Hearing the director's offer, Qiao Yu's eyes lit up. Professor, if Gu Meng admits it, she'll just face some criticism. No real loss. Chances to enter Jinzhou don't come easily. Gu Meng, I hope you can weigh the pros and cons. Don't drag the team down for your personal interests. The director spoke calmly. Rest assured, Jing University will choose the admission spots. Jinzhou and your reputation won't face any criticism. Leng Xian laughed. It seems everyone agrees to these terms. She turned to Lung Yun. Prepare the quota agreement and confidentiality clause. We can sign now. Gumeng narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression unchanged. I demand to see the exam paper and verify the score. Seeing her reaction, Lung Yun smiled. Miss Gu insists on making things difficult? Xiao Yu was furious. Such good terms, Gumeng. Why do you have to be so difficult? Gumeng spoke clearly and firmly. I said I want to see the exam paper. Lung Xian ordered. Go to the review room. Bring out Gumeng's paper. Let editor Fei Luo check it personally. Minutes later, the paper was brought over. Yang Tianming stood up, politely extending his hand. Editor Fei Luo, please verify the score. I trust Gumeng. Fei Luo took it. With only multiple choice and true/false questions, it took just minutes to review. But Fei Luo's brow furrowed deeper with each question. This is indeed a 59-point score. No issues. Yang Tianming couldn't believe it and quickly took Gumeng's paper. Everything was indeed wrong. Lung Xian sneered. I offered terms to avoid gossip. Even my own students can't get perfect scores. How could Gumeng? Xiao Yu looked at Gumeng, scolding. Are you satisfied now? You've dragged down the whole school. Gumeng maintained her lazy posture, voice cool and detached. This isn't my paper. Lung Xian retorted. How can you prove it's not yours? They'd already handled Gumeng's paper. Now this paper, whatever we say is Gumeng's score, is Gumeng's score. Fei Luo frowned. Is this Gumeng's handwriting? Yang Tianming replied. This paper matches Gumeng's notes exactly. Very distinctive writing, highly recognizable. Lung Xian lifted her chin, laughing arrogantly. Can't prove it? You say Gumeng got perfect score? Where's that paper? Gumeng chuckled, a low, hoarse laugh escaping her throat. She spoke unhurriedly, smiling. With such simple minds, you dare play games with me? I thought you'd come up with something more creative. Then she pulled out a folded paper from her pocket, holding it between two fingers. This is my real paper. Lung Xian's brow twitched, a strange tension rising in her mind. Impossible. She had disposed of the paper. How did Gumeng get it? Gumeng proved her uniqueness through ability. Perfect score taught them to distinguish real from fake papers. Gumeng walked over slowly with the paper, her eyes proud and unrestrained. Lung Xian watched Gumeng's cold, dark eyes, her fingers tightening slightly. Gumeng handed the paper to Fei Luo, politely saying, please review this paper again. Fei Luo, intimidated by Gumeng's intense presence, instinctively took it with both hands. Reviewing this paper even faster than the previous one. Multiple choice. 100% correct. True/false. 100% correct. The handwriting matched exactly with the previous paper. If this is truly Gumeng's score, it means this competition has witnessed its first perfect score in history. Yang Tianming, seeing Fei Luo reach the end, asked, Editor Fei Luo, what's the score on this paper? Fei Luo's heart pounded as he looked up. Perfect score. Yang Tianming sighed in relief. He knew he could always trust Gumeng. Lung Yun spoke calmly. After faking recordings, now you're faking papers? You came quite prepared. They wouldn't acknowledge any of it. Never would. Gumeng tilted her head, eyebrows raised. Fake? I recall all paper under Jinzhou Elder Council's jurisdiction has special invisible watermarks. Just check it. Then we'll know if this is your medical association's paper. Lung Xian narrowed her eyes. You know quite a lot. No wonder you could plant listening devices in the review room. Lung Yun's expression changed upon hearing this. If you can fake recordings and hack the broadcast room on site, getting our Ji Jing State's special paper wouldn't be hard for you, would it? Gumeng laughed, blindingly bright. You keep refreshing my definition of stupidity. She picked up the paper as she spoke, showing them the back. Oh, I forgot to mention. You have a habit. I like to draw foxes on the back of my papers. Lung Xian's mind buzzed. How could this be? Gumeng casually said, sorry, I also hacked your exam monitoring system. When I submitted my paper, the fox on the back was visible. Speaking, she picked up the paper Lung Yun had forged copying her handwriting. She flipped it over, glanced at it, then turned to Lung Xian, still smiling. Her voice light and slow, with infuriatingly feigned innocence. This paper seems to have nothing on it. At this point, even young Tianming wasn't afraid. Recordings, videos, papers, all the evidence you wanted. Enough proof. Gu Meng stood with one leg bent, lazily tilting her head, smiling at Lung Quan's group, utterly arrogant. Just as she'd said earlier, with their intelligence, they dared to play games with her. After a while, Lung Xian laughed coldly. Well prepared, but let's see if you can leave this conference room. The Lung family has already contacted the chief elder to control Jijin State's media networks. Fei Luo frowned. Elder Lung, what are you planning? Xiao Yu turned to open the door. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. He immediately fell back. The door's electrified. We're locked in. We can't get out. Lung Xian flicked her nails, speaking methodically. It's simple. Every team signed confidentiality agreements. Gu Meng planted listening devices and hacked systems. I have reason to suspect she's here to steal secrets. You'll all need to visit the Security Bureau. This was moving past evidence, directly confronting Jin University. Lung Xian asked, are the Security Bureau people here? Lung Yin replied, they'll arrive shortly. Lung Xian turned to Gu Meng, sneering. Remember, this is Ji Jinzhou. You think you can outplay anyone? Just then bang. Lu Qingzhou kicked the door open. Two subordinates immediately rushed in behind him. They quickly restrained Lung Xian's two subordinates. His eyes showed intimidating authority. Lu Qingzhou smiled. You want to arrest someone from the Lu family? I'm afraid that won't work. Then he walked to Gu Meng's side and whispered. No response for ages. Are you releasing the exam surveillance video or not? Gu Meng replied carelessly. Boring. I'm done playing with them. Just release it. Lung Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhou. Young Master Lu, you're interfering in matters between me, Gu Meng, and Jin University? How could someone of Gu Meng's background be worthy of standing with the Lu family heir? Lu Qingzhou, one hand in his pocket, replied bluntly, you talk too much. Lung Xian pursed her lips, scanning the group, then laughed loudly. You think you can back Gu Meng and Jin University here in Jijinzhou? Our Lung family isn't to be trifled with. Just as she finished speaking, the conference room door opened. Everyone turned to look. They saw Tang Er respectfully escorting Elder Bai in. Seeing these two, Lung Xian frowned slightly. Elder Bai, why are you here? Over the years, he had kept to himself, tending to flowers and birds, rarely appearing in crowded places. All family business had been handed to the Bai family, with the eldest son living in seclusion. Why would these two come here? Elder Bai's voice was gentle and calm. I came because I feared my granddaughter wouldn't have anyone to back her up. His words made Lung Xian's expression change. Granddaughter? Instinctively, the first person that came to mind was Gu Meng. How did she become connected to the Bai family? Bombshell. Another identity of Gu Meng was revealed. She was actually the renowned Elder Bai's granddaughter. Gu Meng's cold edge softened slightly. Her voice was low, containing subtle restrained frost. Grandfather, why did you come? Elder Bai clasped his hands behind his back. I've heard the general situation. Someone altered your scores. Is that right? Giman know that. Mentioning this, her expression turned cold and irritated. Elder Bai could see her impatience and turned to Lu Qingzhou. Besides the recording, what other evidence is there? He spoke more respectfully to Elder Bai. There's also Gu Meng's exam paper and surveillance video. That's all the evidence. Elder Bai instructed, I will send this evidence to the Council of Elders and Media. If this matter isn't handled, it's opposing the Bai family. Lung Xian, who had been pondering the relationship between the Bai family and Gu Meng, heard this, and her previously composed expression instantly changed. You dare dash, Elder Bai continued smiling, appearing completely approachable. Elder Lung abused her power to alter my granddaughter's scores and even tried to use the Security Bureau. Just because you thought my granddaughter was vulnerable and easy to bully? The chief elder smiled. This is all a misunderstanding. Elder Lung was too hasty and offended you. But if the surveillance video and recordings reach the media, it will damage the reputation of Ji Jinzhou's Medical Association and Academic Center. He pulled out a chair, intending to invite him to sit. Unexpectedly, Gu Meng turned the chair around. She sat down expressionlessly. Looking at Director Elder, she chuckled. Is that so? But what does that have to do with me? Director Elder smiled without addressing Gu Meng's words, instead saying, we'll resolve this privately. The academic center will announce that it was a staff counting error that caused the low score. This way, neither Jin University nor your reputation will be damaged. Elder Lung will apologize to you then. You and Professor Yang can make requests, and we'll try our best to accommodate them as compensation. Let's end this matter here. Gu Meng's face remained expressionless as she played with her phone, head lowered. But she repeated those words, in this matter, Then she smiled. Sorry, you're a bit late. The chief elder's smile faded. What do you mean? Gu Meng leaned back, waving her phone. I just sent the videos and recordings to media outlets worldwide, including Qi Jing Zhou's media. The next second, Lung Xian's phone rang. She anxiously and nervously picked up her phone. The top trending topic was Lung Xian's academic score fraud. Meanwhile, at Oath, Gu Si had a lollipop in his mouth, crouching on a chair and laughing maniacally. On the computer screen were trending topics about Lung Xian's academic score fraud and comments. He clicked his tongue several times. Lung Xian hasn't improved at all these years. Only someone with brain damage would pull such a stupid move. With skills like that, she dared to scheme against my sister. I really want to be a gardener and plant some sense in Lung Xian's mind. Public comments read, damn, they dare to fake results in an international professional competition? Yes, they're that shameless. The academic genius creates another perfect score record. The powerful always face jealousy. Lung Xian, come out and apologize. The academic hall score announcement scene was in complete chaos. The most authoritative and top-level competition in the medical field turned out to be so casual. We demand justice. If everything can be manipulated behind the scenes, who can tell if the scores are real or fake? Is Ji Jingzhou just making whoever they want the first place winner? The person in charge made a phone call. Elder Lung's entire team is out of control. We need to give them an explanation. After receiving the call, he collapsed onto the ground in distress. It's over. Everything's over. As Elder Bai left, he dropped one last line. I hope Elder Lung will explain everything to us soon. That evening, Gu Meng came out after showering and glanced at Lu Qingzhou. She went over and sat beside him. Gu Meng was indeed considering how to explain her identity appropriately and tactfully so that Lu Qingzhou would accept it more easily. Seemingly unable to decide, she calmly picked up her phone to log into the game, then looked at him and waved the phone screen at him. Ventupeka. Lu Qingzhou saw her bright black eyes and let out an almost inaudible sigh, saying just one word. Okay. The two casually queued for a game, occasionally communicating about positions and coordinating team fights. Gu Meng suddenly turned her head, feeling somewhat guilty, and slowly spoke. Ask whatever you want to know. Lu Qingzhou's expression shifted slightly. I don't want to force you. Gu Meng said softly. My mother is from the Bai family. I haven't found out what's going on with my father and the Gu family. There's very little information about me in Ji Jingzhou. Zhang Sui has been helping me investigate for years, with no results. Lu Qingzhou pressed the towel on her head, helping her dry her hair. People in Qi Jingzhou are all looking forward to you. Gu Meng laughed. Yeah, because I'm reckless. Everyone's afraid of someone who's reckless. Lu Qingzhou's hair-drying motion became a bit harder. I care about your life. Don't do anything stupid, he said. He then crouched down, holding Gu Meng's hands. Would you tell me about your past? For the first time, Gu Meng opened up to the boy she liked. She spoke about her tragic past. Gu Meng's lips curved. If someone told you that only you or your loved one could live, either you die or they die, what would you choose? Lu Qingzhou looked down at the smile on her face, his eyes stinging. Gu Meng continued. Gu Jia and the Council of Elders chose me because they couldn't wait. As soon as Gu Si was born, the council took him away. I only saw him once every few months. When he was 1, everyone discovered his high talent, especially his sensitivity to numbers. He was very similar to me. Gu Meng's posture was lazy, leaning to one side against him. The council took advantage of my close training. They sent Gu Si to Research Base 102 for Lung Xian to conduct live dissection experiments. As she said the last sentence, a flash of bloodlust crossed her eyes. Lu Qingzhou seemed to sense her emotions. His movements became gentler, as if comforting her. Gu Meng paused before speaking again. The Bai family sacrificed 3 groups of people who died tragically under the Council of Elders before they told me this news. The Bai family had no voice before the council. Only he could save Gu Si. When Gu Meng heard about Gu Si's situation, her mood darkened. Her heart turned to ashes. Her whole world collapsed. Later, she couldn't remember at all how she found that place. Seeing Gu Si lying there, her heart ached even more, becoming more unbearable. She only remembered that day. Her body was covered in many people's blood. Lu Qingzhou covered her mouth with his hand. Don't say any more. She had said everyone fears those who are reckless. It was easy to imagine how out of control she must have been that day. All along, Gu Meng had been approaching the Lu family's power with purpose. At age 7, she chose Qingshui Middle School because she knew Lu Shangjin was there. Later, she used Lu Shangjin to send Gu Si to the camp, which was a stepping stone to Hongxi. After that, she noticed Lu Qingzhou seemed quite interested in her, so she allowed him to stay around her. But things developed somewhat beyond her control. Gu Meng gently grabbed his collar, tilted her head up, and kissed his lips directly. Perhaps this was what they called being blinded by love. Meanwhile, at Ji Jingzhou Council Building, the elder's face was grim. How do we handle this now? We're being humiliated across the internet. When has Ji Jingzhou ever made such a mistake? Hua Shang sat expressionlessly in the main seat. I told you not to provoke them. Whoever made this stupid mistake should bear the responsibility. The elder turned to Leng Xian. Go publicly apologize to Miss Gu and Beijing University. Admit to altering the scores. Leng Xian suddenly looked up, staring at the elder in disbelief. I can't apologize. If I do, my reputation will be completely ruined. The elder thought for a moment. Isn't Leng Ning's voice in the recording? Why not push him out as a scapegoat to preserve your reputation? Hearing this, Leng Xian was overjoyed. That's perfect. Thank you, elder. Hua Zhi's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, seeking death to the extreme. The Ministry of Culture released a video. Leng Yun bowed deeply to the camera. Regarding the score tampering incident, I deeply apologize. I'm sorry to the Beijing University competition team. I'm sorry to student Gu Meng. I had previous unpleasant experiences with Elder Leng, and this time I deliberately wanted revenge. At this point, Gu Meng had completely lost interest in listening. It was nothing but clearing Leng Xian of suspicion, taking all the blame onto himself. Her eyes narrowed slightly, dark as a cold pond, as she picked up her phone. She looked at the comments. The direction of online comments clearly began to reverse. Originally, everyone was cursing Leng Xian and demanding her apology, but now they turned to cursing Leng Yun. Even though some people didn't believe it and thought Leng Yun was pushed out as a sacrifice to appease anger, such comments were quickly buried. Later, Gu Meng sent the conference room surveillance video to Lu Qingzhou. He remarked admiringly, "Not bad, remembering to keep evidence even in that situation." Gu Meng leaned back, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised. Well, they wouldn't listen until things got serious. In the end, Gu Meng single-handedly reversed the online sentiment again, completely destroying Leng Xian. Leng Xian apologized on social media, and the Council of Elders banned her from interfering with any medical-related competitions. Jin University won first place in the competition with overwhelming scores, achieving complete victory. At the celebration banquet, everyone was happy, especially thanking Gu Meng and all contestants for their efforts during this time. Jin University is always the best. At this moment, Gu Meng's phone rang. After answering, old Master Bai's voice came through. Gu Meng, would you come out to dinner with grandfather tonight? She thought for 2 seconds. She agreed. Okay. Old Master Bai was delighted. Good. Bring little Lu along too. Gu Meng didn't immediately realize who little Lu was. Your boyfriend. She glanced at Lu Qingzhou upon hearing this. Was this going to be a meet-the-family situation? Top CO Lu Qingzhou was becoming increasingly shameless, and he wasn't even embarrassed about it, but rather proud, taking advantage of being drunk to snuggle into his girlfriend's arms. Gu Meng brought Lu Qingzhou to the Bai family mansion. Seeing old Master Bai, she affectionately called him grandfather. Old Master Bai sat on the sofa, with a kind smile, clearly very happy today. Lu Qingzhou placed the gift box on the table. Hello, grandfather. A small gift for my first visit. Old Master Bai picked it up and looked at it. Members only premium tea. Only supplied to a few top-tier figures globally. Ridiculously expensive. He's quite generous. The dinner table was mostly set with Gu Meng's favorite dishes. Old Master Bai asked, Gu Meng, how's your brother doing lately? Speaking of Gu Si, Lu Qingzhou said, Gu Si is with me. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Old Master Bai smiled. That's good. Back then, Gu Meng was only 17, just wanting to get Gu Si into Hongxia. Unexpectedly, she met you by chance and even entered Qi Yin. Gu Meng suddenly interrupted to serve food to her grandfather. Expressionlessly, she said, Grandfather, the food is delicious. Please eat more. If you continue talking, all my secrets will be exposed. As they were talking, she felt Lu Qingzhou's gaze on her. Gu Meng calmly turned her face and met his eyes. Lu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly, suddenly understanding why Gu Meng would allow him to get close to her back then. The little girl had her own agenda, saying he seduced her at 17. Who really seduced him? Old Master Bai kindly said, Gu Meng has a bad temper. Please be understanding. Lu Qingzhou smiled. Her temper is quite good. She never loses out anyway. Old Master Bai became a bit sad. That's true. She suffered quite a bit. That accident with her parents, well, it's all in the past. Lu Qingzhou didn't ask further, poured wine for Old Master Bai. I will take good care of her. Don't worry. He raised his glass to toast with Lu Qingzhou. Smiling, he said, perhaps both families can have dinner together sometime. Lu Qingzhou held his glass slightly lower than Old Master Bai's. Old Master Bai was excited. Finally, someone to drink with this old man today. Ah, little Lu, let's drink until we can't anymore. Half an hour later, Lu Qingzhou was already drunk. Old Master Bai called Gu Meng to his study. In the study, Gu Meng sat casually with her legs crossed, slouching in the chair. Yu Zhongjing is synthesizing the medicine. The results are still unknown. The difference in effectiveness between synthetic and natural medicine is unpredictable. Old Master Bai sighed. I'm still worried. Previously, Lung Xian provided your medicine. Now that you've completely offended him, the Council of Elders might just abandon you. Old Master Bai paused for a few seconds, then asked, Does little Lu know? Gu Meng, still uncomfortable with this nickname, replied carelessly, No, and don't tell him. I'm afraid something might happen. Old Master Bai was stunned, asking, He really doesn't know? Not understanding the meaning, Gu Meng frowned coldly and looked up at him. What happened? Old Master Bai answered, In these few months, most of the black market territory has fallen under Qingzhou's control. It was almost violent expansion, both ruthless and swift. That's why it's been giving the council headaches for months. I thought he did it for you. Gu Meng listened, slightly narrowing her eyes. Old Master Bai shook his head, thinking it unlikely. Perhaps I'm overthinking. Maybe it was because of searching for Gu Si earlier, causing trouble in Qi Yin with so many people. Lu Qingzhou might have wanted to take this chance to teach the council a lesson. Although he's your boyfriend, we must still be cautious. On the way home, while Gu Meng was looking at her phone, Lu Qingzhou suddenly leaned on her shoulder, smelling of alcohol. She had never seen Lu Qingzhou like this before. It was her first time seeing him drunk. Gu Meng looked down at him, her tone quite cold. How much did you drink? His voice had a nasal quality, lazy and stubborn, his hand on her shoulder. Not much, just a bit sleepy. Wanting to lean on her, Gu Meng could tell grandfather was in a good mood today and had made Lu Qingzhou drink a lot. Seeing Gu Meng put down her phone, Lu Qingzhou chuckled softly. Not using your phone for work anymore? You're making me feel like a nation-toppling concubine, seducing you away from important matters with male charm. Lu Qingzhou was still laughing, feeling quite accomplished. Gu Meng looked at him and smiled, her expression mischievous and casual. Young Master Lu, you're getting more and more shameless. Lu Qingzhou wasn't embarrassed but rather proud. Thank you for the compliment, girlfriend. Just then his phone dinged. He picked up his phone and looked at it. Someone had sent a message. Sister Meng, our people had some trouble with Lu Qingzhou's men in the extreme territory black market. What should we do? Gu Meng squinted and replied, Tell our people not to fight. I'm coming over now. Gu Meng had unlocked a new identity. She was actually Miracle, one of the Assassin Alliance's combat gods. Lu Qingzhou sensed something was wrong. What's wrong, Gu Meng? She moved slightly and said, My friend was trading in the black market and got into trouble with your people. Lu Qingzhou sighed. I'll go to the black market with you. Qin Fong pointed his gun at him. Stop talking nonsense. Today, young master won't let your stuff through. He's from the assassin organization. Ying Long's face grew colder. Since you insist on interfering, don't blame me for showing no mercy. He also got serious, gripping his gun tightly. Try it, but don't get killed by me instead. He charged forward with his dagger. I'll kill you and step right over your corpse. At this moment, Gu Meng and Lu Qingzhou appeared, simultaneously grabbing both their hands. Stop fighting. Seeing them, Qin Fong respectfully said, Brother Chung, Sister Meng, why are you two here so late? Ying Ming sneered. Actually calling for backup? Have you no shame? Arrogantly shouted, just bullying because you have more people. If you're not satisfied with fewer people, you can call for backup too. Ying Long's anger flared up, pointing at him. Just you wait, my fifth brother will be here soon. We'll finish you off. Lu Qingzhou glanced at Gu Meng. This person is from the assassin organization. Ying Long ranks third. Shi Yin has his information. The fifth brother he mentioned. Could it be another Ying Long? Still talking nonsense? My fifth brother alone can make you all kneel and call him daddy. The situation became more outrageous as he laughed mockingly. Come on, call your people, let's see who calls who daddy. Only his eyes were visible under the baseball cap, half lit in the shadows. The moment Ying Long saw him, his mind instinctively labeled him with 4 words: dangerous opponent. Now seeing him approach, he felt somewhat uncertain. He even had the urge to step back. Gu Meng's voice was low and hoarse. With an ambiguous coldness, she said, take your things and people and leave. Ying Long bluffed. Who are you? Don't think I'm afraid just because you have more people. As he was speaking about his fifth brother, he saw Gu Meng lower her eyes and take out her phone. She raised her phone, and Ying Long saw their Combat God group chat. His words stopped abruptly. He forgot to breathe. 2 seconds later, he jumped back like a startled cat, staring at Gu Meng with wide eyes. Holy shit, your fifth brother? Qin Kuang was shocked. Little sister-in-law is Miracle, one of the Assassin Alliance's combat gods. Lu Qingzhou looked at Gu Meng, that legendary figure who valued money over life, took on deadly missions recklessly, yet remained undefeated. Indeed, this young girl always had new identities that surprised him. After some time passed, when the atmosphere in the office became suffocating, Qin Fong never imagined that Ying Long was from sister-in-law's side. He had embarrassingly said, let's see who calls who daddy. He really wanted to shoot himself for saying that. Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng sat together, having removed their masks. Ying Long looked up at Gu Meng. Before, whenever Qi Yin had issues, fifth brother would always be the first to strike. They were always at odds. Who could have imagined they'd end up together? Ying Long stuttered, his tongue tied. Fifth sister, how old are you? Gu Meng's expression remained indifferent. Almost a 19. Ying Long exclaimed. His fifth brother joined the Assassin Alliance 3 years ago. That age is insane. Ying Long felt that nothing in his life would ever cause such emotional turmoil again. Qin Fong suddenly stepped forward, head lowered in apology. Ying Long, I didn't know you were Sister Meng's friend. Ying Long wasn't in the mood to settle scores now. He shook hands with him. I was also inappropriate in my attitude. Please forgive me. Now that the items have been safely delivered, let's put this behind us. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the time. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, we'll head back to the hotel. The two escorted Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng. Goodbye, Brother Chung, Sister Meng. Gu Meng looked back. Contact me if anything comes up. In the car, Lu Qingzhou kept caressing her hand. I didn't know you had other identities hidden from me. Amirake. Gu Meng suddenly called out. Lu Qingzhou looked up slightly, responding with a just like usual. Lazy and relaxed. Gu Meng looked into his eyes seriously. Your touching is making me itch. They just looked at each other for several seconds. Lu Qingzhou lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. Gu Meng pressed and massaged him. Still itchy? Gu Meng asked. It's fine. As Lu Qingzhou continued massaging, he suddenly hugged her, burying his face in her neck, his voice muffled. I'm still not sober from the drinks. Let me lean on you a bit longer. Gu Meng, being held by him, raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh. Lu Qingzhou looked at her. What should I do? I think I'm falling more in love with you. The top CEO, Lu Qingzhou, waited outside for his beloved wife to shower, but for some reason, he couldn't contain himself. He rushed in and kissed her passionately. Lu Qingzhou leaned on the bed, a lollipop in his mouth, playing with a black embossed lighter in his hand. His fingers were long and knuckles distinct. The crisp, metal-clicking sound kept echoing in the room. The flame flickered on and off, along with the darkness burning in Lu Qingzhou's eyes. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Gu Meng was showering. A minute later, Lu Qingzhou's jaw suddenly tensed. He bit the lollipop into pieces. He got up, threw the stick in the trash, and walked toward the bathroom. Opening the bathroom door, the pale mist slightly blurred his vision. He walked straight to the shower. The water instantly soaked his shirt. Gu Meng was stunned for a second before reacting. Lu Qingzhou, why did you come in? Just as she spoke, a hand pulled her head closer. Lu Qingzhou's face was tense. You made me wait too long. I couldn't take it anymore. The next second, he kissed her fiercely. His mouth was full of lollipop sweetness, strawberry flavor. He seemed different tonight, very unlike himself. Lu Qingzhou kept kissing her face. Indeed, his behavior today was different from usual. He seemed intoxicated by love. After letting go, he asked Gu Meng, "Who are you really?" Miracle remained silent. Lan Ting rolled his eyes. "Which one is the real you?" He looked up into his eyes. "I'm just Gu Meng, the Gu Meng you know best." Lu Qingzhou replied with a simple okay. He kissed his lips again. Gu Meng felt pain and immediately let out a hurt sound. Lu Qingzhou stopped and whispered, "Hold me tight." After saying that, he lifted Gu Meng up very high. He kissed him again, with continuous breathing sounds from Gu Meng. "I love you." The next day, Gu Meng was already awake. When he moved slightly, his brows furrowed. "Last night was really too much." Lu Qingzhou's hand rested on his waist, sensing movement. He also woke up, his voice hoarse from just waking up, somewhat tired. "We're not going anywhere today. I'll ask Yang Tianming for leave on your behalf. Go back to sleep." "No," Gu Meng spoke, hearing his own terribly hoarse voice. He pressed his lips together. He really wanted to kick last night's troublemaker off the bed. Lu Qingzhou's breathing deepened. "All right, sleep more. I'll wake you at 8. Gu Meng's slightly tense body gradually relaxed. In the morning, Gu Meng walked with Yang Tianming. He said, "Last night, professors and students from Imperial College dined with us. They really wanted to meet you. Too bad you weren't there." Gu Meng responded carelessly, "I had something to do last night." At that moment, a car drove by. People around whispered, "Why is it the Gu family's car? What's with this medical competition this year? The Lung family, the Bai family, and now even the Gu family is here. Yeah, we never used to see so many important people before." The driver got out and opened the back door, standing respectfully to the side. The next second, Guing stepped out of the car. Seeing Gu Meng, she walked over. She smiled gently. "Sister, grandfather wants to know when you'll return to the Gu family manor." Gu Meng and Lu Qingzhou were surrounded at the airport, confrontation imminent. Who would win in the end? Everyone saw Gu Meng slowly look up, his eyes cold and sharp with a hint of strength. He smiled, his expression showing innate arrogance. "Guing, how come you're interested in something I consider trash?" The smile on Gu Ying's face froze, as if a knife had cut through his maintained dignity. Staring at Gu Meng, he left with a half-smile, his figure arrogant and cold. Guing stared at him intensely, extremely embarrassed. Guing reported Gu Meng's words back to the Gu family word for word. Old Master Gu took a glass of red wine. "She's indeed different now. With Lu Qingzhou's protection, she doesn't even respect me anymore." He gazed at the garden outside, his eyes distant. The best choice won't do. He must be her only choice. Finally, he finished all the wine. In the study, old Master Gu now looked like an ordinary old man. "Have you met with Gu Meng?" Huo Zhiyin's hand paused. "I met him. He sent people to invite Gu Meng back. This granddaughter of his is really capable. She showed no mercy at all. I didn't expect he would still want to meet you." Huo Zhi smiled at these words. "I want to pick him up at the hotel entrance. He almost fought with my men too. Didn't see me." Old Master Gu laughed. Under his brush was the character for quiet. "I heard he's been staying at Lu Qingzhou's place recently. You're just watching?" Huo Zhi looked at the characters on the rice paper, his eyes steady. He put down his brush. "I'm done writing. His identity in Zhejiang province isn't just fate. He can't shake off the identity of Gu family's young miss in the future. So you can't just watch and do nothing." He put down the ink stick. "If it's Gu Meng, he'll return to Beijing after the competition." Old Master Gu said calmly, but with deep meaning, "That's if he can return. Or can our people stop him?" Old Master Gu pondered. "If we can't stop him, there are always other ways." He sat down and took a sip of tea. "Now that he's in Zhejiang province, leaving won't be so easy. I hear things aren't peaceful at the Lu family lately." Meanwhile, Gu Meng sat on the sofa playing games. The man approached with one hand in his pocket. His voice was gentle. "Have you eaten?" As Gu Meng looked up, his hands executed a move that killed someone in the game. "No." Lu Qingzhou sat down. "Finally, all the competition matters are over. I'll treat you to something nice tonight. We'll go after this game, okay?" Suddenly, his phone rang. He held it to his face, glancing down at the screen. Seeing it was Lu Zhan's call, he answered immediately. Lu Zhan's voice came through. "Your grandmother just entered emergency. Even you, Zhongjing, can't help. Come back to Beijing with Gu Meng quickly." After hanging up, Lu Qingzhou's throat tightened. He turned to Gu Meng, his voice tense. "Grandmother's in the hospital. She's critical." Hearing this, Gu Meng's fingers froze on the screen mid-operation. He looked at Lu Qingzhou with a blank expression. "Grandmother has always been under you Zhongjing's care. How could this happen suddenly? An hour later, at the airport, Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng quickly completed departure procedures. It was completely dark. Gu Meng looked at the pass, thinking deeply. The departure procedures went too smoothly. Something feels off. The airport car took them to the private jet. Just as they got out, suddenly, throughout the airport, a large number of armed men in black uniforms appeared from all directions. They surrounded Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng. He frowned, immediately recognizing them as Gu family's people. Old Master Gu walked over. Gu Meng, I'm here to take you back. Lu Qingzhou laughed, his voice soft and slow. With just you people, you think you can keep my person here? Old Master Gu spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Young Master Lu, I know you have some power in Jijing province, but against the Council of Elders and the Gu family combined, what are your chances? Moreover, you've already completed departure procedures. If anything happens, Jijing province won't be involved. He suddenly smiled. Young Master Lu, you may leave, but Gu Meng can't. Gu Meng, hands in pockets, moved half a step sideways from behind Lu Qingzhou, tilting her head slightly. She smiled mischievously. Fine, let's see who leaves first, or who dies first. Old Master Gu shook his head. Gu Meng, just the two of you? Just then, another group of people arrived from another direction. Huiji appeared. He looked at no one else. His gaze fell on Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng. Top CEO Lu Qingzhou and genius girl Gu Meng, showing their affection in videos, making everyone watch their public display of affection. Huiji looked at no one else. His gaze fell on Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng's direction, seeing their clasped hands. His eyes seemed pierced by an invisible needle. He looked at Gu Meng. Stay. I guarantee everyone else's safe return to Beijing. Also, Leng Xian will arrive soon to look after Madame Lu. Unconditionally, Gu Meng stood with one hand in pocket, one leg bent, her posture casual and defiant. No. Huiji's gaze concentrated for a few seconds, his face expressionless. Then no one leaves. He raised his hand, moving his index finger. All guns pointed at Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng. Old Master Gu persuaded Gu Meng with a very good attitude. Gu Meng, stop struggling. Come back with us. Huiji walked to Gu Meng. Let's go. Come back with me. Then he walked to Lu Qingzhou. Tomorrow I'll send people to Mingyu province. Young Master Lu, remember to send out Gu Si. The two men stood face to face for the first time. Lu Qingzhou was slightly taller than Huiji, his eyes sharp and deep. He spoke slowly. You really think I came to this place without preparation? Huiji's eyes darkened. What do you mean? At that moment, helicopter sounds suddenly filled the airport. The propellers created strong winds that hit everyone's faces. The helicopter landed, and a man with a steady presence stepped down. Behind him followed a group of rough-looking armed mercenaries, extremely casual. The bloodthirsty aura around them made people afraid to underestimate them. Old Master Gu saw the imposing man, his eyes darkening. Inmei, why is he here? Huiji stared at the man's face. Internal affairs of Jijing province. The Assassin's Alliance wants to interfere. Ying Long's expression was indifferent. The boss personally placed the order. We couldn't refuse. Lu Qingzhou led Gu Meng toward the private jet, looking at Ying Long pretty quick. Thanks. He nodded. Don't worry. Leave this to us. You go. A group of desperados pointed their weapons at them, their faces full of murderous intent. Ying Long shouted, Stop them. I want to see who dares to fight the Assassin's Alliance. The next second, they were surrounded, fighting against these desperados. They had absolutely no chance of winning. Ying Long watched Lu Qingzhou's back, saying unhurriedly, Young Master Lu, come take care of business when you're free. Your price is quite tempting. Huiji and his people watched helplessly as Lu Qingzhou, Gu Meng, and their group all boarded the plane. The private jet took off. Huiji's hands slowly clenched at his side. Looking at Ying Long, I'll remember this, Assassin's Alliance. Ying Long patted his shoulder. I've heard about your young lady. Even without me, you'd have to let them go. Girls are scary when they're angry. Besides, Lu Qingzhou isn't someone to mess with either. Huiji remained silent, surrounded by a cold, low pressure. Ying Long made his appearance, smiled, and turned back to his helicopter. Only Jijing province's people remained at the airport, their faces darker than each other. Unexpected that they would hire the Assassin's Alliance. Such a big commotion, and Lu Qingzhou's group still got away. When Leng Xian arrived, seeing Huiji and Old Master Gu all there, he asked, Where are Lu Qingzhou and the others? Huaji lowered his eyes, controlling his emotions. They've left. Want to go to Beijing? It's up to you. Lung Xian gritted his teeth. With so many people, how could we let them escape? Get the private jet ready for Beijing. Ying Long sat with crossed legs in the sofa, video calling Lu Qingzhou. Brother-in-law, let's be clear, I've got brothers to feed below. Don't blame me for not giving you a discount. Gu Meng turned to Lu Qingzhou. What price did you offer? Ying Long answered for him, swirling a glass of wine. Just one shipment, plus a few in Mingyu province. 2 territories. After all, Jijing province isn't easy to offend. I'm taking risks too. Quite generous. 2 territories. At least giving up 20% of Qi Yan's territory in Mingyu province. Lu Qingzhou saw Gu Meng's dark eyes staring at him. He suddenly opened his arms. How about giving me a hug? Asarewat. Gu Meng indeed moved closer, opening her arms and hugging Lu Qingzhou. In the video, Ying Long suddenly choked on his wine. A subordinate quickly handed him a towel. He said with disgust, "Cut the video." Lu Qingzhou and Gu Meng rushed to the hospital with all their might, but it was too late. Old Madame Lu had already passed away. His world collapsed. I tried everything, but couldn't save your life. Old Madame Lu was in the emergency room being resuscitated. Almost all important Lu family members were waiting in the hallway, some sitting, some standing. The elevator dinged, and Lu Qingzhou's group arrived. Lu Qingzhou glanced at the still-lit emergency room light. "Dad, how's grandmother?" Before Lu Zhan could answer, the emergency room door suddenly opened. Yu Zhongjing came out, just wanting to ask when Gu Meng would return. Seeing them now, his eyes lit up with excitement. He opened his mouth. He swallowed back the word master that almost slipped out. "Come in quickly and take a look." Gu Meng immediately went in with Yu Zhongjing. Lu Qingzhou turned to Lu Zhan. "Why did her condition suddenly worsen?" "I asked Yu Zhongjing before I left. He said nothing would happen in the short term. We haven't found the cause. We can only try to save her first." Yu Zhongjing's medical expertise internationally. His judgment has almost never been wrong. Lu Qingzhou thought for a few seconds, then gave Lu Yi a look, telling them to investigate. "Check if there's anything unusual in grandmother's ward." Second Master Lu looked at Lu Qingzhou. "When will Miss Lung arrive?" He lifted his eyelids slightly. "Who told you?" "I went to Jijing province to find Lung Xian." Second Master Lu scoffed. "So you really just went to accompany Gu Meng to the competition? Grandmother woke up once yesterday calling your name. You've really let her down. Having leisure time at a moment like this. What's the use of bringing back a Gu Meng? She said grandmother wouldn't have any problems for 3 to 5 years, but it's only been 1 year. Lung Xian clearly has feelings for third brother. If we'd invited her directly, we wouldn't be wasting time here." Lu Qingzhou lifted his chin. "If you're so eager to invite Lung Xian, go yourself. Want me to send you to Jijing province?" Second Master Lu raged. "Lu Qingzhou, do you just want something to happen to grandmother so you can legitimately inherit Lu Group?" Lu Qingzhou's face turned ice cold. "When was I not legitimate?" Second Master Lu was furious, turning to Lu Zhan. "Big brother, are you just going to watch him act recklessly? Lung Xian and Gu Meng aren't stupid. They both know who can save mother." Lu Zhan said solemnly, "Brother, calm down. I trust Gu Meng's medical skills. Let's wait for the results." Lu Yi returned from inspection and reported, found no traces in the ward. "The nurse caring for old madam is from our Red Sunset Medical Department." Second Master Lu sneered. "Old madam has been taking Gu Meng's medicine." Yu Zhongjing seems quite close to Gu Meng too. "If we're investigating, that woman you fancy is the most suspicious." Lu Shiwei's expression darkened. "Second uncle has a point. Third brother, shouldn't we investigate?" "No rush," Lu Qingzhou said coldly. "This is a neurology hospital. Registration is convenient. It's on the first floor." At this moment, Lung Xian's group arrived. Lu Qingzhou looked up, his eyes deepening slightly upon seeing Lung Xian. Lu Zhan stepped forward politely. "Miss Lung." The emergency room door was closed tight. He didn't stop walking. "All irrelevant personnel, please leave." But before they could knock, the door opened from inside. Outside in the hallway was Jijing Province's medical team. The two sides stood in opposition. Lu Zhan said, "Dr. Yu, Jijing Province's medical team will take over now. Thank you all for your efforts." Yu Zhongjing looked at him, his expression grave. "I'm afraid it's too late." Lu Zhan was shocked hearing these words. Lu Qingzhou rushed in without thinking. The monitor showed a flat line. The oxygen mask was still on the old madam's face. Lu Qingzhou looked at the old madam. His throat tightened, his fingers trembling slightly. He closed his eyes and opened them again, his gaze falling on the slender figure by the bed. The old madam's hand was still pressing on Gu Meng's, but she no longer moved. Ki manwore aplie mas. She had changed into surgical scrubs. Her visible eyes and brows were lifeless, the light in her eyes frozen. Lu Qingzhou walked to her side and softly called, Gu Meng. Gu Meng's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly turned to look at him. She lowered her eyes as if afraid he would see something in them, and said hoarsely, Grandmother, I'm sorry. Lu Qingzhou placed his hand on her nape, his fingertips gently stroking. What are you apologizing for? You're not God. Listen to me. You did your best. This has nothing to do with you. Birth, aging, sickness, and death. No one can control these. Gu Meng seemed completely out of it. My head hurts. I want to go home and sleep. Lu Qingzhou put his arm around her shoulders. I'll have Lu Yi take you back. In the study of Gu residence, old Master Gu poured a cup of tea. When Gu Meng treated the old madam, did you notice anything? The subordinate shook his head. Probably not. Old Master Gu spoke calmly. Indeed, despite having such a big reputation outside and breaking competition records, her medical skills are far inferior to Lung Xian's. The outside world can't compare. Ji Jingzhou's subordinate said respectfully. This time Lung Xian went with the Council of Elders' secret orders. It will definitely be handled properly. Old Master Gu took a sip of tea. This time, he must make Gu Meng return. This was Gu Meng's lowest point, completely dejected and depressed. The Lu family suspected her of using a new poison to kill their old madam. Through this, she discovered Lu Qingzhou's secret. He was researching her blood, though he had never asked for any blood samples. Yu Zhongjing handed over the old madam's death certificate with both hands. My condolences. Just as they were about to cover her with white cloth, Lung Xian suddenly spoke. Wait. Lu Zhan paused. Miss Lung, what do you want to do? Lung Xian said coldly. The old madam's complexion is unusual. Lung Xian put on gloves, opened the old madam's eyes with 2 fingers, and looked. How could there be Ji Jingzhou's heart-shaped toxin in her body? Lu Qingzhou looked at Lung Xian. What do you mean, Miss Lung? Lung Xian pulled off her gloves. The old madam's face and lips are slightly darker. It's a sign of poisoning. The cause of death is a new toxin. Lu Shangjin's face changed dramatically. What? Who would have the ability to poison the old madam under everyone's watch? Second Master Lu frowned. The hospital staff are all our people, watching day and night. I don't believe anyone could poison her under our noses unless it was a hospital doctor. As these words landed, everyone looked at Yu Zhongjing's team. The medical staff, hearing this, all looked at Yu Zhongjing in panic. They couldn't afford to offend the Lu family. If something went wrong, none of them would survive it. Yu Zhongjing's gaze swept across the opposite side. Don't make baseless accusations. How could our hospital possibly have access to Ji Jingzhou's new toxins? Lu Zhan spoke. I trust Dr. Yu's character. He wouldn't do such a thing. Miss Lung, since it's Ji Jingzhou's new toxin, now that it's appeared here, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Lung Xian said calmly. This toxin has never been made public. Only people from Ji Jingzhou can obtain it. I'll have the Research Institute investigate immediately. Lung Xian looked at Lu Qingzhou. Where is the young miss? The others who heard this didn't understand who the young miss was that Lung Xian mentioned. Second Master Lu asked, Who is Miss Lung referring to? Lung Xian replied, Gu Meng, the young miss of our Ji Qingzhou's Gu family. Second Master Lu frowned. So, Gu Meng could get the new toxin? Yu Zhongjing's tone grew colder. What are you implying? Second Master Lu shifted his body. Am I wrong? The old madam had been taking Gu Meng's medicine. During this emergency, Gu Meng was present. It would have been easier for her than anyone to poison the old madam. At this moment, Lu Qingzhou's phone rang in his pocket. After answering, the voice came through. On the way, Miss Gu left. Shortly after the car left the hospital, Miss Gu asked to stop. Then she got into a taxi and wouldn't let me follow. Hearing this, Second Master Lu gave a cold laugh. Looks like Gu Meng is the poisoner. She's trying to run. How do you plan to handle this? If you don't act, then we'll have to take care of it. Lu Qingzhou couldn't hear anyone's voice. He only thought about Gu Meng's unusual behavior earlier, something suddenly flashing through his mind. He looked up at Yu Zhongjing. Did grandmother regain consciousness earlier? Did she say anything to Gu Meng? Thinking about the situation earlier, he said, the old madam did regain consciousness, but briefly. She just held Miss Gu's hand and said a few words. We couldn't hear clearly. We don't know what she said. Yu Zhongjing knew better than anyone about Gu Meng and Gu Jia's relationship. Today's events were just a trap. How could Lung Xian respectfully call him master. If young Miss Lu Jia took action, his master would have no choice but to return to Ji Jinzhou. Lu Qingzhou turned and strode out, his voice icy cold as he ordered. Check all major entry and exit points thoroughly. Turn Beijing upside down to find Gu Meng. Meanwhile, at the Blood Lock entrance, Gu Meng sat alone by the roadside, one leg stretched out, one bent, fingers holding a cigarette resting on her knee. Her head was lowered, her spine curved, looking completely dejected and depressed. Song Xian stood stunned for a few seconds before walking over. Hearing the sound, Gu Meng slowly raised her head, her eyes visibly red, not from crying, but from emotions reaching their limit on the verge of breakdown. She called out hoarsely, "Master." Song Xian tossed the cigarette from her hand, his usually cold face unusually gentle. "What happened? Looking like such a pitiful thing. Why are you smoking? Didn't I tell you smoking is bad for your health?" He pulled out a candy like one would give to children. "Have some candy instead." Gu Meng stared at the candy Song Xian offered for a few seconds before taking it. She unwrapped it and put it in her mouth. Song Xian spoke in a half-joking tone, trying to lighten Gu Meng's mood. "What's wrong? Did Lu Qingzhou bully you? If you've been wrong, tell master. I'll deal with him." Gu Meng's face was cold and desolate. After about a minute, she spoke. "Master, is Lu Qingzhou doing blood research on me with you?" Song Shi was stunned, his expression freezing. He hadn't expected Gu Meng to ask this. Lu Qingzhou had mentioned at least 5 times not to tell Gu Meng about the Blood Institute's matters. That showed how serious this was. Gu Meng's fingers tightened, "But he never asked me for any blood samples." "Master, whose blood are you actually researching?" Song Xian frowned. "The blood samples were delivered directly by Lu, Yi, and others. I don't know whose they are." He just found it strange. Both Gu Meng and Gu Si had physical problems requiring medication to maintain. Yet oddly, the blood samples they'd been researching weren't from either of them. His eyes sank slightly. Could Lu Qingzhou be using his own blood? His body. Gu Meng picked up her helmet and stood up. "Master, don't tell anyone I was here. And don't tell Lu Qingzhou I came to see you." After saying that, she left. Gu Meng had an earpiece in, talking to Lin Shuang on the phone. "I've erased all the surveillance footage. Do you want me to come to Beijing right away?" Gu Meng uttered a few words. No need to say more. Lin Shuang couldn't help but sigh, pressing her forehead. "Little sister Gu, I really didn't expect." The young miss of Qi Jinzhou's Gu family, with a throne to inherit at home. Gu Meng's hand holding the helmet suddenly punched the glass. The next second, the glass shattered completely, falling piece by piece. This time they had touched her bottom line. To hell with Gu family's young Mississippi. "Yum-gi-man." Lin Shuang, seeing she could still curse, felt relieved and asked, "What about Lu Qingzhou's side?" At the mention of Lu Qingzhou, the coldness in her eyes softened slightly. "Some things need to be cleared up first. I won't see him for now." Her eyes narrowed in frustration. If grandmother hadn't used her last breath to tell her to visit Bloodlock, she wouldn't have known when she would discover what Lu Qingzhou had been doing. The moment Gu Meng learned the truth, her emotions exploded. So Lu Qingzhou was like her, also needing medication, but he had given up. Everything he had done was to keep Gu Meng alive. The computer showed all the documents of Bloodlock's project. The research had started 14 years ago. So Lu Qingzhou was like her, also needing medication. 8 years ago, Bloodlock's progress was slow, unable to synthesize all substances. Lu Qingzhou seemed to give up, stopped providing funds, and the project completely halted. But why was the completely abandoned project now running again? Sogiman mate akath. "Hello, Mrs. Yi. This is Gu Meng." Yi Junsi had just arrived from Beijing airport to meet Gu Meng. Gu Meng poured her a glass of warm water. "Mrs. Yi, sorry for contacting you for the first time and making you come all this way." Yi Junsi looked at her and said, "It's fine, but Lu Qingzhou is out there looking for you quite anxiously." Gu Meng hummed in acknowledgement. "I know, I'll contact him soon. But before that, I need to clarify something. I want to ask you, what exactly is wrong with Lu Qingzhou's condition? Why has the failed project been restarted now?" Yi Junsi took out a cigarette from her bag, lit one, and said, "You've been to Bloodlock." Indeed, this information couldn't be hidden. After Bloodlock's research failed years ago, he actually didn't care about his own life. doing whatever he wanted. Even his father couldn't stop him. Exhaling smoke rings, she continued, until just over 2 months ago, he made an even bigger move than the first research project. We all thought he had come to his senses, happy that he would restart this project and take it so seriously. Unexpectedly, it was all for you. He values your life more than his own. Gu Meng listened with cold fingers and a tight throat. She hadn't expected everything he did was for her. All of it was for her. She remembered when Lu Qingzhou had told her, "Give me more time." That was also for her. Old Master Gu. To take her away, Lu Qingzhou fought desperately. The client asked what price he named, but he wouldn't say. From his mouth, they learned that he had made deals with Ming Yuzhou's 2 gambling dens and a batch of goods. Even grandmother being poisoned was because of him. There was silence for a while. No one spoke. Yi Junsi flicked off some ash. The Gu family and the Council of Elders won't let you and your brother go. Have you thought about what to do? Gu Meng's face was expressionless. Her voice softened. If they have the ability to take this life, let them try. Yi Junsi's fingers paused, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. You might not care about your life, but someone does. Gu Meng frowned, remembering Lu Qingzhou's words, "I care about your life. Don't do anything stupid." Yi Junsi stood up, preparing to leave. She placed her hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry about the medicine. Even if it means completely falling out with Ji Jinzhou, Qingzhou won't let anything happen to you." Hearing this, Gu Meng suddenly looked up. What is he going to do now? Gu Meng turned and blocked the doorway. This gesture told Yi Junsi she wouldn't let her leave without explaining. Yi Junsi pressed her lips together, giving a bitter smile. "You really want to know?" Gu Meng looked at her expressionlessly. Yi Junsi nodded. "It's nothing much. He just made a deal with me. If Bloodlock's research fails and something happens to him, half of his assets go to the Yi family. His medicine will all go to you. It'll be as if nothing ever happened. A backup plan." When Gu Meng heard this, tears suddenly streamed down her face. As she left, she said, "He's arranged both your path forward and your escape route." After she left, Gu Meng picked up her phone and called Lu Qingzhou. "I need to handle some things. Meet me at Jindu Apartments in an hour. I'll tell you everything." He calmly replied with a simple okay. Second Master Lu approached angrily. "Lu Qingzhou, where did you take Ling Xian? The council's people are calling me about it." Lu Qingzhou walked straight ahead with one hand in his pocket. Seeing his willful attitude, Second Master Lu's face turned ashen. He blocked his path directly. "Lu Qingzhou, I'm talking to you. Do you know Leng Xian's status? Treating him like this means the entire Lu family is offending Qi Jingzhou. Release Leng Xian immediately." Lu Qingzhou paused briefly, turning his head slightly. His bloodshot eyes were even colder than usual. That murderous look made Second Master Lu's gaze freeze. His expression was calm. "Since you're so eager to see Leng Xian, I'll send you to him, to the maximum security prison, to be released on the day of the funeral." Before Second Master Lu could react, he was handcuffed with hands pressed on his shoulders. At a suburban intersection, a black car stopped. Gu Meng leaned against her motorcycle, emanating a bone-chilling low pressure. Zhang Sui picked up the silver metal case at her feet and got out of the car. Zhang Sui lowered her head slightly, then lifted the case and respectfully addressed Gu Meng. "Master, the items you requested." Gu Meng pressed the case switch. The lid popped open with a bang, revealing several small bottles of yellow serum and syringes. She snapped the case shut, stood up straight, coldly said 3 words, "Go to Hongxin." Gu Meng took revenge, finally injecting a toxin into Leng Xian, making him suffer between life and death. Zhang Sui was stunned. Lu Qingzhou has been looking for people. Going to Hongxi City now is walking into a trap. But seeing Gu Meng's current state, Zhang Sui dared not ask why. Sisset beside her. Glancing at the speed, the dial was already at its limit. The engine roared deafeningly, taking turns without braking. Zhang Sui had never seen Gu Meng this wild before. Her heart pounding, cold sweat formed on her forehead as she tightly gripped the car's handrail. Half an hour later, they arrived at Hongxia. The sentinel warned, "Who are you? Are you tired of living? Daring to break in here." Her face was cold and fierce, holding a highest level pass. In a low, deep voice, she said 2 words, "Open up." The sentinel, seeing the pass's level, quickly lowered his gun. He bowed his head in fear. Gu Meng walked in, stopping in front of Lu Wu, her face expressionless, radiating only coldness. "Give me Leng Xian." He lowered his head and said, "Miss Gu, Leng Xian is connected to the old lady's death. You can't take him away." Gu Meng glanced over. "Who said I was taking him away?" Second basement floor of the maximum security prison. Lung Xian was in the last cell. Finding it too dirty to sit, he stood with an ugly expression. Then came a clicking sound as the door opened. He was excited, thinking someone was coming to release him. Unexpectedly, the next moment he saw Gu Meng walk in. His face changed dramatically. "Why you?" Gu Meng gestured to Jiang Sui behind her. "Remove his handcuffs." Jiang Sui went over and unlocked his handcuffs. Lung Xian smiled. "Unexpected that Gu Meng would come to save me. He must be very unwilling. But no matter how unwilling, you must obey the Council of Elders and get me out. What's there to be proud of? The Gu family's young miss isn't so great after all." Lung Xian smirked, rubbing his wrist. "You wouldn't return to Jinzhou, choosing to become a street rat instead. Only willing to go back after Lu family's air ban, and now having to follow the council's orders to fetch me. Gu Meng, I thought you were more capable." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the prison. No one saw how Gu Meng moved. They only saw Lung Xian grabbed by the throat, slammed hard against the stone wall with a bang. Lung Xian's mouth gaped, eyes widened in terror. No one knew how strong Gu Meng's grip was. Gu Meng looked at Lung Xian through half-closed eyes, her lips slowly curving up. "This is all the ability I have." The suffocating feeling of near death left Lung Xian no room to fight back. Gu Meng stepped back slightly. Jiang Sui handed her a vial of serum. Gu Meng smiled as she picked up the syringe. "You like playing with toxins? I'll give you one." Lung Xian completely panicked, struggling desperately. He squeezed out 2 words. "You dare." The syringe spun between Gu Meng's fingers like a pin, then suddenly stopped, violently jabbing into his neck. Lung Xian's body suddenly tensed, falling to his knees pathetically, clutching his neck and gasping heavily. Gu Meng released her grip, dropping the syringe into the box with a clatter. Jiang Sui was stunned. The youngest elder of Jinzhou had been reduced to nothing by Gu Meng. Gu Meng crouched down, arm resting on her leg, looking at Lung Xian. "Let's see who's really in charge." Lung Xian glared at her. "What did you inject me with?" Gu Meng said nothing and turned to leave. Lung Xian's face panicked. "Gu Meng, stop right there." She picked up a glass vial and tossed it to Lu Wu. Without stopping, she said, "Inject him in 1 hour." Lu Wu respectfully replied, "Yes." The subordinates slowly approached. "Young Master Lung, are you all right?" Just as he was halfway up, Lung Xian's face suddenly changed. Intense pain spread from his bone joints, through his nerve endings to his entire body. He collapsed on the ground, seemingly in tremendous agony. Leaving the maximum security prison, Jiang Sui respectfully lowered her head. "Sister Meng, what's next?" Gu Meng's voice was cold as ice. "Back to the apartment. I need to see Lu Qingzhou." Their next meeting would be one of redemption and passionate embrace. Gu Meng thought she'd see Lu Qingzhou when she returned, but the room was empty. After some time, the door opened from outside. Lu Qingzhou walked in. Light gradually returned to Gu Meng's dark eyes. Their eyes met. The girl had her feet on the sofa, arms wrapped around her knees, curled up entirely. Lu Qingzhou couldn't see Gu Meng's expression clearly, unsure if she was feeling guilty or remorseful. He turned on the small wall lamp. He spoke in a low voice. "You haven't eaten since last night, right? There's no food here. Let's go back to the hospital. I'll cook for you." "Okay." Gu Meng stared at him without blinking. Lu Qingzhou held her cold hand, speaking gently. "No, your grandmother might not even have a year left. This incident has nothing to do with you. Don't think about it anymore, okay? Meng Jinyang, your teacher, master, and your third uncle's family. I've sent people to check on them all. Don't worry. I'm here." Gu Meng's eyelashes finally moved. Her throat tightened. Even at times like this, Lu Qingzhou was thinking of everything for her, arranging everything. Lu Qingzhou pulled her into his arms, holding her head against him. "Let's go back to the hospital first to eat. Then you can sleep. Leave everything to me." Gu Meng buried her face in his neck. Lu Qingzhou felt something wet seeping through his shirt onto his skin, cold and damp. He frowned, looking down at her. She was crying. It was the first time she'd cried in front of him. His heart ached. Gu Meng suddenly raised her head and lunged forward, arms around his neck, kissing his lips intensely, as if wanting to devour him whole. Her hand moved to his waist, but Lu Qingzhou stopped her. He whispered in her ear, "Gu Meng, not yet. Don't rush." Gu Meng looked up, her voice soft and delicate. "No." Lu Qingzhou smiled. "I can't. I'll hurt you." She repeated, "I want you." She moved closer to his ear. "Only you." The next moment, Lu Qingzhou pushed her down onto the bed. Afterward, Lu Qingzhou carried her out after a bath, saying softly, "I'll have Lu Yi bring some food over." Gu Meng said hoarsely, "But I'll call him." He handed her his phone. "Okay, I'll get you some water. Tell Lu you whatever you want to eat." Gu Meng watched him leave, then looked down at his phone. She sent a message to Lu Yi. "Take Gu Si to Beijing Airport." The reply came quickly, without questioning who was sending the message. Gu Meng deleted the record, put down the phone. When Lu Qingzhou returned, the girl was wearing a robe, lying on her side in bed, already asleep. He sat down by the bed, supported her against his shoulder, and brought the drink directly to her lips. Softly, Gu Meng leaned against him and drank most of the glass. He saw the darker marks on her collarbone, touched them lightly, and gently said, "Seems we were a bit excessive. Does it hurt?" Gu Meng looked up at him once, then slowly moved her gaze down to his collarbone, asking, "What about you? Does it hurt?" Lu Qingzhou was stunned. Usually when he said such things, Gu Meng would ignore him. Why was she asking today? Knowing she had bitten hard this time, Lu Qingzhou smiled. "The harder the bite, the more pleasure I felt." Lu Qingzhou put his hand on her waist, lying down with her. He laughed again. An apartment prepared for an affair actually witnessed one. Gu Meng pressed her lips together, about to say something. She suddenly paused. That look told Lu Qingzhou what followed wouldn't be pleasant. She lowered her eyes. "Never mind, my fault. Won't happen again." Lu Qingzhou immediately replied, "No, I love when you seduce me. But don't be too forward. I can't handle it. Or I can initiate next time. I don't want you too exhausted." Gu Meng tightened her grip, still unable to contain her temper. She opened her mouth and bit his neck again. Lu Qingzhou hissed, gripping her nape. "Bite that spot a few more times, and you won't need a tattoo to leave your mark." Surprised that Lu Qingzhou would mention tattoos, she looked up at him, showing no unusual reaction. She went along, "Then I'll give you a tattoo now. How about it?" Gu Meng used her charm to lower Lu Qingzhou's guard. She tattooed her unique bite mark on his neck. After all, he was hers. She needed to prove ownership. Lu Qingzhou straightened his gaze as Gu Meng sat up. "That million wasn't wasted on you." Lu Qingzhou had previously mentioned getting a tattoo from Gu Meng, but they both got busy and forgot about it. Tonight he just mentioned it casually. Lu Qingzhou followed her out. Behind her, he said playfully, "You're not only not tired, but can get out of bed. Makes me feel quite unaccomplished." Gu Meng gave him a cold look. "Shut up." Lu Qingzhou smiled and agreed. Walking to her side, he lazily leaned on the sofa watching as she opened the box. A drawing pen and a small bottle of ink. Gu Meng's eyes flickered slightly as she prepared the pen. She warned him it would hurt near the bone. Lu Qingzhou said seriously, "Then I'll endure the pain for you, just like you did for me." Before he could finish, she coldly interrupted, "Shut up." Gu Meng drew the pattern on his collarbone with the pen, then began tattooing. When the first needle went in, Lu Qingzhou felt an immediate sharp pain, his body trembling slightly. She carefully asked, "Are you okay?" Lu Qingzhou stroked her face. "Don't worry, this pain is nothing." Gu Meng lowered her eyes and continued tattooing, inserting the needle into his skin one stroke at a time. Lu Qingzhou showed no reaction, instead smirking as he watched her. Much time had passed. Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. "Half an hour already. Lu Yi's efficiency is quite low today. Dinner hasn't been delivered yet." The doctor said to pause for a bit. "I'll make another call. You're not taking care of yourself properly. Can't get any thinner." As he finished speaking, he tried to get up. Moving slightly, he discovered that his entire body had somehow become completely paralyzed. Thinking it was his imagination, he struggled to get up again. Gu Meng suddenly spoke, "Neurotoxin." The smile that had been on Lu Qingzhou's face froze. His gaze turned to her, seemingly doubting what he'd heard. He instinctively asked, "What?" Gu Meng continued tattooing, but Lu Qingzhou realized he couldn't even feel the slightest pain anymore. All bodily sensations had disappeared. Then he heard Gu Meng say, "If injected, it takes 3 to 5 seconds, undetectable. Full body paralysis mixed in the ink. It's a bit slow to take effect." As she finished speaking, Lu Qingzhou's lips pressed into a straight line, without any curve. His dark eyes were deep as ink as he stared at her face. It was the first time he'd seen her this way. She always concealed her sharp features in front of him. Now she was completely cold. Lu Qingzhou was furious. Gu Meng's hand holding the pen paused briefly, then continued casually tattooing the bite mark on his collarbone. "Calm down first. Let me explain." Lu Qingzhou wanted to yell, but couldn't bring himself to. He laughed angrily. "Calm down? How can I calm down? My girlfriend set me up, seduced me to lower my guard, tricked me into getting a tattoo, added this stuff to the ink. What are you planning? Seeing him unable to move, Gu Meng felt quite fearless. You'll have to calm down whether you want to or not. Lu Qingzhou was fuming. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger. We'll discuss the poisoning later. You didn't just call Lu Yi earlier, right? Tell me what you did with my phone. Gu Meng answered honestly. Asked Lu Yi to take Gu Si to Beijing airport. Lu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. Even taking Gu Si away? After a few seconds of silence, he asked, You're returning to Jijinzhou? Gu Meng didn't answer. Lu Qingzhou laughed again, his eyes cold. If I hadn't mentioned the tattoo, you would have planned this anyway. Gu Meng looked up at him and said matter-of-factly, You've been sensitive these past few days. Without special measures, you wouldn't be lying here. Lu Qingzhou choked, gritting his teeth. You're quite honest. His breathing deepened, seemingly quite angry. Lust is a deadly weapon. I've learned that today. Gu Meng looked at his somewhat desperate expression and couldn't help but smile. Her smile turned into laughter. Lu Qingzhou's expression became even more miserable. Still laughing, the tattoo was nearly finished. Gu Meng spoke slowly. Why not laugh? Should I cry? Lu Qingzhou closed his eyes, letting out a slow breath. Gu Meng, you won't be able to leave today. Beijing's major exit points aren't unsealed yet. She replied calmly. If I want to leave, your people can't stop me. As she spoke, she took out her phone and took a photo, then showed it to him. Haven't done this in a year, but my skills are still good. Lu Qingzhou looked at the obvious tattoo on his neck. Planning to leave, yet still wanting to leave something on me. Gu Meng's face was expressionless, her tone particularly serious. After all, he's mine. I need to mark my ownership, to declare ownership. After speaking, she bent down and kissed him. Gu Meng told Lu Qingzhou all the truth. But in the end, she used hypnosis to erase his memories, making him forget the woman he loved most. Lu Qingzhou looked at her, speaking weakly. Didn't we agree to leave everything to me? Gu Meng measured his body temperature, then looked at him. You paved the way for me, gave me your medicine. Lu Qingzhou stretched and said, You met with my mother. Gu Meng hummed in agreement. Zizi told me to go to the Blood Institute. After I saw the files, I met with Madame Yi at noon. Lu Qingzhou laughed bitterly. Knowing I need medicine like you do, that's why you're returning to Jinzhou. Never thought it would be because of myself that made you compromise. Lu Qingzhou's throat felt strangely tight. In that case, I've dragged you down. Gu Meng shook her head. It's not your fault. I would have done it anyway to be safe, so I have to go back. Lu Qingzhou stared into her dark eyes. Gu Meng, I want to solve all your troubles. I don't want you taking risks for anything, especially for me. Don't do things you don't want to do for my sake. My life isn't worth that much. She spoke calmly. It's worth it to me. My parents died because of this. They just didn't want Gu Si and me to go back. But some things can't be avoided. Gu Meng took out an antidote and placed it aside. No one can threaten me, so I'm not afraid. No need to weigh pros and cons. Whether it's a few days or years, I'm gaining. Lu Qingzhou opened his mouth, but Gu Meng interrupted him by holding his chin. I want you to live normally. I want us and little C to live together. Lu Qingzhou's throat bobbed, his voice very low. Must you go? I can't stop you, but you can't stop me either. If you can go to Jijinzhou, so can I. I'm determined to have that place. Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, sitting there arrogantly, facing Lu Qingzhou. Fine, quite spirited. Between her fingers, she held the pen she had used to tattoo Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou glanced at her hand, narrowing his eyes, still in the mood to spin pens. After staring at him for a while, Gu Meng finally spoke, asking Lu Qingzhou very seriously, Are you so angry that your brain isn't working? Why do you think I'm being so honest, telling you everything? He frowned, still angry, a nerve in his brain instinctively tensing, not knowing what she was planning. The pen in Gu Meng's hand spun more smoothly, seemingly following some pattern. In a casual, gentle tone, I studied neurology for a while before. My hypnosis is quite good. As she finished speaking, the pen in her hand stopped. Her voice became blurry. You'll just forget me for a while. Lu Qingzhou finally understood why Gu Meng had been answering all his questions. She had planned to erase his memory all along. Struggling with his last bit of consciousness, he forced out each word between his lips. Try it. See if you can make me forget. The next second, everything before his eyes fell into darkness. It felt like something in his brain was being violently pulled like glass. Gu Meng looked at the unconscious man, reached out to touch his face. Lu Qingzhou probably hadn't called out like that in his entire life. She took out a note from her pocket, lowering her head to write something, then placed a note under the antidote she left. She left the apartment without looking back. Beijing Airport. Gu Si followed someone onto the private jet. He saw Huiji in the front row, who looked up at him. He was a bit tanned, taller now, wearing a black baseball cap backwards. His aura was becoming more like Gu Meng's, arrogant and defiant. Gu Si scanned the cabin. His sister wasn't there. Looking at Huiji, his childish features held a maturity beyond his years. His voice was cold. Huiji pointed inside. Your sister's in the restroom. He pushed open the restroom door. He saw Gu Meng lying on the sofa, arm covering her eyes, seemingly asleep. Gu Meng coldly spat out a word, clearly in a bad mood. Get out. A dangerous low pressure surrounded her. Gu Si closed the door behind him. Sister, it's me. Gu Meng moved her arm, opening her dark eyes. Gu Si crouched nearby. Why are we suddenly returning to Ji Jinzhou? Gu Meng lowered her voice. Lu Qingzhou knows you, and I need something from Ji Jinzhou. She sat up as she spoke. The research project at the Blood Institute is related to us. The 10 billion order to Yin Ming to find the miracle doctor was also for the research project. Gu Si was stunned, then looked at her after processing. Is this to research an antidote for him? He scratched his head, couldn't help thinking about their group's 1,000 ways to get rich through murder chat. Feeling guilty, he thought better change the group name later. It's too unethical. Lu Qingzhou, while he was researching antidotes for his sister, they were plotting ways to get rich through murder. Qian Song, Qin Fong, and He Du brought people aboard, surrounding the entire plane. No one's getting away. Qin Fong stood with hands on his hips. In an impatient tone, Huiji, hand over Gu Si to me. Lu Qingzhou had lost his memories, returning to his cold demeanor, completely forgetting the girl he loved. Gimansat's calmly. Gu Si belongs to our Ji Jinzhou. You're demanding my person from me. He Du removed his gold-rimmed glasses, cleaning the lenses. No need for words. Go in and search. Just as Qin Fong reached the restroom door with his men, it opened from inside, revealing Gu Si. Seeing him, Qin Fong sighed heavily in relief. Gu Si, are you all right? Gu Si's young face was expressionless. I'm fine. You should go back. I'm returning to Ji Jinzhou. Thank you for Chihian's care lately. The words stunned Qin Fong. As he was about to say something, he caught a figure on the sofa inside. He glanced over instinctively, and upon seeing Gu Meng's face, his shock was no less than from Gu Si's words earlier. They quickly walked over. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Where's Brother Chung? Didn't you tell him to wait for you at the Jing University apartment? Gu Meng sat motionless, not even lifting her eyes. He's there. He Du looked at Gu Meng, hesitated, then spoke. Sister Meng, you're going back to Ji Jinzhou. Did Chung agree? Gu Meng seemed unwilling to discuss further, eyes lowered. Go to the apartment and find him. You'll know when you ask. Take care of him for me. He Du looked at Gu Meng for a while, nodded without saying more. Let's go quickly. After getting off the plane, Qin Fong quickly ran to He Du's side. What's going on? Once Gu Meng leaves, we'll have to explain to Brother Chung. He seemed anxious. Let's go to the apartment first. Brother Chung might not be in good condition. They arrived at the apartment. Lu Qingzhou was lying unconscious on the sofa. He Du looked at Lu Yi. What happened? Lu Yi replied, the doctor just checked. Young Master Lu was hit with a paralytic neurotoxin. Qin Fong slapped his forehead, finally managing to speak. Thumbs up. Impressive. These two bosses can only mess with each other. He Du looked at Qin Fong, speechless, then turned to the doctor. When will he wake up? The doctor respectfully replied, the antidote has been injected. He should be awake by now. We just don't know if the patient suffered any other injuries before losing consciousness. Just then, Louis suddenly saw Lu Qingzhou's finger move. He quickly said, young Master Lu is waking up. Everyone instinctively turned to look. They saw Lu Qingzhou slowly open his eyes. He frowned, his expression sharp and impatient. Nothing better to do than stand around watching me? Anxiously asking, Brother Chung, are you okay? Lu Qingzhou sat up, his eyes dark and cold. What could be wrong with me? That look was somewhat frightening. Qin Fong laughed dryly. Good that you're fine. Good that you're fine. Strange that his brother, Chung, didn't immediately ask about his sister-in-law upon waking. Could he be holding back something big? Lu Qingzhou pinched his temples. How are grandmother's funeral arrangements? Louis replied, back at the old house. The Beijing families have been notified, along with international leaders elders who were close to the old madam. The funeral is in 5 days. Lu Qingzhou stood up and looked at Qin Fong, and he do. Why are you here so late? This apartment only has one room. Qin Fong's mouth twitched. They used to always be together, but since Gu Meng appeared, except for handling business, Brother Chung rarely joined them. After such a long time, returning to their previous dynamic, it felt incredibly strange. Not knowing what to say, he just followed along. We'll go home to sleep. Lu Qingzhou ignored them and walked straight to the bedroom. I'm changing clothes, then heading back to the Lu residence. As soon as the bedroom door closed, they couldn't hold back anymore, speaking in extremely low voices. What the hell? Did you understand what happened? Just the neurotoxin, nothing else? He shook his head, equally confused. The doctor replied, we need a detailed examination to know. The antidote was already on the table when we arrived. Suddenly, Qin Fong had a revelation, eyes widening, then finding his own thought absurd. Old he, do you think Brother Chung might have forgotten sister-in-law? He stiffly turned to look at him. In the bedroom, Lu Qingzhou stood before the mirror, pulling open his collar to look at the bite mark tattoo on his neck. He touched it. The skin was still slightly red. His fingertips could feel a subtle pain. When Lu Qingzhou came out after changing clothes, He Du and Qin Fong hadn't left. The two were sitting on the sofa, huddled together looking at a note. Lu Yi said, this note was under the antidote. He was mid-sentence when he saw Lu Qingzhou coming and quickly fell silent. Qin Fong was unsure whether their brother Chung had really forgotten about Gu Mei. Looking at the note in his hand, his expression shifted slightly. He handed over the note. Brother Chung, can you help me understand what this means? Lu Qingzhou buttoned his shirt to the top, using a silk scarf to cover the bite mark. He glanced at it and said expressionlessly, high school student chemistry equation. Should I apply to Jinda attached middle school for you to repeat senior year? Qin Fong's mouth twitched as he shook his head. No need. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Brother Chung, I just looked it up. This equation is quite interesting. It's used for confessing love. Lu Qingzhou seemed uninterested, his tone characteristically lazy. Is that so? Qin Fong exchanged glances with He Du. Their brother Chung really had forgotten Gu Meng. Lu Qingzhou put on his watch, speaking carelessly, if you like it so much, just stay here. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the door. Qin Fong hurriedly said, Brother Chung, wait, let's go together. The group all walked out. 10 minutes later, the apartment door was pushed open again, and a figure walked in. They took the equation from the note, carefully folded it, and put it in their pocket. Gu Meng had just returned to Jingzhou. She immediately became enemies with her own grandfather, holding a gun to his head. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be old Madame Lu's murderer. In Jingzhou, Gu Meng and Gu Si got off the private jet. A luxury car was parked on one side of the airport. A subordinate stepped forward and bowed. Young miss, young master. Gu Meng and Gu Si got into the car one after another. When Lung Xian saw Gu Meng, her face suddenly darkened. Gu Meng, what did you inject me with? Toxin. She coldly uttered 5 words. If you want to die, then leave. Lung Xian's eyes were full of anger, the corners red. If anything happens to me, you and Gu Si will both die with me. Gu Si laughed, his voice young yet arrogant. Elder Lung, have you already forgotten about being hung from the 19th floor terrace for hours? Mentioning this, Lung Xian's face turned ashen, deeply traumatized. She gritted her teeth. It was you. Gu Si's tone was insufferably smug. Yes, your daddy here had someone do it. Surprised? With your brain? You think you can make my sister die with you? What an idiot. Lung Xian reached out, her fingers trembling with anger. You're asking for death. Gu Si impatiently said, close the door quickly. The car door slammed shut with a bang. She desperately knocked on the car door, seeming to want to say something more, or directly turned to walk towards her own car. When passing by Lung Xian, warned one last time, this is the final warning not to provoke him. Lung Xian laughed coldly. I provoked him? He suddenly came with people to inject me with unknown toxins. I'll let all the elders know about this. To capture Gu Meng for interrogation, or frown slightly. With your medical skills, just test it yourself. Won't you know what toxin it is? Why waste time here? Lung Xian's face darkened. You should know how special our constitution is. What kind of toxin do you think could affect me, yet made me lie down for a whole hour and even specially made painkillers didn't work. Lung Xian narrowed her eyes. But now that Gu Meng and Gu Si are back, the Council of Elders has two choices. You'd better warn Gu Meng. Tell her not to provoke the Gu family, or to be respectful to Elder Gu. Gu Meng and Gu Si had returned. Old Master Gu's eyes were particularly gentle. Looking at the siblings, he smiled kindly. After so many years away, you've forgotten how to call your grandfather? Gu Meng and Gu Si remained silent. After a while, Elder Gu turned around. Well, never mind. He waved at them. Come in and let's talk. Gu Meng shifted slightly, staring at his back. Old Madam Lu, who did it? Everyone sat down. Elder Gu spoke leisurely. How are you handling things with Lu Qingzhou? Gu Meng crossed her legs, leaning back lazily. Most arrogant. Are you afraid Chiwa will deal with Ji Jingzhou? The cold light in Old Master Gu's eyes softened slightly. He picked up his teacup and smiled faintly. Gu Meng, grandfather will teach you a principle today. Social standing matters. Gu Meng didn't speak. Her dark eyes naturally lowered, making the coldness between her brows more prominent. Old Master Gu took a sip of tea and spoke methodically. What's Lu Qingzhou's status? And what's yours? Before returning to Ji Jingzhou, with those few assets behind you, you were far from the Lu family's power level. Do you think the Lu family would offend Ji Jingzhou to protect you? Returning to the Gu family is your path. From now on, you'll be the Gu family's young miss, Ji Jingzhou's heir. You're betrothed, and grandfather doesn't want to personally handle your private matters. Gu Meng scoffed, her beautiful eyes slightly curved, voice carrying a smile as she picked up her teacup. Carelessly said, betrothal? Did I agree to it? Old Master Gu smiled too. Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. Gu Meng rested one arm on the chair's armrest. My parents died long ago. Where are these parents' orders from? If it's your wish, you should hurry to meet my parents and complain about me. Or pressed his lips and turned slightly to look at the girl. Gu Meng, I understand you're unhappy. I'm not forcing you into anything, but you should show some restraint. Gu Meng countered, slowly smiling. Is it strange that I show no respect for my elders? Weren't you the ones begging me to come back? Gu Meng had just returned, and the old master didn't want conflict with her. All right, let's all be peaceful. How are you handling things with Lu Qingzhou? Gu Meng said sarcastically. You've handled things so well. Do you need me? The Lu family issued 3 red wanted notices in one day. Old Master Gu drank his tea. Things didn't have to come to this. But if they hadn't, how would you have come back? Gu Meng's voice was cold and deep. Old Madam Lu's matter. You did it? Old Master Gu sighed. Old Madam Lu supported the Lu family alone for over 20 years. Her life can only be described as legendary. Perhaps until death, she never thought her new son would betray her. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Meng pointed a gun at his head. 2 shocked voices called out, Gu Meng, Old Master! Gu Meng's arm was straight, holding the gun. The dark barrel aimed at Old Master Gu's head. Almost at the same moment, a huge gunshot rang out with a bang, making the entire manor seem to tremble. Lu Qingzhou confronted his love rival at the funeral. Huiji deliberately tested if he had really forgotten Gu Meng. Guards outside the hall rushed in instantly, their guns aimed at Gu Meng. Put down the gun. Huiji glanced at the huge portrait hanging on the wall behind Old Master Gu. It was Old Master Gu's portrait. At the last moment before pulling the trigger, the aim shifted up half an inch. The bullet grazed past Old Master Gu's head. Now the portrait had a bullet hole through the figure's forehead. Or let out a sigh of relief and quickly turned to Gu Meng. The girl still held the gun. Without lowering it, her pupils fixed unblinkingly on Old Master Gu. Those eyes were so cold they sent chills down one's spine. Old Master Gu's smiling cloudy eyes had now turned extremely grim. For a moment just then, he truly felt Gu Meng's bone-chilling killing intent. No one had ever dared to point a gun at Old Master Gu. Never. A hint of bloodlust flickered in Gu Meng's pupils. I'll only say this once. If you touch anyone else uninvolved, you know the consequences. Old Master Gu's sharp eyes narrowed. For a full 10 seconds, there was complete silence. Gu Meng lowered her hand. When she moved to stand up, the several guards present jumped like startled birds. All on high alert, their eyes fixed on her. Gu Meng swept her gaze over them, tugged at the corner of her mouth, one hand in pocket, and turned to walk toward the door. Gu Si also stood up, following behind Gu Meng. As Gu Meng approached the group of guards, the bloodthirsty aura around her made them shiver. The guards didn't move. A cold glint flashed in Old Master Gu's eyes. Let her go. Gu Si, you stay. Gu Si didn't even pause. With his back to old Master Gu, he waved his hand, saying apologetically, "Sorry, but I only listened to my sister." The siblings arrogantly walked out, or looked at him, then at the door. With Gu Meng's temper, forcing her back like this, she'll definitely need to vent. Don't worry, I'll talk to her. Old Master Gu's gaze fell on Huiji. After a few seconds, he smiled contentedly. Let her cool down for a few days. In 4 days, it's old Madame Lu's funeral. Take her with you. Huiji politely bowed slightly. All right, then hurried out after them. Just at the villa entrance, the car stopped. The car following behind also stopped. Gu Si opened the door and got out. Seeing Huiji's Maybach behind them, he rolled his eyes. Damn, like a ghost that won't go away. So annoying. Gu Meng walked to the front door. A scanning probe emerged from the wall. The iris recognition passed, and the door opened automatically. The subordinates watched in amazement as they entered the villa. They exclaimed, "Sir, since when did Miss Gu have a villa in Jijingzhou? It's all electronic, and looking at the security system level, the preparation time must have been quite long." Huiji smiled. It would be strange if she hadn't prepared. What he couldn't understand was, while Gu's parents would rather die than let Gu Meng and Gu Si return to Jijingzhou, why did Gu Meng suddenly change her mind and agree to come back? Huiji tilted his head slightly. What's the situation with Lu Qingzhou? The subordinate replied hesitantly with the news from below. Lu Qingzhou seems to have forgotten about Miss Gu. Huiji's brows twitched. What do you mean? Was he hypnotized? He exclaimed in shock. What? Someone like Lu Qingzhou, with such strong vigilance, can be hypnotized? To reach the position of Red Eye's leader, his willpower must have undergone intense training. The difficulty of hypnotizing him would be unimaginable. Huiji shook his head. He couldn't understand either. But they could try on the day of old Madame Lu's funeral. On the day of the funeral, the old lady's crystal coffin was placed in the center of the main hall. She was already dressed in burial clothes, dignified yet maintaining authority. Notable figures from military, political, and business circles came in waves to pay their respects. Qin Fong uncertainly asked Gu Meng, "Are we really coming?" He glanced at Lu Qingzhou, who was receiving mourners, and nodded. He arrived in the capital last night, but hasn't shown himself. Qin Fong's expression was complicated. Coming with Huiji, won't Brother Chung be triggered to remember Gu Meng and then detain Huiji in the capital? He raised an eyebrow. Just then, Qin Fong suddenly spotted Huiji in the distance and excitedly grabbed He Du's arm. Holy shit, they're here!" Everyone exclaimed. Why did Huiji come? With his status, he could have just sent an elder to pay respects. No need to come personally. Lu Qingzhou noticed the unusual atmosphere and turned to look. At the entrance, Huiji led the way, with a young boy beside him and an elderly man following. Qin Fong scanned the faces and asked curiously, "Gu Meng didn't come?" He seeing this, felt his anxious heart settle down. He nodded, "Probably not. Given Brother Cheng's skill, Gu Meng must have put in a lot of effort. She definitely wouldn't want anything to go wrong." Huiji and Gu Si approached, first bowing respectfully 3 times to the crystal coffin. Huiji walked towards Lu Qingzhou, expressing his condolences. Lu Qingzhou, in a black suit with a white armband on his right arm, slowly raised his eyes. He casually glanced at Huiji's hand, his expression indifferent. This is bad, really bad. Could Brother Qing have remembered? Shocking. The Lu family's century-old business and military industry group all belong to Gu Meng now. And because of this, Lu Qingzhou learned that Gu Meng was his fiancée. Lu Qingzhou slowly turned sideways, casting a casual glance at Huiji's hand. After a long 2 or 3 seconds, he raised his eyes, his expression indifferent and perfunctory. He shook hands lightly, saying thanks. Withdrawing his hand, Lu Qingzhou glanced at Gu Si. "Is Mr. Hua married?" Gu Si raised his eyebrows. "What?" Huiji was stunned for a moment. He politely replied, "This is my fiancé's brother, the young master of the Gu family." Lu Qingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming uninterested. "Is that so?" Huiji nodded politely. "I hope young Master Lu can attend my wedding when the time comes." Lu Qingzhou replied coldly, "We'll see about that." Lu Zhan looked at both of them, not wanting to cause trouble. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Hua." Please rest over there. Hu Ji slightly bowed. All right. Gu Si put his hands in his pockets and spoke in a lowered, cold voice. My sister won't date you. Stop spreading rumors outside. Hu Ji's eyes fell on him. What, you still want to call Lu Qingzhou brother-in-law? Gu Si laughed arrogantly and provocatively. You think I won't? The current Gu Si wasn't afraid of him at all. Just as he was about to turn around and call out brother-in-law, Hu Ji covered his mouth. You're here representing your sister. Don't mess around. As Gu Si was about to struggle, he suddenly saw another man in a suit entering through the door. Jiang Xinyuan had arrived. Jiang Xinyuan, carrying a black briefcase, walked to Lu Qingzhou's side and bowed before the old lady's coffin. He politely said, Young Master Lu, Uncle Lu, my condolences. The old lady instructed that the will should be read at the funeral. Lu Zhan looked at him in astonishment. Read it here. Jiang Xinyuan opened his briefcase and took out a sealed envelope. Yes, the Lu family's assets. What everyone here wanted to fight for. How could such an important matter be read publicly? Lu Ruoshui asked. A public announcement? Is the company being divided among everyone? Surely Panshi won't get a share? Second Master Lu smiled. How much can Panshi get? If the old lady wants to announce it in front of so many people, the company probably isn't going to our heir. Lu Qingzhou remained silent, his expression darkening several degrees. Jiang Xuan held the sealed envelope, facing everyone. Excuse me, I heard Miss Gumeng is here today. Where is she? Lu Zhan's eyebrow twitched upon hearing this. Why do you need Gumeng for reading the will? Jiang Xinyuan nodded politely, saying, Miss Gumeng must be present before we can read the will. Lu Zhan frowned slightly. Miss Gu didn't come today. Jiang Xinyuan looked at Gu Si in the distance. Little Si, where's your sister? Can you video call her? Gu Si shrugged. The will is just about the Lu family's remaining assets. It has nothing to do with my sister. If Grandma Lu left any message for my sister, I can pass it on. We've already agreed on this. He nodded. All right, I'll announce it now. Please relay Madame Lu's will to Miss Gumeng. This is the last video Madame Lu recorded while alive. Then he took out a USB drive. He plugged it into the computer. Soon, on the electronic screen at the front of the hall, the old lady's figure appeared. Yamvidin, knowing my time is limited, I hereby record this video to establish my will, declaring my intentions regarding myself and all the Lu family assets. No 1 inch shall interfere with all properties under my name and the Lu military industry group. Everything goes to Gumeng. As these words fell, it was like dropping a bombshell among the crowd. Everyone was shocked, eyes widened, almost doubting what they heard. Everything to Gumeng. Gu Si blinked in surprise. What the hell? This is the entire Lu family fortune. Just giving it away like that. Second Master Lu's face turned extremely ugly as he stared at Jiang Xinyuan. What does the old lady mean by this? Jiang Xinyuan spoke clearly, word by word. I think Madame Lu expressed herself very clearly. All her assets go to Miss Gumeng. Second Master Lu refused to believe it, grabbing his collar. This is impossible. Gumeng has no connection to our Lu family. How could everything be given to her? Others also discussed. Right, the old lady must have been unclear-minded when making the will. We don't acknowledge this will. Jiang Xinyuan's gaze swept across the Lu family members. When Madame Lu made this will, authoritative doctors from major hospitals collectively evaluated her. The old lady was very clear-minded. If you don't believe me, I can make copies of the evaluation report for everyone. Jiang Xinyuan turned to Gu Si. Let your sister know that the lawyers and I will meet her at the hotel to sign some legal documents. Gu Si regained his composure, appearing calm, and took out his phone to message Gumeng. Holy shit, sis, something big happened. Grandma Lu gave you all her assets. Damn, including the Lu military industry group. Everything's yours, sis. Brother Jiang and others will bring the legal documents for you to sign shortly. At the hotel, Gumeng received the message. Looking at her phone, her screen froze for a moment. Lin Shuang raised her eyebrows, taking a sip of wine. What's wrong? Did Madame Lu leave you a message? Gumeng looked up, her voice slightly low. She gave me all her assets and the Lu military industry group. Lin Shuang choked on her wine and coughed violently, finding it hard to believe. What did you say? Did I hear right? Everything to you. The legal team will come to have me sign the documents. Lin Shuang's face was full of disbelief. After a while, she managed to say, a century-old enterprise, just given to you like that? Gumeng sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Her fingers twitched, but she said nothing more. Meanwhile, At the funeral, Lu Ruoxue asked again, her fingers tightly clenched. I don't believe it. I don't believe Mom would give half of the Lu family to Gu Meng. Our Lu family has plenty of heirs. The Gu family has no connection to us whatsoever. What right does Gu Meng have to lead the military industry group? If she were engaged to Qingzhou, having the title of fiancé would make sense. But now she's just a former fiancé. Lu Zhan frowned slightly, glancing at Lu Qingzhou's expression. This was bad. Would he remember something now? Lu Qingzhou lifted his eyelids, his voice ice cold. The former fiancé, Gu Meng, inherited all the Lu family assets and learned about the long-buried secrets. This moment had suddenly been exposed. Mentioning engagement now, they had no idea how Lu Qingzhou would react. Everyone grew increasingly nervous. Lu Qingzhou lifted his eyelids, his expression cold. Miss Gu is my fiancée. Where did this rumor come from? Gu Si frowned, muttering under his breath. Still the same dead expression. Jiang Shiwan was also confused hearing this. Did Lu Qingzhou know what he was saying? He couldn't quite understand. Hua Zhi's eyes were deep. Lu Qingzhou really forgot about Gu Meng. Seeing Lu Qingzhou's attitude, Second Master Lu instinctively asked, Did you break up? Lu Qingzhou's voice grew even colder. How can we break up when there was nothing to begin with? Lu Ruoxue crossed her arms and shouted, If that's the case, we can't let the Lu family assets fall into Gu Meng's hands. Second Master Lu changed his approach. The old lady might have been confused. I suggest we discuss returning the assets with Gu Meng. Considering how much the old lady liked her, we'll treat her well. Leave her something. Everyone seemed to see hope. Yes, how can a young girl manage a military industry group? If she doesn't return it to us, what does she want? Although the will has legal effect, who knows if there were any underhanded methods involved? It must be returned to the Lu family. One comment after another, they started smearing Gu Meng's reputation. Gu Si was extremely annoyed and was about to speak. Lu Qingzhou suddenly spoke, his words slow and full of pressure. Grandmother's decision. No one has the right to interfere. Lu Ruoxue's face darkened. What do you mean? You're going to watch half of the Lu family's assets fall into someone else's hands? Lu Qingzhou's expression was cold. Ignoring her, he turned to Jiang Xinyuan. Please help coordinate with Miss Gu. Regarding the company, I'll have someone send all the materials to her. Jiang Xinyuan nodded. Very well. Lawyer Jiang left. Second Master Lu glared at Lu Qingzhou through gritted teeth. Do you know how great the loss is to the Lu family? His voice was ice cold. I don't know. Lu Qingzhou looked at everyone carelessly with a hint of unclear hatred. I don't want to take action at grandmother's funeral. You'd better behave yourselves. Everyone's expression froze as they instinctively looked at the armed men in black around them. They were all Lu Qingzhou's men. No one dared to make a sound. At the hotel, Lawyer Jiang sat across from Gu Meng. Lin Shuang looked at the thick stack of documents on the table, her mouth twitching. It was easy to imagine just how much the old lady had given to Gu Meng. Gu Meng's gaze was calm and steady. I don't want these things. Take them to Lu Qingzhou. Jiang Xinyuan paused, looking at her. I remember you're always short on money. This would be more than enough for you. Think it through. Gu Meng looked up. Jiang Xinyuan countered practically. Do you think the old lady would tell us why? We're just doing our job, following the client's last wishes. Lin Shuang sighed. Whether this is a blessing or a curse is hard to say. The Lu family won't just watch their assets go to Gu Meng. Don't create more trouble later. Jiang Xinyuan pushed the documents in front of Gu Meng. Don't worry, this was the old lady's wish. No one dares to object. Just take it. Gu Meng's fingers tapped on the sofa armrest. After a few seconds, 1 year before her death, the old lady was also critically ill. How was the will written then? Lin Shuang crossed her arms. Casually speaking, those wills are void now. There's no impact in telling. Jiang Xinyuan finally explained. In the old lady's will from a year ago, the military industry group went to young Master Lu, and the remaining assets were split among her children. Now, everything belongs to you, Gu Meng. Gu Meng looked at Jiang Xinyuan, her voice plain. Handle it for me. Follow the will from a year ago. I don't want any of the inheritance. Jiang Xinyuan smiled. The old lady guessed right. You wouldn't want this inheritance. He opened his briefcase, taking out a USB drive. The old lady left a video specifically for you. He plugged in the USB. Jiang Xinyuan handed her a Bluetooth earphone. Watch this first before deciding. The video paused on an image of the old lady leaning in bed. Gu Meng raised her eyes, staring at the computer screen. Jiang Xinyuan said, After watching this, if you still don't want the assets, I'll handle them according to the previous will. For the video left specifically for Gu Meng, Lawyer Jiang stepped away. Lin Shuang lowered her head, looking at Yidu's WeChat message, considering whether to reply. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Gu Meng expressionlessly put the earphones in. She pressed play. This video was recorded a few days after the will video. The person looked even less energetic. The old lady smiled and said, "Gu girl, grandmother knew you definitely wouldn't want these. Actually, grandmother hoped you wouldn't see this video and would accept this inheritance, even if it upset the Liu family. Gu girl, today grandmother wants to tell you some secrets that our Liu family has kept buried for many years. Whether you accept the inheritance or not, I trust you'll make your own judgment." The top CEO, Liu Qingzhou, committed an unforgivable mistake. Gu Meng's punishment for him was a playful little game. She told him to hold the sweet strawberry without biting through. Gu Meng and Liu Qingzhou had a disagreement and got into an argument. To appease Gu Meng, Liu Qingzhou went to the enforcement hall for punishment again. His body had just recovered. Fearing something might happen, they specially called for Gu Meng to persuade Liu Qingzhou. Gu Meng ordered everyone else to leave. "Since he wants punishment, I'll personally grant his wish." Liu Qingzhou said seriously, "Like last time, I'm at your disposal. Once you've vented, we can put this behind us." Gu Meng handed him a blindfold. "Your eyes will distract me." Liu Qingzhou took the blindfold, his gaze lingering on it, hesitating for a moment. Finally, he obediently covered his eyes. The next second, Gu Meng pushed him down. Her tone was annoyed. "Honestly, I hate how you always hurt yourself to apologize. As if your injuries are all my fault." Just as Liu Qingzhou tried to explain, suddenly Gu Meng tore off his clothes, throwing them aside roughly. "So, I need to teach you a lesson my way." Liu Qingzhou tried to speak again, but Gu Meng silenced him. She took out a fluffy long tail. "This will monitor your mental state through your waist skin in real time. You'd better behave." His body was bound, and he was given fluffy rabbit ears and a tail. Liu Qingzhou felt something was off, wondering what she was doing. Gu Meng leaned down, smiling at the corners of her lips. Her finger lifted his chin. Due to the force being too strong, Liu Qingzhou hissed in pain. Gu Meng was quite satisfied, whispering "shut up" near his ear. She looked at his little tail with amusement. It had actually perked up. Liu Qingzhou felt quite humiliated and tried to speak again. Gu Meng quickly pressed him down. He looked much better this way. Liu Qingzhou was extremely nervous and tried to speak again. Gu Meng silenced him once more. Then she took out a small whip and began his punishment, asking if he was ready. Before Liu Qingzhou could respond, there was a crack as the whip struck Liu Qingzhou's body. Gu Meng continued swinging the whip, striking his body again and again. Liu Qingzhou's gaze stopped at her chest. He swallowed, imagining himself crawling on her like a puppy. Liu Qingzhou cried out in pain several times. Gu Meng found it annoying and told him to be quiet. He tried to stop her. "Gu Meng, enough." Gu Meng approached, looking down at him imperiously, warning him to behave. He couldn't take it anymore and deliberately asked, "I bought you strawberry cake. Want to take a break? Have some dessert?" Gu Meng looked at him. "You bought it for me?" He nodded obediently. Gu Meng smiled. Since he was at her disposal, she took a strawberry from the cake and put it in his mouth. She commanded, "Hold it." His pouty mouth mumbled, "Don't bite through it?" What does that mean? Gu Meng ignored him and began teasing him in various ways. Her finger dipped in cream, dabbed it on the strawberry, then leaned down, slowly approaching with her tongue, licking the cream. Seeing his nervous state, she laughed. Gu Meng's fingers continued to tease and play with him. Liu Qingzhou couldn't hold back and bit through the strawberry in that instant. Gu Meng slightly frowned, her lips curling into a smile. Time for punishment. She immediately whipped him once, followed by another whip. Liu Qingzhou endured, trying not to bite through the strawberry again. But Gu Meng stopped at this point, throwing away the whip. Liu Qingzhou made a few sounds, not continuing. "Given your good performance, we'll put this behind us." Then she hooked his neck, slowly approaching. She opened her small mouth and bit the sweet strawberry the next second. Liu Qingzhou knew she had forgiven him. He smiled fondly at her. "Thank you for the punishment. I really liked it." Half of Liu family's assets were actually meant as a betrothal gift for the heir to formally propose to Gu Meng. When Qingzhou cut off the blood research funding and the project completely stopped, grandmother never had a peaceful night's sleep. The various research institutes under the Council of Elders were full of talented people. With rapidly advancing medical technology, developing an antidote would naturally be possible. Yet, after years of research at the Blood Institute, they still had no leads. One can imagine how difficult the journey was. While the research project continued, people had hope. Once it stopped, everything would be lost. Chung Zhou has his own way of doing things. He wouldn't listen to anyone. We couldn't persuade him. We could only watch as the Blood Institute team disbanded. Gu Meng's expression remained calm as she stared at the computer screen. The old lady spoke emotionlessly, her smile revealing her mood at the time. Later, grandmother learned that Chung Zhou, for your sake, was willing to suddenly restart the Bloodlock project. Do you know how happy grandmother was? Initially thought we could rest easy, but later grandmother learned that Bloodlock was just one path he arranged. What he really wanted to challenge was the Council of Elders. He wanted to resolve your biggest concern. Grandmother couldn't watch him risk more and more. Gu Meng looked at the old lady's reddened eyes, lips pressed together. The old lady looked at him kindly. If you decide not to return to Jijing State, these things will be the Liu family's betrothal gifts. Grandmother will propose on behalf of our Liu family's heir. Gu Meng stared blankly at the screen, surprised by the old lady's words. Half of Liu family's assets as Liu Qingzhou's betrothal gift to him. Ling Shuang had been watching Gu Meng's emotions from the corner of her eye. Seeing Gu Meng's dazed expression, as if something major had happened, her gaze tensed up. What did the old lady say to Gu Meng? She had never seen Gu Meng with such an expression. The old lady said regretfully, "It's just that grandmother won't be able to see your wedding." After another moment of silence in the video, the old lady spoke again. "If you decide to return to Jijing State, with Liu family's military industry group backing you, no one will easily take advantage of you. Child, our Liu family and Qingzhou are willing to protect you together." Gu Meng looked at the old lady's pale face on the screen, eyes downcast, remaining motionless for a long while. If he doesn't return to Jijing State, all inheritance becomes his betrothal gift. If he returns, all inheritance becomes his backing. Zhang Xiuan checked the time, guessing the video was over, and asked, "How have you considered it?" Gu Meng then picked up a pen and signed each document. Lin Shuang blinked, not looking at her phone screen, staring intently. Quickly typed 3 words and sent them. He signed. On the other side, Liu Qingzhou was still at the cemetery. After it ended, everyone left the cemetery. He and Hedu walked at the back. Hedu kept checking his phone, waiting for news. Qin Fong lowered his voice. "Old He, any results from Gu Meng's side?" Just then, he received a message from Ling Shuang. He looked at it and turned the screen toward Qin Fong. Qin Fong saw Ling Shuang's message and opened his mouth. Without saying anything, he turned and pushed through the crowd to Liu Qingzhou's front. "Brother Chung." Miss Gu signed the documents and accepted Madame Liu's inheritance. Liu Qingzhou had one hand in his pocket, his expression cold, and asked quietly. Second Master Liu heard Qin Fong's words, his face darkening as he left the cemetery. He made a phone call, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "Elder Gu, we agreed earlier that the military industry group would be mine. How did it end up in Gu Meng's hands? I helped your Gu family so much, but got nothing in return. This isn't right." Elder Gu's eyes flashed with mockery. "The will was made by Madame Liu and announced publicly at the funeral. It's more official than our deal. How could it be yours?" Second Master Liu's fingers tightened on the phone. "What do you mean?" Elder Gu laughed. "The will has legal effect, with the legal team as witness. Your Liu family should reflect on why Madame Liu would rather give it to an outsider than to you." Then he hung up the phone. Second Master Liu listened to the cold, mechanical busy tone and violently smashed his phone on the ground. "Damn it, it's all over." Huiji and Gu Si returned to the hotel. Zhang Xingyuan was packing up documents to leave. "There are still some procedures to follow. I'll call you when it's done." Gu Meng responded with a hum. When Zhang Xingyuan passed by Huiji, they slightly nodded to each other. After the door closed, Huiji's gaze fell on Gu Meng. He walked over and sat down, watching him speak, hypnotizing Liu Qingzhou. "In returning to Jijing State yourself, this doesn't seem like something you would do." He had been thinking these days, would making Gu Meng turn against the Liu family make him willing to return to Jijing State? Gu Meng was rebellious by nature. No one could threaten him. For him to return to Jijing State now, there must be other reasons. Fu Meng's expression was blank, his delicate features filled with frost, his voice cold. "You'd better mind your own business." Gu Si was also quite displeased, so he added fuel to the fire. He just told brother-in-law that he's going to marry you soon, and even invited him to your wedding. Gu Meng lifted his eyelids, a cold glint quietly surfacing in his pitch-black eyes. To protect Lu family's military industry group, Gu Meng actually threatened to auction him off. In Gu Meng's pitch-black eyes, a cold force quietly surfaced. That would truly be him dreaming. Gu Si lifted his chin, smiling mercilessly and mockingly. Did you hear that, new dreamer? Hua Ji sat on the sofa, completely speechless. Gu Meng asked, is the luggage packed? Qui si know that? Yes. Without saying another word, Gu Meng walked towards the door, Gu Si following closely behind. Hua Ji's gaze remained on Gu Meng. Seeing this, he frowned slightly and stood up. Gu Meng, where are you going? As the siblings were leaving, Ling Shuang naturally wouldn't stay either. She flicked her hair, her eye corner sweeping past Hua Ji, corners of her mouth curling slightly. She followed them out. The guards outside heard the door suddenly open, turned to see Gu Meng coming out, and quickly bowed respectfully. Miss Gu, the guard quickly asked, should Mr. Hua send people to follow Miss Gu? He frowned slightly and spoke slowly. No need. Let them go. At the airport, Ling Shuang stopped, looking at Gu Meng, wanted to know about Lu Qingzhou's situation. Find me. I'll get information from He Du. Gu Si narrowed his eyes, asking gossipily, Sister Lin Yu, and that guy. Gu Meng's pitch-black eyes also stared at her. Ling Shuang said exasperatedly, what are you thinking? I helped him before. We have some connection. It's easier to talk. Gu Si dragged out his tone, unclear whether he believed it or not. Oh, is that so? Gu Meng's expression remained indifferent, his voice low and hoarse. Thanks, but don't tell me about his matters. He's already forgotten me, so what he does has nothing to do with me anymore. Ling Shuang was stunned. Gu Meng raised his hand to adjust his cap brim, turning to walk into the VIP passage. He waved his hand with his back turned. Gu Si, while chasing after Gu Meng, made faces at Ling Shuang, mouthing, tell me, I want to know. When Gu Meng returned to the villa, the chief elder and his group were sitting in the hall. They walked in one after another. These people had apparently been waiting for a long time. The chief elder looked at Gu Meng respectfully. Young Mississippi, I heard the Lu family gave you the military industry group. Gu Meng sat casually, taking out a chocolate from his pocket, leisurely unwrapping the foil. He didn't even give them a proper look. Seeing his uncooperative attitude, Elder Dong didn't wait for his response and continued. We elders discussed, although the military industry group is in your hands now. Young Miss, all the management are Lu family people. It would be better to replace them with our own people. That would be more appropriate. Gu Si's mouth twitched slightly, feeling like cursing. If they replaced them with Ji Jin state people, would the military industry group still be his sisters? Elder Gu also said, that's right, if we don't change the management. We'll only have the military industry group in name, but it will actually still belong to the Lu family. Lung Xian smiled. Be smart about this, or you'll end up with just an empty shell of a group, ruining the good hand Madame Lu left you. Elder Gu nodded. Yes, our own people. Rest assured. Gu Meng lifted his eyelids, his eyes very dark, filled with boundless coldness. Whose are? The chief elder's gaze paused, still smiling. Young miss, what do you mean? Gu Meng sat with his legs crossed, leaning back lazily. What do my things have to do with you? Lung Xian sneered. Your things? Ji Jin State is backing you. You think the Lu family would just hand over the military industry group? The chief elder said, Mr. Lu Qingzhou probably won't help you anymore. Those Lu family people aren't peaceful. Without us, how will you manage such a large group? Gu Meng's lips curled up, appearing completely casual. So you want to manage the military group for me? He crossed his arms and put his foot on the tea table. Extremely arrogant. What if I don't agree? Hearing this, others thought there was hope, their eyes flashing with golden light as they stared at Gu Meng. The chief elder was very patient. Young miss, please think it over. We're thinking of your best interests. The group is full of Lu family people. Do you have enough people under you to replace them all? Gu Meng nodded seriously. That makes sense. The chief elder's smile grew wider. It's good that you understand, young Mississippi. Gu Si became anxious on the spot. Sister Dash, Gu Meng turned to him. Go release an announcement. I'm auctioning off the Lu military industry group. Highest bidder wins. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Even the chief elder lost his composure, clutching his fingers. What did you say? Auction the military group? Gu Meng raised an eyebrow, smiling mischievously. Yes, if I can't manage it, I'll sell it. Might as well make some profit. Gu Meng was domineering. In negotiations, they wanted management rights at all costs. They never imagined Gu Meng would dare to sell the Lu Military Industry Group. The group had so many weapons manufacturing factories and advanced digital production lines. This wasn't something that could be sold, not to mention the group's international business partners and network resources. This couldn't be measured in monetary terms. Once publicly auctioned, the Lu family would be the first to step in. It would cause chaos within Jijin's state. Leng Xian cursed harshly, glaring at Gu Meng. Are you crazy? Do you know how important the military group is? The chief elder was anxious. Min Chun tried to stay calm. Young miss, don't joke like this. Gu Meng half squinted his eyes, still smiling. Weren't you the ones joking first? Everyone finally realized Gu Meng was playing with them. He would never let them manage the military group. Gu Si sighed inwardly. These people must be part of a living in dreams group with Huiji. The military group? They're delusional. Gu Meng glanced at them casually. Anything else? If not, you can all dash, get lost. Elder Gu stared at Gu Meng, finally suppressing his anger. He understood they couldn't force Gu Meng. Otherwise, he might really sell the military group. They had to take it slow. Elder Dong controlled his expression, maintaining a respectful attitude. Since young miss doesn't want us to interfere, dash. Then forget it. Elder Dong took a sip of tea and put down his cup. After a 2-second pause, he spoke. There's another matter we came to discuss with young miss today. The Council of Elders has arranged training for you and the young master. Gu Meng's eyebrows raised slightly. The chief elder looked at Gu Meng. The young master will begin 2 years of close training, just like you did back then. As for you, the council will train you separately. Meng asked, and after training? After you pass the assessment, the board will publicly announce that you're the chief director. Gu Meng nodded, saying, I want to take over base 102. I need to develop the medicine to save those in the city. At this moment, hearing Gu Meng's words, Leng Xian laughed disdainfully. You think you can manage base 102? Elder Gu also thought Gu Meng was overconfident. Without sufficient ability, yet boldly demanding base 102, probably couldn't even pass the first assessment. Seeing his persistence, Elder Dong smiled and said, Young miss, base 102 isn't something you can just take over. You must pass multiple assessments, and medical expertise is paramount. Leng Xian's lips curled up, expression extremely contemptuous, tilting her chin back. Gu Meng thought getting full marks in competitions meant she could challenge his position. The competition questions were set by his team. Getting full marks doesn't make you that impressive. The previously silent Gu Si spoke up. Isn't base 102 supposed to be led by whoever's most capable? If Leng Kun can hold that position, why can't my sister? The chief elder turned to him. Young master, for young miss to take over base 102, she must prove her abilities surpass Elder Leng's. Just considering medical expertise alone, Leng Xian's eyes flickered. It's good that young miss is ambitious. We can arrange it. If the results aren't satisfactory, we can continue training. Elder Gu frowned at Leng Xian's words. A moment's thought revealed Leng Xian's intentions. She just wanted to see Gu Meng humiliated. Leng Xian continued. Right now, we don't know young Miss's weaknesses. We can use base 102's assessment system for initial testing to arrange proper training. Isn't that right? The hall fell silent, everyone exchanging glances. After contemplating for a while, Elder Dong broke the silence. Young miss, if you can win first place in the individual category at this medical competition, I'll arrange for base 102's assessment. Gu Meng remained expressionless. Fine, I understand. You can leave now. As Leng Xian left, a hint of smile crossed her eyes. Even if Gu Meng passed the assessment, any other hurdle would be enough to show her true capabilities. Meanwhile, Lu Yi suddenly contacted them about the situation. Opening the message, seeing the content, he cursed and showed the phone to He Du. The council asked Gu Meng for military group management rights. Gu Meng refused and threatened to auction the military group. He Du lost his composure too. Gu Meng must know the group's importance. He asked, is the auction confirmed? The informant shook his head. Not yet. The council was scared by the boss and backed off from demanding management rights. But what if the boss suddenly decides to auction it? Qin Fong turned to Lu Qingzhou, his mouth twitching, reluctantly suggesting, Brother Chung, should we buy it back? Lu Qingzhou's fingers resting on his arm moved imperceptibly. After 2 seconds, he calmly asked, is Miss Gu that short on money? Kuidu scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Qin Fong diplomatically said, "Actually, Grandmother Lu left considerable assets. She shouldn't be short on funds. Plus, the boss has substantial assets of her own." Hidu thought for a moment, cleared his throat. "Brother Chung, Gu Meng doesn't play by the rules. What if she really auctions off the military group? What should we do?" Lu Qingzhou stroked his arm, tapping his fingers rhythmically. In the cold white light, the man's features were sharp and clear, his downcast eyes revealing no emotion. Gu Meng insisted on competing, proving herself by directly challenging the genius contestants. He frowned upon hearing that Gu Meng wanted to enter base 102's assessment system. He made a call. "Gu Meng, you should train first before assessment. Your chances would be better." Gu Meng sat on the bed's edge with crossed legs, drying her hair with a towel. Rather than waste time carelessly, he clenched his jaw. "Aren't you afraid of failing the assessment system?" She laughed. "I just like courting death." He felt stifled, controlling his emotions. "I won't grant access permissions. You won't be able to enter the assessment system." Gu Meng tossed the towel onto the bed, running fingers through her hair. "Is that so? We'll see." Call ended. Old Master Gu prepared tea and invited Huiji to taste it. The Council of Elders unanimously approved. "This is actually a good test for Gu Meng. Don't worry." Huiji said she wouldn't pass. Old Master Gu smiled mildly, passing him a cup of tea. "I know that even if I'm biased, Gu Meng indeed isn't as good as Lung Xian." Huiji accepted it, about to speak. Old Master Gu interrupted. "Besides, it's not certain whether she can win first place in the individual medical competition." Huiji fell silent for a moment. "I see. So everyone's waiting to see Gu Meng humiliated." At 4 p.m., Old Master Bai visited the villa. Gu Meng was very polite. "Grandfather, why are you here?" Old Master Bai sighed. "All major families know about the assessment now. You just returned and demanded assessment without going through training. The rumors aren't pleasant." Gu Meng's expression remained cold. "Whatever." Old Master Bai knew her temperament, so he didn't say more. "You don't have many people to use here. Our Bai family has carefully selected 2 people for you." Gu Meng's eyebrows raised slightly. "All right. In Jingzhou, Bai family's people would indeed be more convenient." Old Master Bai smiled. "Both are experts." Elder Bai raised his hand. A man and woman came forward from behind the sofa. They bowed respectfully. Both were young and attractive. Elder Bai introduced them as Bai Sui and Bai Qingqing. "We arranged a girl who can assist you personally." Gu Meng smiled. "I'm going to compete tomorrow. You 2 can follow me." Both nodded respectfully. The next day at the academic hall, Gu Meng and Gu Si walked over with hands in pockets, followed by Bai Sui and Bai Qingqing. Everyone stared at the results on screen in shock. Jin University was matched with Country K's M University. A male student from Jin University's team muttered, "How could it be them?" Country K's seeded team. Another person sighed. "Last time they completely dominated their opponents. They're quite famous." That genius female student didn't even compete. They all thought the chances of winning this match were slim. The male student looked at Gu Meng. "We have no expert." But Gu Meng was first in the written test. Xiao Yu said bluntly, "You think being first in the written test matters now that we're at the oral exam?" Shin Xinzi agreed. "They have a genius girl over there. She's always working with medical teams everywhere. I don't need to explain her experience." On the other side, M University's professor was confident of victory. But to be safe, he looked at the girl on his right. "Minnie, you'll take the 1st and 4th rounds." Minnie smiled gently. "Yes, professor." M University's professor patted her shoulder. "Don't feel too pressured. At this stage, no one from Jin University is your match." Minnie blinked. As for Gu Meng, she's too young, lacks experience. Her answers won't be as comprehensive as yours. She probably doesn't have access to good school resources. Gu Si held his sister's hand. He anxiously asked, "Sis, who's going first?" Gu Meng smiled at them. She truly was a genius in the medical competition. She only needed 4 minutes to answer, and her responses were smooth and beyond the syllabus. Yang Tianming had discussed with others last night. He turned to Gu Meng. "You'll take the 1st and 4th rounds." Gu Meng's casual attitude became slightly more serious. She made a sound of acknowledgement, then said, "Oh," realizing she'd be facing the genius girl in both rounds. For the first round, Jin University sent Gu Meng, Xiao Yu, and a male team member Chen Su. At 10 o'clock sharp, the large screen at the front of the competition stage displayed questions for all 15 groups. Each team had 3 questions to answer, with 30 minutes to discuss and respond. When Shin Xinzi saw these questions, her gaze froze. She opened her mouth. These can't be finished in half an hour. There are so many points to cover. The fourth round is elimination, so you can imagine the difficulty. Goosey looked at the questions, raised his little eyebrows, and asked, "Is it that hard?" A male student emphasized, "Very difficult. All answers in English, with so many knowledge points. Even writing concisely will take time, and you might not even get it right." Goosey's delicate face showed indifference. "Is that so?" On the competition stage, Xiaoyu said, "I'll write what I know first, then you can add to it." Pen chu nodded. "Okay." Gu Meng sat with crossed legs, twirling a pen in her beautiful fingers. She remained silent. When Xiaoyu was answering the second question, she glanced over. "How annoying. We're on a team that'll drag us down." Professor Shui watched and couldn't help speaking. "This is no." Xiaoyu and Chun Su have said everything Gu Meng knows, so she has nothing to add. That's why she just sits there. If that's the case, it's the worst outcome. They were counting on Gu Meng to carry these two. Yang Tianming shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Professor Shui clenched his fingers, worried about the team in the first round. M University's side seemed to be doing well. Although Minnie didn't speak much, every time she did, the two beside her showed delighted expressions. Yang Tianming checked the time. 15 minutes left. They had missed many key points. If Gu Meng didn't start soon, it would be too late. His mood became tense. He silently cheered for Gu Meng. Xiaoyu looked at the composed Gu Meng, his expression growing increasingly unpleasant. "You haven't said a word until now. Don't forget this is a team competition. What do you mean by not participating in the discussion? If we've written everything you know, and if that's the case, when Professor Yang said you should take the first round, you should have refused. Don't drag down the team's performance." Chun Su tried to mediate. "Let's not argue now. Answering is more important." Xiaoyu had been holding back, but now exploded. "Answer what?" 19 minutes into the competition, and she hasn't contributed a single word. Chun Su opened his mouth, but couldn't speak, looking at Gu Meng. Seeing he had stopped writing, Gu Meng finally spoke her first words. "Senior, are you finished?" Chun Su nodded and moved aside. "Write whatever you know, Junior. It's all up to you now." Xiaoyu sneered. "Watch how she gets us eliminated in this round." He rolled his eyes. Should have let Shin Qinzi take the first round. As the countdown continued second by second, Professor Yang's heart was in his throat. He wished he could go up and answer for them. Only 9 minutes left. Even if Gu Meng knew all the answers, there might not be enough time to write them now. Would they lose in the first round? In 1 second, they saw Gu Meng write several formulas after the blood pressure part in the first question. BP equals CO times TP2. The formula was full of hemodynamic terms and letter abbreviations. Professor Shui stared at the front screen, bewildered. What is Gu Meng writing? What formula is this? I've never seen it. Yang Tunming shook his head. I haven't either. Professor Shui's blood pressure shot up upon hearing this. He weakly said, I'd rather lose than make a medical joke in the answers. Professors from various teams discussed these formulas. She derived these herself? You're telling me a freshman derived formulas? How could she summarize without extensive knowledge and experimental cases? That's right. If such formulas existed, how could we medical researchers who've studied for so many years in physiology not have discovered them? Could this young girl be making it all up? Suddenly someone said, no way. Look at her next question. This framework is extremely professional. It connects all the scattered knowledge points. Many unclear aspects in the medical field suddenly became clear. Watching her answer was like watching a lecture, her hand moving steadily. Extremely smooth, logical, and well-organized. More pleasing than those dry text answers. Most importantly, she finished in just 4 minutes. Xiaoyu and Chun Su stared at Gu Meng's answers in astonishment. All the structural diagrams were worlds apart from their verbose text answers. In Gu Meng's version, several chapters and hundreds of pages of content were summarized into one structural diagram. The entire venue fell silent, countless eyes fixed on Gu Meng's answers on the big screen. Bai Qingqing didn't understand medical knowledge, but she could see Gu Meng's answering style. Everyone had said the competition questions were difficult and beyond their study scope. Yet Gu Meng's answers went even beyond the competition's scope. The questions were advanced, but her answers were even more advanced. He came to his senses and curiously asked Gu Si, why did the young miss write so much? Wouldn't writing just the core parts be enough? Gu Si thought for a moment, stroking his chin. He replied, maybe she was worried others wouldn't understand the formulas, so she wrote everything out. Weren't we worried about not finishing in time? Now there's plenty of time left, and she even answered beyond the scope. Young Miss is terrifying. Gu Meng's abilities were truly those of a genius girl, effortlessly mastering those small formulas. Success came with her first attempt. The system announced the end of the answering period in the hall. The competition system automatically submitted all teams' answers. All judges went backstage and immediately pulled up Beijing University team's answer sheet. Gu Meng had written 9 medical formulas. Editor-in-Chief Fei Luo stared at the computer screen, controlling his emotions as he asked other judges, "What do you think?" Everyone understood how difficult it was to confirm a formula. Whether these formulas were valid was another matter, but Gu Meng using her own formulas in an international competition, the judges could give 0 points if they didn't understand them. The others exchanged glances. Proving formulas requires a lot of time and effort, but we need to score quickly. We can't waste time on this. I agree that competition isn't a place for showing off. This paper is clearly unqualified. I disagree. Everyone saw Gu Meng's knowledge framework. The formulas she wrote couldn't be trivial. Yes, we can't give a student 0 just because we don't understand. We should hear Gu Meng out. Kangxi looked around at everyone. Do you believe a freshman who's barely touched experimental subjects could write 9 vital sign formulas? Finally, a judge looked at Fei Luo, editor-in-chief. What's your opinion? Fei Luo thought deeply. After a while, he looked at all the judges. Let's have Gu Meng come here. Half an hour later, the assistant opened the judge's room door. Editor-in-Chief, Miss Gu is here. Her striking face showed little expression. Fei Luo clasped his hands behind his back. What's with those formulas you wrote on the answer board? She calmly spoke 5 words. I summarized them myself. Fei Luo said solemnly. Gu Meng, are you sure you completed this alone? Gu Meng responded affirmatively and said nothing more. Kangxi's expression darkened, though his tone remained fair. Using your own formulas in an international competition, do you think your unverified formulas are more accurate than all the authoritative textbooks? Others said, each formula evolution has gone through countless authoritative scientific proofs. Those formulas you casually wrote, are you challenging authority? Competition isn't child's play. Your formulas have no data system support, not even verifiable logic. Gu Meng spoke coolly. It's a matter of verification. Hearing this, Kangxi laughed. What? We don't know how you derived these formulas. And how can we acknowledge them? Remember, this is medicine. The error tolerance is 0. Then he signaled to security, take this little fraud away. Her team's results are void. At this moment, Bai Qingqing stood in front of Gu Meng, exuding authority. If you need data system support, just create an algorithm program, input the database, and use the formulas to get results. Gu Meng's gaze paused slightly, glancing over. She hadn't expected her grandfather's chosen person to know so much. Bai Qingqing's gaze swept across everyone. If all the data results match those in your database without deviation, these formulas should be eligible for naming rights from the International Medical Association. That's too arrogant. A freshman wanting to be included in authoritative textbooks. Tang Chi nodded, smiling fine. Our medical organization will provide the database. With Miss Gu's current position, she should be able to mobilize technical personnel from the Jianzhou Security Bureau. Come make a program. The formulas Gu Meng summarized might work with the pitiful amount of data she has, but they have no explanatory power. Under the medical organization's massive database, their flaws will surely be exposed. Bai Qingqing looked at Gu Meng. Young miss, can you write the program? She walked to the computer, put her baseball cap aside, and pulled out the chair to sit down, perhaps not expecting Gu Meng to do it herself. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the girl typing at the keyboard. It was just an algorithm program system, and Gu Meng wrote it quickly. Everyone just watched as her fingers moved rapidly across the keyboard, lines of code appearing on the screen one after another. All the data matched without any deviation. It was a complete success. The judges stared at the screen in astonishment. What they had researched for years had been completely simplified by Gu Meng using mathematical methods. Fei Luo looked at the screen excitedly. Brilliant, Gu Meng. You're a great contributor to our medical history. Kang Chi's mind was struck blank, his gaze fixed rigidly on the computer screen. All data supported the formula's calculations. He had used the medical organization's database to prove all of her formulas. His face suddenly felt burning hot. Gu Meng lifted the computer screen with both hands to show them clearly, then turned and asked, "Results are out. Any questions?" In the second round of competition, Bu Meng hadn't competed and regrettably lost. How could he turn the situation around? No one dared to raise any questions. Boomang stood up, took his baseball cap, and put it on, adjusting it slightly. With the cap on, he expressionlessly said 2 words and left. He returned to his seat. Yang Tianming eagerly asked, "What did the judges call you for?" Gumeng lazily replied, "Prove the formulas." Professor Shui asked in disbelief, "They called you to prove formulas? How? Without extensive experiments and data systems, how can you prove anything?" Shun Qinzi frowned. "If the judges can't understand the formulas, they have the right to give us no points." Other students became worried hearing this. "What do you mean no points?" Everyone saw Gu Meng's knowledge framework. Wasn't it comprehensive enough? Shun Qinzi coldly looked at Gu Meng. "Let Gu Meng tell us the results herself. She definitely won't get points this time. Then it'll be up to him to bring Jing Da's score back up." The host announced the first round results. The screen showed Jing Da, 100 points. This was the first perfect score in history. M University's professor couldn't recover, his voice floating, unbelievable. The judges accepted Gu Meng's formulas. Minnie was also stunned. How is this possible? Validating formulas isn't this simple. The venue was like boiling water. Both professors and students were in complete uproar. The discussions threatened to blow the roof off the hall. Yang Tianming was also surprised. What exactly happened with Gu Meng? Gu Meng replied concisely, "Proved successfully. Editor-in-Chief Fei Luo will submit those formulas to the International Medical Association for review." Shun Qinzi couldn't believe it. Impossible. How did you prove it successfully? Fei Luo came up to the stage from the side and took the microphone from the host. Facing the audience, Gu Meng created an algorithmic program system using the medical organization's database to verify the formulas. The formulas have been confirmed valid. 9 formulas have been sent to the International Medical Association for review. Official results will be out within 2 days. Gu Meng softly hummed. "That's it. Pretty easy." Everyone was shocked. How could this expert speak so casually about such a difficult operation? Fei Luo returned the microphone to the host. "We can start the second round." Thinking of the previous score, Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Last round. Gu Meng put M University streets behind. You can relax a bit this round." Shun Qinzi felt uncomfortable. Xiao Yu's words seemed to suggest they were all just riding on Gu Meng's coattails. He forced a smile. "We can win all 4 rounds." Xiao Yu's smile faltered, realizing his mistake. He quickly added, "Of course, even against Ming and Qinzi. You might not lose." Shun Qinzi remained silent, glancing at Gu Meng. He turned and walked towards the competition platform with a male and female student. He wanted to show everyone his abilities, much stronger than that amateur Gu Meng. The second round was another 30-minute answer sheet. The competition platform was in full swing. The tense atmosphere of competition could be felt. As soon as Shun Qinzi's team of 3 came down, Professor Shui asked how they did. Shun Qinzi smiled and said, "Should be no problem." Professor Shui nodded, feeling confident about his abilities. Chun Su patted him, grinning. "We were worried Junior Gu hadn't attended training and would be at a disadvantage, but now she's stealing the spotlight. Maybe we'll really advance with a perfect score in the 3rd round." Yang Tianming also smiled. "Let's hope so." Xiao Yu was also happy. "If we win all 4 rounds against M University, they'll lose face badly." Shun Qinzi looked at him. "In competitions, ability speaks. There's no shame in losing." Xiao Yu nodded and whispered, "With you and Gu Meng on our team, I feel we could win the championship." Shun Qinzi smiled, thinking even without Gu Meng, he could lead the team to the finals. The host began announcing the second round results according to procedure. Please look at the big screen. They looked at M University's scores with extreme surprise. Shun Qinzi, who had been sitting confidently in his seat, suddenly changed expression upon seeing his score. He suddenly sat up straight, eyes fixed intently on the scores on the big screen. Jing Da scored 89.72. M University scored 92.63. Xiao Yu looked at the scores in disbelief, then turned to Shun Qinzi. Boomang was truly a genius girl, carrying them with her ability. Yang Tianming sighed imperceptibly and said gently to Shun Qinzi from the second round, "It's okay. Wins and losses are part of competition." Shun Qinzi's fingers gripped the armrest tightly, his eyes trembling intensely. Behind him, Gu Meng sat with her legs crossed like a boss, saying mockingly, "Oh well, in competitions, ability speaks. There's no shame in losing, brother. Don't feel ashamed." These were Shun Qinzi's own words. Now coming from Gu Si's mouth, they felt like a knife stabbing into Shun Qinzi's chest. He suddenly turned and glared at Gu Si. The kid smiled slightly, raising his chin. Don't worry, my sister can carry you to victory. Gu Meng softly hummed in agreement. Shen Qianzi's face instantly darkened. Yang Tianming thought of Gu Meng's performance, which was like a reassuring shot. Looking at Shen Qianzi, he said, the second round is over, don't dwell on it. If you can't participate now, we'll let Gu Meng take the next round. If Shen Qianzi didn't participate, it would clearly tell everyone he couldn't handle losing. He pressed his lips together, trying to force himself to calm down. I'm fine, Professor. I'll take the next round. Yang Tianming looked at his face, nodded after 2 seconds. All right, adjust your mindset. Soon the host announced the start of the third round. Each competing group would take turns answering short answer questions appearing on screen. 15-second time limit. Answers must be in English. Shen Qianzi stood up and walked towards the competition platform. In his peripheral vision, he saw Ming Ni walking on another aisle towards the platform. Ming Ni was M University's strongest player. They would surely save her for the final round. Why would they let her compete in the third round? Did they think there was no chance of winning against Gu Meng, so they chose him as the opponent? Shen Qianzi clenched his fingers, feeling deeply humiliated. Well, let's see who wins and who loses. Professor Xue saw Ming Ni going up. He was stunned that they put Ming Ni in the third round, wondering who they planned to use for the fourth. Yang Tianming could guess M University professor's thinking. With Gu Meng's ability, anyone facing her would lose. Better to secure the third round. At least there's a chance of winning against Shen Qianzi. Gu Meng lounged lazily in her chair, not saying a word. Gu Si watched the platform. Sis, look how scary you are. They already know they'll lose before even competing with you. Gu Meng laughed. Well, their self-awareness is quite accurate. The expert's words remained as arrogant as ever. At this moment, the countdown appeared on the big screen, followed by the first question. Jingda would answer first. Xiao Yu looked at the question. State the most effective mechanism for increasing body heat production. Wasn't this on the first exam? Shivering thermogenesis and non-shivering thermogenesis. Chen Su said, look carefully, the question asked for the most effective mechanism. Only one answer. Xiao Yu was stunned. They had never distinguished between these two methods in detail. Was the first question already this tricky? He asked which was the answer, but the program wasn't sure either. With 10 seconds left on the countdown, Yang Tianming felt a bad premonition. Gu Si narrowed his eyes. What's there to think about? Shivering thermogenesis, of course. Too simple. As his words fell, the students stared in amazement, stiffly turning their necks toward Gu Si. This kid was too impressive. Gu Meng said deeply. Gu Si, your reaction was too slow. Need more training. Gu Si pouted. The students were shocked. So there was another expert besides Gu Meng. They were completely convinced. On stage, Shen Qianzi hesitated between the two methods, choosing non-shivering thermogenesis in the last second. The intelligent system immediately played the official sound effect for an incorrect answer. It was Ming Yi's turn to answer the second question. He thought for a few seconds. He gave his answer. The official sound effect indicated it was correct. The following questions became increasingly difficult, but clearly, Shen Qianzi had a higher error rate. The competition ended. Shen Qianzi returned to his seat, his face somewhat pale. His mind was filled with thoughts of losing 2 rounds in a row, making him want to find a hole to crawl into. Xiao Yu was now somewhat dissatisfied with Shen Qianzi and didn't comfort him. Earlier, hearing Shen Qianzi talk so much, they thought he had guaranteed victory, but he didn't win a single round. Yang Tianming still offered the routine comfort. There's still 1 round. We haven't lost yet. The next round will be decisive. Gu Meng, you need to do your best. Just watch me go up there and win it for you. As soon as she went up, she boldly said, ask all the questions at once. I'll answer them together to save time. They were shocked. Could someone really show off like this during an exam? The host held the answer cards and read all the questions. Gu Meng answered them one by one. All answers were correct. She got a perfect score. Jing Da's students stood up excitedly. We won. We're in the finals. Elder Lung saw how outstanding Gu Meng was, far surpassing himself. Yet he had arranged for someone to harm her. When old Master Gu heard this news, the small brush in his hand paused. She got a perfect score, and she deliberately kept her first round score low. The butler respectfully replied, yes. I heard other teams averaged around 60 points, while previous years were usually 90. I heard young Miss wrote 9 formulas on site. They've been sent for verification. Old Master Gu narrowed his eyes. He continued, once the process is complete, they'll be officially included in medical textbooks. Old Master Gu smiled. I underestimated her. Seems my son taught her something after all. He put down the small brush, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked out of the Buddhist hall. The butler followed. Young Miss has a high chance of taking first place individually. Old Master Gu gazed at the darkening sky outside. Let's see about the finals. It won't be so smooth. Some people won't sit still. He casually ordered. Tell Huiji to watch Gu see carefully. The butler bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, at Research Base 102's advanced laboratory, the space was extremely vast, filled with high-tech experimental equipment. Lung Xian removed his gloves. Lung Yun followed behind, saying, Elder, many family representatives were at the scene. The news has spread everywhere. Lung Xian's eyes darkened. Show me Gu Meng's competition video and papers. Lung Yun held the tablet, opened the video, then handed it to Lung Xian. When Lung Xian saw Gu Meng's formulas, his fingers unconsciously tightened, eyes fixed on the video. But this time, clearly, Gu Meng's abilities completely overturned their expectations. Most importantly, Gu Meng only showed her prowess in the competition, and her true ability was definitely beyond this. Even he now began to worry, what if Gu Meng passed the assessment? Lung Yun could guess who was speaking. Elder, what should we do now? Lung Xian narrowed his eyes, handed the tablet back to Lung Yun, walked forward with cold eyes. Go to the maximum security prison. In prison 102's maximum security wing, a man wearing handcuffs and shackles was brought before Lung Xian by staff. Lung Xian turned his head, his gaze falling on the man, and politely called him master with a smile. The man also smiled and walked casually to sit on the sofa. Being the head of 102 really makes a difference. Lung Xian personally poured him a cup of tea. If it weren't for your guidance, master, I wouldn't have this opportunity. The man took the tea. Get to the point. What do you want? Lung Xian's lips curled into a smile. I need a small favor from you. Meanwhile, after the competition, they returned to the hotel. Chun Su stretched in the suite. He smiled and said, with junior sister here, our team must be this year's chosen ones. Gu Meng stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yang Tianming asked Gu Meng, is your place far from the hotel? She walked out. Not far, don't worry. Yang Tianming nodded. Be careful on your way. Outside the hotel, Bai Sui was driving to pick up Gu Meng, with Bai Qingqing waiting at the entrance. Suddenly, a business van passed in front of Gu Meng. She happened to look up and saw the face of someone in the passenger seat. Her expression changed drastically. Without thinking, she chased after it at extreme speed, without any warning. Bai Qingqing reacted, staring in shock at Gu Meng's retreating figure, frantically calling out, Young Miss. Just as Gu Meng reached the road, a van at extreme speed violently crashed into the business van. Thinking of the face she'd just seen, Gu Meng pressed her lips together. A premeditated attack. Gu Meng flipped over the van's hood. She jumped up and smashed the windshield with one punch. With a crash, the tempered glass shattered completely. At this moment, the driver looked up with a twisted smile. All gun barrels instantly aimed at Gu Meng. Her eyes showed a hint of bloodlust as she realized something was wrong. But now there was no time to think. At another assault scene, Gu Meng fought alone, causing herself to be severely injured. Death approached. No one saw Gu Meng's movements clearly. They only heard the mercenary in the passenger seat being kicked out of the car by her. Chaos erupted inside the vehicle. Gunshots thundered. Gu Meng continued fighting the opponent, landing a heavy punch to his face. With a bang, the van violently crashed into a large tree in the nearby green belt. Everything happened very quickly. Bai Qingqing ran frantically to the scene. She saw the van's sliding door tear open with a screech, and a corpse fell out onto the ground. Gu Meng stepped over the body, covered in blood, her hand most severely injured to the bone. Blood dripped onto the ground. Bai Qingqing's face turned pale, seeing Gu Meng covered in blood, with a particularly gruesome gash on her right hand. He was here to protect Gu Meng's safety, but now with Gu Meng injured like this, he had failed terribly at his duty. Immediately took out his phone to contact a doctor. Bai Sui's car suddenly braked to a stop by the roadside. He ran over asking, Young Miss, are you all right? Gu Meng stared in one direction, the blood on her face making her look eerily sinister. The business van had disappeared. Clearly, today's scene was targeted at her. Bai Sui's face darkened as he silently took out a handkerchief from his pocket. With slightly trembling fingers, he folded the handkerchief, about to bandage Gu Meng's wound. She shifted her body slightly, avoiding his touch. Taking the handkerchief from his hand, "I'll do it myself." Bai Sui watched as she bit one end of the handkerchief with her teeth, using her left hand to tie it properly. She frowned slightly. She turned to Bai Qingqing, voice deep, "These people are yours to handle. I'll take young miss to the hospital." Hearing Bai Sui's words, she nodded with a solemn expression. Gu Meng's voice carried a murderous intent, low and deep, "Keep the driver alive." Bai Qingqing glanced at the driver, respectfully replied, "Yes." As Gu Meng and Bai Sui turned to leave, Bai Qingqing watched Gu Meng, her gaze falling on the injured right hand. "What about young Mrs. Competition tomorrow?" At the small villa, Gu Si checked the time. "It's almost 10. Why isn't my sister back yet?" Zhang Sui thought for a moment. Maybe Professor Yang has a lot to teach them. Why don't we send a message to ask? Just as Gu Si was about to send a message, the screen suddenly switched to an incoming call from Bai Sui. After answering, whatever was said on the other end instantly transformed Gu Si's casual expression into one of extreme darkness. Zhang Sui sensed something was wrong. What happened? Gu Si immediately stood up and walked out. His pitch-black eyes filled with bloodlust, cold and murderous. "Someone's tired of living, daring to touch my sister." The situation here was shocking. He received several urgent messages from Jingzhou, mostly about the medical competition, about how Gu Meng was unbeatable in the competition. Honestly, he was calm. Gu Meng wasn't human, she was a god. So when he received Lucy's call, he cleared his throat, raising his phone to show He-Du. Guess what big commotion Gu Meng caused now? He-Du raised an eyebrow. "The competition's over. First place is in news." He answered casually, "What's up, boss? Whose glass heart did you break this time?" Whatever news came from the other end suddenly changed Qin Fang's voice, making Ren Shu sit up straight. "What did you say?" He-Du noticed something was wrong, his smile freezing. "What happened?" Qin Fang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his fingers very close. "Someone attacked Gu Meng. Her hand is seriously injured." He-Du's voice also deepened. "Who did it?" Qin Fang shook his head. "We all know how complex the situation in Jingzhou is. It needs investigation. But those mercenaries didn't get away easily. All were taken down except the driver." He-Du thought for a moment. "Should we tell Brother Qing?" Qin Fang hesitated. "I don't know either. Besides, telling him won't help. He can't remember anyway." As Gu Mao was speaking, the office door was pushed open. Lu Qingzhou walked in expressionlessly. Qin Fang drew in a sharp breath, forgetting to breathe as he stared at him. "Brother Chung, did you just hear?" Lu Qingzhou didn't answer, instead grabbed a coat and hurriedly walked out. Just as Qin Fang was about to stop him, He-Du held him back. They only saw Lu Qingzhou leave the office with a heavy aura. So Lu Qingzhou had never forgotten Gu Meng. He had been quietly protecting her all along. Gu Si also instantly transformed into an overprotective brother, planning to raid the Lung family manor. The car was completely silent. Lu Qingzhou suddenly spoke. "Help me investigate Gu Meng's injury situation, and I want to know who hurt her." He narrowed his eyes. Qing nodded. "All right, I'll send people to investigate right away." Seeing Brother Chung like this, He-Du thought he didn't look like someone with amnesia at all. At the hospital, the nurse hurried over, followed by Huiji. He anxiously asked about his sister. "How is she?" The doctor replied, "The right hand wound is quite deep, a 5 centimeters cut that needs stitches. There's a scratch on the shoulder, wrist fracture. No other major issues." Professor Shui pressed his lips together. "Tomorrow's competition, Gu Meng can't participate?" Yang Tianming looked into the ward again, worried. "It's unfortunate, but Gu Meng's health comes first." He frowned. Without participating in the competition, the 102 base evaluation system won't activate. Gu Meng has no chance. Bai Sui looked at the closed ward door, gripped his phone, and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Bai Sui paused, turned his head, voice cold. "The survivor is at the Bai family training ground." Gu Si stepped forward. "I'm coming too. I want to see who's got a death wish." His young face was full of murderous intent. They arrived at the Bai family training grounds interrogation room. Bai Qingqing respectfully said, "He's tight-lipped, won't talk no matter what." Gu Si's expression was cold as ice. "What about the dead men's information?" Bai Qingqing handed over the video. "This is what I just found. Nothing useful. Just a group of desperados working for money. Gu Si scanned it in seconds, waved it, sneering, "Just these wastes managed to hurt my sister?" Gu Si looked up. His gaze fell on the driver. Walking over, he grabbed his hair violently, narrowed his eyes, cold malice in his expression. "Who ordered you?" The driver gritted his teeth, enduring as sweat beaded on his forehead. "Why should I tell you?" Gu Si raised his eyebrows, already out of patience. "Hit him." The driver was knocked unconscious. Gu Si coldly glanced at the driver, quite tight-lipped. Suddenly his phone vibrated. He checked it, an email from an unknown sender. Opening the attachment, it was a document. Seeing Lung Yun's name appear in the document, Gu Si's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Murder intent radiated from Gu Si's expression as he looked at the collapsed driver. "Wake him up." The interrogation room staff threw a bucket of cold water on him. The driver screamed and was forcefully awakened. Gu Si gripped his chin with a deceptively friendly attitude. "Brother, do you think by not confessing, you think someone will come to save you?" Breathing heavily, he said somewhat defiantly, "So what if they do?" Gu Si tugged at the corner of his mouth, speaking softly. "Too bad you won't last that long." Gu Si wiped his dirty hands, voice ice cold. "Lung Xian, right?" As for the driver, upon hearing these two words, he instantly turned pale with fright. Now completely panicked, he mechanically said, "I'll tell you whatever you want to know, just please spare me." Gu Si looked down at him condescendingly, slowly uttering two words, "Too late. Since you didn't want to talk, then never speak again." The driver trembled all over, trying to crawl towards Gu Si, but was directly dragged away by family subordinates. Gu Si turned expressionlessly to leave. Passing by Huiji, he was grabbed by the shoulder. "Where are you going?" Gu Si's black eyes were unprecedentedly cold, smiling harmlessly. "Of course, to find who hurt my sister. Give them some compliments." Huiji opened his mouth. Gu Si calmed down. Gu Si smiled coldly, his dark eyes full of rage and killing intent. "Shut up. I'm not in the mood to hear your nonsense. Just try to stop me today." While making a phone call, he walked out. Brother Jiang Sui, bring people. Meet at Lung Family Manor entrance. Truly worthy of being Gu Meng's brother, so manly to raid the Lung residence at night. All for his sister's revenge. Daring to bully his sister. Lung Xian looked at Lung Yun, frowning said, "Everyone's gone." Each one was 1 in 10,000, stronger than him by more than double. Yet all were completely wiped out. Lung Yun nodded. Security Bureau is cleaning the scene. The bodies and the only survivor were taken by the Bai family. Lung Xian gripped her teacup. She didn't care about these people's fate, only asked about Gu Meng. Lung Yun said, "I asked about the hospital report. Right hand severely injured, wrist bone fractured. At least a month to recover." Lung Xian repeated, "1 month?" She curved her lips. "Then she probably can't participate in the finals." Lung Xian slightly narrowed her eyes. Posture superior. "Don't want to play with him anymore. Avoid unnecessary troubles." Jiang Sui waited by the roadside for Gu Si, things ready in hand. Gu Si saw Jiang Sui by the road, shouted, "Get in." Bai Sui frowned deeply, fingers tightly clenched, harboring anger inside. They quickly arrived at the Lung family manor, drove in aggressively. As the convoy approached them, without slowing down, everyone sensed trouble. Just as they raised their guns, before they could speak, the car's speed increased instead of decreasing. With a bang, it violently crashed through the black iron gates. All sentries frantically jumped aside, watching helplessly as the convoy arrogantly invaded the manor. "Quick, notify the captain. Intruders have broken in." The cars, with unstoppable momentum, charged straight to the Lung family manor's main villa entrance. Gu Si got out, his young face appearing even colder and more sinister in the night. Behind him followed Jiang Sui and Bai Sui, murderous aura evident. They walked straight in. Just as they stepped into the hall, countless Lung family guards poured in from all directions, surrounding Gu Si's group completely. The captain walked out with a stern face. "Who dares to trespass the Lung family?" Gu Si scanned around, facing the black gun barrels pointed at him, eyes filled with bloodlust. "Tell Lung Xian to get out here." The captain saw the sinister kid in the crowd and frowned. The captain, also carrying an air of superiority, spoke without any respect. "Young Master Gu, you come to see Elder Lung in the middle of the night. Is it because the hospital can't treat young Miss Gu and needs Elder Lung personally? A phone call would suffice. No need for such a dramatic entrance. Trespassing the Lung family. Are you trying to alarm the Elder Council?" Gu Si clenched his fists, speaking each word with ice-cold precision. "I'll say it one last time. Tell Lung Xian to get out here." In the second-floor study, Lung Xian heard Gu Si's words and walked a few steps toward the railing, looking down at the figures below from her high position. Gu Si, do you really think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Gu Si slightly raised his head. Seeing Lung Xian, he smiled. Fine, then let's die together. As his words fell, he raised his hand. His fingertips moved slightly, black eyes staring at Lung Xian with an evil, mysterious gaze. The moment Gu Si gave his command, Jiang Sui took out a dagger. The sharp, cold blade tip violently pierced into the black metal box he was holding. From the torn metal box, clear liquid gurgled out, splashing onto the ground. A pungent smell instantly filled the entire hall. Lung Xian quickly covered her nose, recognizing it as gasoline. Unhurriedly, Gu Si took out a lighter from his pocket with force and determination. His finger flicked, opening it with a click, yellow flames emerging. The gasoline spread from Gu Si's position to under the Lung family guard's feet. Everyone's faces showed complete panic, feet involuntarily stepping backward, moving away from Gu Si's group. As Lung Xian's people retreated, her frown deepened, gritting teeth and roaring. Gu Si, what are you trying to do? Gu Si casually played with the lighter, smiling fierce and vicious. The metal box was thrown to one side, flying over the guards' heads, gasoline drenching everyone. The next instant, flames erupted everywhere. Gu Si tilted his head slightly, eyes looking up at Lung Xian, voice soft and slow, smirking. Get your ass down here. Lung Xian naturally didn't dare come down, and instead turned to run. The next second, Jiang Sui hurled the black metal box directly at the second floor. With a bang, half a box of gasoline drenched Lung Xian. Gu Si took a flare gun passed by another subordinate, aiming at them. Run! I dare you to try running again. Gu Si finally avenged his sister, directly chopped off both of Lung Xian's hands, and set the Lung residence on fire. Lu Qingzhou, worried about his little wife's injuries, came to visit at midnight. Lung Xian's steps halted, turning her head with constricted pupils staring at Gu Si. At this moment, Huaji strode in with his men. The gasoline smell had spread outside the villa. Gu Si, stop. Give me the gun and lighter. Gu Si gave a cold laugh, gun still pointed at Lung Xian, slightly turning his head. There was a wolf-like ferocity, a ruthlessness that sent chills down spines, mixed with bloodlust. Are you sick? You like me? Is that how my sister liked you? It's fucking cheap. My sister's in the hospital. Let me make this clear. This idiot either dies today, or I'll skin them alive. Gu Si's words came crashing down. His eyes flashed with frost, seemingly unwilling to reason with him, reaching out to grab the lighter and gun. Bai Sui stepped forward, blocking in front of Gu Si, looking at him expressionlessly, with cold, dark eyes. Mr. Hua, mind yourself. Hua's pupils contracted slightly, seemingly surprised. The people old master by assigned to Gu Meng and Gu Si. Even he felt, Chun Sheng said, old master by sent you to protect Gu Meng and Gu Si, not to join their reckless behavior. He stepped forward to pull Bai Sui away. Before he could touch him, Jiang Sui grabbed his shoulder. Brother, want to fight? Gu Si turned his gaze to Lung Xian, holding the flare gun, gesturing downward. 10 seconds to get down here. Lung Xian bit her lip, her eyes almost killing Gu Si. Gu Si started counting. 1. Lung Xian closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she walked towards the stairs. Gu Si's gun barrel followed Lung Xian's figure as she moved slowly. Hua exhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes. If you're not afraid of death, at least think about your sister. Do you want to die together? For this incident, I'll make Lung Xian apologize to Gu Meng. Take your people back to the hospital to be with your sister. Gu Si pressed his lips, the raised gun lowering imperceptibly. Seeing this, Hua's tension eased slightly. Give it to me. Gu Si suddenly laughed, corner of his mouth curling. Do you really think I'm brainless? I said today Lung Xian either dies or gets skinned. No. What do you want to do? Gu Si spoke unhurriedly. He can live, but I want both his hands. Each word carried vicious force. She turned her gaze to Gu Si, sneering. Gu Si, you dare not. No one dares treat me like this. I'll make you all pay the price. As soon as the words fell, without another word, Gu Si clicked the lighter on. His hand loosened, letting it fall. In this moment, everyone was shocked. No one thought Gu Si would be so crazy. Someone even couldn't help shouting, run. But they saw in the second the lighter was falling, Gu Si's foot kicked it back up. Catching it in his hand, everyone's hearts, just like Gu Si's action, were caught suspended, staring at him stiffly and fearfully. Gu Si smiled, slowly speaking one last time. I want Lung Xian's hands. You have 3 seconds to consider. He started counting down. 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, just as he was about to let go, Hua spoke, pupils tightly contracted. No matter what, they had to save Lung Xian's life first. Fin Yagri. I'll notify the Grand Elder directly. Lung Xian's expression changed dramatically. Lung Yun's face turned white inch by inch, mouth opening and closing. Mr. Hua, Elder Lung's hands can't be harmed. All the research for 102 depends on him. Hua Ji didn't speak. He was panicked. The two men stepped forward, walking quickly towards Lung Xian. He turned to run, but was grabbed by the arm and thrown back, gripping Lung Xian's shoulders, throwing him in front of the coffee table. Hands pressed hard against the table. Lung Xian struggled desperately, eyes full of fear. Hua Ji, who do you think you are? What right do you have to decide my life or death? Gu Si tapped a dagger against his palm, the blade gleaming coldly. Can't recover? Lung Xian became terrified, screaming hoarsely. You dare? Gu Si, you dare? Gu Si walked over, lowering his gaze as the dagger slowly moved down toward his hand. Lung Xian was covered in cold sweat, staring fixedly at the dagger. Just as Gu Si opened his mouth, the next second, the dagger violently pierced through Lung Xian's hand. Ah! Piercing screams echoed through the villa. This scene was unforgettable for everyone present. They had never seen Lung Xian so humiliated. With a clang, Gu Si threw the dagger to the ground. Blood traces marked the floor. Gu Si stood up, walking towards his own men to withdraw. Everyone split into two teams, clearing the way in front, marching out in formation. Just reaching the door, Gu Si slowly stopped. He clicked the lighter on with a snap. With a wave of his hand, he threw it backward. The flame drew a line of light through the air. The remaining groups in the hall suddenly tensed. Their faces showed extreme fear. However, Gu Si left the Lung house without looking back. In the hospital room, it was completely quiet. Gu Meng lay on the hospital bed. Her plastered hand rested on the bed edge. At this moment, the hospital window was pushed open. A black shadow nimbly jumped in. By the bed, he first carefully moved the girl's injured hand under the covers, then sat down by the bed, his gaze falling on the girl's face. The light was extremely dim. He could only see unclear silhouettes. He just sat there by the bed, motionless. Lu Qingzhou had never forgotten Gu Meng. He pretended to have amnesia just to deceive everyone. When he learned his beloved girl was injured, he couldn't continue the act. That night when Gu Meng chased the car, she actually saw her long-deceased father. Lu Qingzhou sat by the bed, his gaze on the girl's face. He reached out to gently stroke her face. Usually, the moment someone appeared in the hospital room, with Gu Meng's alertness, she would have woken up, but she had taken sleeping pills before going to bed. Now she slept quietly. That hand on her face didn't cause any reaction. Suddenly, a voice came through Lu Qingzhou's earpiece. Young Master Lu, young Master Gu, and his group have returned. They're already in the hospital. He responded with an emotionless watching Gu Meng for a while. He bent down and softly kissed her forehead, lingering for a long time before slowly rising. He exhaled and said quietly, "Dare to auction the betrothal gift. I can't keep up this act anymore." Hearing no response from Gu Meng, he then tucked her blanket in. He strode toward the window, as if afraid he wouldn't be able to leave if he hesitated any longer. When he reached the window and prepared to climb out, voices deliberately lowered came from outside the room. "My sister has been sleeping, hasn't come out." Not long before leaving, Miss Gu came out once and asked the doctor for 2 more sleeping pills. 2 more pills? One wasn't enough to sleep? Yes. Lu Qingzhou's hand on the window frame suddenly tightened. Single sleeping pill. He hasn't been doing well lately. He turned to look at Gu Meng several more times. Hearing the door opening, he immediately climbed out the window and jumped down. Gu Si and Xiao Mei hurriedly walked into the room, immediately scanning toward the window. The curtain was swaying slightly, but he still noticed it keenly. Seeing him look at the window, Jiang Sui also turned her gaze there, then asked if they should close the window. Gu Si was silent for 2 seconds, shaking his head, no need. Though he said that, he had an inexplicable feeling inside. It seemed Lu Qingzhou had been here. Outside the hospital, Qin Fong and He Yizhu were waiting in the car for Lu Qingzhou. After a while, they saw a man wearing a baseball cap and mask, wrapped in darkness, walking over. Lu Qingzhou opened the passenger door. Getting in, he silently removed his mask and cap, tossing them onto the storage tray beside the car. His movements carried force. His aura was very low and cold. The entire car was enveloped in his low pressure. This silence. Qin Fong didn't dare make a sound, sitting stiffly in his seat. Brother Cheng's acting was really good. If he hadn't lost control, they would never have known he hadn't lost his memory at all. After some time, He Yizhu reluctantly broke the silence. Brother Cheng, how is Meng? Lu Qingzhou didn't answer He Yizhu's question. Instead asked, what's the situation with the Lung family? Qin Fong seized the opportunity, immediately leaning forward, saying excitedly, oh man, Brother Cheng, you don't know. Gu Si was ruthless. He brought dozens of gasoline barrels and set the Lung house on fire. He destroyed all the fire systems beforehand. The fire's still not out. The north side is burning red. Half the sky is in chaos. Lu Qingzhou's face darkened, a flash of bloodthirst in his deep eyes. The people. Qin Fong's tone was rather regretful. Those Lung family people are slightly injured, or just some superficial wounds. Even hearing this good news, the cold intensity around him didn't decrease at all. He said coldly, Lung Xian, let Lucy handle it. Keep him alive. Qin Fong nodded. All right. He Yizhu asked, Brother Cheng, are we going back to Qiyin? To the black room. Lu Qingzhou spoke while taking out his phone to make a call. At this time, Lu Qingzhou's call connected. Grandfather, it's Lu Qingzhou. Qin Fong and He Yizhu exchanged glances. What was their Brother Cheng going to do now? The next day, Gu Meng opened her eyes. Outside seemed to be good weather. Warm yellow light shone through the bottom of the curtains. The whole room wasn't bright, but enough to see everything clearly. She seemed to have dreamed about him again last night. Gu Meng turned her head and saw Gu Si lying on the sofa. At this time, he slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes. Only in this moment did he look like a child. His first glance was towards Gu Meng. Seeing her eyes open, he happily said, Sister, you're awake, he said as he immediately jumped off the sofa. Gu Si poured her a glass of water. Gu Meng took it, drank half, then looked at him. How did you handle it? Gu Si looked at Gu Meng's wounds, his lips twitching with a hint of ruthlessness. I crippled Lung Sun's hands and burned down the Lung house. Gu Meng put down the glass, not surprised at all by Gu Si's actions, then gestured to the bedside. Gu Si saton te bed. Sister, why did you chase that car last night? Gu Meng remembered the face she saw in the car. She pressed her lips together, her black eyes looking at Gu Si. In a low voice, I saw Dad, our deceased father. Gu Si's eyes widened in shock. Very shocked that Gu Meng was seriously injured and refusing medication, but insisted on still participating in the competition. Hearing that their father was still alive, Gu Si's eyes widened in shock. After the shock, he immediately denied it. Impossible, we buried Mom and Dad ourselves. Gu Meng said, but he looks exactly like Dad. Gu Si frowned, playing dumb, and said incredulously, how is that possible? My sister is a forensic expert. She did the autopsy then. It was 100% confirmed those were our biological parents. How could there now be someone who looks identical? Gu Meng couldn't understand either. Plus this person is working with Lung Xian to deal with us. This person must be connected to our father. Gu Si lowered his eyes, his eyeballs moving in thought. After a few seconds, he looked up and said, I'll check the Gu family's old records with Brother Jiang Sui again. Gu Meng needed to recover from her wounds first. He nodded. Gu Si looked at Gu Meng, suddenly remembering last night's strange email. He opened his mouth. Sister, Then he stopped. The email came so timely that it was easy to guess who was behind it. He just wasn't sure if it was Qin Fong and He Yizhu who helped, or if Lu Qingzhou hadn't really forgotten his sister. Either possibility would affect his sister's emotions. Gu Meng heard his hesitation and turned to look at his face. Gu Si smiled and changed the subject. Sister, I'll go get your breakfast from the cafeteria. Gu Meng's eyes flickered slightly. She could tell Gu Si was hiding something from her. This was the first time this had happened. What else happened last night? After a while, breakfast arrived. It was quite bland. At this time, Yang Tianming came with his students to visit Gu Meng, all walking in. Seeing Gu Meng, they asked, Are you feeling better? We came to see you. She nodded. Much better. Yang Tianming sat by the bed. The competition organizers called me this morning. They said since you can't participate now, they'll remove your name. It won't count toward the team score. Don't worry about the competition. Just rest well. Gu Meng propped her arm on the table, using chopsticks to pick up a bun. Professor, who said I can't participate in the competition? Yang Tianming looked at Gu Meng eating methodically and asked with a complex expression, You want to continue participating in the competition? She hummed in agreement and took a sip of blood-nourished nourishing soup. Shin Shinzi looked at the cast on Gu Meng's left hand, her lips twitching imperceptibly. Perform surgery with one hand? The judges probably won't even allow you up there. Even if it's just on animals, we can't play with lives carelessly. Professor Shuel looked at Gu Meng and advised, but with your hand, maybe you should give up. Xiao Yu also spoke up, muttering, actually, it doesn't matter whether you participate or not. Getting into Jijin Academy would be easy for you anyway. The Jin University team finally made it to the finals. If Gu Meng participates, what if she drags down their scores? Gu Meng's lips curved, eyes downcast, with a hint of mischief. Trying so hard to stop me from continuing the competition? That depends on my mood. These words were truly arrogant. Gu Si watched Gu Meng with shining eyes, like a complete fanboy. Except for Lu Qingzhou, he'd never seen anyone get the better of his sister. A bunch of trash. Their schemes weren't worthy of his sister. Yang Tianming understood her meaning. All right, I respect your decision. Let's go now. Meanwhile, at the Gu family home, Old Master Gu had anticipated someone would target Gu Meng. So when news of her midnight attack came, the butler didn't disturb his rest. The next morning, while walking with the Old Master, he finally reported the incident. The situation was serious. All the major and minor families outside were discussing the young master. Old Master Gu smiled faintly. Look at those people. They think with Gu family's downfall, they can divide our assets. But with Gu Meng and Gu Si here, either one of them can restore Gu family to its peak and regain power. The butler was shocked. Both the young miss and young master are ruthless. Old Master Gu looked at the two blooming periwinkles in the middle of the garden. Taking scissors, he trimmed the excess branches from both flowers. How serious is Gu Meng's hand injury? The butler respectfully replied, hospital records show bone fracture, 7 stitches. You know Mrs. recovery ability. This injury isn't serious for her. Old Master Gu nodded. She won't be able to do much for a while. The butler asked, are you worried Miss can't participate in the medical competition and win first place? The council won't open the assessment system. Old Master Gu hummed in agreement. The butler continued, actually, with Mrs. current abilities, she's still somewhat below base 102's requirements. This injury is a good chance for training. Her chances will be better when she takes the assessment. This somewhat comforted Old Master Gu. But thinking about Gu Meng and Gu Si's rebellious nature, he frowned. Chen Sheng, we need to find a way to remove their thorns. If the siblings suddenly turn against us, we'll have raised tigers to harm ourselves. Since we could force them back, we can find ways to stop them from opposing me, right? The butler slightly lowered his head. Yes. Gu Si was carrying a glass of water, about to give his sister medicine. He saw Bai Sui placing a glass of water and medicine tray in front of Gu Meng. Young miss, take your medicine. Gu Meng looked down at the pills and capsules in the tray, picked out the painkillers, and tossed them aside. She swallowed the remaining anti-inflammatory capsules. Bai Sui's gaze fell on the painkillers, pausing for several seconds. Gu Si asked, puzzled, sister, why aren't you taking these pills? Gu Meng replied concisely, painkillers. Unnecessary. Then she got up to go to the bathroom. She walked straight to the toilet and spat out the softened anti-inflammatory capsules she had hidden in her mouth. Her body was haggard, extremely weak, but she refused to let any medicine enter.